On a stormy day, Xia Haimao was unexpectedly struck by lightning and found herself transported to the world of Harry Potter, becoming an obscure descendant of Slytherin in this realm. Live a mundane life? She had no intention of doing so. A natural Slytherin like her should endeavor to experience things never attempted before, such as seducing the headmaster. To the outside world, she appeared to be a charming and righteous angel, possessing an appearance and demeanor that starkly contrasted with her house, but beneath this faud lay a tempestuous and vengeful serpent. The notion of a naive sweet girl. It simply did not exist. She, Eve Good, was an unabashed double agent, dragging her iron triangle into the forbidden forest, casting a memory charm on an unsuspecting victim, and even plucking feathers from Foxtail. However, something seemed amiss with this professor, didn't it? Why did the plot seem to veer increasingly off course, and how did you come to know all my secrets? If two souls are equally shattered, can love prevent us from drifting endlessly? Now do you believe that I am an angel sent by Merlin to save you? Always. Chapter 1: The Crossing. It was a rainy day in Huaxia. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, the desolate street lay silent and lonely, and the streetlights flickered several times before finally extinguishing. A girl emerged from the shadows, the night stretching endlessly behind her, the inky umbrella blending into the horizon, rendering her almost ethereal. A brilliant flash of lightning rent the oppressive moment, and after the light, the girl who had stood there vanished. The umbrella was swept away by the wind, and a well-worn book fell to the ground with a muted thud, its sound drowned out by the rain. As the cover became increasingly wet, the golden letters shone ever more brightly. Harry Potter. Eve Good, thank Merlin, you finally awakened. Xia Haimao was jolted back to reality, confronted by several large faces before her, which appeared particularly alarming. She quickly sat up, surveying her surroundings. The spacious hospital room contained only the bed upon which she lay. Where am I? A string of fluent English escaped her lips, startling Xia Haimao. She wished to speak in Chinese, but her tongue seemed incapable of bending to that language. What was happening? Please don't panic, dear, a woman adorned in opulent court attire responded first, seeking to soothe her. You are in St. Mungo's, my lady. You have been unconscious for 3 days. How do you feel now? Haimao attempted to raise her hand to massage her throbbing head, but did not answer the woman's inquiry. Her gaze was drawn to the tinkling jewelry adorning the woman's hand, evidently expensive pieces that triggered a flood of memories from the original owner's past. She was Eve Good, a descendant of the legendary Salazar Slytherin, one of the few families, apart from the Gaunts, possessing the ability to speak Parseltongue. It was said that the ancient head of the family, for reasons unknown, sought to remain concealed, thus casting an ancient spell that led them to fade into the annals of time, forgotten by all, including the fearsome Dark Lord Voldemort himself. This ancient spell was powerful and indomitable, but the most lethal aspect was that each generation of Slytherins was required to sacrifice a family member to maintain this archaic balance. Some may have resisted this brutal tradition, yet on specific days, a life must be lost. This unsettling custom, akin to a curse, compounded with the dwindling number of purebloods, meant that Eve Good was now the sole survivor of her line. This unfortunate girl was at a loss for how to break the absurd spell, and 3 days prior, she had perished due to its backlash, her soul reduced to ashes. Yet, fortunate for her, this centuries-old curse had finally ceased. She was now one of only 2 Parseltongues in existence, a pure-blood Slytherin brimming with ambition, her family's legacy ancient and enigmatic, their wealth rivaling that of the Malfoys at their zenith. In that instant, Xia Haimao was torn between laughter and tears. She had not been killed by that lightning but had instead crossed into the world of Harry Potter. However, the current state of her body seemed far from well, and the faces of her relatives were faint echoes in her memory. Moreover, the 3 individuals before her did not appear as benevolent as they seemed, at least in her recollections. They harbored ill intentions. I'm afraid I do not remember you. A flicker of joy crossed the woman's face, yet concern still lingered in her eyes as she politely replied, Child, I am your wet nurse. The lady bestowed upon me the name Eva. You may call me by my name. She stepped back, gesturing to the 2 individuals behind her. This is the steward, Oliver, and your maid, Arthas. Her gaze returned to Xia Haimao. Do you truly not remember us? As fragmented memories gradually returned, Xia Haimao pondered for a moment before responding in a tone reminiscent of her past self. I recall everything now, thank you, Eva. However, I believe I am well enough to leave the hospital. The 9-year-old girl issued her command in a manner that suggested no room for dissent, and the 3 individuals hastily began to gather their belongings, clearly wary of her. Yet, she keenly sensed the air of resistance emanating from them, causing her to squint. Xia Haimao could feel the immense, unrelenting power coursing through her body, and a soft chuckle escaped her lips. I am now Eve Good. Rest assured, as a token of gratitude, I shall fulfill your innermost desires, including the elimination of adversaries before departing. Eve Good cast a fleeting glance at the clock hanging in the hospital, which displayed the year 1989. She was in a different generation. She could not alter the tragic fate of the past. Although she was not the true owner of this body, Stepping into the desolate castle rendered Eve Good momentarily silent. She approached a portrait obscured by heavy curtains, gently pulling them aside to reveal her parents. Her mother had been chosen by the curse to perish, and her father had vanished into the flames shortly after arranging her affairs when she was 5. Eve Good glanced at the dust-laden tabletop. This was certainly not the result of just 3 days' absence. The human heart is inscrutable in the absence of a master for 4 years. The three had developed ulterior motives, particularly the maid, who had gazed at her with a venomous look since her release from the hospital, seemingly too lazy to even feign decorum. She was not one to be trifled with. One could say she was as cold-blooded and decisive as a true Slytherin. Since they dared to harbor wicked thoughts, she would promptly uproot them. Have you been staring at me for so long that you no longer wish to keep your eyes? Eve Good suddenly spoke, startling the maid into lowering her gaze. Although she had not turned around, she accurately captured the essence of the maid's expression, which was far more terrifying than her father's ever had been. The girl slowly turned her head, her snake-like slit pupils evoking horror. A maid daring to wear the mistress's bracelet. It seems you have long wished for your demise. Do it. These 2 words were not uttered in a human voice but rather as a serpent's whispered. In an instant, a massive python released its grip on the column, tearing the maid to shreds in a flash of lightning. The steward and wet nurse stood by, their hearts turbulent, for Eve Good had never displayed any inclination toward violence, always appearing soft and gentle. Her sudden transformation left them at a loss for how to respond. Eve Good frowned as she surveyed the carnage on the floor, suddenly realizing that the ones meant to clean had been reduced to a pile of flesh, making it impossible to tidy up in a timely manner. Her expression darkened. Where is the house elf? She urgently needed one, and the sooner the better. Mississippi, they have been locked in the basement by the maid. Eve, go and bring them out. Tend to those who are injured and provide sustenance for the hungry, Eve Good stated with a hint of impatience. Having arrived in this place, she felt an obligation to resolve the long-standing issues that plagued the family's household staff. Moreover, she needed to procure some items to better familiarize herself with her new surroundings. With her impending academic journey, it was imperative for her to acclimatize in advance, as well as to re-establish her network of relationships with other families, ensuring a smoother path ahead. However, this clan had vanished from the public eye for many years. One could even assert that no one remembered them now. The antiquated family was destined for decline, and such matters required careful deliberation. For the time being, she needed to visit Diagon Alley. After all, her family was destitute, possessing nothing but an empty purse. It is time to properly organize this household for the future, Eve Good mused, glancing back at the butler who dared not meet her gaze, and smiled. Why don't you start by tidying up? Remember to place that bracelet on the mantelpiece. I shall return shortly. She then turned to the serpent entwined around the Roman columns in the dining hall, hissing softly to summon it. The snake met her gaze with its human-like eyes, and in an instant, it transformed into an innocuous little serpent, climbing up her left arm and closing its bright yellow eyes. It could shrink as well. Eve Good marveled at this enchanting world, leading the creature towards the fireplace. If this family did not lead an insular, self-sufficient existence, surely they must have a flue network installed. She discovered a modest bowl of shimmering powder nearby, weighing in her mind the probability of it being flue powder, before taking a handful and tossing it into the hearth. Uttering the destination she had long desired to visit, Diagon Alley. A wave of green spread within the fireplace, and without hesitation Eve Good stepped through, a wave of discomfort washing over her, nearly causing her to lose her breath. She had almost forgotten that this convenient mode of travel could indeed be quite unsettling. Chapter 2. Gringotts in Diagon Alley. As Eve Good steadied her thoughts, she found herself enveloped in a vibrant alleyway. Owls occasionally flitted across the sky, while individuals donned in wizarding robes hurried past. The cheerful cacophony of chattering animals and the laughter of children echoed at the entrance of the alley, where shops displayed an array of enticing wares to attract patrons. It was more enchanting than any film. She excitedly gazed around, the vitality of the magical world filling her with wonder. However, recalling the purpose of her visit, she maneuvered through the throngs of people, straining to catch sight of the renowned Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Poor Eve was jostled by the crowd, just as dizziness overtook her. A woman amidst the throng guided her away. She stumbled but, upon looking up, discovered the towering white structure before her. Gringotts. By sheer happenstance, she had been led here, rubbing the small serpent on her left arm. Eve inhaled deeply and stepped inside. The first door of Gringotts was a grand bronze portal imbued with an ancient aura, guarded by impeccably uniformed goblin sentinels who bowed as she passed. Eve responded with a smile, and continued onward until she reached the second silver door. Crossing this threshold, she truly entered the Hall of Gringotts. The space was teeming with hurried wizards, each seeming startled by her presence, perhaps due to the medieval European style of her dress, or perhaps because of the striking green serpent with bright eyes coiled around her left arm. Feeling somewhat self-conscious under their scrutiny, Eve quickened her pace towards the goblin seated at the center. After a strenuous effort to navigate the crowd and inquire about her family vault, she lamentably realized that her age rendered her too short to reach the counter. The goblin regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, offering no response. Eve tugged at a chair on her left, only to find it immovable, prompting her to gently coax the serpent for assistance. The serpent, shimmering with a verdant hue, lazily opened its eyes, and in an instant, flicked its tail, drawing the chair beside her to facilitate her conversation with the goblin. "Are you here too?" The goblin's expression shifted as he took a closer look at the girl before him. "I wish to access my family vault and retrieve some belongings," she replied, meeting his confirming gaze with a furrowed brow. "Do you know me?" "Indeed, I am acquainted with several generations of your family," the goblin explained. "Traditionally, you would require blood verification to access the vault, but that is no longer necessary." With that, he called out towards a distant corner, "Rang! Why is that?" Eve inquired, her curiosity piqued as the goblin's gaze fell upon the serpent, now returned to its original size. She quickly deduced the implication. Clearly, the serpent's lineage held more credibility than blood. "I assumed there would be a key for the family vault," she added candidly, acknowledging her prior intention to leave empty-handed, which would indeed be quite embarrassing. "The ancient pureblood descendants of Slytherin require no key," the goblin cryptically elucidated. "Or perhaps you have already brought the key with you. Please." "Esteemed guest." Eve slid off the chair and followed the goblin, Rang, towards the closed door. Her confidence grew that the serpent was indeed the key. Upon opening the door, she beheld a narrow stone corridor. Eve hopped onto a small cart, and they proceeded swiftly along the winding passage. Initially, she presumed this would be a brief journey, but the corridor twisted endlessly, and the cart showed no signs of stopping. With keen eyes, Eve thought she glimpsed a fire dragon before being swept away by the gusts of wind. Finally, the cart came to a halt before an enormous door, one she was certain was the grandest she had ever seen. Rang extended a finger and gently tapped the surface. The door, as per legend, began to dissolve bit by bit. Except for the goblins of Gringotts, anyone else attempting such a feat would be drawn in and never return. Rang appeared quite pleased to showcase their unique operation, prompting Eve to mutter, "I guess you only do this once every decade." "Indeed you are correct," Miss Rang replied, stepping back to indicate she could enter. Eve merely glanced around, momentarily rooted in place. Before her lay a vault brimming with gold. Heaps of galleons gleamed blindingly, while strands of pearls and gems cascaded from above in abundance. The array of exotic treasures, whose names she could not even begin to fathom, were all hers. "Is this a joke?" Eve slowly ventured inside, the sheer volume of coins leaving her with nowhere to step. Then, she stumbled upon an even graver realization. "Wait. I seem to have forgotten a bag. How am I supposed to carry this money?" The golden-eyed serpent lazily hissed its discontent, then pointed its tail towards a few inconspicuous silk bags tucked away in the lower right corner, before closing its eyes to doze. Understanding the implication, Eve swiftly retrieved one, and began to fill it with coins. The bag seemed enchanted, possessing an unexpectedly vast interior. "My name is Gabriel, not Hay," the serpent hissed, causing her to pause momentarily before she continued her task. "Honestly, it would be foolish not to take advantage of such wealth. I must leave here with a fortune." Halfway through her endeavor, a silver object caught her attention, not due to its size, but because it stood out conspicuously amongst the sea of gold. It rested atop a towering pile of galleons, partially draped in crimson velvet, exuding an air of opulence and mystery. A set of steps led up to it, as if anticipating someone would dare to touch it. "What is this?" Eve inquired, shaking the serpent in her hands. Gabriel lazily raised its head and replied, "That is a special time-turner passed down through your family, though it has never been used." "Why is that?" she pressed, intrigued by the unique design and material. Gabriel flicked its tail, explaining, "It only activates when touched by a specific individual and cannot be controlled. Yet, throughout the years, no one has succeeded." Eve's realization dawned upon her. "So it's a broken time-turner that you keep on display for show." After all, such an item was indeed remarkable, and it was only natural for the family to cherish it, given that it had been destroyed in later years. What does for show mean?" Gabriel seemed perplexed by this novel term. However, sensing the girl's tone was peculiar, it knew it was not a flattering phrase. In a fit of indignation, it smacked its tail against Eve's arm and clarified, "The only one to have ever used it was the former head of the family. Others have failed even when they twisted the straps." "Is the strap broken then?" Gabriel seemed to falter in following her sudden line of questioning, opting instead to close its eyes in feigned ignorance. Unperturbed, Eve excitedly ascended the steps to inspect the intriguing artifact. However, as she lifted the half-covered crimson velvet, her fingers inadvertently grazed its chain, causing the space around her to warp. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Wait! Gabriel! Didn't you say no one has succeeded in years? Chapter 3. An unexpected journey to 1970. 1970. Oh. With a dull thud, Eve finally regained her bearings. In her recent time-traveling escapade, she had glimpsed the desolate ruins and the anguished cries of the populace. She even thought she had seen the noseless Voldemort. So, what year is it now? Where exactly was she? The malfunctioning time-turner now hung securely around her neck, refusing to budge no matter how hard she pulled. And Gabriel was entwined around her left hand, seemingly dazed. Astonishingly, the bag of galleons had somehow made its way onto her belt, accompanying her into this new realm. Fortunately, the converter still displays the time. Today is January 9th, 1970, an exceptionally subtle day. Eve Good swiftly surveyed her surroundings and indeed, spotted several prominent characters on a nearby sign. Is this real? It is real. She had truly arrived in 1970, and in the very alley where Severus Snape resided. The thought of soon meeting the remarkably great wizard of that era, her long-cherished idol, filled Eve with immense excitement. She hurriedly shook the dazed serpent awake. Gabriel, look where we are now. The girl twirled in her cerulean rococo dress, searching for the house number hidden behind various doorways. At last, she halted in front of the door marked 19, which was originally overgrown with weeds, and she had painstakingly cleared away. She hesitated for a long moment, uncertain of how to enter, when suddenly a sound of shattering glass erupted from within. Get out! Who do you think you are? If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago, understand? Inside, there seemed to be muffled sounds of suppressed pain and a woman's pleas. Eve's expression suddenly turned grave as a surge of powerful energy erupted from within her, instantly breaking through the door. The interior was a chaotic mess, cluttered with items scattered everywhere. The few windows were tightly covered, and the air was thick with the stench of cheap liquor. Yet the tirade of curses continued unabated. Seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside, Eve dashed towards the source of the noise, witnessing a boy being violently hurled against the wall. Without a moment's thought, she shielded him, her back crashing solidly against the surface. Ugh, what a scoundrel! Eve adjusted her aching back, incredulous that this wretched father had exerted no restraint whatsoever. If such a frail and emaciated Severus were to be thrown down, he would take days to recover. Teach him a lesson, Gabriel. The green serpent coiled around her left arm, growing larger and more prominent in the cramped space, flicking its tongue as it approached the man, Tobias Snape. Glancing at the still dazed boy in her arms, she effortlessly lifted him in a princess carry, and began ascending the stairs. Snape appeared utterly unresponsive, not struggling in the slightest. Just a little scare will suffice. I cannot allow this man to ruin my good spirits today. Ideally, I should knock him out. The boy was gently placed in a clean corner of the bed, his gaze dimly observing as Eve rummaged through the medicine cabinet. Eventually, she found a vial of potion, scrutinized the label and turned to administer it. Who are you? Severus asked, immediately regretting his words, for his voice was hoarse and unpleasant, a stark contrast to the girl's melodious tone. Moreover, he was mortified to have been carried upstairs by a girl, an experience that surely ranked among the most embarrassing of his life. Yet she seemed unfazed. Who am I? The girl tilted her head thoughtfully. I am the angel sent by Merlin to save you. You're lying. Such rudeness, Eve remarked, noting Snape's reluctance. She understood that he likely did not wish for a girl to tend to his injuries, so she handed him the potion, saying, If you ask me my name, I will certainly tell you. You speak like a 30-year-old at 10. How amusing. Severus remained silent, his expression stoic as he applied the ointment, then handed the remaining potion back to her. You're back. I don't need it. She was well aware that her castle was filled with far more precious potions, and she had no intention of competing with young Snape for use. Such behavior would be utterly unethical. The stubborn hand held the potion suspended in the air, and Eve smiled as she accepted it, placing it in the cabinet. I'm fine. Then, as if struck by a thought, she continued, Severus, I recall today is your birthday, I assent it? The boy shot upright, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded her. After a long pause, he asked, How do you know my birthday and name? I am Merlin's little angel, Severus. I don't believe you. Besides, we're not familiar enough to exchange names. The sound of a reptile slithering up the stairs caught both their attentions. A large python glided into the room, gesturing towards Eve, before transforming into a small snake that coiled around her left arm. Will your Lily celebrate your birthday today? This revelation left Snape even more astonished. He could scarcely comprehend why she had appeared, let alone know his name and birthday. Her words rendered him momentarily speechless. No, I received her gift. That is enough. He stammered, she has other matters today. In truth, Severus had declined Lily's invitation, not perceiving this birthday as a joyful occasion. Especially since her sister seemed to harbor ill feelings towards him. He would feel regretful if she were to quarrel with her sister because of him. Then you surely wouldn't mind if the angel bestowed upon you a few gifts, would you, Severus? The girl blinked her cerulean eyes and tugged him downstairs, her silvery hair occasionally brushing against his wrist, sending a tingling sensation through him. When sunlight illuminated her, Severus felt his heart race. It was a peculiar sensation. Oh well. I think we should go through the fireplace to Diagon Alley. What do you think? Yes, but... Then it's decided. The girl seized a handful of flue powder, quickly tossing it into the flames as she recited Diagon Alley, pulling Severus into the emerald blaze. The familiar street unfurled before them once more, yet it appeared even more quaint and elegant. Severus recalled that he had not visited in quite some time, and followed the girl's lead towards the prominently signposted Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Good thing there are fewer people today, right? She remarked as she pushed open the door. Otherwise, we would have been swept away by the crowd. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch who greeted the two youngsters with a smile. It's not yet time for school, dear ones, is it? Have you come to buy robes? Yes, madam, Eve replied, shaking the silk bag in her hand. Please prepare several new styles for this gentleman, who is celebrating his birthday today. Then she leaned in and whispered, and please make a few Hogwarts robes for him. Ideally enough to last until graduation. And a bit longer. Of course, I won't neglect our little birthday star. Happy birthday, dear. Madame Malkin smiled as she led him to a fitting stool. Severus's ears turned beet red, and he fidgeted nervously with the hem of his clothing. A tape measure soared beside him, taking his measurements, and Eve stepped outside the shop, claiming she had spotted an especially appealing ice cream she wished to try, promising to return shortly. Before leaving, she inquired about the cost and placed several gold galleons on the counter, ensuring Madame Malkin wouldn't think they were merely playing pretend, for they were still but children, their combined ages barely reaching 20. For the first time, she felt that accidentally bringing money was the wisest miscalculation. The fresh air filled her nostrils as Eve began to genuinely appreciate her place in the wizarding world. She inhaled the delightful aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of herbs in the air. She decided to procure some food before Severus tried on his robes, as the poor boy seemed to have eaten nothing that day. Chapter 4. An Unfinished Birthday. When Eve returned, laden with an assortment of treats, Severus had finished his measurements and sat there, astonished, gazing at the garments Madame Malkin had crafted for him. How much did you pay? He inquired. Just a little. She replied. Now eat something. She handed him a large bag of food. I bought some sweets and filling snacks. I thought you might enjoy them. She sat a distance away, her gaze fixed intently on Madame Malkin as she fashioned the clothing. In no time, all the outfits were complete. And Eve expressed her amazement as she accepted the bag of clothes from the lady. I used a little bit of a no-drawback stretching charm. Madame Malkin raised an eyebrow at her. Otherwise, all these items would be far too heavy for you too. You are truly kind. May Merlin bless you. The girl's innocent voice brought a smile to the witch's face. And before Eve departed, she gifted her a blue rose hairpin, which Eve secured in her hair. Is there anything else you desire? As they passed the quaint Quidditch boutique teeming with children their age, and the boisterous Elop's Owl Emporium, Evangeline Good glanced at the boy beside her. Although he still bore a slender frame, the clean and tidy new clothes he wore made him appear much more refined. With a mischievous whistle reminiscent of a street urchin, she teased, "Sister's buying for you." Despite being a year younger, she took the lead. "You really don't have to," he replied, his face flushing a deep crimson, leaving him uncertain whether his embarrassment stemmed from shyness or annoyance. He found it hard to believe that Merlin had truly sent him an angel, but who was this enigmatic girl beside him? Who exactly are you? He finally could not contain his curiosity. The white-haired girl ahead paused for a moment, then turned to reveal her round, cherubic face. "I am you, Evangeline Goodyew." She seemed to ponder briefly before adding, "You is my given name." Why did she withhold her surname? He wished for her to elaborate, yet she appeared disinclined to continue. As they passed a potion shop, Severus halted his steps. "You will need these in the future, but not just yet, future master of potions." Evangeline laughed, pulling him along. "I wouldn't want you to blow up your mother's cauldron before school starts, and I bet you wouldn't either." "I wouldn't." Yes, you wouldn't." She elongated the last word playfully. Severus found himself oddly charmed by her tone. The two came to an unspoken halt in front of a wand shop. "Wands of exquisite craftsmanship since 382 BC. He read aloud from the sign, tilting his head back. "Ah," she exclaimed, "it seems we've had the same thought." The shop appeared small and dilapidated, the doorframe threatening to peel away, yet it did not seem forlorn, after all. The majority of wands in the wizarding world originated from here. The children cautiously pushed open the door, and a cheerful chime rang out, seemingly announcing their arrival to the proprietor. A long bench stood quietly, its uneven surface bearing the marks of many years of visitors. It's a bit too quiet, isn't it? The air felt thick, likely due to the thousands of narrow boxes stacked before them. The two kids exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily speechless. "Good morning, sir and miss." A gentle voice broke the silence, startling Evangeline, who then spotted an elderly man standing before them. "Hello, hello." The voices chimed in unison as they exchanged glances. "Oh yes. I believe I know you," the old man said, gazing first at Severus, with his dark hair. "The son of Eileen Prince, a remarkable potion prodigy." "Thank you," Severus replied shyly, pleased to see Evangeline nodding in approval. The old man turned to Evangeline, who smiled back at him, her expression unwavering, though her left hand, hidden behind her back, clenched into a fist. "You are the first person in my life I have no recollection of." Mr. Ollivander looked puzzled, but ultimately waved his hand dismissively. "Well, after all, I can't possibly remember every child. Are you both here to purchase wands?" "Not me," Evangeline quickly stepped back, granting him space, while Severus regarded the old man with sharp eyes. "All right, splendid." He produced a silver-marked measuring tape from his pocket. "You use your wand with your right arm, correct?" "Yes, sir." The old man then began rummaging through a multitude of boxes, while Evangeline seated herself on the bench, devouring a freshly bought donut, her curiosity piqued by the self-operating measuring tape. "Come give it a try, Cherrywood, sir. I suspect his wand comprises a core of serpent's heartstring and a birch exterior, measuring 13.5 inches, Evangeline blurted out, her mouth moving before she could stop it. Noticing the varying expressions of the two boys directed at her, she prudently fell silent. "Pardon the interruption." Yet Mr. Ollivander seemed genuinely unfazed by her interjection, soon producing a wand that he placed in Severus's hand. "Give it a try." However, before Mr. Ollivander could finish his sentence, Severus waved the wand, unleashing a burst of silver light that adorned the surrounding walls with twinkling stars. The old man appeared particularly excited. "Wonderful. This is truly magnificent. Surpassing my fastest wand-selling record." Evangeline touched her nose, thinking she couldn't very well admit to having read about it in a book. "Child, how did you know about his wand?" Mr. Ollivander suddenly turned to her, but Evangeline merely smiled slyly. "I guessed." She then hopped off the bench and paid him 7 galleons, to which Mr. Ollivander bowed graciously as he ushered them out. "I will pay you back for this," Severus insisted after a moment's thought. Though his family was indeed impoverished, he could not accept kindness without reason. "No need, I don't require it," she replied, her large blue eyes locking onto his. He instinctively avoided her gaze, yet noticed a pendant around her neck resembling an hourglass. Following his line of sight, Evangeline suddenly realized that the sand within the hourglass seemed significantly diminished since her last visit. Enlightenment struck her, and she playfully tapped her forehead before tugging him along the street in a burst of urgency. She was running out of time and wished to celebrate his birthday while she could. After their shopping, they returned to his dark, hollow home, where Evangeline hurried upstairs, instructing him not to follow, before closing the door to his room and beginning her preparations. The cake she had discreetly purchased had suffered a few bumps, rendering it rather pitiful in appearance. Yet Evangeline paid it no mind as she placed it on the clean desk, lighting the candles and setting them atop the cake. Once all was in order, she pulled him inside. "Happy birthday." Although the moment felt a bit rushed, Evangeline believed little Severus would not mind. She half dragged him to the desk and urged, "Make a wish." Severus found the entire situation exceedingly peculiar. Yes, peculiar was the perfect word to describe it. Aside from his mother, who was bound to his father, and Lily, no one had ever shown him such kindness without reason. Moreover, the very appearance of this girl was utterly unexpected. He was certain no one of her splendid attire resided in this area. She referred to herself as Severus. Were they that familiar? Evangeline glanced at the necklace on her chest, feeling the urgency of time. She placed the silk pouch on the table and smiled at him. "Consider this a gift. But remember to hide it well so your father doesn't find out. I do not wish for my money to be used for his drink." Severus seemed to catch on to something, raising his gaze to her. "You are leaving." It was a statement, not a question. "It doesn't matter. We shall meet again." Evangeline gently pinched his cheek. Severus turned his face away to evade her touch, but she laughed joyfully. "Make a wish. I hope you will enjoy this cake." Severus closed his eyes, yet merely closed them. His mind was a tangled mess, unsure of what to wish for. After a moment, When the girl's voice did not return, he opened his eyes. The room was empty, leaving him utterly alone, as though no one had ever been there. Yet the presence of the pouch and the flickering candlelight felt palpably real. The boy, nearly swallowed by the shadows, closed his eyes once more. Then let my wish be to see you again. Chapter 5. Encounter with the Weasleys. When Evangeline opened her eyes again, she found herself back in her family's vault, albeit now adorned with the peculiar time turner around her neck. She attempted to find a point of connection to remove it, but strangely, there appeared to be no opening. How marvelous! She had indeed met a younger Severus and celebrated his birthday. Yet something seemed to elude her. She had forgotten to repair the hole in their door. Oh well. Adhering to her principle that forgetting meant it had never happened, Evangeline sprinted toward the corner to grab a bag of coins. A green serpent on her arm spoke. Is he important to you? Of course. The upward curve at the corners of the girl's mouth revealed her cheerful disposition, as she swiftly filled the bag, then followed the patiently waiting pull ring back to the ground. Now it was time to attend to business. The ancient Slytherin lineage had never been lacking in garments. Hence Eve Good naturally bypassed one shop after another, until she inadvertently passed by a pharmacy. The image of young Snape's yearning gaze crossed her mind, causing her to linger momentarily before she continued on her way. Professor Snape, your potion ingredients are ready. Ah. A fleeting glimpse of white caught Snape's eye, and he turned in surprise, but in the next instant, she vanished from sight. He stood in silence within the shop. It had been long since he had last seen her. Professor, Professor? The young shop assistant called out several times, pulling him from his reverie. Snape accepted the items and, without uttering a word, turned to leave. They would surely meet again. Yet nearly a decade had passed. Eve Good once more pushed open the door of Ollivander's wand shop, feeling an air of familiarity, perhaps from having visited not long ago. The same chime and the voice of Mr. Ollivander greeting her prompted her to turn and nod slightly in acknowledgement. Good morning, Mississippi. Mr. Ollivander's memory remained astonishingly sharp as he scrutinized her, seemingly recalling something. After a pause, he continued, decades ago, there was a young lady who bore an uncanny resemblance to you. I find that utterly astonishing, Eve Good replied, her expression unchanging. However, Mr. Ollivander neither inquired about which hand she would wield her wand with nor produced the silver-tipped measuring tape. Instead, he turned and carefully selected several wands from their boxes for comparison, ultimately presenting her with one. A rather unique combination of purple wood and the hair of a nocturnal creature, measuring 12.5 inches. It appears just right, possessing a slight elasticity, yet it is equally discerning of its master. To give it a try. Without much thought, Eve Good accepted it with her right hand, and in an instant, an extraordinary sensation surged through her nerves, striking her heart. She flicked it lightly in the air, unleashing a silvery green beam that danced and twirled in the atmosphere. I believe this has once again shattered your record for wand sales, Eve Good teased, winking playfully. Mr. Ollivander offered no comment, watching her depart while holding a few shiny galleons. It was undeniably the most peculiar experience of her life. After purchasing some daily necessities, Eve Good entered Leaden Books, where it was now the end of July, and some children who had received their acceptance letters from Hogwarts were already acquiring their first-year textbooks. I would like a set of first-year textbooks for Hogwarts, thank you. The bookstore attendant promptly prepared a set for her, but hesitated upon noticing her petite frame. Would you like me to set them aside for you, miss? If you have other books in mind, you may leave them here. And I assure you no one will take your books. Thank you. That's very kind of you, the little girl replied softly, bouncing towards a collection of oddly shaped bookshelves. Pranking your friends, Hogwarts, a history. Why are these two books shelved together? Eve Good mused aloud as she rummaged through them. A history of modern magic. And advanced spells, level 1. Hey George, look over there. There's a little girl with white hair. Wow Fred, honestly. This is the first time I've seen someone with that hair color. The familiar address made Eve Good immediately poke her head out from the stack of books, and she spotted the two twins not far from her, accompanied by Mrs. Weasley, who was reprimanding them for their rudeness toward a lady. Eve Good broke into a smile, realizing they too were first-year students at Hogwarts, as they were indeed 2 years behind Harry. Upon noticing her gaze, Mrs. Weasley offered her an apologetic smile, and then ushered the twins away like ducklings. Amused by the scene, Eve Good selected a few more books and approached the front desk, handing them to the attendant who had assisted her. You really shouldn't be reading such profound books at your age, the attendant remarked as he counted the items and announced the price. To his comment, Eve merely smiled gently, choosing to remain silent, allowing her shyness to speak for her. However, just as she stepped out of the bookstore, beginning to feel the weight of her burdens, she heard the twins calling in unison from behind her. Turning around, She looked at the two clumsy boys and Mrs. Weasley, who were dashing towards her. Miss, we just saw you buying first-year books. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts this year? The boy on the left spoke first. Eve understood immediately and shook her head. No, I'm not of school age yet. How about you? Fred and George. Don't scare her. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley finally caught up, and the twins attempted to hide behind Eve Good, but the height difference was too evident, causing her to chuckle. I'm Fred, and he is George. One of them introduced. Do we not look exactly alike? Eve Good greeted Mrs. Weasley, then turned to observe the twins. She had to admit they were indeed cut from the same mold, and she could hardly distinguish between them. She nodded in agreement. May we be so fortunate as to learn this young lady's name? George winked playfully, while Fred produced a sweet from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Eve Good naturally unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. Lemon flavor. My name is Eve Goodmoon, she said sweetly, noting how delightful the voice of a girl her age could be. Hello George, Fred, and this lovely lady. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Unless absolutely necessary. She would never divulge her surname. Who could predict whether disaster or fortune would arrive first? Moon. That is indeed a rare surname, dear child, Mrs. Weasley remarked, glancing around and realizing she was alone, perhaps feeling a bit presumptuous. But my dear, where is your guardian? Eve opened her mouth, unsure how to respond, ultimately answering. They have passed away. Ugh, Mum. The twins exclaimed in discontent, but Eve Good found nothing to be upset about. Please don't feel bad, Mrs. Weasley. It has been a long time. Oh, my child, I truly did not mean to be rude. The short and stout woman embraced her, and Eve felt an inexplicable sting in her nose, returning the hug. I am fine, madam. After all, her concern was genuine, and she appreciated this kind-hearted mother. Child, are your belongings too heavy to carry? Do you require assistance? It is rather dangerous for someone as small as you to be out alone. Faced with the warmth of Mrs. Weasley, Eve was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. No thank you, she blushed, I can manage by myself. And Gabriel can protect me. She lifted her left arm to reveal her tool snake, which hissed in discontent. How cool. You actually have a snake. Fred exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. That's really awesome, George added. However, Mrs. Weasley seemed still troubled by her earlier rudeness, and insisted that her children help lighten Eve Good's load. If you don't mind my home, you're welcome to come visit. Eve Good extended the invitation, having taken a liking to this sunshiny, warm family at first sight. Considering the lifeless castle, she thought that if circumstances permitted, she might just move out. Chapter 6. Rooting out the problem at number 0 Little Hangleton. Eve Good tossed a handful of flue powder into the public fireplace at the roadside. She recited the peculiar address from the memories of the original owner, and stepped into the green flames. The three following her exchanged glances, seemingly unaware of the location of this strange place. The return journey felt unusually prolonged, and Eve Good took a while to emerge from the fireplace, scanning the banquet hall. The mess on the floor had been cleared, and the air was tinged with the scent of an ancient perfume. Not too shabby. She let out a cold snort, retrieving the polished bracelet from the mantelpiece, and slipping it onto her right wrist. In no time, the remaining three had gathered behind her, startled by the sight of such ancient and elegant decor. Merlin, you must be a descendant of some reclusive noble family, Fred exclaimed, only to be swiftly chastised by his mother. Be a bit more reserved, Fred. I'm George, mother. Oh, my apologies, George. Just kidding, I'm Fred. Eve Good led the way ahead, allowing the twins to place their belongings aside, expressing her gratitude to them. Miss Slytherin, our gracious host. A series of shrill voices erupted from behind, causing Eve Good's expression to almost crack. How could her carefully concealed fade have slipped so easily? What a predicament. She turned her head, casting a terrifying glare at Eva, who was approaching alongside the house elf. Eva, taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, instinctively raised her wand, ready to punish the audacious little elves, while Eve Good felt herself on the brink of fainting from frustration. Do not harm them, Eva, Eve Good interjected just in time. Several elves scurried over, standing in formation, as if they were well trained. She scrutinized them closely, ensuring they were unharmed and quite lively. Go tidy up the house, you. Eve Good, momentarily forgetting the elves' names, pointed randomly at one, and you prepare the meal. Yes, Mississippi. As Eve Good turned back, she was met with three equally astonished faces. They had evidently overheard her true surname, and comprehended the weight of her identity. You. George pretended to swoon, while Fred feigned to assist him, and they began a comedic exchange. Fred, I can hardly believe it. Yes, George, neither can I. This lady is the descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Fred seemed utterly unperturbed, circling her curiously. Both in unison asked, "Is it true?" "Huh." Eve Good, sensing their lack of the anticipated panic, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now it was her turn to feel anxious. "I assure you he is indeed my ancestor." However, Mrs. Weasley appeared genuinely on the verge of fainting, prompting Eva, with discernment, to bring forth a chair and seat her. Eve Good found herself bemusedly enduring the brothers' inquisitive barrage. "Do you possess an ancestral toilet seat? I mean the one adorned with emeralds?" "Fred." Mrs. Weasley was startled awake by this remark. "Or perhaps cursed socks? Oh please. Do tell me. You cannot fathom how bothersome it is to have a Percy at home. You too." Mrs. Weasley seemed to believe such comments could lead to trouble. Struggling to rise from the chair, only to be gently pressed back down by Eva. "Mrs. Weasley. Perhaps there is, but my mother never mentioned it to me. She might not have had the chance." Eve Good responded politely, gesturing for Eva to take the bags into her room. She guided the three to the parlor, where the sofa was at least clean. "As you can see, our family has long been forgotten." Eve elegantly sipped the tea handed to her by a house elf, continuing. "To be honest, we cast a spell so that no one would know of our existence." "We prefer not to know too much, Mrs. Weasley replied, now filled with caution. Eve Good sighed, having anticipated this reaction, considering they were merely strangers meeting for the first time. "If you believe knowing too much may pose a threat to you and your children, then I shall refrain from elaborating." She glanced at the clock, however. "Do allow me to host you for lunch as a token of my gratitude, nothing more." It must be said, the meal prepared by the elves was indeed delectable. Upon Eve offering a casual compliment, the elf was rendered speechless with gratitude. The five of them gathered around the family dining table, engaging in light conversation while Eve Good primarily inquired about recent events from the twins. "Merlin, you don't know about that mysterious figure." Fred and George's eyes appeared ready to pop out of their sockets. Eve and Eva exchanged glances, seeing the bewilderment mirrored in each other's eyes. "Since the master passed away, we have not ventured outside. In fact, it has been ages since we last did." Eva replied honestly. "The food stores at home are still plentiful. He had gone out to buy a great deal just before that day and specifically instructed us not to go anywhere. Today marks the first time in many years I've stepped out on my own." Eve sliced a piece of steak, savoring it slowly in her mouth. "So, where were we? That person is also an heir of Slytherin? The number of those who know now is uncertain. My father works at the Ministry of Magic. And it was he who informed us at the dinner table." This time it was Mrs. Weasley who widened her eyes in surprise. She hadn't expected her two children to reveal their identities, but Eve Good remained unfazed. After all, such a vile character could only emerge from Slytherin. "Hey." George quickly covered his brother's mouth, while Fred belatedly realized his blunder, hastily adding, "Of course, a beauty like you could never be associated with such a dark wizard." The green serpent coiled around her arm gradually closed its previously opened eyes. Though it did not fully comprehend the conversation, it seemed particularly attuned to the mention of Slytherin. Noticing Eve Good's lack of response, it relaxed its taut muscles. They continued to converse for a while longer, and as everyone had nearly finished their meal, Mrs. Weasley was the first to rise, preparing to take her leave. Eve Good observed the unease in her eyes, and led them towards the closet. "I hope my hospitality has been satisfactory, gentlemen and lady." Eve Good concealed her disappointment, striving to present a flawless smile. "Of course, dear." Mrs. Weasley, sensing Eve's sorrow, felt a twinge of sympathy. If she were an ordinary child, she would have warmly invited her to visit, but she was not. At least before that. She needed to consult her husband. After the green flames flickered, the three vanished from her sight, leaving the vast, ancient castle to return to its former silence, akin to a hibernating serpent. "Where is the house elf?" Eve Good's smile slowly faded. To Eva, it appeared as if her mask was gradually tearing away, revealing her true self, an unsettling and eerie sensation. She tightened her grip on the wand concealed at her waist, realizing that having agreed to the house elf's plan, it was time for her to act. Eva discreetly glanced at the clock. He should have found the key to the vault by now. The thought of their impending success made her restless with anticipation. The serpent coiled around her left arm shrank back to its original size, erecting itself behind the girl, its golden eyes fixed intently on her. Eve Good's right hand discreetly clenched the wand hidden at her waist. Two spells collided midair. Eva was struck first, her wand flying a short distance away, her attempted spell veering off course. She looked at Eve Good in terror, knowing she had grown up under her supervision, and had never wielded a wand before. Today marked her first attempt, and she had managed to cast such a spell. "He has betrayed you, hasn't he? Just like you." Eve Good caressed her wand, relieved she had secured it at her waist beforehand. She had sensed something amiss with the three of them. She turned to Gabriel, hissing ominously, Find him and consume him. The great serpent darted away swiftly. And Eve sighed as she gazed at the woman before her, whose face was etched with fear. She cast a memory charm upon her, causing her to collapse momentarily into unconsciousness. Eve knelt down, placing several galleons in her pocket, then instructed a house elf to disapparate her to a safe location before returning. She had done her utmost. She felt no remorse for her actions. The foremost prerequisite for existence is the safety of one's person. If she cannot even secure this fundamental aspect and is left at the mercy of others, she is no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. Moreover, she is not their mistress. To her, they are merely strangers. Chapter 7, Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor. Before long, the large serpent lazily slithered back, and Eve gently patted its head, instructing a few little sprites to tidy up the aftermath. They appeared utterly terrified yet obediently complied with her commands. Soon, the faint metallic scent of blood dissipated, and they tremulously returned to report to her. The castle was once again left with just a Slytherin and a cluster of sprites. Eve Good pressed her aching temples and inquired, "What are your names?" Thus, a motley group of peculiar little sprites, indeed quite bizarre, began to announce their names one by one. Eve Good nodded, taking out paper and quill to jot them down. Zarl Beth. Each name seemed to intensify her headache. Recording these names evidently caused her distress. Line up according to your height, and I shall bestow upon you new names. The sprites exchanged glances, and then obediently formed a line. Eve nodded and began to point. Starting with the shortest, you shall be known as Little 1, Little 2, Little 3, Little 4, Little 5, and Little 6. Eve found their bewildered expressions oddly endearing and cleared her throat. Is there a problem? No problem, Miss Slytherin. Just call me Miss Eve. Do not address me by my surname. Yes, Miss Eve. Satisfied, Eve waved them off and proceeded to her chamber, fetching Gabriel, who had intended to nap on the Roman column, back to her room, where he reluctantly agreed to stay after a considerable internal struggle. Meanwhile, in their humble abode. Mother, you shouldn't be so. But she is a Slytherin. Just think of what those of her lineage have done. Yet she is merely a girl not yet 11, George interjected, and besides she has no parents. An eerie silence enveloped the dining table. The young Ron was oblivious to their discourse, while Ginny appeared somewhat drowsy, prompting Percy to carry her upstairs. The Weasley couple continued their heated argument, more accurately, a loud debate. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances and in unison, led Ron away. As they ascended the stairs, the two continued their discussion. Hey, I really don't believe she is that wicked, Fred remarked. Just because of a surname? That's utterly absurd. You know how sensitive Mother is about this. George retorted as he ushered his younger brother into a room and thoughtfully locked the door, considering that most dark wizards are indeed associated with that name. Downstairs, the couple's voices gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Mr. Weasley still wished to meet the girl. Oh fine, Mrs. Weasley conceded, if we happen to encounter her next time. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered into her bedroom, Eve Good awoke, rubbed her face and rolled over, tumbling out of bed. Gabriel, on the floor, caught her just in time, though the serpent's cold, scaly skin jolted her fully awake. Good morning, Gabriel. It hissed in response, then resumed its curled slumber. Upon spotting a white owl soaring past her window, she suddenly grasped her whereabouts. She was in Harry Potter's world, and today marked her second day in this realm. Thus, she hurried to the dining table, where a delightful breakfast, evidently prepared by the sprites, awaited her. She also grabbed a few newly purchased books from her room to enjoy while eating. The magical world filled her with immense wonder, and her breakfast was joyfully spent in the midst of her reading. You have a hair standing up on your head, child. The bathroom mirror was always overly dramatic. Eve Good chose to ignore it but nonetheless gave her hair a perfunctory pat before departing. She intended to visit Diagon Alley today, recalling a shop where she could sit and read. Consequently, she roused the sleepy Gabriel to accompany her. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was nestled at a corner of Diagon Alley. Upon pushing the door open, Eve was greeted with a hearty welcome. She surveyed the interior and noticed a cat in a frame licking its fur. One ice cream, please, Eve Good exclaimed, straining to reach the counter. May I choose my flavor, sir? Of course, Florian replied, kindly bringing over a chair for her to sit on, allowing her a clear view of the menu. Ignoring the mustard and pickle flavors, she pointed to cherry. I would like this one, please. Very well. The tone of the owner softened considerably when addressing a 9-year-old girl. Eve handed over a galleon, and he swiftly returned her change. Thus, she naturally remained there for the entire morning, even requesting refills twice. During this time, she fervently scribbled her understanding of the magical texts, occasionally glancing at the bustling crowd. After returning for lunch, She came back once more, and continued to linger throughout the afternoon. The ice cream melted in her mouth, hardly containing any calories, and she relished Florian's craftsmanship. This continued for several days, during which she grew quite familiar with him. Florian took great care of this studious and quiet girl, patiently answering her questions during the quieter moments in the shop. Even when differing opinions arose, he remained unperturbed, genuinely intrigued by her insights, which piqued his curiosity about her family background. I am Eve Goodmoon. The girl's surname seemed exceedingly rare, and she preferred not to elaborate further. After exchanging names, it was now mid-August, a time when many students busied themselves purchasing supplies and completing assignments. Consequently, business at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor had notably increased. One mustard-flavored ice cream, please, boss. Just remember not to expose the mustard strips, otherwise Ron won't eat it. Eve Good didn't need to look up to know who it was. Her striking white hair was unmistakable. Hey, long time no see, Eve Good. A shadow fell over the book she was perusing, prompting Eve to smile and rise to greet them. She noticed a tall man beside them. This is Dad. Fred and George introduced in unison. I am Arthur Weasley. The man extended his hand and Eve shook it. I am Eve Goodmoon. She still refrained from mentioning her surname, and the three kindly kept her secret. At that moment, Florian called out that their mustard-flavored ice creams were ready, prompting George to dash over to collect them. Consequently, the three prepared to bid her farewell. Have a pleasant new term. It's wonderful to see you all again. Eve received warm embraces from each of them, and Mr. Weasley seemed particularly fond of her, perhaps due to her proximity in age to Ginny. Eve mused. Feel free to visit our home sometime. Although merely a courteous remark, her mind conjured images of her castle, devoid of human companionship save for the sprites, alongside the rundown yet vibrantly joyous humble abode. Thank you, sir. Eve watched them depart, turning to the window to see them receding into the distance. Hey. She heard Ron's frustrated voice mingling with the laughter of his two brothers, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, the humor vanished as the boisterous family moved away. Several first-year books were nearly worn out from her perusal, yet her mind was solely occupied with the joyful expressions of that family. As the clock struck 8, she adhered to her routine and exited the ice cream parlor, heading toward the public fireplace. Why do you spend every day here, not venturing elsewhere? The silent Gabriel suddenly spoke. Eve Good paused, a thought striking her, and she smiled. You are right, Gabriel. I suppose I should explore other places. Chapter 8 Harry. Eve Good stood before the public fireplace for quite some time before tossing a handful of flue powder into the flames. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. She clearly enunciated the address, and stepped into the green flames. The streets of Privet Drive were bustling with pedestrians even at 8 o'clock. So the sudden appearance of the girl did not cause a stir. Her white hair, shrouded in the darkness of the night, was less conspicuous. Eve, with her diminutive stature, adeptly navigated through the crowd. She had forgotten the exact location of Harry's residence. Thus she needed to search each house individually. It was difficult to fathom that her dear friend was residing in a cupboard under the stairs. What a predicament! A shrill voice carried through the night, particularly piercing. As Eve, not one to be easily cowed, felt compelled to eavesdrop on the Muggle gossip, she stealthily approached number 4, Privet Drive, where the voices seemed to emanate from the living room. I told you that child is a freak. Aunt Petunia shouted at Uncle Vernon, clearly humiliated by the letter brought by the headmaster. Moments later, 2 distinct sets of footsteps retreated from the living room, moving deeper into the house. Gabriel. I believe I have found the place, Eve whispered excitedly, instructing him to slip through the slightly ajar window to ensure no one was in the living room before she drew her wand. Alhamra. To an outsider, it appeared as though a little girl, dressed in an old European-style Lolita outfit, had merely opened the door, wielding what seemed to be a glowing, gnarled branch. Eve endeavored to present herself as an ordinary Muggle, and quietly infiltrated the Dursleys' home. I really shouldn't have come in like this, she complained to Gabriel. I don't even know how to turn invisible. What will I do if they find me? Slytherins never cower. That is not our style, Miss Gabriel replied, meeting her gaze. In the next moment, they sprang into action. Sure enough, the 2 adults were at the storage room door, locking it and loudly lamenting Harry's peculiar behavior, declaring that he would have no food to eat this week. I would bet that any wizard aware of Harry's remarkable feats would not let them off the hook, Eve thought as she swiftly brandished her wand. Stupefy. Thus, upon hearing a youthful voice, Harry's aunt and uncle fell silent. He looked up, bewildered, to find the door to the cramped cupboard ajar. Good evening, Mr. Potter. A girl with white hair stood there. I hope you've been well. Though it seems fortune has not favored you. Her dress, replete with old-world elegance, was complemented by a beautifully carved stick in her hand. while a green snake coiled around her left arm, its serpent-like eyes fixed on him. Harry felt as though he were dreaming. The familiar white hair was unmistakable. He widened his eyes, about to inquire, when a loud bellow from upstairs echoed as Dudley called for his parents, sounding like a pig. Harry wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiment. As Dudley, in a huff, descended without receiving a reply, the girl elegantly aimed her wand at him. "You too, stupor." By the time Eve had levitated the three of them to the bedroom, 10 minutes had elapsed. Following her instructions, Harry had prepared himself a meal, and the two of them sat leisurely at the dining table. Eve, not one to be rude, also indulged a bit, claiming it was a repayment for rescuing him. As Harry absorbed everything, he could scarcely believe that the Dursleys had concealed so much from him. More importantly, "You are a wizard, Harry." Eve, somewhat sheepish for borrowing Hagrid's iconic line, felt a twinge of guilt, yet it undeniably sounded impressive. Gabriel slid down her arm to sample a piece of bacon Harry had cooked, affirming its delightful flavor. "It can talk," Harry exclaimed. "Which snake cannot speak?" Eve replied nonchalantly, wiping Gabriel's greasy mouth to avoid getting oil on her arm, adding, "But you should not disclose your ability to understand what snakes say." "Why not?" "Because it's not well regarded in the wizarding world. You would be ostracized." "Can you understand what it's saying?" "Of course." Harry immediately regarded her with sympathy, leaving Eve perplexed, her mind swirling with questions. By the time she grasped the implications, they had already shifted topics, discussing everything from Hogwarts to recent happenings in the wizarding community. Harry was utterly captivated, and he even sought her permission to touch the legendary wand. The sounds of thunderous snoring from upstairs revealed that Eve's spell had indeed lulled them to sleep. As the clock approached midnight, Harry was the first to notice the late hour. "Aren't your parents worried about you being out this late?" "Huh?" Eve blurted out without thinking. "They died a long time ago." An awkward silence ensued, as Harry appeared flustered, struggling to offer comfort. She waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. "It was long ago. I've almost forgotten what they looked like." This statement garnered yet another sympathetic glance from Harry. Eve felt it was time to take her leave. "I hope our conversation today gives you some hope." She winked. "I will periodically bring you some newspapers from the wizarding world. I think you'll enjoy them." "Of course." Harry looked utterly delighted. It was arguably the most wonderful night of his life, a sentiment he would carry with him. Eve bid him farewell, kindly locking the storage room door to prevent the Dursleys from noticing anything amiss. However, once outside, she regretted her impulsiveness. "How do I get back?" Moreover, she recalled the rule that underage wizards could not perform magic in the Muggle world. Logically, the Ministry should have apprehended her by now, yet strangely, they had not. It seemed the enchantment concealing this family was too powerful, allowing the Ministry to remain oblivious to her magic. Perhaps she was even devoid of trace. An enormous stroke of luck for her. Speaking of traces, soon after, Eve found herself aboard the night bus, having remembered this wizarding bus that traversed the Muggle world. She greeted Stan, with his prominent ears, and the driver, Ernie, before finding a bunk to settle in. It was late, and only the three of them remained awake. "Heading to London, are we?" Stan confirmed before calling out to Ernie, "Step on it." Fortunately, Eve held tightly to the bus's handrail. Otherwise, she feared she would be flung from her seat. She gazed out the window, realizing they were no longer on Privet Drive. "We'll keep driving until you tell us to stop," Stan remarked. "We're almost in London." Eve fought the urge to be ill. The bus was careening far more recklessly than she had anticipated. A few more minutes of this, and she feared she might truly lose her composure. When she finally disembarked, it was well past midnight. She traversed the nearly deserted streets until she arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, pushing the door open. Old Tom was dozing behind the bar, and to Eve's astonishment, there were still numerous wizards enjoying drinks. She took a seat and ordered a cup of coffee, knowing the jostling of the night bus would prevent her from sleeping tonight. "Need a room?" Tom stirred, calling out to her, attracting the gaze of many patrons. "No. Thank you." She felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny, as whispers about her hair and attire began to circulate. She hastily finished her coffee and crossed the bar, heading towards the small courtyard to the west. Finding the bricks was not difficult for a seasoned Harry Potter fan. She quickly tapped them thrice with her wand, stepping into Diagon Alley. "I suppose I'll need to consider my visits to Harry more carefully in the future," she muttered, lamenting the discomfort of the bus journey. After purchasing a copy of the Daily Prophet, she returned, pondering whether she should don a cloak the next time she ventured out, given the way wizards had been staring at her. Chapter 9 Christmas. The ensuing days unfolded in monotonous routine. She spent most of her time at the castle practicing spells, occasionally encountering Mrs. Weasley in Diagon Alley, who appeared somewhat wary. She also brought Harry a stack of the Daily Prophet and several books from the wizarding world, though she had forgo sleep on those nights. As the chimes of Christmas rang out, Evangeline Good welcomed her first Christmas. The industrious house elves had tidied the house meticulously, and they dragged in a magnificent Christmas tree from the cellar, which had evidently been enchanted, for it appeared so vibrantly green that not a single leaf fell off during its transport. She granted the little elves a few days of respite, yet they seemed rather discontent. "No, miss, do you intend to abandon us?" Under her coaxing and somewhat irate commands, they finally grasped the reality that their mistress would be away for several days, granting them their first holiday in their lives. Evangeline touched the time-turner that hung around her neck. It seemed to have become a mere ornament, perhaps a one-time use. However, she still yearned to know how Severus was faring. Snowflakes began to descend gracefully, blanketing Diagon Alley, which she had traversed countless times in white. A few unfamiliar figures were busily clearing the street. "Merry Christmas, miss. You look truly beautiful." A golden-haired boy greeted her cheerfully. Evangeline smiled in return, slipping him a candy she had purchased days prior, while a woman hurrying from afar offered her an apologetic smile. "The child got away from me. I am sorry for the trouble." "Not at all. Your child is delightful. Merry Christmas." The first Christmas blessing from a stranger filled her with joy, and she felt her extravagant purchase of a custom-made Lolita dress to match the blue rose hairpiece was indeed worthwhile. As fate would have it, she encountered the Weasley family, who had also celebrated Christmas before. She even suspected they had installed a tracking device on her. However, the current situation was rather dire, as they were embroiled in a heated argument with a lavishly dressed family across the street. Mr. Weasley appeared quite furious. Indeed, it was the Malfoy family. She instantly recognized the serpent-headed wand in Lucius's hand and his signature pale golden hair. Evangeline could not stand idly by while this family faced such adversity, so she approached them. "Merry Christmas, sir and madam." Her soft voice broke the tension, and all eyes turned towards her. Evangeline flashed a perfect smile, attempting to shield the Weasleys with her petite frame, but her height rendered the gesture ineffective. Mrs. Weasley perceived her intent and raised an eyebrow. Narcissa was captivated by the beautiful and precious child, leaning down to pat her head. However, Lucius, upon catching sight of her white hair, seemed to recall something. Without uttering a word, he swiftly led his family away. "Does he recognize me?" Evangeline pondered, feeling that his gaze did not seem to reflect that of a stranger. Suddenly, she thought of the long silent time-turner. Could it be that she had returned to the past? "What a pleasure it is to see you again, Evangeline Good." The twins behind her spoke first, appearing to have had a smooth first year at Hogwarts. The Weasley couple and the proudly upright Percy also greeted her, along with the young Ron and Ginny, to whom she handed prepared bags of sweets. "We were just about to head to a nearby restaurant for lunch," Mr. Weasley said. "Would you care to join us?" Considering Mr. Weasley's meager salary supporting such a large family, Evangeline instantly felt that accompanying them would be a burden. She shook her head in polite refusal and watched them depart. Fred and George continued their incessant complaints. "Why don't we have any candy?" Thus, Ron's bag of sweets was inevitably snatched away. When they opened it, they discovered not only candies but also Merlin. She stuffed in a plethora of galleons. Mr. Weasley, nearest to Ginny, immediately opened her bag, revealing a significant number of galleons as well. The family stood in silence for a moment, feeling the awkwardness of their desire to distance themselves from her kindness. "I truly regret not asking her more," George remarked. "She always seems so alone." But Percy attempted to interject, only to be swiftly interrupted by the twins. They exchanged glances before sprinting back to where she had been, but she had long vanished from sight. Harry's holiday was far from joyous, as his aunt once again wielded scissors, intent on cutting his unruly hair, despite it being a futile endeavor since his hair grew back more rapidly than ever. Blast it! Unsurprisingly, he found himself thrown into the cupboard, which for him was preferable. Even perusing the moving photographs in the newspapers he had read countless times was better than being forced to entertain their tiresome guests. The mere thought of his aunt's face turning a purplish hue from anger made Harry feel as if this was the best Christmas gift he could receive. A flash of bright light appeared, and Evangeline materialized before him. "You actually learned apparition." Harry had heard her lamentations about not knowing that spell countless times. Yet this time she succeeded. "Oh yes, I am so glad you are not in that heap of a place. Of course, I do not mean to imply that this cupboard is a good location," Evangeline said, casting a charm to rid the area of dust, as she did not wish to sully her new dress. "Merry Christmas. To be honest, I was unsure of what gift to bring you." "And Merry Christmas," Harry stammered, accepting a beautifully wrapped box along with a pile of newspapers, awkwardly expressing his gratitude. "You really didn't have to bring me a gift." as I have nothing to offer you in return. It's quite all right. I have always enjoyed treating others, Evangeline replied. Besides, you are quite renowned outside. I doubt anyone would wish to miss the opportunity to give a Christmas gift to the great savior. Evangeline did not wish to dwell on the topic of his reputation, and Harry could only patiently await the time when he would understand it better. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Evangeline prepared to take her leave. Knowing he had nothing to offer her, Harry could only watch her disappear from sight. He opened the exquisitely wrapped gift to find a toaster that would toast bread by itself. Amusingly, the slices seemed to be transported from elsewhere. Curiously, he pressed a button, and a piece of toast that looked incredibly delicious appeared in his hand. He thought that perhaps his confinement would not be so dreadful after all. Meanwhile, Lucius contemplated the disappearing toast in his hand, lost in thought. Evangeline settled in a well-lit CAF, stirring her beautifully crafted cappuccino, feeling that Christmas lacked any excitement. Still alone, she had yet to encounter Severus. Outside, the snow fell heavier and she thought she saw a cloaked black figure, but before she could recognize who it was, it vanished from view. Once again, she found herself transported by the malfunctioning time-turner to an unknown location. December 25, 1972. Hogwarts. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an empty classroom. Evangeline glanced at the time-turner and discovered that it was indeed Christmas once more. Peering out the door of the classroom, she found no one and meandered aimlessly down the corridor, waking several dozing portraits that watched her with keen interest. Perhaps it was her striking white hair, or perhaps her classical Western European dress that set her apart from the students' robes. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Evangeline even greeted them. "Merry Christmas, madam. I must say your golden locks are exceptionally well maintained." The portrait elegantly curtsied in response, and Evangeline felt her spirits lifted. "You are Evangeline Good?" a hesitant voice from behind her uttered. She turned to see Severus, clad in a well-fitted robe. "I am so pleased to see you again," she exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. "Everything is well, isn't it, Severus?" Severus froze, unsure of how to respond, simply offering a muted yes. Like a select few, he had chosen to remain at Hogwarts for Christmas rather than return home. "I sense that your circumstances are rather dismal. I surmise that Potter and his entourage have been tormenting you." Severus believed there was nothing she was unaware of, so he simply turned away and chose not to respond. "And what of the bag of galleons I entrusted to you? I trust you have hidden it well?" The girl spoke as she trailed behind him, and Severus, belatedly realizing how conspicuous it was that she was not clad in wizarding robes, generously offered her his own to wear. "Cover yourself more thoroughly. Wait here for my return," he instructed, hastily departing without answering her query. Chapter 10. The Plucking of Fox Feathers. Eve Good stood alone for quite some time, during which not a single soul passed by. Perhaps the students had all congregated in the great hall. Through a nearby window, she observed the sun gradually descending towards evening. It was only when Severus, now reclad in his robes, hurriedly arrived that he seized her hand and dashed downstairs. Sometimes he wished the staircases would remain still, otherwise, he would not have spent over 10 minutes searching for her. Eve tightened the robe around her, but it was far too large and long, and on several occasions, she nearly stumbled. Was the cake delightful? And what of the bag of galleons? By the way, do you have enough robes to wear? Throughout their descent, Eve Good incessantly inquired, determined to keep asking until he responded. Severus's lips twitched as he scowled, ultimately replying, "The taste was acceptable. I still have the galleons. As for the robes," he paused, his expression darkening, "there are so many that I could wear them until graduation." The cake had indeed been exquisite. However, consuming it alone felt rather peculiar. The bag of galleons had been discovered, but with his wand in hand, he had given that drunken father a fright, rendering the man too terrified to return home for 3 days. Nevertheless, he had received a warning from the Ministry of Magic, but that was of little consequence. Regarding the robes, he still vividly recalled the scene when his roommate beheld the multitude of robes. How the news had spread remains a mystery, leading several Slytherins to mockingly refer to him as Robius Snape. As they conversed, they arrived at the great hall, where the doors stood wide open. Severus guided her to the center of the long table, and they seated themselves side by side. However, Eve Good's striking white hair was so conspicuous that it drew numerous curious glances from the surrounding students. Yet, the protagonist seemed blissfully unaware, burying her head in her robe, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells like you." Severus's face flushed crimson, and he playfully tugged her head out, delivering a gentle thump on her forehead. "Do not be so rude, miss. What gentleman would treat a lovely lady in such a manner?" Severus's face reddened further, leaving him unable to discern whether he was more vexed or embarrassed. The other Slytherins observed this oddity, puzzled by the appearance of a white-haired girl in their midst. "Children!" exclaimed Dumbledore, seated at the head table, appearing quite sprightly. His star-patterned blue robe rendered him most amusing. "Merry Christmas! Please indulge in your festive feast." To Eve's astonishment, a golden platter materialized before her. She glanced at Dumbledore, who winked at her, clearly intrigued. Suddenly, a delightful array of dishes appeared on the once empty table. Roasted pies, wine-soaked fruit pudding, roast turkey, and a plethora of savory meats. She also noticed an assortment of wizarding fireworks on her left, and without hesitation, she began to unwrap them. Boom! The loud sound startled the first-year students at the table, while the older students remained largely unfazed, though perhaps they were somewhat startled. However, the green smoke enveloping Eve obscured her view of anyone's face. "Severus!" She instinctively tugged at his robe. Severus merely shrugged. "If you're frightened, why continue unwrapping? How was I to know it would be so loud?" she retorted, feigning ignorance, though she was well aware of the potential volume. Simultaneously, a dancing white mouse erupted from the package, and Eve found it utterly fascinating. However, after performing a tap dance, it leaped off the table and vanished. For the next few minutes, Eve busied herself with unwrapping more fireworks, the explosive sounds resonating from her corner. Severus buried his face in his hands, striving to minimize his presence and resist the urge to relocate. She bore little resemblance to a Slytherin, particularly while donning their house crest. "You certainly seem to enjoy unwrapping these," remarked a girl beside her, a round-faced Hufflepuff. "Indeed," Eve replied gleefully. "I've never unwrapped anything like this in my life." Thus, she was soon gifted another batch of fireworks, from which emerged various hats and an array of peculiar fireworks, even prank toys and goldfish floating in midair. She forcibly placed a lacy hat atop Severus's head, employing sweet words to temper his irritation. "Very well, I'll wear it myself," Eve muttered to herself, but before she could, Severus tossed the hat into a nearby bin where a gaping mouth awaited. "Hey," she pouted, large tears streaming down her cheeks. The Hufflepuff girl shot a disgruntled look at the culprit, while Severus scrambled to console her, taking twice as long to cheer her up than it took her to sulk. He even willingly donned a newly popped-up tall hat adorned with flowers. Truly, a case of regrettable decisions. Were Merlin's angels truly so difficult to please? As all the desserts were devoured, the satisfying feast came to a close. Eve Good followed Severus with the throng of students, pondering why Dumbledore had not chosen to keep her behind. However, they had not walked far when they encountered him. Indeed, a cunning old man. The two were invited to the headmaster's office, where the myriad of furnishings captivated her curiosity, while Severus fidgeted nervously, contemplating his words. The girl beside him appeared blissfully unaware, her gaze wandering until it landed on Fawkes, the phoenix draped in red feathers, causing her eyes to sparkle. "Sir, may I pet him?" "Of course," he replied kindly, and without hesitation, Eve Good pulled the magnificent creature onto her lap, stroking its feathers and plucking a few. Severus, observing, felt as though he were hallucinating. "Do not be so anxious, my dear," Dumbledore reassured him, conjuring a sweet with his wand and handing it to Severus, who awkwardly thanked him before popping it into his mouth. "May I pose a few questions to this young lady of unknown origin?" Eve glanced at the hourglass on his chest, noting that there were still plenty of sand grains. She nodded, inching closer to Severus. "Where do you hail from?" "A faraway place, sir." Severus could not help but think that heaven must be quite distant from here. If Eve could hear his thoughts, she would surely burst into laughter, believing his words wholeheartedly. "And how old are you?" 9 years, sir." Fawkes struggled to escape, but she held him firmly, and after a few futile attempts, he lay still. Merlin, who understands the pain in his behind? This child has plucked all his feathers. "What is your name?" "Eve Good." His sharp gaze pierced through his spectacles, delving into her soul. Eve did not flinch but met his gaze head-on, prompting a smile from Dumbledore. "You have yet to attend school, I presume?" As he unwrapped a sweet for himself, Eve Good nodded. "One last question." Dumbledore leaned in closer to the pair, and Severus nervously glanced at Eve. "Which house do you believe you will be sorted into?" "Slytherin," she answered without hesitation. Severus almost visibly displayed his disbelief at her apparent naivety, yet simultaneously felt a surge of relief that she would be sorted into Slytherin. "Ah, splendid," Dumbledore declared, ushering them out. Eve Good harbored serious doubts that he had only asked so few questions out of concern for his phoenix. "My apologies for interrupting your time. Merry Christmas to you both." "Merry Christmas," Eve Good cheerfully replied in her youthful voice, planting a kiss on the poor phoenix before vanishing into the corridor alongside Severus. Behind them, the headmaster's gaze deepened, and he turned to Fawkes, who was now missing many feathers, falling into a contemplative silence. "It seems that in order to find this child, One must start the search from the home of the poultry farmer. Is this method not rather adept? Let us venture into the snowy expanse to gaze upon the stars. Severus Snape, unable to resist the allure of the girl's cherubic profile, refrained from denying her request. He chose not to inform her of the curfew that loomed for the night. It was peculiar how being in her presence seemed to lead his emotions by the hand. The two traversed the deserted corridors, stealthily circumventing the patrolling Filch, and finally emerged into the snow-laden grounds outside the school, where the heavens were adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. I must be mad to have come out with you. He had intended to call her a troll, but the thought that she might weep compelled him to swallow the words. It is truly beautiful here. Sitting on a nearby bench, Eve Good found the towering dome of Hogwarts to be even more profound than the night sky, and for the first time, she felt a desire to protect this enchanting place. How do you find your life at school? Quite well, if one could overlook that detestable group led by Potter. And what of your Lily? I do not like her. Oh, I do not believe that. The two then fell into a comfortable silence, leaning back and gazing at the vast expanse of stars. Time slipped away, perhaps the clock chimed 12 times, and Eve Good felt her body becoming light and translucent. A sensation that Snape also noticed. You are to depart once more. Indeed, but we shall meet again. When is the next time? Those dark, obsidian eyes turned towards her. Perhaps I have always been by your side, but I can only reveal myself at certain times. What ist? Merry Christmas, Severus. The girl extended her hand towards him, suggesting they return to stargaze together next time. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately missing that hand, for she had already vanished from his sight. Chapter 11 Belonging. Eve Good came back to her senses. The hand that had stirred her coffee remained poised as it had been before her departure. All was unchanged except for the fact that her pockets were stuffed with feathers from Fox, and she wore a cloak still warm from its previous owner. No one noticed the peculiarities about her, and those who did likely dismissed it as a trick of the light. Joyfully finishing her coffee, she stepped outside, where the previous dark figure had long since disappeared. This unexpected episode made her feel revitalized. The Slytherin blood coursing through her veins sometimes clouded her judgment and spirit. She could not distinguish between her own thoughts and those of this body. Perhaps it mattered not, for she, too, was a somewhat proud and solitary young lady, and that was of little distinction. She chose not to return home this time, instead wandering aimlessly while delivering a Christmas gift to Florin. Following this, she found a quaint establishment to dine in, awaiting the arrival of evening. Nightfall soon descended, the streets filled with laughter and merriment. Eve Good wove through the throngs of people, finding everything to be somewhat surreal. Cloaked in black, she concealed her striking white hair. In the center of Diagon Alley stood a magnificent Christmas tree, evidently enhanced by considerable magic, appearing even more beautiful against the darkening sky. People exchanged greetings and well wishes, whether familiar or strangers, and Eve suddenly felt as if she, too, did not quite belong to herself. She gazed up at the Christmas tree. Enthusiastic voices counted down. A custom among wizards. The clock struck 12 joyfully, the melody resonating as a Christmas carol. Eve Good felt a wave of happiness. Being surrounded by such warm-hearted individuals was undeniably delightful. Merry Christmas, she said, Severus. From that moment onward, she seldom left the castle. She immersed herself in the study of historical figures and their legacies, soon realizing that the names were increasingly familiar. Were they not the infamous cautionary tales she had encountered in those tomes on defense against the dark arts? It was said that they had yet to be found. She seemed to comprehend why these individuals willingly perpetuated curses. Those old wretches. Time swiftly passed to the last day of January, which happened to be her own birthday. After poring over enough material to induce a headache, she decided it was necessary to venture outside on this special day. As Eve Good strolled along, carrying a cake, she passed by a newsstand and belatedly realized how long it had been since she had last seen poor Harry. Yet, considering he had endured for so many years, a few extra days mattered little. She returned home without hesitation. Incredibly, I have once again celebrated my 10th birthday. Eve mused. Kind Merlin must be granting me a few more years. The candlelight cast a long shadow, and Gabriel looked up at her, perceiving her as a solitary Roman pillar, steadfastly standing in the hall for many years. In the end, she did not take a single bite of the cake, instead dividing it into 3 portions. One for Harry, another for Florin, and the last in hopes of encountering the Weasley family once more. Once again, she found herself in Diagon Alley, this time draped in an ill-fitting, hooded cloak. Florin was absent from the front desk, so she greeted the clerk and departed. She then used apparition to return to the cramped storeroom, where no one was present. She left the cake and a few newspapers behind. Today was meant to be a day of solitude, which felt rather dull. Back in her familiar spot, Eve Goode resolved to explore, only to collide with another hooded figure. He radiated an aura distinctly different from the ordinary, and she caught a whiff of death in the air. A potent sense of unease mingled with an inexplicable affinity sent shivers down her spine, compelling her to step aside. The individual said nothing, merely casting a glance in her direction, but that glance felt unsettlingly familiar. It was Quirinus Quirrell, the one who shared a body with Voldemort, this terrifying madman. The mere thought of the horror behind him caused Eve Goode's legs to weaken. Gabriel on her left arm raised his head, prepared to defend her with a fierce bite if the man dared to approach. Fortunately, a pair of strong hands steadied her, and turning around, she found it was Mr. Weasley. "What are you doing here alone?" Arthur inquired, looking perplexed. Following his gaze, Eve realized she had somehow ended up in Nocturne Alley. How had she come to this place? Stammering, she fumbled for a response and then offered him the majority of the cake. "It's my birthday today, sir. These cakes are for you to enjoy." Mr. Weasley looked at her in surprise. "Happy birthday, Eve Goode. Was this saved especially for us?" "Yes." "You've carried it with you all this time?" "Indeed. I thought we might meet again, so I brought it along. But what if we hadn't met? Then I would have discarded it." After all, she never particularly liked cake. Arthur recalled George's remarks at the dining table that day and the Christmas gifts. Feeling a pang of guilt. It seemed utterly absurd for such a young girl to spend her birthday alone. Without further ado, he pulled her along, suggesting, "If you don't mind, perhaps you could join us for dinner." Eve gazed at her tightened wrist in silence. "Do you think I could mind?" When Mrs. Weasley welcomed Mr. Weasley home as usual, and was surprised to see Eve Goode, she warmly ushered her inside, happily discussing the latest news. Eve Goode sensed that she had been accepted. She eagerly engaged with the hospitable lady, and upon learning it was her birthday, Mrs. Weasley appeared even more delighted than Eve herself. "Happy birthday, dear. I believe you are about the same age as our Ron." "Yes, ma'am." "Then it seems we'll be able to attend Hogwarts together." Fred, descending from upstairs, chimed in yes. George added, "Don't get too close to Ron," Fred whispered. "He's always a bit daft." "You'll catch it," George remarked. Eve Goode chuckled. "Happy birthday. How delightful it is to encounter you outside of Diagon Alley." The twins, chatting animatedly, settled down, and upon catching sight of the cake adorned with an abundance of strawberries, feigned expressions of astonishment, utterly incredulous that such a creation existed in this world. Molly cast them a sidelong glance before inviting everyone to partake in dinner. Eve Goode was reluctantly ushered to the candlelit cake to make a wish, and as she gazed into the flickering flames reflecting the eager faces of her family, she resolved what her wish would be. She intended to dedicate her first wish to the future war, hoping fervently that no lives would be lost in that conflict. With a soft puff, the candles extinguished, and the surrounding lights flickered back to life with a wave of her wand. Eve smiled as she accepted the well wishes of everyone present, but declined any gifts, expressing that sharing this meal was gift enough. Though the dinner lacked the perfection of the castle's culinary delights, Eve savored a sense of belonging that washed over her like a warm tide. She found her place in this world. After the meal, as she prepared to take her leave, the Weasley couple, sensing her determination, provided her with an address, hoping she would visit them often in the future. Gratefully, Eve accepted their kindness and stepped into the fireplace, vanishing from their sight. However, she never returned for another visit. Chapter 12. It's time for a hair Washington. Eve Goode dedicated herself to her magical studies with greater fervor than before, mastering the first-year textbooks with ease. Following a rather intense practical session with a mischievous house elf, she became acutely aware of her shortcomings. The elf, upon witnessing the scars on her fingers, nearly fainted in horror. "Miss, how could you harm yourself, esteemed lady? Such behavior is utterly intolerable in the Slytherin family." Eve, disallowing their self-destructive tendencies, prevented them from colliding with the columns. Merlin. She noted the cracks forming at the bases of the Roman pillars, so she tossed a pillow their way to cushion their antics, leaving the poor elf looking thoroughly frustrated. Throughout February, she found herself largely engulfed in slumber, her serpentine lethargy leading her to suspect that her body had been transformed from a snake. One day in March, she visited Potter as usual, then wandered to the Leaky Cauldron to purchase some second-year books and the latest periodicals. The manager, noticing her struggle, kindly offered to assist her with her burdens. "Oh, thank you, sir," Eve exclaimed, peering out from behind a towering stack of books. "I presume you offer home delivery services?" Alas, the answer was no. In a fit of frustration, she hurled the pile of books to the ground, imploring a nearby clerk to watch over them, and stormed out in a huff. Upon her return, she found herself accompanied by two owls, regretting not having considered such helpful creatures sooner. The diligent owls dutifully carried her books while she roamed about shopping, only to collapse in exhaustion upon arriving home, overwhelmed by their burdens. Fortunately, the house elves seemed quite adept at caring for the owls, allowing Eve to entrust them with the task while she ascended to play with her newly acquired wizard's chess set, indulging in a solitary match until the early hours before finally retiring to bed. These days felt dreadfully mundane, and she longed to visit Hogwarts. Cradling her robe while gazing at Gabriel, who lay curled up on the blanket, she lamented aloud, "How I wish I could go to Hogwarts right now." Gabriel, too weary to lift his eyelids, had heard this sentiment uttered countless times before. Thus, Eve drifted into a deep slumber, believing she would awaken by noon the next day. However, she was roused by a gentle nudge. "Hey, wake up." Eve stirred groggily, still half asleep. But a barrage of questions from the girl before her left her mind reeling. Seeing that she was unresponsive, the girl shook her more vigorously, which only prompted Eve's body to react before her mind could catch up. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She was uncertain of their origin. Yet her body insisted that crying was the appropriate response, so she succumbed to it. The girl, clearly flustered, instinctively scooped her up, patting her like an infant, and slowly, Eve's sobs subsided as she regained her composure. "Where am I?" Lily gently placed her back on the bed, and this time Eve remained silent, gazing up with her striking blue eyes. She noticed that the girl's hair was as white as snow. "You're truly beautiful," she couldn't help but compliment. Eve then turned her attention to the girl before her, who boasted a cascade of red hair and emerald green eyes, her features exquisitely defined, reminiscent of someone she knew, Lily Evans. When the child suddenly called out her name, Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. "You know me?" Eve scrambled out of bed, relieved that she did not have a habit of sleeping in the nude, for that would have been quite embarrassing. Irritated, she tugged at the ornament around her neck, cursing this unreliable trinket for not allowing her a moment's peace even in slumber. "Of course, for I am Merlin's little angel," Eve replied in her usual manner, donning the Snape robe she had brought along, which caught Lily's attention. "Is this Snape's robe?" she inquired, glancing at the label that clearly bore his name. Eve nodded, attempting to rise from the bed, only to lament discovering she had no shoes. "Oh no, this cursed time-turner, I'll have your head for this. I must find him." Her soft, childlike voice brooked no argument, and how could Lily refuse this enchanting child who claimed to be an angel? She scooped her up and began to carry her out, while Eve took the opportunity to wrap herself more snugly, ensuring her hair remained hidden. "What is your name?" Eve Good Moon." "So, you're quite familiar with Severus then?" "Yes, beautiful sister." This declaration delighted Lily, who carried her through a sparsely populated corridor. "Don't you have classes today?" Eve tilted her head in inquiry. "Of course, but not for me. Professor Horace has permitted me to practice potion making on my own, so I can use this class as a study period," Lily explained as she led her towards a classroom in the basement. "I happen to be with Snape, so you might get to see him too. But you're from different houses," Eve pointed out, recognizing the flaw in the arrangement. Lily appeared truly astonished. "You know that?" She guided Eve through a corridor adorned with portraits. "We were both granted special permission to brew potions, so we just borrowed a classroom, Severus." She opened a classroom door, and a blend of botanical scents wafted out. Inside, indeed, stood a dark-haired boy clad in Slytherin robes, diligently chopping ingredients, showing little reaction to Lily's call. "Did you bring the time tincture, Lily?" Lily, cradling Eve, slapped her forehead. "I forgot. I'm so sorry, darling. I meant to go to the dormitory for the tincture, but I completely lost track upon seeing you." "Aha, just remember to come back quickly," Eve obediently replied. Lily kissed her softly on the cheek before placing her on a row of chairs and darting off. At first, Severus did not perceive anything amiss, but as he was completing the final cut of the herbs, he abruptly halted. His gaze shot up towards the door, where the cloaked girl was evidently watching him. "Eve good." The girl seated on the chair yawned, appearing still drowsy. "Good morning, it's so lovely to see you." Severus hastily tossed the remaining herbs into the cauldron and rushed over to her. "When did you arrive?" Eve, her mind muddled, pondered for a moment. "I don't know. I found myself on Lily's bed when I woke up." Severus's brow twitched. It seemed her arrival was entirely random each time. He hadn't anticipated seeing her again so soon, especially with Christmas only months away. "What are you working on?" "Felix Felicis," Severus replied, looking quite pleased. "This is something only sixth years get to learn. The professor has allowed me to give it a try. Congratulations." However, Eve lazily gestured towards the cauldron of potion, suggesting that it was likely not a success. As Snape hurriedly approached the now charred concoction, Eve sensed that it was beyond redemption. Lily took great delight in witnessing Snape's potion-making failure. He was always so arrogant, much like that James. And sometimes it was good for him to face a bit of hardship. "Oh, Eve astutely picked up on the key figure. And Lily immediately blushed as she attempted to explain, though her expression conveyed disbelief. The failed brew. I must have forgotten to chop one more ingredient. Snape lamented, running his fingers through his hair in frustration, only to be interrupted by a haunting female voice that sent him into a frenzy. Time for a hair wash, Severus. Chapter 13. Revealing the future without a hint of guilt. Eve Goode watched as Lily tidied the disarrayed table, listening to her complain about a boy named James, whom she found exceedingly amusing. The two girls closed the door to the room, and Lily carried her out just as she had upon their arrival. You should return me to the dormitory, Eve said kindly. After all, I am rather conspicuous, and I am not even wearing shoes. Oh dear. Who would refuse to carry a charming little girl? Lily teased, playfully tapping her nose as if she were her little sister. Oblivious to the one who truly didn't know better. Lily, it's so wonderful to see you again. Upon hearing that voice, Eve felt reassured. She turned to see Potter and his entourage. The boy with the tousled hair appeared rather foolish, flanked by Remus, Sirius, and Peter. Who is this? James, not receiving an answer, seemed accustomed to it as he curiously examined the little girl cradled in Lily's arms. Eve Goode remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the cowering Peter, as if trying to peer through him. Lily felt it would be rude not to introduce the lovely little girl. So she replied, "This is Eve Goode Moon, a little angel. Whose child is she?" Sirius seemed intrigued. Eve withdrew her gaze from Peter, and when their eyes met, she appeared far more amiable. "Not at all," she replied for Lily, feeling quite fond of the handsome Gryffindor. "Actually, I was hoping to invite you to lunch today." Eve Goode noticed James's ears turning red and wondered if Miss Lily might grace her with her presence. "No, I think I'd prefer to dine alone," Lily replied coldly, recalling last week's prank on Snape, despite having warned them repeatedly not to disturb her friend. Thus, the group brushed past one another, with Peter glancing back at the girl, bewildered by her apparent hostility towards him, only to be met with a pair of green serpent-like eyes. Ah! This visibly startled him, while the other three looked at the fallen Peter in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired, as he trembled and pointed a finger at Eve Goode. Her eyes turned green, just like a snake. "You must be seeing things," Sirius scoffed, clearly displeased by Peter's dramatics. "If you weren't suffering from dementia, you would know her eyes are blue." Aye. Peter stammered, unable to defend himself. The group, seeing nothing further to discuss, continued on their way, disappearing down the corridor. Eve Goode's eyes returned to their original azure hue. She did not wish for this group to torment Snape for 7 years, and she needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both parties. After Lily carried her back to the dormitory, she cautioned her not to wander off. But Eve Goode was no ordinary, compliant Slytherin. Having made the effort to come here, she did not wish to spend the entire day confined to the dormitory, barefoot. She ran about freely. She tightened her robe and rummaged through the drawer for a few pins to secure the overly large fabric. Ensuring it didn't drag on the ground, she stealthily opened the dormitory door, only to collide with James Potter, who had been waiting outside for some time. "Do you need me to help you back in?" Eve Goode glanced at the chocolate he held. Realizing he could not enter the girls' dormitory, and was thus in a rather awkward position, James looked at her gratefully, and then Eve helped the future husband of Lily with a small favor. "I know you, James Potter." She pretended to scrutinize him seriously, and James appeared utterly astonished. "You know me? But I have no recollection of you." "That is of little consequence. However, I can assure you that I am aware of everything that will transpire in the future." Eve leaned against the doorframe, grinning mischievously. "You may ask me anything, for instance." "Like what? Will Lily eventually bear the surname Potter?" James immediately caught on, his face flushing crimson to the roots of his neck. Eve found his current state exceedingly amusing, and decided to engage him further. So what? Does that mean it's true?" "I could swear before Merlin that it is indeed true." Consequently, the boy's face reddened even more, and she watched him flounder. Anyone passing by would surely think he was having a seizure. "Wait, this clever boy seems reluctant to learn more. How do you know this?" "That is a secret. Everyone has one, though mine is somewhat larger." With 2 or 3 hours remaining until afternoon classes, James eagerly pulled her before his close friends, urging her to repeat what she had just told him. "Childish," Eve Goode muttered, yet she complied. The expressions of the 3 boys were nearly identical. They clearly found it hard to believe, for they were well aware of Lily's current feelings towards James, and this prophecy seemed more like a child's jest. "Don't let her fool you," Sirius said bluntly, a stark contrast to his charming demeanor, suggesting she might simply be toying with him. Eve Goode raised an eyebrow, determined to strip the sharp-tongued black of his bravado. "You," she said fiercely, "I have something to tell you." Thus, he was pulled aside to listen to this mysterious little girl. Initially, his expression remained haughty, but with each word she uttered, his face paled further, until in the end, he merely stared at her, utterly speechless. Well, I am not one to speak nonsense. Eve Good flashed him a confident smile, leaving Black astonished. Do you have any questions for me? Are you from the future? I cannot disclose that. She was uncertain of the cost of admitting such a truth. Naturally. The longer it remained hidden, the better. All right, then I simply wish to know your advice. He had never intended to place hope in the future, a term so nebulous. Eve Good regarded him with appreciation. Before making any significant decisions, always remember to confide in someone you trust. Do not keep others in the dark. Eve did not wish to elaborate further, as saying too much could backfire. It was akin to encountering a stranger on the street who accurately recited your name and address while knowing most of your secrets, ultimately describing a precise future. You would find it preposterous, even perceiving her as a lunatic who had been stalking you since birth. Also, do not place your trust in Peter too easily. Eve Good fixed her gaze upon him, and Black felt as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Always remember, even with years of friendship, this point must remain at the forefront of your mind. Do not reveal what I have shared with you. Like any seer addressing their little test subject, she warned him with a serious tone. She did not know the cost of this revelation, but it could very well alter the course of the future, potentially worsening matters. And she would not allow such a thing to occur. Perhaps, just perhaps, Sirius queried, what if something irreversible happens? Seek out Dumbledore, he will assist you. Having uttered these words, Eve Good felt a sense of accomplishment. The two of them made their way from the corner sofa towards the trio, with Black offering a slight nod, implying that they could place their trust in some of her statements. I still fail to comprehend, Black suddenly inquired as they approached James. Are those two truly together? Of course, Eve replied with a joyful smile. Isn't it utterly perplexing? It's almost as improbable as mistaking my socks for roast chicken. Lupin appeared eager to hear her predictions regarding himself. Eve shot a cold glance at Peter, who had used the pretext of a bathroom break to escape, letting out a huff. So, what would you like to ask me? She exhibited remarkable patience towards this amiable Gryffindor, lamenting that his fate did not match his earnest heart. Feel free to chat, it's just like conversing casually. Chapter 14, The Lavatory. You are Remus John Lupin, Eve Good pronounced his name with precision. You were bitten by a werewolf in your childhood, which necessitates your monthly visits to the Shrieking Shack. Lupin gasped, shock evident on his face as he looked at her. Eve Good gently patted his hand. I apologize, but your friends care about you more than you realize. They will make significant changes for you in the future. You will have a brave and fascinating wife. Lupin's face turned crimson as expected. You are a kind and upright Gryffindor, believe me. You are far purer and more valuable than you think, though at times you lack the courage to stand up. Lupin had to admit that she spoke the truth. Her eyes, unblemished and pure, instilled a firm belief in him regarding her words. Oh, but I have one favor to ask of you. Eve Good scratched her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. If necessary, I hope you can sometimes stand up to prevent your jokes about Snape. They are not amusing. She did not wish to see the two groups she cherished standing in opposition. Nor did she want them to face demise in the future, when they could possess so much goodness. As the group prepared to depart, Eve Good added, and do not bully Severus. She playfully stepped on the foot of the foolishly laughing James, prompting Black and Lupin to cover their faces in laughter. Consider this a foreshadowing of future expenses. Now James, could you perhaps display a bit of mature Gryffindor behavior to win Lily's heart? And I can assure you that Severus does not fancy Lily. Their relationship is one of pure friendship. How can you be so certain? James and the others gazed at the white-haired girl with curiosity, and it must be said that her air of mystery successfully captivated this group of troublemakers. Oh, that would be because I am his future daughter. Eve Good clenched her fists with a smile, wishing she could smack James across the face. He deserves to struggle to win Lily's affection at such a late hour. Wife. No, I am his wife. The flustered Eve blurted out, only to realize how foolish her words sounded the next moment. However, clarifying now would seem even more like a cover-up. You mustn't tell anyone. Eve Good's face flushed a shade akin to James's just moments ago. Oh. The others looked at her with keen interest, and as if on cue, they scrambled out of the lounge, soon encountering Lily and Snape, who had just finished their meal. However, this time they did not torment him as they had before. Snape, hurry along. Your future little wife is waiting for you in the lounge, James exclaimed, Black whistling in approval, while Lupin regarded him with envious eyes. What? Snape had already devised a strategy to challenge them verbally, his wand at the ready, but this group merely tossed a remark and fled, leaving him to grapple with the situation alone as James swept Lily into his embrace, leaving him with nothing. Lily, my destined wife. I trust you won't refuse to join me for a game of Quidditch now. Where did you learn that? Who is your wife? Lily's voice faded as she distanced herself, with James's shameless laughter echoing behind her. Alone, he felt utterly disheveled, even failing to acknowledge Eve as she emerged from the lounge. You washed your hair, Severus. Snape promptly forgot about James's mention of a wife, certain he wished to leave this place as quickly as possible. The floors of Hogwarts were still quite cold, and after a few steps, Eve Goode found herself reluctant to continue. I want to return to the Gryffindor common room, she complained. The floor is simply too cold. It won't be long now. He harbored a selfish desire for her not to linger in Gryffindor, where the 4 Potters were present. After a moment's hesitation, he crouched down and asked, "Shall I carry you over?" The girl standing on the cold floor pouted, looking as though she might cry. Without a second thought, Snape scooped her up and dashed toward the Slytherin common room. He could not bear the thought of facing the scrutiny of others again. Yet this inexplicably appearing girl seemed to brighten his life a little. He reached his room at what felt like lightning speed, thankfully finding it empty of any roommates. How did you end up in Lily's dormitory today? He inquired. Eve Goode shook her head. I don't know. I just woke up there. And you were with Potter's gang? That was merely a coincidence. The girl yawned, and then an awkward moment ensued as her stomach began to growl. I haven't had lunch yet, she admitted candidly. Snape pulled a few pumpkin pasties from his pocket, wrapping them in paper and placing them in her hands. I didn't bring these specifically for you. Don't get the wrong idea. You're such a tsundere. So stubborn. Your hair. You should just eat and not talk. Eve Goode laughed heartily, while Snape turned away, pretending to organize materials on his bedside table. Regretting having brought food for this ungrateful angel, the afternoon classes were to continue, and Snape firmly instructed her not to go outside. Eve Goode obediently nodded, but once he closed the door, she sat inside for 5 minutes before slipping out. Why did everyone want to confine her in the dormitory? She resolutely did not wish to stay. However, her stomach was beginning to ache, and she needed to find a restroom. As Eve Goode counted 8 turns and climbed several flights of stairs, she realized she was lost. Fortunately, there was a lavatory nearby, and she hurried inside, only to encounter a ghost. The ghost seemed to scream even louder than she did, causing Eve to recoil in terror, colliding with the wall of the lavatory. The unfriendly ghost scrutinized her before vanishing through the wall. I should have known that only Moaning Myrtle resides in the lavatory. Eve Goode lifted her robes and dashed into a stall. When she emerged, she spotted the sink across the way. Wow, I wouldn't want to miss this opportunity, even if it meant speaking Parseltongue. She skillfully located the brass serpent-headed tap, her pureblood Slytherin heritage enabling her to speak the language without needing to envision a real snake. Open. A flash of white light erupted, and the sink began to move, revealing a thick pipe before her. Eve Goode glanced at her empty hands, realizing she had no wand. Who would sleep clutching their wand? Taking a deep breath, she jumped in. The winding, convoluted passage seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eve knew she was not in any danger, and decided to shut her eyes, savoring the increasingly damp and chilly air. Just as she began to question whether descending alone was a wise decision, she fell to the ground, her body covered in wet, sticky mud. I truly hope Severus doesn't expel me for ruining his robes, Eve Goode muttered to herself, squinting to minimize her field of vision, while still allowing her to see the path ahead. After a few turns, she found herself facing a wall. The 2 entwined serpents carved above emanated a sinister aura, yet appeared strikingly lifelike. Eve Goode felt uncertain whether it was her own psychological state, or if the immense emeralds resembled Gabriel's eyes. I must be prepared for the serpent monster to emerge at any moment, Eve Goode thought. Unbeknownst to her, a muffled sound emanated from a short distance behind her. From the very place she had just fallen, someone else was approaching. Chapter 15. The Serpent Monster. As the 2 serpents slowly parted, the wall began to crack open from the center, gradually revealing a vast chamber before her. A dark, damp breeze swept past her sides, and from the depths of her soul, Eve Goode sensed an ancient calling, which alleviated her fear significantly. Lumos. She continued to converse in the language of serpents, and in an instant, the candelabra throughout the basement ignited, green flames flickering in the air as she beheld the expansive surroundings. On either side stood exquisitely carved pillars adorned with serpent motifs, and an unknown green gas gathered overhead, with each step echoing in the chamber. The footsteps behind her grew ever nearer, yet the rapid beating of her heart dulled her sense of hearing. She approached the towering stone pillar, which bore a statue of Salazar Slytherin. Speak to me. She felt her pupils elongate into slits, transforming into serpent-like eyes. Slytherin, the greatest deity in my heart. Something stirred deep within the statue, slowly ascending to the gaping mouth. Do not look at anyone with your eyes. Close them, Eve Good said coldly. Feeling increasingly out of sorts since her arrival, though she couldn't quite articulate what was amiss. A tremendous sound echoed nearby, indicating that whatever it was had clearly fallen to the ground. Eve Good slowly opened her squinted eyes to find an enormous serpent monster before her. Its scales shimmering a vibrant green, even more dazzling than Gabriel's. Its eyes were tightly shut as it approached, drawn by her scent. It gently nudged its massive head against her palm, and she patted its head. A thud resounded, the sound of something hitting the ground. Eve turned slowly, only to see a blond boy staring at them in utter shock, looking as though he might faint. When did he arrive? She hadn't heard a sound. Eve Good revealed a villainous grin, pulling down her hood, her white hair appearing eerie under the green light. The boy slumped to the ground, and she noticed his wand lying discarded beside him. Ah, you must be the son of Abraxas Malfoy, Eve Good pronounced, enunciating each word. The boy on the ground trembled in fear. Lucius Malfoy. The sweet, soft voice did little to comfort him, instead overwhelming his senses. Lucius never anticipated that sneaking back to school to evade others would lead to this. With a mere command from the girl before him, that colossal serpent could crush him to pieces. You know my father. You can't kill me. Watching a wizard older than herself quaking in fear, with his life resting in her hands, Eve Good felt a surge of exhilaration from deep within. Why should I heed your words, Mr. Malfoy? The serpent behind her flicked out its long tongue, revealing its horrifying fangs. She casually picked up Lucius's wand, gesturing it threateningly at his face. I can offer you money. Lots of money. Anything you need, just. Her laughter erupted like a melody from an unseen joke, reverberating through the empty chamber, and sending ripples through the green candlelight. I have no interest in your wealth or your life, she declared coldly in the next moment. But I shall ensure your memories of today remain intact. Eve Good effortlessly altered his memory, leaving the image of herself and the serpent monster embedded in his mind. Perhaps a useful tool for her in the future, preventing him from realizing his memory gaps and seeking her out again. She cast a spell to render him unconscious, and turned to pat the obedient serpent. Are you loyal only to me? The serpent hissed. I am loyal to every descendant of Slytherin, including you, Mississippi. Over 20 years ago, a Slytherin released you. The serpent continued, flicking its tail in agitation, stirring up a cloud of mist. I do not recall the passage of time, but I was indeed summoned not long ago. A non-pureblood descendant of Slytherin, and a pureblood. Eve Good wrenched a scale from the serpent, and used Lucius's wand to heal the wound. Whom will you choose? The serpent remained silent for a long while, and Eve Good did not rush him. She toyed with the vibrant, colorful scale, confident that any intelligent creature knew how to respond. The pureblood Slytherin, Mississippi. Of course you are quite wise. Eve Good tucked the scale into the pocket of her nightgown. I am the sole pureblood Slytherin of this generation. Before your death, I shall pledge my loyalty solely to you. Eve Good chuckled. Having made her decision, she knew she must prepare for all eventualities, ensuring that no factors disturbed her plans, even if it was a serpent monster hidden from the light. Then please ensure that no one else can summon you besides me. The serpent bowed its head in submission. Yes. Lucius was magically compelled to return to his original spot, and she cast a spell to make them both levitate, tugging at his collar as they ascended. At that moment, Eve envied Harry and his group, who had the luxury of flying on Fox, as this was taking far too long. By the time she returned to the lavatory, several hours had passed. Eve Good tossed Lucius's wand towards his still unconscious form, donned her hood, and departed swiftly. She needed to return to the dormitory promptly, prompting her to inquire with the portraits along the way. Finally arriving at the entrance to the common room, she correctly answered the password Snape had given her that morning, gaining entry from the portrait at the door. However, due to her sticky wizarding robes, the fat lady scolded her thoroughly. When she finally located her room, the last grain of sand from the pendant around her neck had vanished. She stared blankly as her hand passed through the doorknob, and from a distance, it seemed someone called her name. Was it Snape? There was no time to ponder further as she was suddenly transported to her own bed. She blinked her eyes, still disoriented, but the unfamiliar sensation in her hands caused her to bounce upright from the bed. Disgusting. The wizarding robe draped over her now seemed to have transferred to her hands, considering she had been sleeping with it, covered in mud. Eve frantically hurled the robe to the ground and dashed towards the bathroom, the sound of running water soon echoing from within. Damn it, useless time-turner. What a family heirloom. It's driving me mad. The time that followed passed swiftly. She found herself in a repetitive existence. The two owls at home occasionally brought her messages, which she named Percy and George. It's hard to imagine that two beautifully feathered owls with dyed tails bore such names. She attempted to visit Spinner's Inn multiple times. But her success was minimal, for the fireplace at Snape's home evidently did not connect to the public one. She had no choice but to use apparition, which often resulted in her splintering multiple times due to her hazy memory of the place. Notably, there was never anyone present during her visits. The house stood empty, leading her to question whether anyone actually resided there. For her own safety, she decided against returning. They would eventually meet again. During this time, Eve Goode was transported back several times, and she became the closest of friends with Lily, sharing everything. Occasionally, armed with her wand, she would join them in practicing. But more often than not, she spent time with Snape concocting potions, so even in his absence, she did not feel lonely. As the summer of the following year approached, a letter bearing a golden seal emerged from the fireplace, coincidentally as Miss Evangeline Goode was enjoying her morning tea at the table opposite. She walked over to retrieve it. The letter was addressed to Miss Evangeline Goode of Slytherin Castle, Little Hangleton No. 0, Britain. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, the address inscribed in gold ink, and the reverse bore the Hogwarts crest, shimmering as if enchanted. A beautiful red feather was affixed to the envelope, which Evangeline found increasingly familiar. Ascending the stairs, she fetched the bottle containing fox feather, discovering it to be an exact match. Surely, I do not recall Hogwarts having a tradition of sending phoenix feathers, she mused. Chapter 16, School Supplies Shopping. She unfolded the envelope, revealing more than one sheet of paper within. Setting aside the list of required supplies and the train ticket, she turned her attention to the other two sheets. One provided a brief overview of Hogwarts history, which she had nearly memorized from the book Hogwarts, a history. Thus her gaze fell upon the last note, which was exceedingly succinct. I believe you will appreciate the feather that Fox has chosen for you. I have concealed your enrollment for this term from several individuals. All is well. Albus Dumbledore. Evangeline found herself utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the precise implications of these words. However, it was written by Dumbledore, and she read it several times before gaining a semblance of clarity. She shared a close bond with Fox, so it was not entirely implausible that he would select a feather as a gift for her. Nevertheless, Merlin. She had plucked a tuft of his tail feathers upon their first encounter. Surely that was an unrealistic foundation for their friendship. What did he mean by concealing her enrollment? Was there danger lurking if it were public knowledge? Who were the individuals from whom he had hidden this fact? After much contemplation, Evangeline found herself at a loss for answers, pondering when this riddle-loving old wizard would learn to communicate more clearly. Redirecting her gaze back to the supply list, she noted the need to procure robes and various necessities. Then there were the textbooks, Standard Spells Beginner, History of Magic, Magical Theory, and Guide to Transformation for Beginners. Ha! Look what I have found! She exclaimed upon spotting the title Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, authored by Newt Scamander. Clearing her throat, she quipped. Do you think Dumbledore would send you condolences? While her books were in order, she still required uniforms and equipment. Thus she resolved to venture once more to Diagon Alley, perhaps to encounter the towering Hagrid escorting Harry there. Gabriel coiled around her arm as she stepped into the flames. Diagon Alley was evidently more vibrant than the last time she had visited, bustling with students animatedly discussing holiday escapades or crowding around shop windows. Evangeline tightened the hood of her cloak. She indeed needed to purchase a robe. She pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Here to buy Hogwarts robes, my little angel? The address caught Evangeline off guard, and she nodded. It seemed the shop was quite busy today. Please follow me. There are two young gentlemen trying on garments at the back. As she followed the woman through the shop, Evangeline noticed two boys engaged in conversation, though their demeanor appeared somewhat tense, and they looked vaguely familiar. Hey, Harry, what an unexpected encounter. Malfoy was discussing Quidditch with him when Harry, interrupted, cast a disgruntled glance in her direction. Evangeline removed her hood, revealing her cascade of white curls, momentarily stunning him. Evangeline Goode, Harry exclaimed, his face lighting up. Though he was preoccupied with measurements and unable to embrace her, Evangeline was directed to another stool for fitting, and thus they spoke from a distance. Harry? You are Harry Potter, the pale blonde boy nearly shouted. Evangeline and Harry turned to him, the former regarding him with an incredulous expression. The arrogant boy appeared ready to utter something further, but Evangeline's words overtook him as she eagerly inquired about his recent happenings, even mentioning Hagrid upon spotting him outside the window. He certainly looks robust. Indeed, Harry agreed, while Malfoy scoffed. Hagrid seemed to notice Evangeline as well. He stood frozen, oblivious to the melting ice cream dripping from his left hand. Humph, Malfoy snickered derisively, prompting Evangeline to cast him a frosty glare, sending a shiver down his spine. Have you all finished your fittings, dears? Harry and Evangeline simultaneously hopped down from their stools, politely waving to Malfoy before departing. At least Harry had yet to form a negative impression of him. This is Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Harry introduced, and Evangeline greeted him, noticing Hagrid's effort to feign unfamiliarity. Hello, I am Evangeline Good. It seemed the Time Turner would soon take her to more places, as she had not yet encountered Hagrid. Oh, of course, Hagrid stammered, a lovely name. At Harry's invitation, she joined their company, listening to him recount how Hagrid had managed to keep the Dursleys in line, especially the tale of Dudley's pigtail, which brought Evangeline great delight. Harry then expressed his gratitude once more. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know so much. Please accept these, he said earnestly, producing several galleons from a bag behind him. All those newspapers and toasters must have cost a pretty penny. Don't be silly, Harry, Evangeline insisted, shoving the coins back into his pocket. If you truly wish to thank me, how about treating me to a delicious ice cream like yours? It looks absolutely delightful. 3 minutes later, she held a gargantuan chocolate and raspberry sundae, sprinkled with crushed nuts, magically enchanted to delay melting. I've already purchased my books, but I believe I can still browse for new items. The trio entered Flourish and Blots, where Harry was captivated by a volume titled Spellbook and Counter Spells, while Evangeline noticed it was a book about pranking others. Hagrid promptly dragged him away from the display. If you haven't forgotten, I mentioned that using magic in the Muggle world is forbidden, so perhaps you should reconsider that notion of cursing your cousin. You always understand me so well. Harry averted his gaze, and while Hagrid was distracted, Evangeline slyly placed the book into her shopping cart. After purchasing a brass telescope and scales, they proceeded to the apothecary, where Evangeline caught a whiff of the herbal scent reminiscent of Snape's robes. They quickly acquired their necessary supplies, and Evangeline also purchased 2 unicorn horns, gifting one to Harry. You really don't have to, Harry protested, looking quite flustered. Evangeline laughed as she pressed it into his hands. Don't decline, I relish this nurturing feeling. Hagrid, overhearing this, cast a forlorn glance at the two, but remained silent as the trio exited the apothecary. Where to next? Evangeline inquired, carrying her purchases. I think I should head home to drop off these heavy items. Both boys understood her circumstances, recognizing that Evangeline preferred to handle matters independently without burdening others. They silently agreed and bid her farewell as they continued on their way. Upon exiting once more, Evangeline donned her meticulously chosen dress and wandered through the streets, finally halting before an upscale perfume shop, decisively pushing the door open. Bring me all your herbal-scented perfumes, she commanded. I intend to place a long-term order. The afternoon was spent sampling fragrances, many of which bore a cloyingly sweet aroma, until she encountered one that struck her. The scent of bitterness wafted towards her, reminiscent of moss and daffodil roots, instantly conjuring the image of a melancholic figure, cloaked in a tenderness concealed from the world. She felt an uncanny resemblance to him. I shall take every item in your store, declared Eve Good, exuding an aura of affluence that rendered the shop assistant momentarily blinded by her brilliance. Moreover, I intend to monopolize this particular fragrance. I do not wish to encounter its essence anywhere but upon myself. Chapter 17. The Express to Hogwarts. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was a month later, Hogwarts was commencing its academic year. Eve Good strolled across the marble floor of King's Cross Station, dragging a suitcase behind her. In her left hand, she carried a birdcage made of golden threads, which housed a rather rotund creature named Peggy, whom she fondly claimed was better off this way, thus transforming Peggy into quite the plump figure. She glanced up at the clock. It was 10:30. It was not difficult to discern a small section of the bustling crowd exhibiting peculiar behavior. Those were the young witches and wizards, accompanied by their parents, preparing for school. Eve. Harry rushed toward her, a look of urgency on his face, accompanied by his formidable-looking Uncle Vernon, whose demeanor was far from pleasant. What a coincidence, Eve Good replied, offering a polite smile to Uncle Vernon, who merely grunted in response. His expression, upon recognizing Eve's visage, was akin to that of a man who had just encountered a ghost. You've already located your friends, lad. However, it appears that platform is still under construction. Best of luck to you. With that, he retreated hastily, while Eve cast him a disdainful glance, wondering what warranted such a reaction from this bothersome fellow. Did Hagrid not mention this to you? Worry not, Harry, Eve Good reassured him. Do you see the barrier between platforms 9 and 10? Harry nodded. Simply charge straight ahead, and you shall pass through. Do not be anxious. With that, Eve Good marched directly through the wall. Harry rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and upon seeing others enter, he hurriedly followed suit. A magnificent vintage train awaited them, shrouded in billowing smoke that obscured the sky above. The cacophony of cat meows and owls hooting filled the air. And Eve complimented Harry's headwig, noting its pristine white feathers and adorable demeanor. But Eve, Harry asked uncertainly, I've always wondered why you placed a cat in a birdcage, despite its resemblance to an owl. Eve Good's eyes widened, mirroring the astonished expression of the owl, Peggy. The owl voiced its displeasure with loud calls to assert its identity. Oh, it simply consumed too much food. Eve Good quickly deflected the blame. It pesters me daily for sustenance, resulting in this rotundity. Peggy hooted even louder. But Eve feigned ignorance. So you would rather believe I intentionally placed a cat in an owl's cage than acknowledge it as an owl? Would you? This remark was merely her internal monologue. The two then proceeded to the central compartment. And after their 8th attempt to hoist Harry's luggage onto the train proved futile, Eve Good unsheathed her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The luggage effortlessly lifted into the air. Although she preferred not to reveal her magical prowess in front of so many, the burden had become unbearably heavy. How astonishing! You've mastered that spell without even attending a class. A head of fiery red hair suddenly bobbed up from behind Harry. It was Fred, followed closely by his family. I'm so glad to see you all again. Eve Good exclaimed, embracing each of them. My dear, I can hardly fathom how long it has been since our last encounter, Mrs. Weasley lamented. You Haventy reached out to us in all this time. Eva resigned, so I was quite occupied during that period. Eve Good replied, fabricating her excuse effortlessly. I missed you all dearly. She gestured towards the slightly anxious Harry, introducing him. This is the Weasley family, they are all exceedingly kind. And I trust you shall find them delightful. Of course, Harry replied cheerfully, feeling at ease in their congenial presence. This is Harry Potter. The atmosphere grew tense as Harry glanced nervously at Eve Good, who offered him a reassuring smile. Simply marvelous. Remarkable beyond words. Quite unbelievable. The two indeed played off each other, alternating handshakes as though meeting an extraordinary figure. Ginny, you should also extend your hand, Fred added, prompting the youngest girl to cover her face in embarrassment and flee. Oh, enough of that. You must cease this nonsense, Mrs. Weasley interjected. Yet Harry found the banter incredibly amusing. This is Ron Weasley, she introduced, who is of your age and also a first year. Hello, the two boys shook hands, marking their acquaintance, and shortly thereafter, Mrs. Weasley sought out Ginny, while the twins exited the compartment after sharing their names. The trio settled into their seats, with the two boys discussing Scars and the Dursleys, while Eve Good entertained Peggy, who still seemed miffed by her owner's fib. Gabriel, concealed within her sleeve, slowly poked its head out, only for Eve to impatiently shove it back. Your flannel perfume always has a bitter undertone. It's unbearable, Gabriel complained. Unable to converse with it at the moment, Eve Good delivered a swift knock to silence its grievances. 5. Now Ron is bemoaning his family. Bill and Charlie are so exceptional. Even though they have graduated, Eve Good mused, gazing out at the throngs of people, not paying much attention. Then she spotted Ron pulling out a sleeping gray mouse from his pocket. Hey, she exclaimed, only to realize her rudeness, and quickly covered her mouth. The traitor that betrayed Harry's parents was now before her, and yet Ron was affectionately stroking it, sending shivers down her spine. Harry looked at her. What's the matter? I'm sorry, but I've always had a great fear of mice, she stammered. If possible, could you return it? I fear I might, before she could finish her sentence. Ron tucked the mouse back into his pocket. You should have told me sooner. I thought you weren't afraid. The words just squash it were swallowed back by Eve Good as she nodded awkwardly, continuing to listen to the boys' conversation. Eve, didn't he inform me about her parents? Hagrid shared that with me. Prior to this, I was utterly oblivious about my heritage, Harry confessed, and Voldemort. Ron appeared to hold his breath at the mention of the name. Eve Good found this amusing, so she chimed in, indeed, that noseless abomination Voldemort. She enunciated the name with clarity, that despicable scoundrel, but fortunately, all is well now. Merlin's beard, Ron gasped, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Eve Good. What is it? Harry inquired. You both dare to utter the name of that dark wizard? He exclaimed, his admiration palpable. You must understand, hardly anyone does. Truth be told, I was unaware that his name was taboo. It doesn't signify any bravery on my part, Harry replied, but Eve Good appears genuinely unafraid of him. The two boys turned their gaze toward her, as Eve Good snorted dismissively. I have always looked down upon those who regard others' lives as mere refuse. He is a loathsome creature, is he not? Indeed, he is reprehensible, Harry agreed, finding himself increasingly fond of this audacious girl, while Ron nodded in admiration. Both boys in unanimous accord with her sentiments. The train departed from the station, and the young ones gazed out the window, where lush fields dotted with grazing cows and sheep stretched as far as the eye could see. Eve, you are quite diligent, Ron remarked. observing her as she diligently reviewed her first-year textbooks, marking the sections she found perplexing with a red pen. "May I see your book?" he inquired. Evegood handed it over, and he inhaled sharply. "You've read through all the first-year material?" His admiration for her deepened. "Indeed," Evegood winked at him, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "In fact, I have already begun reading the second-year texts." The train journey continued. As Harry recounted the mysterious arrival of Eve at their home when he was 9 years old, captivating Ron's attention, Evegood also mentioned her house elf, showcasing the snake that coiled around her arm. Ron expressed his envy, and then she began rummaging through her luggage as if recalling something. "What are you searching for?" The girl waved a book in her hand and tossed it to Harry. It was the Book of Charms and Countercharms. "I doubt Hagrid is aware of this." She chuckled mischievously. Harry clutched the book tightly, overcome with emotion, unable to articulate his feelings. Chapter 18 Hogwarts. As noon approached, the delightful sound of the snack trolley echoed down the aisle. A pleasantly plump woman opened their compartment door, inquiring whether they desired food. Evegood was not particularly hungry, while Ron, blushing, stated that he had brought sandwiches. Harry excitedly dashed to the trolley and soon returned with an armful of goodies. "I bet you must be famished." "Evegood." He placed the pile of snacks on their seats, inviting them to join him in feasting. "No, thank you," Ron weakly declined. But he was pulled along by Evegood to Harry's side, their curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar treats. "Chocolate frogs." Evegood pronounced each word carefully as she held the nearest packet. "Oh, Potter, I doubt you'll refuse to let me try some." She jested. "Why buy when you can indulge for free?" "You can have them all, no problem," Harry replied, munching on a pumpkin pasty, while Ron's mouth was stuffed with a cauldron-shaped cake. Despite his insistence that his mother had packed him sandwiches, as Evegood remarked, sometimes one craves a change of flavor. And thus the trio happily settled together to enjoy their feast. Evegood extracted a card from a chocolate frog. It depicted an elderly man with a long white beard who winked at her. "Oh, it's Dumbledore." Evegood winked back, and then the amusing headmaster vanished from the card. Harry studied the card with keen interest. "I still prefer these moving pictures. In our world, well, the Muggle world, pictures don't move. Muggles always come up with the most wondrous things. Don't they?" Ron appeared intrigued. "I've never seen a picture that doesn't move." Zing. A group began to open all the chocolate frogs in search of the card Ron desired. Harry's hands were soon full of cards. And the taste of the chocolate frogs was quite delightful, not overly sweet but rather refreshing. Gabby poked her head out from Evegood's sleeve, and took a bite of a chocolate frog that had escaped her grasp. The little creature wobbled unsteadily, but she managed to catch it again. "I really wonder if snakes can eat this stuff, but they shouldn't die from it, right?" Evegood murmured. They then sampled Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and bubblegum, during which a round-faced boy passed by, asking if they had seen his toad. The trio shook their heads, and he departed in tears. Ron recalled his own gray mouse but hesitated to mention it, remembering Evegood's fearful expression. Not that she was afraid. They continued their conversation until the compartment door swung open again, revealing Hermione, accompanied by Neville. She was momentarily taken aback by Evegood's long white hair and, upon learning that the toad wasn't there, closed the compartment door and departed. The discussion turned to Quidditch, but Eve showed little interest, quietly perusing her book while contemplating how soon Malfoy would enter this compartment. Indeed, not long after her thoughts, the door was pushed open once more, and she closed her book. "We meet again, if I remember correctly," Draco drawled in a long, haughty tone. "Harry Potter, and I'm Evegood," the girl replied, looking at him, causing Malfoy to blush slightly under the gaze of such a striking girl. "Oh, and Miss Evegood," he added. Two taller, more robust boys trailed behind him, rather unattractive, and Evegood glanced at them before quickly averting her eyes. She was indeed somewhat of a beauty enthusiast. "You must be one of the Weasleys," Draco remarked, and in Evegood's presence he did not exhibit his usual arrogance, though his tone still carried a hint of disdain. Ron seemed less than pleased with him, responding only with a dismissive grunt. The pale-faced boy scoffed, clearly eager to utter a few mocking words. At that moment, the girl interjected, "We still don't know your name." "Draco Malfoy," he declared proudly at the mention of his name. Ron stifled a laugh, but his foot was sharply stepped on by Evegood, who seemed oblivious to the slight. Thus, under Eve's guidance, the three exchanged handshakes, while Goyle attempted to snatch a chocolate frog, only to have Draco swat it away. "Don't take other people's things. If we run out, we can always buy more," he asserted, prompting Eve to relax her grip on her wand. Once that crowd departed, Ron leaned back heavily in his seat, grunting, "We shouldn't be so polite to him. You know, no family is better at currying favor than theirs. My dad says they've been bowing to the Dark Lord since the beginning, only to act as if nothing happened when he failed." Oh, Evegood replied, how frightening. It seems we should keep our distance from him. Their entire family is Slytherin, Ron scoffed. As long as we're not sorted into that house, we won't have to deal with him. I doubt any of us will end up there. At least if I do, I'd rather knock my head against the wall. Evegood gave a hollow laugh, crunching the head of her chocolate frog with a satisfying crack. Outside, the sky darkened gradually, and they decided it was time to don their robes. Evegood clutched her attire and headed to the lavatory on the train. A few minutes later, she returned clad in the flowing black robe. I'm so thrilled this moment has finally arrived, she exclaimed as the three disembarked. But upon seeing the pallor on her companions' faces, she hesitated. What's wrong? We still don't know about the sorting ceremony, Ron said, his face pale. My brothers told me it involves defeating a troll or something. That is terrifying. Hearing this only heightened Harry's anxiety. He would prefer to remain ignorant. They heard Evegood's laughter. All you have to do is wear a hat to be sorted into a house. Both boys appeared considerably relieved. I want to find Fred and George and have a serious argument with them. Eve glanced at Ron's slender frame with skepticism. As her mind conjured the image of the twins pinning him to the ground, they followed Hagrid onto the boat. And the brown-haired girl who had previously opened their compartment door also boarded. They exchanged names and soon engaged in lively conversation. However, Ron seemed less than pleased. As she pointed out a smudge on his nose. The sky was not very dark yet. Rather, it displayed a vibrant purple hue. Eve spotted a magnificent castle across the lake, its grandeur palpable even from such a distance, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. The tall spires seemed to reach for the heavens, as if they could pierce the very stars above. Several large windows reflected the setting sun's rays, sparkling like diamonds embedded in the ancient fortress. Eve recalled the starry sky she had once admired with Snape on Christmas Day. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the small boat began to sway, and Evegood dipped her hand into the frigid waters, gently stirring as she listened to the chattering of her companions. We've arrived. The students' boats docked at a sort of underground quay, and as they stepped onto the gravel and cobblestone ground, Harry and the others heard the delighted exclamations of round-faced Neville as he found his toad. The group quickly approached the enormous oak door. As was customary, Hagrid knocked 3 times, and the ancient door creaked open slowly. Chapter 19. The Sorting Hat. It was Professor McGonagall. The professor appeared to be exceedingly meticulous, her stern visage leading them into the room, instilling in Evegood a fleeting sensation akin to that of significant offenders on the brink of confinement in Azkaban. They ascended a marble staircase, traversing a door behind which a considerable clamor of voices resided, and were ushered into a rather small, vacant chamber. Professor McGonagall, in a grave tone, introduced the 4 houses and the sorting procedure, before departing with the assurance that she would return shortly to guide them. The sudden appearance of a throng of ghosts startled most of the attendees. Eve interrupted Hermione, who was fervently reviewing spells, to inform her that the sorting merely entailed donning a hat, noting that Hermione seemed somewhat disheartened by this revelation. The ghosts animatedly discussed the upcoming sorting and the game of gobstone, when one of them noticed the anxious first-year students below. You are the new arrivals, are you not? Eve blinked, the air laden with silence, clearly indicating that no one responded to his inquiry. Of course they were. They were simply awaiting their sorting. Let us move forward. We're about to miss our turn, a sharp male voice urged. Time swiftly passed amidst their anxious anticipation, and soon McGonagall returned, instructing them to line up and follow her. Eve found herself squeezed in the middle, wishing her name would be called later, allowing her to observe her peers being sorted into their respective houses, thus making her own turn feel more mysterious. As the double doors swung open, Eve's eyes widened in astonishment at the vast, opulent great hall, the most striking feature being the 4 long tables, each representing one of the houses. Illuminated by floating candles above, the flickering flames emitted no warmth, serving solely as light sources. The golden goblets and platters on the tables dazzled her eyes, prompting a sudden urge to pilfer a few for her personal treasury. Eve felt an intense gaze upon her, and she turned to find a well-groomed professor with slightly longer hair. His complexion bore a hint of fatigue, his meticulously styled black hair complemented by a sharp, hooked nose. He appeared utterly incredulous, having risen from the staff table, uncertain if she recognized him due to the distance. She focused intently on the resplendent ceiling above as McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before them, upon which an old, patched, pointed wizard's hat was set. As the hall's noise gradually diminished, all eyes were drawn to the hat, and Eve too regarded it as it split wide open and began to sing. While she would not deem the song particularly exquisite, it was undeniably memorable. The entire hall erupted in applause as the hat took a bow towards the 4 tables, then fell silent. McGonagall stepped forward, holding a roll of parchment, and Eve silently hoped that she would not be among the first to be called. Now, as I announce each name, that individual shall come forth to don the hat for sorting. Harry cast a worried glance in her direction, to which Eve responded with an encouraging smile. Hannah Abbott. The waiting was excruciating, and Eve felt her heart racing, involuntarily twisting her fingers around Gabriel, attempting to calm herself with its cold touch. The line of new students dwindled, with Ron and Hermione indeed being sorted into Gryffindor. While the haughty Malfoy went to Slytherin, Eve was certain that the hat made its decision in less than a second. Neville's blunder provided her some relief. Don't worry, Harry. Eve noticed the boy in front of her was exceedingly tense. Look, there are still 5 people ahead of us. Now there are 3, Harry replied. And now it's just the 2 of us. Harry Potter. The hall immediately buzzed with whispers, nearly every eye fixated on him. Harry, momentarily stunned, was nudged by Eve, prompting him to robotically stride forward, feeling as though he were clumsily moving in unison. After what felt like an eternity, the sorting hat finally announced Gryffindor. The boy walked towards a long table, where the occupants erupted in enthusiastic applause. Eve distinctly heard the twins' cheers. We have Potter now. Finally, it was her turn. McGonagall hesitated slightly upon seeing her name, and Eve felt her anxiety soar. Eve Good Slytherin. The hall that had cheered for Harry fell suddenly silent, the air thickening uncomfortably around her. What? Harry could scarcely believe his ears. She was a Slytherin? How could this be? Eve approached the sorting hat, placing it atop her head, and the world faded into darkness. A descendant of Salazar, a faint voice whispered in her ear. How curious. For you are undeniably brave and sincere, yet within you lies a vast abyss. Nevertheless, without doubt, you are a fine candidate. Where do you wish to go? Slytherin. Eve thought, I have never doubted that I belong to that house. Very well, the hat affirmed, then it is decided. Slytherin. Eve removed the hat, and to her astonishment, applause erupted from the staff table, where the very professor who had been observing her stood, clapping. It was inscribed Severus Snape. This must be a jest. That old bat couldn't he possibly be so amiable? Unsure, she glanced again. Seeing the headmaster rise to applaud, the Slytherin table erupted with excitement, their applause even overshadowing that of Gryffindor welcoming Harry. Thank goodness she didn't end up here, Fred remarked. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to call her. We have a Slytherin now? How utterly absurd. This just evidently did little to improve Harry's mood. He expressed his discontent. She doesn't seem like a Slytherin at all. Perhaps that was why she had concealed her surname. Eve endeavored to appear modest as she took her seat, flanked by unfamiliar Slytherins, with Draco opposite her, looking even paler than usual, accompanied by the ghostly figure of nearly headless Nick hovering beside him. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them. Chapter 20, Snape. I can hardly believe it, Draco Malfoy remarked, eyeing Eve. You are indeed a descendant of Mr. Slytherin. Others nearby chimed in, and Eve felt a slight headache brewing. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Then you must be pureblood, interjected Pansy, a dark-haired girl with an acerbic demeanor reminiscent of Harry's Aunt Petunia. While Eve did not subscribe to the pureblood ideology, she saw no reason not to leverage the advantages it conferred. She nodded indeed. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore stood, his face alight with joy as he opened his arms wide. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts. I believe we shall have a most memorable academic year ahead. However, before the feast commences, I would like to share a few words. Fools. Crybabies. Scum. The profound yet somewhat absurd phrases elicited a nod of agreement from a Slytherin upperclassman seated beside Eve. He resumed his seat as the hall erupted in cheers and applause. And suddenly, a sumptuous feast appeared on the tables. In stark contrast to Gryffindor's merriment, the Slytherin table felt rather subdued. Eve longed to engage in conversation. Glancing at the equally discomfort Draco, who was accompanied by the ghostly figure of nearly headless Nick. Their eyes locked, and they suddenly reached a silent consensus. Then the two began to engage in an animated conversation, and she had never found this arrogant young master so intriguing before. To avoid Pansy's piercing gaze, Eve brought her into the discussion as well. The three of them exchanged laughter and banter, which enlivened a portion of the surrounding audience, making their table quite lively. I can't believe you have peacocks at your house, Eve Good enthusiastically praised, which made Malfoy practically puff up with pride. Of course. I doubt anyone would refuse an invitation to visit our estate. He almost had the words "come visit my home" written all over his face. And Eve thought this young master was insufferably proud. I believe you would also agree to let me visit your home. Wouldn't you? Absolutely. Draco replied in a haughty drawl, causing Pansy and Eve Good to stifle their laughter behind their hands in unison. You must be that Slytherin, miss, a girl approached her. And Eve Good turned to see a senior with long hair and striking yellow eyes. She nodded politely. I hope you don't mind clinking glasses with me? It would be my honor to toast with you, senior, Eve replied with impeccable decorum. After they clinked glasses, the senior departed. I truly wish to know her name. Eve Good mused. She is quite beautiful. You are beautiful too, Eve Pansy remarked enviously, gazing at her white hair. Then the girls began discussing beauty care, an area where Eve Good felt she had less experience than they. We have won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, a senior beside Eve Good boasted. I believe with your addition, we can achieve even greater heights. That remains to be seen, Eve Good silently scoffed. Although she was indeed eager to help Slytherin win the House Cup, the delightful dinner drew to a close, and to her own surprise, she found herself becoming fast friends with Pansy, deciding to subtly correct the misguided admiration for pureblood supremacy among these little snakes, which would serve her well in future endeavors. Eve Good glanced towards the Gryffindor table, but was saddened to see them engrossed in conversation, oblivious to her presence. Silently, she sliced into a delicious petal sausage, which she found quite palatable. As the last dessert disappeared, Dumbledore stood up, and the murmurs in the hall ceased. He first issued a warning against entering the Forbidden Forest, then reminded everyone not to use magic in the corridors, and spoke about the Quidditch tryouts. Finally he declared, anyone who wishes to avoid accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Eve Good heard the laughter of the twins and Harry, which he found immensely entertaining. Then came the joyful singing of the school song. Eve Good was delighted to see Quirrell's face freeze in horror. She imagined that if the Voldemort beneath the hood had any awareness, he would be quite distressed. The golden words flowing from wands unfolded before everyone. A song with lyrics but no melody. Eve Good found singing it exceedingly embarrassing. Yet she maintained the demeanor of a diligent student, and sang it verbatim. Opposite her, Draco's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, his face flushed crimson, resembling a red lantern. Don't you find this embarrassing? Pansy whispered to her. Eve Good joked in response, not at all. Don't you find it amusing? Then she cast an odd look at her, as if it were utterly incomprehensible that she shared a taste with the headmaster. When the Weasley twins finally finished a song set to the tune of a funeral march, the delightful banquet came to an end. Just as Eve Good was about to leave with the others, a voice called out to her. It was a slightly magnetic, somewhat accented voice with a velvety quality, the very voice she had longed to hear, Severus Snape. Draco appeared quite pleased to see him, and Eve's companions greeted him in sparse numbers. Snape nodded in acknowledgement, turning his attention to the bewildered Eve Good. Come here, he said, and Eve noticed the corners of his mouth twitching upwards in a restrained smile. I need to discuss a matter with you. She was led to his office, which was brighter and warmer than she had anticipated. She was directed to sit across from him, and Eve Good blinked her bright blue eyes at him. Is there something you need, Professor? The question darkened his expression immediately. Call me by my name, he insisted, his black eyes fixated on her as if fearing she would vanish at any moment. Oh, dear Severus, she replied cheekily, and his face darkened further. Eve leaned in like a mischievous child who had just pulled off a prank. Did you wash your hair today? I could very well expel you, Miss Slytherin, he retorted, although he seemed on the verge of calling her a troll. The words caught in his throat. Well, then I shall take my leave, Eve feigned, rising from her seat, but Snape swiftly stood and pressed her back down. It seems my arrival has disrupted your blissful moment. A familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind Eve Good. Professor Dumbledore, she exclaimed joyfully, and accompanying him was a vibrant phoenix. Fawkes has been eager to see you, Dumbledore chuckled, as Eve cradled the phoenix in her arms, stroking its feathers as it affectionately nudged her. You must understand, Dumbledore said, pulling up a chair for himself, as your headmaster, I feel it necessary to provide some assistance to the heir of Slytherin. This is a secret. Your dormitory differs from the others. It is a single room, which I specifically requested from the school. Any additional costs will be covered by me. Oh my, Eve Good exclaimed appreciatively, and Snape cast her a glance. Finally, you must adhere to the school rules, Snape said sternly, and Eve found his serious demeanor amusing, considering that your headmaster is quite busy. It is only natural that he might not promptly handle certain matters. Oh, so does that mean I can occasionally bend the rules by accident? She teased. However, you cannot deliberately break the rules, Snape remarked, having discerned her intentions, poking her forehead with his wand as he enunciated each word carefully. Eve Good rubbed her slightly sore forehead and gave a haphazard acknowledgement. If there's nothing further, we can take our leave, Snape concluded this brief exchange. But Eve raised her hand. You say, she began, I would like one of your robes, Professor Severus. Then Eve, along with Fawkes, was unceremoniously ejected from the office. Fawkes! Dumbledore exclaimed. However, moments later, they were called back. Alright, I understand, Snape groaned, feeling a headache brewing. She always used their acquaintance to seek favors. Though he was somewhat willing to oblige. He opened a cabinet with his wand and selected a robe, tossing it over her head. Off you go. The two departed the office, and just before leaving, Eve playfully plucked a feather from Fawkes. Fawkes. Dumbledore's voice sounded heartbroken. Yet the silly bird seemed unfazed. Merely pecking at Eve's hand. She lifted it and kissed it, only to be pulled away the next moment. Hey, I haven't said goodbye to them yet. Call me Professor outside, Miss Eve Good. Professor Snape. The two navigated through the winding corridors until they reached a portrait at the end. Pure blood. Snape uttered the password, revealing a circular opening in the wall. It seemed he preferred not to walk behind her, so he cast a spell to widen the entrance, allowing them to enter together. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the water, featuring a grand fireplace that added warmth to the ambience. However, through the transparent glass, something dark appeared to be swimming. Eve nervously clutched the edge of Snape's robe. At that moment, the place was deserted, allowing them to swiftly traverse the area. Snape assisted her in opening a door, directing her toward a room at the end of the corridor, marked only by a name, Eve Good Slytherin. They arrived. As she opened the door, she was met with a room that could almost be described as luxurious, leaving her momentarily speechless. Snape appeared quite pleased with her reaction. He waved his wand to draw back the drapes of an opulent four-poster bed, and ignited the fireplace in the corner, while Eve Good slowly stepped inside. Actually, I could afford a single room myself, she hesitantly remarked, pondering the exorbitance of such a splendid chamber, especially with the presence of a solid gold toilet. That toilet was your request, he replied. When did I ever make such a request? She retorted, indignant that he would suggest such a thing. However, the toilet, gleaming with golden splendor, did pique her curiosity. Could it be relocated to her own vault? You will request it in the future, he asserted. I certainly will not. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Snape's mouth as Eve began to unpack her belongings, carefully placing each item out, including a freshly plucked phoenix feather that she inserted into a vase. Good night, I must take my leave. Good night, Severus. He closed the door behind him, and Eve finally arranged her last item. Though it was quite late, she insisted on taking a bath and changing into her nightwear before retiring for the night. Gabriel slithered from her arm onto the blanket, transforming back into a giant python beside her. I remember his scent, he hissed, the boy we saw during our passage. Yes, Eve Good responded, feeling her eyelids grow heavy as she drifted into slumber. The following day, Eve Good's biological clock roused her as usual. Groggy, she rose and, upon seeing the faint morning light filtering through the window, realized where she was. She was now in Hogwarts, completely immersed in its enchanting surroundings. And she would see Snape every day. Woohoo! She exclaimed, rushing to the bathroom to freshen up, while Gabriel, displeased, flicked his tail, which she had inadvertently stepped on. She tied a deep green silk scarf into her hair. Truth be told, she was rather reluctant to sit on that brilliantly golden toilet. Minutes later, accompanied by Gabriel, she exited her room, finding the outside still tranquil, with few people in the common room. Good morning, Slytherin, someone greeted her. Eve Good responded warmly. I actually prefer it when you call me Eve Good. She passed through the archway of the common room. I've never seen a first year up this early. A girl remarked, her white hair strikingly beautiful. Thank you. Eve Good's voice floated back from a distance, eliciting laughter from them. The exuberance of the first-year students always uplifted spirits. The boy beside the girl lowered his newspaper, commenting, everyone seems rather fond of this eccentric Slytherin identity and noble bloodline. Yet she is both polite and amiable. At this time, the Great Hall was also sparsely populated, but laden with a bountiful spread of food. Eve Good casually seated herself and served herself a steaming bowl of porridge, while curious glances from the long table were cast her way. Look, that's the Slytherin, someone whispered. Where? The one with white hair? Merlin, I've never seen such a pure hair color. She certainly woke up early. The breakfast time passed amidst a chorus of chatter. Eve's owl Pidgey swooped down, gently placing a package before her. Wrapped in silk, it was evidently enchanted to withstand her sharp talons. She unwrapped it to find a bottle of perfume. She had already paid for a semester's supply of 1 bottle a week, and she was quite pleased with the shopkeeper's amiable demeanor. Her first class was potions with Gryffindor. Eve Good strongly suspected Snape had altered the class schedule. As she carelessly strolled out of the Great Hall, she bumped into Harry and the others. Oh, she said, good morning. Good morning, I hope all is well. Harry replied sullenly. Ron explained, this morning, a large group surrounded us, eager to witness Harry's prowess. Ron, Harry interrupted tiredly, eliciting laughter from both him and Eve Good. Think of something cheerful, she smiled at them, From today onward, we shall reside here, and you no longer need to stay at your aunt's house. Indeed. Harry appeared noticeably more cheerful, and the two bid each other farewell. Eve Goode followed the schedule in search of her classroom, finally stopping in front of an underground chamber. She pushed open the door. Inside it was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of anyone. Curiously, she surveyed the wall adorned with taxidermied animals, spotting a jar containing a bat's wings, which she was tempted to take down for a closer look. "Mind your hands," a voice unexpectedly rang out behind her. Eve Goode was immensely relieved that she had not yet touched the jar, for it would have surely fallen. She turned to glare at Snape, who had appeared seemingly from nowhere. "Miss Goode, you ought to learn to show appropriate respect to your head of house," Snape chided, taking down the specimen jar. Eve noticed it was labeled bat wing of a rabbit-faced bat. "I trust someone has taught you that one should not touch things indiscriminately." "Oh," Eve replied disinterestedly, choosing a seat near the front. Just then the classroom door swung open once more. It was Hermione. "May I sit with the Gryffindor students, Professor?" Eve Goode eagerly glanced at Snape, who remained at the taxidermy table, granting his permission without turning around. The two girls took their seats together, engaging in conversation about the upcoming lesson and breakfast. Snape, having removed the specimen jar, approached the lectern. Approximately 15 minutes later, more students gradually filled the classroom. Draco sneered at Eve Goode and the Gryffindors, yet he honestly chose to sit behind them. Pansy and a group of her friends entered, opting for seats in the lower right corner of the classroom. "Now we shall commence with roll call," Snape spoke in his customary tone, picking up the register to call out names one by one. When he reached Harry he paused. "Yes, the illustrious, resounding savior." Eve Goode heard Draco laugh, and she turned to glare at him, momentarily leaving the platinum-haired boy taken aback. "Harry Potter." Once the roll was complete, he lifted his gaze to address the class, his sharp, icy stare sweeping over everyone except Eve Goode. "I trust you are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making, rather than to engage in foolish antics in my classroom, Malfoy. I hope your eyes remain fixed on your fellow classmates at all times." Chapter 22, Potions Class. Draco, who had been glaring at Eve, averted his gaze, pouting as he lowered his head. "I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death." He spoke languidly, his voice not loud but sufficient for all to hear. "But only if you are not the kind of imbecilic fool I often encounter." Eve noticed Hermione leaning forward, and she sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Eve Goode, startled. She quickly stood. "What can be obtained from crushed hibiscus flowers and unicorn hair?" "Felix Felicis, sir," Hermione chimed in, seemingly confused, as most in the classroom were unaware of what it was. Snape appeared quite satisfied. "Now, enumerate several ingredients required for the potion of luck." Eve Goode recalled the failed concoction she had seen during her time travel to Snape's second year and quickly responded, "Time tincture, horseradish, and perhaps sea onion bulbs and sea anemone stems. Very good. It seems you have perused the advanced texts." Snape's voice carried a hint of pleasure, while Hermione's expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a deity. Many gasped in astonishment. "She is simply deceiving us," Ron whispered to Harry. "She clearly told me on the train that she had just seen the second-year books." Snape shot a glance at Ron, who promptly fell silent in fear. "Now, casually describe the preparation of any potion." Eve Goode possessed an extensive repertoire of potion formulas, and after eloquently sharing her knowledge, she generously awarded Slytherin an additional 30 points. It was quite unimaginable. Hermione seemed to harbor an overwhelming curiosity to pry open her mind and uncover the vast array of information contained within, while Eve modestly smiled, acutely aware of the admiring glances directed her way, which afforded her a sense of satisfaction. Then came the exhilarating hands-on portion of the lesson, where they were paired off to concoct a potion for treating carbuncles. Gryffindor, as always, found themselves at the receiving end of Professor Snape's criticisms, and to Eve's astonishment, Draco was not exempt from this fate. He exerted too much force while crushing a snake fang, sending it bouncing onto the floor, which promptly earned him a scathing remark from Snape. As the chaos unfolded, Eve had already prepared her potion, and as Snape passed by her side, she tugged at his robe. Noticing the round-faced boy beside Harry, she whispered, "He is contemplating putting a hedgehog quill into the cauldron." Snape then dragged his cloak and rebuked Neville, his roar audible even from a distance. Eve mused that this was preferable to the pitiful Neville being scalded and sent to the hospital. At that moment, Hermione leaned over, asking if Eve could take a look at her potion. Naturally, Eve was more than willing to assist the diligent little witch. And when she suggested Hermione add a bit more dried nettle, Hermione appeared genuinely astonished. The delightful potions class soon came to an end, and indeed, Eve was asked to stay behind to assist in tidying up. As Harry and the others exited the classroom, Hermione continued to chatter about Eve's brilliance. Thank goodness I deliberately added 3 ounces less of dried nettle, Hermione remarked, and guess what? She noticed it instantly. Indeed, Ron chimed in. It's truly remarkable. Considering she's a Slytherin, no offense. Harry and Hermione finally redirected their attention back to the task at hand, while Eve diligently organized her belongings. Snape interjected, you ought to focus on your own work rather than observing the actions of others. She recalled her earlier reminder to Snape regarding Neville and smirked slightly. But I've finished, she gestured, such a flawless potion. He had even lavished praise upon it before class concluded. Snape remained silent, merely waving his wand, which magically cleared the classroom's disarray, leaving Eve wide-eyed. Are you jesting with me? Mind your language, Miss Good. Professor Snape, you are jesting with me. Mindful. Yet not entirely so. It was baffling that a task easily resolved with a wand had been left for her to clean half the classroom alone. Fuming. Eve followed closely in his wake, intent on glaring daggers at him, yet he exhibited no response. What's the next class? Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Eve glanced at her schedule. I'll escort you, Snape stated firmly. Who would refuse a free guide? She happily trailed behind, having completely forgotten about Snape's earlier tasking her with cleaning the classroom. If you need anything, seek me out, he casually tossed over his shoulder before decisively departing. And Eve complied as she entered the classroom. Pansy, who had followed, linked arms with her. And they chatted and laughed as they found an empty table to sit side by side. You actually sat with Gryffindor last class, Pansy bluntly remarked. And Eve recognized this as characteristic of her style. I heard that Hermione Granger is a mudblood. If you dare utter that word, I will contravene school rules on the very first day of term, Eve replied coldly, and Pansy understood she was serious, as she had already drawn her wand. I didn't mean it that way, Pansy hastily explained, not wishing to leave a poor impression on Eve, a pure-blood Slytherin, as her family had advised her. Eve relaxed her grip on her wand, softening her tone. You know that's a most uncouth and derogatory term. Yet Pansy's gaze remained fixed on her. Of course I know, Pansy replied, somewhat miffed. You must understand that a wise Slytherin does not look down upon someone because of their blood status or lineage. Eve decided to elucidate her reasoning for defending Hermione from their perspective. What we truly disdain are those foolish, inflexible dullards. I think you ought to employ your clever mind to ponder this issue rather than fixating on blood status. Pansy appeared somewhat bewildered. This was the first time someone had spoken to her in such a manner. A clever adversary was far superior to a dim-witted companion. Do you understand? I suppose. It seems you two are a simple-minded brute, Eve mused internally. In any case, remember, knowledge and morality are the true measures of a person. Draco leaned in to overhear their conversation. Blood status can only categorize wizards into the tiers you've devised, but true greatness is unbound by blood. For knowledge is the true driving force propelling an individual forward. How profound, Pansy remarked, slightly lost but gazing at Eve in awe. Is this in the upper year textbooks? You're quite dim, Pansy. Draco interjected, clearly understanding, prompting Pansy to cling to Draco for clarification. The tabby cat lounging in the corner slowly opened its eyes, regarding Eve with a knowing look. Dumbledore was right. She was indeed a sensible girl. As class time concluded, the tabby cat leaped onto the podium, transforming into Professor McGonagall, leaving everyone astonished. She began by dictating a plethora of complex vocabulary that they were required to jot down. And then they were permitted to draw their wands to perform a spell to transform the matchsticks before them into needles. Pansy fumbled her way through a grammatically incorrect incantation. And Eve watched as the needle sprouted legs and attempted to flee. She swiftly snatched it back. Hey, in a way you were somewhat successful, weren't you? Pansy found it amusing as Eve played with the needle, letting it go and catching it like a cat with a mouse until she grew weary and drew her wand, casting the stopping spell. Yet it was evidently too late, as Professor McGonagall was now standing at their table. Ladies, quite a useful charm, wouldn't you agree? Professor McGonagall maintained her stern demeanor, causing Eve to instinctively retract her neck. Eve, good, please demonstrate. The matchstick indeed transformed into a silver needle, not merely resembling one, but a genuine needle. Professor McGonagall praised her extraordinary talent, and awarded Slytherin an additional 10 points. There's writing on it, Later. Eve observed Professor McGonagall displaying a meaningful smile, not revealing what it was but returning it to her. Eve hurriedly glanced at it, discovering that the crooked letters formed. Eve. What's wrong with you? Pansy inquired. Why is your face so red? Merlin, how is it that the needle I conjured has Snape on it? Chapter 23. The Library. The pleasant morning came to an end, though not without its imperfections. as Professor McGonagall assigned an extensive amount of homework. After multiple attempts to persuade Pansy to buckle down with her studies proved futile, Eve ventured into the library alone, eager to complete her assignments swiftly, so that she could have ample time to delve into her second-year texts. Upon finishing her morning tasks, she realized it was getting late. She quickly gathered her belongings and departed, mindful that it was already lunchtime, and she had no desire to miss out on the sumptuous feast. In the following days, she attended numerous classes alongside the Gryffindor Lions, and she was pleased to note that her words had yielded results. Pansy and Draco's attitudes had improved, prompting subtle changes among other families, even ones they had yet to recognize. After 2 consecutive potions classes, Hermione, accompanied by Harry and Ron, called out to her. "Eve Good. I hope it's not too forward, but I was wondering if you might join us. Occasionally in the library to study?" Hermione appeared somewhat anxious, clearly nervous in the presence of her idol. Of course, she readily agreed. "I've been hoping for someone to study with." Draco meanders about daily with his 2 lackeys, while Pansy seems somewhat perplexed by her insatiable thirst for knowledge. Well, it appears that for the past few days, she has been studying alone, and it would be splendid if someone could join her. The group agreed upon a time to disperse since there were no classes scheduled for the afternoon. Eve Good decided to return to her dormitory to fetch a book, and upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a specimen jar on her bedside table. It was unmistakably the winged specimen of the cleft-lipped bat she had observed a few days prior, and there was no need to ponder whose handiwork it was. Severus Snape. Meanwhile, a certain old bat concocting potions in the dungeon sneezed, suspecting he might be coming down with a cold. Gabriel, upon catching sight of her, swiftly changed his expression, quicker than the turning of a page. "This must be a gift for me." Eve Good placed it beside the vase adorned with a phoenix feather, where the two seemed to coexist in a peculiar harmony. Gabriel felt that perhaps it was best to take a nap, as his master had been rather eccentric since arriving at the school. At 4 o'clock, the 4 of them gathered as agreed in the library. Eve presented them with her completed potion assignment, cautioning Ron and Harry against directly copying it. "You must grasp these concepts, otherwise how will you cope?" "Em sorry," Harry said, "but what is it?" "You can think of it as the equivalent of a midterm exam in the Muggle world," Eve explained. "I assure you, if you perform poorly, expulsion is a distinct possibility." "What?" Madame Pants shot a glare at Harry, prompting him to lower his voice. "I thought there wasn't any." "How could that be?" Eve Good began perusing her History of Magic book, employing a feather quill set with emeralds to commence her assignment. It is worth noting that this examination is standardized across the globe. Otherwise, how could anyone face expulsion or retention? "I truly do not understand how you managed to remember all of this," Ron remarked, observing Hermione laboriously penning her lengthy essay. "Professor Bin's lectures are perpetually so dull." Eve nodded in agreement, and for the next 3 hours, they devoted themselves to diligent study, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. "I can't shake the feeling that Snape dislikes me," Harry stuttered, casting a sidelong glance at Eve, who remained unresponsive, and the others turned to listen. "Why?" Hermione inquired, nearing the completion of the short paper Professor McGonagall had assigned. "He always looks at me with that expression," Harry said awkwardly, "and he constantly points out my mistakes." "Ron can attest to that." "But you did indeed misorder those potion ingredients," Hermione pointed out. "You need to reflect on that." "He is not unkind to me," Eve Good interjected. Ron quickly replied, "That's because you're a descendant of Slytherin. Just think about it. It's an honor for him to teach Miss Slytherin." Eve Good was uncertain how to respond with a smile, while Hermione elbowed Ron, who looked bewilderedly at her. "I didn't mean it like that," he stammered. Just then, Ron received 2 light taps on the head, perfectly symmetrical, from Fred and George, who had overheard his comments. "I can't believe you would say that, Eve Good," George said, appearing somewhat irate. "She is undoubtedly a fine girl. Her surname has nothing to do with it." They greeted the 2 troublemakers before the 6 of them settled down to chat together. "Tomorrow, I will have my very first Quidditch lesson," Harry exclaimed with excitement. "And I'll be with you all." Eve Good nodded. She too was looking forward to the class. Speaking of Quidditch, Ron began recounting his thrilling stories. But his twin brothers clearly were not inclined to let him bask in praise too easily, continuously undercutting his tales. Like Hermione, Eve found herself disinterested in Ron's repetitive narratives, and began debating the techniques for gripping a broom from Quidditch through the ages. That evening, they decided to visit Hagrid, and Harry enthusiastically invited Eve Good to join them, a suggestion she found delightful and accepted. As the sun began to set, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid." Harry knocked on the door. "We've come to see you." Hagrid's voice echoed from within, but simultaneously, they could hear a large dog excitedly barking. "Back Fong." "Oh." I'm so glad to see you. A clipping from the Daily Prophet lay on Hagrid's table, and Evegood gestured for Harry to take a look. It was a news article about the break-in at Gringotts. Hagrid, that day happened to be my birthday, Harry said nervously, and we were there when the incident occurred. The giant seemed unable to meet Harry's gaze. In fact, he avoided eye contact with everyone. Just then, the rock cakes finished baking, and he distributed them among the three of them. Ron took a happy bite, only for everyone to witness his contorted expression. What's wrong? Is it not good? Hagrid looked a bit disheartened, to which Ron replied, no, of course not. They're truly delicious, while clutching his aching jaw. And soon he found himself with nearly all of the rock cakes. As they walked back to the castle, many eyes were upon them. Not merely due to Ron's nearly bursting pockets, but because of the savior Harry and the Slytherin descendant Evegood. Each time someone regarded her with such scrutiny, Eve felt an uncontrollable sensation akin to an evil lurking deep within her, a feeling that often ignited her temper. For instance, just now, blocking their path was the haggard Madame Norris, whose appearance was nothing short of unfortunate, and she was inexplicably baring her teeth at them. Oh, what an ugly creature! Ron muttered, wishing to give it a swift kick, yet knowing that such an act would only invite Filch's wrath. Evegood glanced at the cat, if it could still be called a cat, and its eyes transformed into serpentine slits, intimidating it. They could hardly believe the horrendous yowl that erupted, a sound utterly discordant with its lethargic demeanor. It screeched loudly and darted away, and Evegood was satisfied as she withdrew her gaze. They parted ways at a corner, and Eve watched as their figures vanished at the top of the winding staircase, then turned to walk alone down the sparsely populated corridor. Chapter 24. Quidditch Lesson Extended Version. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, Evegood immediately noticed a throng gathered around Draco, who was undoubtedly boasting about his unparalleled flying skills. Draco, noticing her entrance, warmly invited her to join in listening, and the crowd made space for her, forcing Eve into a seat with a slight frown. You simply cannot imagine, he exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, and the onlookers leaned in with rapt attention, while Evegood feigned mild interest. At that moment, I was completely unprepared. Riding atop my broom, you know, the latest Nimbus 2000. A chorus of odd gasps followed, as if they were all envious of him. Eve thought it was less valuable than her collection of perfume. And then, using my exceptional agility, I successfully evaded that muggle helicopter. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted, and Evegood, lacking any enthusiasm, offered only a token clap, relieved that Draco had finally concluded his daily grandiloquent monologue. She stood to leave, catching Draco's attention. Where are you going? I just remembered something I left in the potions classroom. Evegood replied, I think I need to retrieve it now. Fine, fine. The platinum-haired boy conceded, allowing her to depart, only to witness Pansy being drawn into the conversation. It seemed that nearly all Slytherin students had participated in this exhilarating sport. Merlin helped her. She realized that after being there for so many days, she had yet to even touch a broomstick, and she couldn't help but worry for herself. Like Hermione, she resumed her relentless perusal of Quidditch through the ages. The following afternoon arrived swiftly, and as usual, they attended class with Gryffindor. Eve gazed towards the distant Forbidden Forest, pondering how she might sneak past Filch to explore it at night. Now Madame Hooch declared sternly, everyone, stand by a broomstick. Hurry up. Evegood swiftly took her position, noticing Pansy casting her a reassuring glance. She extended her right hand to rest upon her broom and proclaimed, up, up. They shouted. Evegood found her broom utterly unresponsive, yet Pansy's obediently leapt into her grasp, prompting her to look toward her for assistance. Perhaps you ought to assert yourself with a bit more conviction, Pansy suggested. That's how my father taught me. All right, let me give it another go. Evegood inhaled deeply. Up. Still, the broom remained motionless. I truly suspect this is a muggle broom that somehow infiltrated our ranks, Evegood muttered in frustration, just as the broom, as if comprehending her words, began to roll away on its own. She stared incredulously as it scurried far off, landing at Draco's feet, who evidently found the recent spectacle amusing. Hey Evegood, he remarked, his tone laced with mirth, though not derision, your broom has come to me. Kick it back. She huffed, that muggle broom. A few members of Gryffindor chuckled, while Madame Hooch appeared somewhat displeased. The broom was then kicked back, and this time, commanding it to rise proved significantly easier. Then an unexpected incident occurred. Neville's broom whisked him straight into the air. Oh dear. Poor lad. It seems luck was not on his side when he was created. She and the others watched him ascend higher, until he slipped off the side of the broom, plummeting to the ground not far away. Child. Madame Hooch rushed over, her words a blur of concern, seemingly offering comfort, before she lifted her gaze and shouted, I'm taking him to the hospital wing. Now everyone put your brooms back in their places. Otherwise, I assure you, before you've uttered a single word about Quidditch, you will be expelled from the school. Come along, child. It turned out that dealing with one Malfoy only led to another. She glanced at the guffawing Oswald Wellingtons. Look at him. How utterly amusing. Eve Good, alongside the Gryffindors, clenched her fists. Some of his followers chimed in agreement, while Pansy remained silent. And Draco directed a look toward Eve Good. Hey, watch your mouth, Oswald. It seemed some were keen on protecting a fool. An unattractive Slytherin boy chimed in, and they erupted into laughter, albeit awkwardly, as few joined in. Wellingtons bent down to retrieve something, and Eve discerned it to be a memory orb, belonging to Neville. I suppose I should toss it into a ditch, he mused, earning the approval of his followers. Eve Good grimaced in disdain as Pansy tugged at her sleeve, while Draco distanced himself from Goyle and Crabbe. Return it to us, Wellingtons, Harry interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Look who is speaking, Ron thought. Finally finding someone whose elongated tone was more grating than Malfoy's. It's our savior, Harry. I wager you haven't even touched a broom today, have you? I suggest you silence yourself. Eve Good felt a surge of indignation, but more importantly, he was insulting her friend. Wellingtons hesitated, then began mocking Eve Good's poor broom handling skills, causing Pansy to feel the temperature drop around them as she silently stepped back. I reckon you shouldn't associate with those foolish Gryffindors all day, he remarked, observing Eve Good's expression, which remained a mere smile. Oswald transitioned from uncertainty to a more aggressive stance. No Slytherin has ever been like you white-haired freak. The Gryffindor lions glared at him with murderous intent, while Crabbe restrained a seething Draco, and Harry felt it was time to confront him. Eve's form froze for a moment, as Pansy sensed something ominous brewing in the air, continuing to distance herself. Eve Good slowly turned her head, and Wellingtons felt an alarm ringing deep within him. Are you instructing me? The cold, unfeeling voice caused his body to stiffen. Are you attempting to dictate my allegiances, Oswald Wellingtons? Her eyes glimmered with a perilous green light, and Wellingtons was certain he must have hallucinated, as for a fleeting moment, he beheld Eve Good's eyes transform into serpent-like slits. Or do you believe, she articulated with precision, that your status grants you the right to belittle me? The air around her seemed to coalesce into a tangible darkness, swirling ominously and accentuating her eerie presence. Harry sensed that events were spiraling beyond control. Wellingtons appeared embarrassed by such derision in front of his minions, and forced himself to regain composure. My mother said you're just an orphan. He attempted to inject sarcasm into his tone, but Harry had already charged forward. You think you're so clever? Boom. In an instant, he was sent flying, those terrifying dark tendrils viciously grazing his exposed skin, leaving him bloodied and battered, crashing into a nearby blackened mire. The crowd gasped at the sight, realizing it was not Harry who had acted, nor Draco, but rather Eve Good, who stood there with an expression almost unchanged. Yet the veins on her forehead pulsed with the intensity of her fury, while those who had just echoed Oswald's taunts now seemed to have vanished, leaving a heavy silence in their wake. The memory orb soared high into the air, likely at an impressive altitude. Eve was certain that if it were to fall, it would shatter upon impact. Harry, go retrieve it, she commanded. Still reeling from the recent events, Harry instinctively mounted a nearby broom. Even Hermione had forgotten Madame Hooch's warning against their use. As they watched Harry dive to snatch the memory orb, Eve Good acknowledged his remarkable talent, for he landed with impeccable grace, just before crashing into the ground. However, no one erupted in applause or admiration, perhaps due to the Slytherin lying nearby, uncertain of his fate. Even so, no one approached him, while Eve Good remained steadfast, a statue of unyielding resolve. Harry Potter. It was Professor McGonagall's voice, accompanied by 2 sets of footsteps. Eve did not turn to look, aware that she must appear terrifying, still trembling with rage, her green eyes unyielding. How dare you? Professor McGonagall panted. Do you have any idea of the severe consequences you could face, like breaking your neck? I have never encountered anything like this. Utterly shocking. No one spoke. Harry remained silent, feeling half of his body numb. McGonagall seemed to sense something amiss. What has transpired? What was that sound? Malfoy turned his head away, unwilling to respond, while Pansy rushed to his side. The Gryffindors chose to remain silent. None wished for this Slytherin girl to face punishment. Eve Good. A hand rested on her shoulder, and she inhaled the familiar scent of herbs, the chaotic magic within her calming as her eyes returned to blue. At that moment, McGonagall noticed Wellington sprawled in a pool of blood not far away. She discerned the connection to Eve Good in her student's eyes, shifting her gaze to Snape. Leave matters concerning my house to me, Snape declared in a tone audible to all. You may attend to your own affairs. Thus Harry was escorted away. while Ron and Hermione remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. However, some Slytherins could no longer contain themselves. "Professor Eve Goodchi, silence." The speaker was met with a fierce glare from Draco, while Goyle brandished his fist, significantly larger than those of his peers. "Insulting others, boasting, bullying classmates. Oswald Wellington's is to be confined for a month," Snape declared, and Pansy couldn't help but notice that Snape's fury bore a striking resemblance to Eve Good's. The cleansing of the Quidditch brooms this term would fall squarely on him. Gryffindor members inhaled sharply, and Ron felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Someone should escort him to the infirmary. He didn't even bother to check on how Warrington was faring. A few individuals stepped forward to help him away. "What about me?" Eve Good raised her head, the sunlight obscured by Snape, and her face was devoid of any brightness. He was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her inquiry. "Acknowledge your error, and accompany me to my office." Then she was called away, leaving the scene steeped in silence, as no one dared to speak. They all assumed Eve was summoned for a reprimand, and it was a long while before anyone broke the quiet. "So impressive," Parvati Patil remarked. "How did she manage that?" Dean Thomas's eyes sparkled with admiration. "She'll be expelled." Hermione seemed to exert every ounce of her strength to utter this statement. "She won't," Ron countered, though he could not ascertain the conviction behind his words. Meanwhile, the Slytherins were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Eve Good would so boldly injure him. And even more unfathomable was their ignorance of how she accomplished it. "To provoke her is the most foolish act in the world," Millicent Bulstrode proclaimed, and Draco found this sentiment quite reasonable. Such behavior was indeed uncouth. Pansy appeared utterly enraged, exclaiming, "How dare he?" The others remained silent, each calculating their own thoughts. But it was clear that none would dare to cross Eve Good again. Though she did not subscribe to the archaic family's almost fanatical ideologies regarding blood purity, she remained resolute and ruthless. Eve was instructed to take a seat on a cushioned armchair, yet her body remained tense, a steaming cup of cocoa placed before her. "Speak." Snape's voice was devoid of inflection, though it softened noticeably. "He insulted my family." Amusingly, she had no family to speak of. "No, es na periplaid." His endless eyes fixed upon her. She looked up in confusion. "I mean, how do you wish to handle him?" Eve stood there, momentarily stunned. "You need not treat me this way. It was I who rendered him in this state. I ought to be punished." "You should not." His tone left no room for argument. Eve felt that any further words would betray her emotions, leading to a long silence. "Why?" She broke the stillness. "What? Why are you being so kind to me?" Snape felt as though he had been transported back to his third year, when he had earnestly posed a similar question to her. How had she responded back then? "Because you are Eve Good. You deserve this." That sentiment was far too sentimental for him to articulate aloud. Oddly, although she did not wish to cry, tears streamed down her cheeks in sorrow. This was not the Snape she knew. Where had that greasy, scowling back gone? It seemed those around her had changed somewhat. Was it due to her presence? Chapter 25, Worthy. Eve Good emerged from Snape's office with an almost serene demeanor. To her surprise, Pansy and Draco were waiting for her. "How are you?" She rushed over, embracing her. "I'm fine," Eve assured. Draco, accompanied by 2 lackeys, approached as well. "If you get expelled or something, I'll write to my father to ensure your safety." Malfoy glanced at the closed office door. "But I doubt Professor Snape has been harsh on you." Not only was he not harsh, but he also offered me hot cocoa and a selection of delightful pastries brought from the Duke of B. But why would there be such things in Snape's office? "Nothing of the sort, thank you, Draco." She also embraced the platinum-haired gentleman, who appeared slightly flushed. Then, the 5 of them departed, as it was time for their meal. As they entered the great hall, the chatter diminished significantly. Many turned to gaze at the white-haired girl. Eve Good, walking down the center, finding her utterly remarkable. "Well done, Eve," Fred shouted. "You've set the record for the fastest entry into school." Laughter erupted around them, and Eve discerned the underlying tones, a smile curling on her lips. Harry's gaze remained filled with concern. She mouthed reassurance to him that she was unharmed. "Yes, rather entertaining, isn't he?" Even Pansy could decipher the implication. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students craned their necks to observe her, neglecting their meals. Hardly anyone refrained from discussing the incident. As someone passed by, Eve heard, "Your white hair is beautiful." She responded with a genuine smile. Finally seated at the long table, everyone engaged her in conversation, as if that could alleviate her discontent. Warrington had been spoiled. His actions were evident to all. Eve nodded politely in response to each inquiry, internally lamenting that she did not wish to encounter such turmoil so soon after the term commenced. "I will definitely write to my father." Draco. ever protective of his chosen companions, declared vehemently, "He won't get away with this." She returned to the Slytherin common room with the group. Learning about Harry's exceptional entry into the Quidditch team, genuinely pleased for him. However, Draco appeared less than thrilled. The scion of the Malfoy family could not abide anyone surpassing him in Quidditch. "Cheer up." Evegood seated herself on the left sofa, braiding Pansy's dark hair. "I'd love to hear about your Quidditch exploits. If you're willing, I could even attempt to arrange for Harry to join you." "Training? Do I look as if I need it?" Draco scoffed. Yet he spoke with great enthusiasm about his thrilling experiences. Eve had cause to suspect that 80% of his tales were fabricated, especially when he claimed that Muggle bicycles could ride on water. When bedtime arrived, Eve found herself utterly untroubled by fatigue. She made her way to her room, and then suddenly stumbled. After several months, she was whisked away by the time turner once more. A spell attacked her, and she instinctively drew her wand to deflect it. "Evegood." She recognized the familiar voice, and soon Lily embraced her. "Long time no see." Why are you still so small?" Lily gestured to compare their heights, and it was then Eve realized just how much they differed. "It's been ages." She stowed her wand and surveyed the surroundings. It appeared to be a battleground, and before her sat James Potter, who seemed still shocked by Eve's sudden appearance. "You're bullying Snape again," she scolded the tousled-haired boy across from her, then turned to see Snape, disheveled on the ground. She extended her hand to him, but he stubbornly refused her assistance, pushing himself up instead. "What's going on?" she inquired of Lily, who shot a glare at James, who looked as though he wished to flee. "Today in potions class, I was demonstrating with Snape, and somehow he decided to duel Snape. Look, you come back." Evegood tugged on his cloak, pulling him back. "Look at the mess you've caused. I told you not to bully Snape. This won't win you any favor with Lily." "Eve." Lily's ears flushed crimson. "Could you be a bit more serious? By the way, what year are you in?" It was at this moment that the three realized Evegood was adorned in Slytherin robes. "You're a Hogwarts student," Lily exclaimed with delight, seemingly unperturbed by her house affiliation. Snape appeared somewhat astonished. She had indeed become a Slytherin. Eve straightened her posture, radiating confidence. "There's nothing I cannot accomplish." "So what year are you all in?" "Third year, but that's irrelevant." Potter drew his wand again, and Snape cautiously observed. "What matters is that we are to duel. Understand, Evegood? What's with this nonsense?" Evegood shielded Snape from behind her. "If you have the courage, face me." Hey, Lily weakly attempted to mediate, but it seemed futile, so she quickly pulled Snape away from the battlefield. "Just so we're clear, whoever knocks the other off wins." Evegood felt her wand hand tremble. Despite having practiced dueling with her house elf, it did not change the fact that she had never faced another opponent. With a flurry of spells erupting around them, Evegood deftly evaded a portion of the incantations while deflecting others with a flick of her wand, executing the reverse banishment charm. Potter found himself suspended in mid-air, eliciting a laugh from Lily. "It appears I need not be the one to send you flying now," she remarked with a knowing smile. Satisfied, Eve retracted her wand, while Snape felt increasingly convinced that there were no secrets left from her. "Despicable, utterly despicable," James exclaimed, shaking his head. "You Slytherins have such underhanded tactics." "This is strategy," Evegood replied, striding confidently towards him. "Come now, don't be angry. I'll lower you down shortly." "Don't bother," James thought, his head feeling light and dizzy from the blood rushing to it. He longed to be released immediately. Then he heard Eve inquire of Snape. "Has he bullied you again?" A chill ran through James as he sensed something ominous. "Yes. A few times?" After her last visit, it seemed the vile little group had ceased their torment of him considerably. Yet Sirius persistently interrogated him about where his little wife had disappeared to. How absurd it was that he was unaware of having a wife. "I don't know, can't recall," he stammered. Eve raised her wand, nearly causing James to cry out in fright. "We hardly ever troubled you, Snavellis." "I suggest you choose your words carefully, Potter. We have hardly ever troubled you, Mr. Snape." Intimidation proved effective. Eve relished this admirable display of opportunistic prowess. After a minute of further punishment, she finally lowered the unfortunate Potter and dismissed him and Lily. "What?" Lily mused, bewildered. James, in a fit of love-struck delusion, convinced himself that Evegood intended for him to appear weak before Lily, thus justifying his attachment to her. He silently praised Eve's cleverness, resolving to refrain from pestering Snape for the remainder of the term. "Evegood, can you refrain from concocting such bizarre scenarios?" They met again, and Eve, having grown accustomed to the exchange, failed to notice she had unwittingly revealed his future identity. Snape suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What? She was actually one of his students? How have you grown more foolish since our last encounter? You didn't suffer from one of James's jinxes to the head before I arrived, did you? Snape's expression darkened. I truly admire your imagination. I doubt even if you drank 100 bottles of the most potent potion, it could surpass your current state. What a pity my visits are not regular. Evegood dismissed his jibes, lost in her own thoughts. But if they ever go too far in bullying you, do tell me. Snape paused, as did Eve, her gaze meeting his. Why? Why are you so kind to me? Oh, how familiar that question sounded. Because you are Snape, she replied, her eyes reflecting a faint glimmer. Snape felt a corner of his heart illuminated. You deserve this. Chapter 26, The Howling Letter. They wandered through an empty corridor, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness as Snape steeled himself to speak. I am studying the dark arts, you understand. The girl wore an expression of knowing disbelief. Yet she showed no inclination to distance herself, which put Snape at ease. You want to try to stop me? No, she answered without hesitation. Snape felt compelled to clarify. These are malevolent forces, scorned by many. Most who have dabbled in them ultimately become dark wizards. Oh, Lily has also been urging me. I suspected as much. His exasperation with her nonchalance was palpable. You don't think I would become such a person? Not at all. Evegood grasped his long flowing robes. And Snape suddenly perceived her as akin to a sister. Those with love in their hearts, even when teetering on the brink of darkness, would not forget their true selves. But I am a Slytherin, you know, Snape continued uncertainly. It is a breeding ground for dark wizards. Hey. Eve shot him a disapproving look, and he recalled that she, too, was a Slytherin student. Well, that is true. But do you think I would turn into a dark wizard? No. Then that is settled. Now tell me, what does Slytherin house represent? Snape hesitated before responding. Ambition. I'm not suggesting it is an undesirable trait, but it often lures individuals down treacherous paths. Evegood articulated slowly, enunciating each word. One can strive for strength, but it must be moderated. Do you understand my meaning? Snape nodded, feeling as though he grasped the path he ought to take. Has Lucius expressed any interest in courting you recently? How much do you know? They rounded a corner, and it appeared Snape was leading her to the library. Eve donned her hood, prompting Snape to exclaim in astonishment, "Keep your distance. He is not a good person." Evegood remained silent. The burgeoning power would lead to your utter ruin. He is clever. Indeed clever, but also cunning. They entered the library and chose a spot by the window to sit down. He always presents you with irresistible offers to lead you into his fold. Does he not? Snape nodded in agreement. They each selected a book to peruse, lest Madame Pants expel them for their presence. As she had been watching Evegood's black hood closely since her arrival. Who exactly are you? Snape crossed his arms, his dark eyes resembling bottomless voids, rendering her unable to see anything beyond them. I am Evegood Moon, a being who ought not to exist. She narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the rare moment of panic that crossed his face. I am a student of Slytherin, and I am also Merlin's little angel. The outline of the girl began to fade, and he hastily reached out to touch her cascading hair. Evegood sensed that time was drawing near. My mission is to save you. She vanished completely. Madame Pants, convinced she had experienced a hallucination, reassured herself. That must have been a ghost. Before chastising a careless student who had dropped a book on the floor, Snape's hand remained suspended in the air, unmoving for a long while. Evegood returned to her place, exhaling softly as she opened the door to her dormitory. She understood why Snape had spoken to her that day. For at some point in the past, she had uttered the same words to him. Truly a miraculous cycle. In the headmaster's office. Did you truly see those dark entities? Dumbledore paused in his writing, seemingly recalling someone. Yes, Snape replied, rapping his knuckles against the table. They congealed into a tangible form, capable of inflicting harm. It is very reminiscent of the unseen. The reflection of the lenses obscured Dumbledore's expression at that moment. Where the treasure lies, so does the heart. Fawkes emerged from his wings, softly chirping as he flew towards him, and Dumbledore affectionately stroked the old friend. I understand. I will monitor her movements closely. He waved his wand, summoning a stack of books that lay far from him. You ought to know something intriguing, Severus. What? The man cloaked in black raised his head. Ollivander mentioned that her wand contains a feather from a Thestral's tail, much like this old fellow here. He caressed his wand, reminiscing about a dear departed friend who, like Eve, now had a head of white hair. Only a master of death can wield it. Indeed, Severus. What are you implying, headmaster? Dumbledore produced a damaged ring, its condition indicating it had been destroyed. Snape inquired, what number is this? The fourth, a commendable advancement. Dumbledore casually incinerated it to ash. I acted on her warning and, unsurprisingly, did not succumb to the curse. Severus, it seems she was aware long before that I would lose my life because of it. She saved me. Severus Snape recalled her warning to steer clear of Lucius, a thought that now sent chills down his spine, for he had nearly become one of them. How did she possess such knowledge? He could not fathom it. Perhaps, as she claimed, she was indeed a little angel of Merlin. Dumbledore winked. Come now, have some sweets. These are freshly purchased. The pile of candies transformed into cockroaches scuttling about, causing Snape to shudder. I believe I'll pass, headmaster. The following day, Eve Goode received a howling letter during lunch, her hands trembling as she opened it. Well done, Miss Eve Goode. The anticipated cacophony of the howling letter failed to materialize. Instead, it was Lucius's voice magnified several times. I hereby officially sever ties with the Oswaldington family on behalf of the Malfoy lineage. The hall fell into an eerie silence, and Eve Goode felt her cheeks flush with an unprecedented shade of crimson. T'esque Malfoy. There was no need to ponder who had informed Lucius. The instigator's son had long since vanished, and she dashed past a throng of students in pursuit of him. The entire hall had heard it. Fred and George whistled, as if witnessing Gryffindor's victory in a Quidditch match. Harry and Ron drummed on the table, chanting slogans devoid of meaning, while Percy repeatedly uttered the words incredible. Eve Goode felt this was the most mortifying moment of her life. Explain yourself. How could your father send me a howling letter? Draco was eventually cornered, for his stamina paled in comparison to hers. I'm innocent, he exclaimed, while Crabbe and Goyle snickered behind Eve. Come now, do tell, she grinned wickedly. And everyone knew it was all in jest, yet no one intervened. Draco, trembling, complied. I merely mentioned you to my father. And then? He said he would directly address you to express the Malfoy family's stance. Draco shrank back, resembling a turtle, and look, isn't this effect rather splendid? Admittedly, the effect was indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 27, Detention 1. Harry and Ron soon arrived, and Ron was delighted to see Draco trapped in a corner. By this time, Eve had released Malfoy, who dashed away in fear of being pursued again. She suspected it was his idea that led to this predicament. Eve Goode, would you care to watch my training tonight? Harry inquired. I think we could also visit Hagrid's. Thus, the four of them arranged a time, and hurried off to their respective classes. Today was Eve's eagerly anticipated herbology lesson, held in the greenhouse. She and Pansy ascended the staircase, arriving at a transparent, sunlit greenhouse. Professor Sprout had been waiting for them for quite some time, and they nearly arrived late. This amiable lady did not reprimand them for their tardiness. Instead, she handed them a pair of gloves. Today, we will learn how to separate soil contaminated by gnomes. Eve Goode found this somewhat abstract and raised her hand. Professor Sprout gestured for her to speak. Why do gnomes contaminate the soil? Excellent question. It is well known that gnomes not only disrupt our agricultural endeavors, but their secretions can render soil unusable, Professor Sprout elaborated. When these fluids reach a certain level, they spoil the soil. Thus, our predecessors devised this method to address the issue. Draco's expression soured as he asked, what exactly are those fluids? Sweat, saliva, and such. Professor Sprout retorted, displeased by his interruption. Eve Goode felt her own face stiffen, while Pansy looked utterly disdainful. She seemed oblivious to the expressions of those around her, akin to having consumed soil tainted by gnomes, and turned to write on the blackboard with her wand, instructing them to commit the steps to memory. Your gloves have been enchanted with a waterproof charm. No filth will touch your hands, Professor Sprout stated. Now let us give it a try. This was the most reassuring thing she had said. Eve Goode decided to attempt this marvelous technique, rolling up her sleeves. Are you really going to? Pansy's expression nearly cracked. Of course, Eve replied without looking up. Under Professor Sprout's watchful gaze, others began to move as well. Eve Goode observed Draco instructing his two lackeys to assist him. She swiftly completed the steps of draining, mixing, and grinding, earning appreciation from Professor Sprout. Very well done. Everyone observe. Miss Slytherin has completed her task. Professor Sprout showcased her work to the other students. Quickly and effectively, Slytherin earns 10 points. Some gazed at this noble young lady's nimble movements with strange expressions, contemplating a reassessment of her reputation. Eve Goode dismissed their stares as inconsequential. Upon exiting the classroom, she reveled in the fresh air and sunlight of the greenhouse, and Pansy began to admire certain qualities about her, unable to articulate what they were, simply feeling that she was remarkable. It is worth noting that purebloods who do not associate with muggles would never engage in such activities, yet here she was, thoroughly enjoying herself. Where is the restroom? She inquired, only to spot the lavatory not far off, hastily darting inside. Pansy followed her in, her face a canvas of confusion. Eve was frantically washing her hands, casting cleaning charms in a frenzy. What are you doing? I touched dirt for so long. Evegood nearly shouted. My hands are filthy. Reassessing her earlier comments. She was still the least Slytherin-like Slytherin imaginable. 15 minutes before their agreed-upon 7 o'clock meeting, Eve contemplated trying out a spell she had read about in her extracurricular books. One that could alter a person's weight to match whatever they envisioned. She had previously experimented within her family's castle with a high success rate. Should she fail, Gabriel would catch her. She had no worries, just a slight concern for the elves' vocal cords, as they tended to scream loudly upon witnessing her perform such dangerous feats. Seeing no one around, she leaped down the stairs. She felt as though she had traversed several floors. She retrieved her wand, envisioning a feather, and then, nothing more followed. For she was gently suspended by a spell, floating towards another location. Have I mastered the silencing charm? She pondered, grinning foolishly, until her joy faded. For there, striding towards her with a furious expression, was the headmaster, and Evegood's feet met the ground as she pretended to just notice him. My dear professor, today? The sun is quite lovely, isn't it? If your biological clock is functioning properly, you ought to know that it is now evening. Snape's expression was dark. What are you doing, Miss Evegood? I was just. She certainly could not admit to wanting to practice magic in the school corridors, as that would violate school rules. Are you suddenly remorseful for injuring Oswaldington so severely that you wish to take your own life? Evegood felt her mind stall. Or do you believe your hands are unclean from touching dirt, and feel that life is no longer worth living? No, how could he possibly know about that? I suggest you do not intend to engage in that foolish muggle parachuting activity. Not at all. Evegood felt compelled to interrupt him. I merely wished to try out a spell. Excellent. She noted the increasing darkness of Snape's expression. You are to serve detention tonight. Now follow me. No. Eve wailed. I still want to watch Harry's training. This time, she was levitated by a spell, and after multiple futile struggles, Evegood decided to soften her tone. Good professor. May I at least inform them? She pleaded with her hands clasped together. I arranged to meet them, and do not wish to keep them waiting too long. I will join you for detention shortly. Detention with herself? How peculiar that sounded. Snape felt it prudent not to let her exploit her words, lest he find himself ensnared. Call me professor, and remember, it is you who shall serve detention alone. He then led her to an unoccupied balcony, and as she stood there in a state of bewilderment, Snape spoke up. Try your spell, he commanded brusquely. Evegood immediately comprehended his intent, and chose not to expose his awkward motives. With a leap, she drew her wand, envisioning the form of a feather in her mind. Instantly, her weight felt remarkably light, and she deftly controlled her descent, landing gracefully before the astonished trio. You're using magic here. If you're caught, you'll face detention. Hermione admonished her with genuine concern, while the boys beside her held a different view. Cool. Harry exclaimed excitedly, I think you could teach us how to do that. Don't be so uptight, Hermione. Ron dismissed. Look, there's no one else around. Suddenly, a dark figure glided past them, landing elegantly beside Evegood, causing Ron to swallow the rest of his words. Professor Snape. The three of them stood frozen in place like startled quails, and Hermione questioned whether she possessed the courage to speak, not wanting to witness Evegood being reprimanded harshly. It was Harry who broke the silence first. Professor, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Yet it was Harry who ended up being scolded severely, and he now had ample reason to suspect that Snape harbored a profound disdain for him. Why aren't you addressing Mr. Potter and the others right now? Snape inquired, casting a complex gaze toward Evegood. Actually, Evegood hesitated, unsure where to begin. I was caught casting spells in the corridor by Professor Severus Snape, and now I have to go with him for detention. Yes, just you, Miss Evegood. She decided to feign deafness. Well then, have fun, she said, watching as the three of them fled like the wind. Hermione even threw back a reminder to reflect on her actions as she ran. Evegood promptly turned to follow the swiftly departing Snape. Are you walking so fast to enjoy some quality time alone with me? The black-clad figure abruptly halted, then indeed slowed down. Evegood silently praised her cleverness. You're speaking out of turn. You'll also be serving detention tomorrow night. But I merely jested with you. Students passing by glanced over, intrigued to catch every word. Snape felt he could not allow her to dig herself deeper. 3 days of detention. Not me. Say another word, and it'll be 10. Is there such a delightful prospect? Then you can also clean the Quidditch brooms. Evegood thought it best to remain silent. She was escorted to an office cluttered with jars and vials, and it appeared Snape had just been brewing potions. Very well, Miss Evegood. You've caused me to waste a cauldron of potion. I'll compensate you for it. Evegood noted that his expression was as dark as the bottom of that cauldron. He placed a pile of potions before her, instructing her to concoct their antidotes. This is material covered in 6th year. Snape's demeanor seemed to soften considerably. You've actually perused the 6th year textbooks. It appears I should have increased the difficulty. No. I haven't read them. Evegood mentally screamed, wishing to flee. Just because she had a firm grasp of the plot did not imply she could perform it. After all, she was merely a first-year student at Hogwarts, not even a month into her studies. I'm not. I haven't. Her collar was seized, and she was forcibly seated at a prepared desk. Let us see this. Snape raised his wand, and a set of words materialized before her. She was very familiar with it. It was the riddle guarding the Philosopher's Stone from Snape's challenge. Evegood sharply looked up at him, and Snape met her gaze. How do you? The rest of her words caught in her throat. She sensed that any further speech would betray her knowledge. In truth, she had already revealed too much. As a subtle smirk played at the corners of Snape's mouth. Now, I will teach you how to brew the antidotes for these. He obscured the text. And Evegood felt as though she were in a dream. This scenario was not what she had anticipated. What professor would teach a student how to brew this? Moreover, it was one of the means to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Isn't this inappropriate? Won't Dumbledore truly expel you for this? If you fail to brew it properly, you won't be allowed to sleep tonight. I adore making such intriguing concoctions. Thus, she spent the entire night attempting her brews, failing numerous times. Her guilt mounting as she gazed at the piles of wasted potions. Relax, this isn't something you can master at your age. Snape was documenting something. Casually cleaning up her failed attempts. Yet you still had me brew. And wasn't it said that I was the only one in detention? The duplicitous headmaster. By 11 o'clock at night, she finally produced a respectable potion. Snape poured it into a round bottle casually, and Evegood felt there was no clearer hint than this. You can go back now. He handed her the bottle. Why you re-giving this to me? She felt as though her worldview was collapsing. Snape opened his mouth but uttered no words, walking toward a corner fireplace. Evegood puzzled over why there was a fireplace. This was not Snape's style. It leads directly to your room. Evegood nearly lost her balance. Her face flushed crimson. You don't look at me like that. Snape turned away. And Evegood suspected he was suppressing a laugh. You can only return to your room by walking through this fireplace. Is that so? Then, what about others? I added a little something. Snape tossed a crumpled paper into the flames, which erupted into bright, fierce fire, instantly reducing it to ashes. Anyone who enters will be turned to dust. Thank you, but I wouldn't dare go in there. The Gabriel on her left arm slithered out, hissing in displeasure. And Evegood suddenly realized that Gabriel would also be reduced to ashes. Snape seemed quite taken with the snake. It seems I need to make some adjustments. He pulled out a chair. Today I'm taking you out. Moonlight gently cascaded through the corridor windows, enveloping the two in its glow. They walked in silence. But this tranquility was soon shattered. What are you doing here so late? It was Filch's puffing voice, brimming with the satisfaction of having caught rule-breaking students. Seemingly oblivious to Snape's presence beside Evegood, who regarded him with indifference. Argus Filch. Snape interjected appropriately, and the balding man offered a sheepish greeting, vanishing within seconds. Not far away, the trio peered around anxiously, relieved that Evegood was also present, or they surely would have been discovered. I told you so, Hermione whispered reproachfully, and Ron shot her an annoyed glare. All right, you should know that at least tonight we gathered quite a bit of information from Hagrid. Harry felt that Snape might have sensed their conversation, gesturing for them to cease their quarrel. I think we should tell Evegood about this, Hermione suggested anxiously. And Harry nodded in agreement. They saw Evegood glance their way, their hearts leaping into their throats. She tucked her right hand behind her back and gestured towards them. She knows we're here. Harry exclaimed joyfully, but Ron quickly covered his mouth as Snape turned his head. Merlin, it seems he intends to come over. The three felt their breaths halt, but thankfully, Evegood acted promptly, grabbing Snape's hand. She switched roles, causing Harry and Ron to cover Hermione's mouth instead. She's trying to save us. Don't speak, Ron hissed, frustrated. We really shouldn't have brought you out. If it weren't for me, I wouldn't be with you. Hermione struggled in indignation, but Harry and Ron, in perfect harmony, guided her away. Snape felt the soft touch of her hand, and for the moment he decided to overlook the errant Gryffindors. Though that was what he thought, what came out of his mouth was quite different. Congratulations, Miss Evegood. You've earned yourself 5 days of detention. She conceded, but this time she had to extract some benefits from Harry. The next day, she greeted Pansy and the others with her panda eyes. What happened, dear? Pansy exclaimed as she rushed over to inspect her face. I dare say you haven't been taking care of yourself, and you've been staying up too late. She was always so diligent. Draco interjected with a lackluster jab, earning a dagger-like glare from Eve Good. They chatted and laughed as they made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast, where a flock of owls descended, scattering parcels of various sizes in all directions. As usual, Malfoy received items sent from home. Pansy got a letter, while Eve Good received nothing. Seizing the opportunity while they were unwrapping their packages, she deftly navigated across the long table toward Harry, catching the attention of several onlookers. Harry, she stood behind him, while Hermione anxiously glanced back and forth between them, and Ron paused mid-bite of his greasy chicken leg. Do you have something to tell me? What? Harry replied, sensing her irritation. I held his hand yesterday, Eve Good whispered, just loud enough for the three of them to hear, and I've been sentenced to 5 days of detention. Don't you think you owe me something for that? Eve Good slyly inquired. The three exchanged glances, genuinely remorseful. They divulged everything they knew. So that's how it is. You managed to extract quite a bit of information, Eve Good mused. Are you suggesting that you want me to join you? Indeed. But there's no progress on that front yet, Hermione replied, wiping her mouth and passing Ron a piece of paper, causing his face to flush. I don't need it. Let us hope that is truly the case, Hermione retorted disdainfully. Your mouth is utterly filthy. Eve Good sensed the flames of conflict rapidly igniting, and quickly excused herself. Upon returning to the Slytherin table, she found Draco showcasing the sweets his mother had sent him. Absolute treasures, he proclaimed proudly, and Eve Good couldn't help but think he resembled a peacock more and more. You must know. I truly wish I didn't know him. She muttered softly to Pansy, who enthusiastically exclaimed, Isn't he just adorable? Don't you think? Pansy's eyes sparkled while Eve Good rolled her eyes dramatically. He's just a little brat. Not at all, Pansy countered. Eve Good decided to bypass this peculiar topic and asked, what classes do we have today? Defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, and astronomy tonight, Pansy replied. Not too shabby, though she still had to face that quarrel. As expected, he wore his oversized scarf, made silly blunders in class, and showed an unsettling amount of interest in Eve Good, which made her feel ill. The grotesque Voldemort still lingered at the back of his head, and the mere thought of it made her feel utterly unwell. Pansy noticed her almost contorted expression, and patted her sympathetically. What a stench of garlic! She hissed, I bet even his grandmother doesn't smell like that. Oh, spare me. Draco consoled her, there's only half an hour left till class ends. I think we can engage in other activities. Eve Good wholeheartedly agreed. This was quite contrary to her usual good student image. She wasn't worried about her defense against the dark arts grade, for there would always be someone to tutor her. Besides, she had already finished the first-year textbook. The three then began to study the game of gobstones that Eve Good had mentioned, but Draco soon grew bored as Eve always won. He pulled out his wizardess chess set. Let's play this. The trio eagerly spread it out on the table and began to play. Other Slytherins cast envious glances their way, wishing to escape the dreary theory class, but as they hadn't brought anything of interest, they could only stretch their necks to watch. How foolish, Eve Good! Draco exclaimed as he won another match. Eve buried her head. She had played against each of them once, suffering utter defeat. She couldn't even best Goyle. Pansy, you go and crush him, Eve commanded. As the two quickly switched places, and the class passed in a cacophony of chatter from the back row, the moment the class bell rang, Eve Good dashed out of the classroom, leaving Draco and Pansy in bewilderment. She had been halted by the stuttering Quirrell, who engaged her for nearly 10 minutes in nonsensical lecturing, and at one point he even attempted to discuss Voldemort. She was eventually rescued by Snape, who shot Quirrell a menacing glance before leaving. Yet, this didn't seem to instill any sense of urgency in the fervently Voldemort-obsessed professor. Every time they crossed paths in the corridor, he tried to grab Eve Good to say something, but she always managed to evade his grasp with her silver tongue. She increasingly felt that Voldemort sought to converse with her. That evening, when she re-entered the Slytherin common room, a throng of people looked up at her. And Eve Good felt she hadn't done anything remarkable. Come on, Eve, let us play wizard's chess. Someone called out. I've heard you're particularly skilled, Draco. The two were bouncing around without a care for appearances, and the Slytherin common room now resembled Gryffindor's. Stop, stop, their prefect shouted. But it was clear he was enjoying himself, as he burst into laughter. I'm losing my mind. Eve Good had to admit this boy had become remarkably adept at escaping. Pansy shouted from behind. Eve Good, what does losing your mind mean? I can't explain it. Just ignore it for now. She nimbly dodged a cushion hurled by Draco, grabbing the hem of his robe and yanking him down to the floor, causing the common room to erupt in laughter. What's there to explain, Malfoy? I'm just speaking the truth. He laughed heartily. But the merriment was abruptly halted by the arrival of their headmaster, who wore his robes with an air of authority. The two behaved as if nothing had occurred, obediently sitting on the sofa and fiddling with their fingers. Snape appeared to be looking for a sixth-year student, and after he took one away, the common room returned to its lively atmosphere. "Come play a couple of rounds with me. I can teach you," said Dorian Pusey, a chaser for the Slytherin Quidditch team, and an active student. Regardless of Evegood's willingness, she was thrust toward the freshly laid-out wizard's chess set. Within minutes, everyone fell silent, for her chess skills were abysmally poor. One could say they were atrocious. Evegood buried her face in her hands, wishing to diminish her presence, her ears burning with embarrassment. "Slytherin cannot be inept at chess," someone piped up. "Who says?" Eve weakly retorted, lifting her face. "At least not this poorly," Millicent commented. "And you are our representative for the first years," Crabbe added, scarcely uttering a word. She desperately wished to flee. This training session concluded at 10:30, as they had astronomy class starting at 11. Rubbing her sore arms, she walked with Pansy, complaining, "Next time, I'll definitely just dash into the dormitory instead of lingering in the common room." "At least you've improved. You always learn so quickly," Pansy remarked, flipping through her textbook. "You can now at least defeat Goyle." "Oh, how truly remarkable I am." Throughout the astronomy class, she was utterly distracted. Usually, she would have been snuggled in bed by this time. "Today, we will observe Sirius." Evegood perked up instantly. "It is the brightest star in the night sky," Professor Aurora Sinistra stated. Sirius is a first-magnitude star in the constellation Canis Major, named according to the Bayer designation system. "Now who can tell me about its trajectory?" No one responded, and Evegood raised her hand. "Very good, Miss Evegood. Its path is sinusoidal, indicating it is a binary star." "Excellent, Slytherin gains 5 points." Professor Sinistra turned to begin writing notes, and Evegood buried her head back down to doze off once more. The lesson finally concluded at 12 o'clock, and they trudged back with weary legs. Evegood had not forgotten her impending detention. She bid farewell to Pansy and Malfoy, heading off in another direction. As she rounded a corner, she caught the stammering voice of Quirrell and halted. "I don't know what you're talking about, Severus." Evegood's face was shrouded in the darkness of night, aware that this was their clandestine confrontation. "Stay away from me. This is your final warning." Upon uttering these words, Evegood heard the sound of a cloak dragging along the ground. She changed her course and departed, wishing to avoid Quirrell. Approximately 5 minutes later, she arrived at Snape's office, and before she could even raise her hand to knock, the door swung open. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "Miss Evegood." "Detention," she replied glumly as she stepped inside. "I presume you expect me to brew potions today as well." "Go to bed," Snape asserted unequivocally, ushering her towards the fireplace and instructing her to step in. Without hesitation, Evegood complied, entering the flames. Chapter 30, The Troll 1. "You are truly spoiled beyond measure." Gabriel transformed from her arm into a gigantic python, slithering around the room. Evegood remained non-committal, and soon, she lay down on her bed and fell asleep. Halloween swiftly arrived, much anticipated by the students. Evegood was particularly pleased that it fell on a Friday, as they would once again attend potions class with Gryffindor that morning, and even more importantly, it would be a double period. "Unbelievable. I have to endure Snape's wrath for 2 hours," Neville remarked as he passed by Evegood, eliciting a slight smile from her. The sorrows and joys of individuals seldom intersect. She could only pity poor Neville's plight. Today, Snape's mood was especially foul. Ordinarily he wore a perpetual scowl, as if Hogwarts owed him 8 centuries of wages. However, the atmosphere in the classroom was more oppressive than usual. Perhaps it was due to Neville's elbow accidentally nudging Seamus's cauldron while he was chopping Slug, resulting in potions splattering all over the floor. Or perhaps it was because Harry had been called upon 5 times in a row without answering a single question correctly. Evegood covered her face, attempting to ignore the commotion. "Merlin, I feel for them," she thought, as Snape appeared ready to breathe fire. When Malfoy mistakenly arranged the Valerian roots for the second time, he finally exploded. "You imbecile!" he bellowed, causing Malfoy to recoil. "Have your brains been infested with slime grass?" Cough, cough, cough. Evegood coughed at an opportune moment, and Snape cast a few glances her way before regaining his composure. "You, Malfoy, along with Longbottom and Potter, will each write an additional 15 inches of homework." Evegood coughed again. "Make that an additional 10 inches, and it is due tomorrow." "But tomorrow is the weekend," Ron muttered under his breath, evidently forgetting Snape's extraordinary hearing abilities. "And you, Weasley, you are to write one as well." Evegood stifled a laugh, while Hermione appeared somewhat gleeful at the predicament. The class passed with unexpected merriment, though not for everyone, particularly for the trio now surrounding Evegood. "I've never seen him punish me before." Malfoy grumbled. Oh, I'm quite accustomed to it, Harry, walking beside Hermione, remarked. He always despises me. But why am I being punished? Ron jumped ahead of the others, mimicking Snape's gestures. And you, Weasley? You are to write. The group erupted in laughter, but Eve Good could not join in. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Ron, she said. Which would you prefer to hear first? Ron felt a chill at his back. The good news? The good news is that this bad news isn't as dreadful as it seems, Eve Good replied mischievously. You are about to be chosen by a great wizard. Oh. Ron still felt something was amiss. And the bad news? The bad news is that your essay length has now been raised to 20 inches, Mr. Weasley. Snape's voice echoed from behind him, prompting Eve Good to burst into laughter. Would you like to write an essay as well, Miss Eve Good? She widened her eyes in surprise. This time, it was Hermione and Pansy who shared a quiet chuckle. I have matters to attend to, Professor. Goodbye. She dashed away from the group, disappearing within moments. The afternoon lessons concluded swiftly, and Eve Good, accompanied by her Slytherin friends, made her way to the Great Hall. The hall had been enchanted, filled with 1,000 flying bats and low-hanging storm clouds. Eve poked her hand inside, discovering that, indeed, it rained within. Pansy and Draco were long accustomed to such spectacles, while the others trailing behind Eve Good curiously reached in, only to receive a slight jolt of electricity. I feel like I've forgotten something, Eve mused to Pansy as she sliced into her steak. Suddenly, Quirrell rushed in, collapsing beside Dumbledore. In that instant, Eve Good recalled what she had forgotten. The first-year students were quickly ushered in different directions by their prefects, guiding them toward their dormitories. She feigned losing her way and sprinted toward Snape. Gabriel, have you seen Snape? She whispered to the snake nestled within her left sleeve. Gabriel responded, I smell him. You sneak into his hat. Be sure to protect him, Eve Good instructed before quickly approaching him. At a safe distance, she raised her left hand, and Gabriel darted out. None noticed this exchange, as everyone was in a hurry to disperse. Among the Hufflepuff crowd, Eve spotted Ron and Harry. You too, she exclaimed, pulling their hoods. What are you doing here? Harry rapidly explained everything. How Ron had upset Hermione, how Hermione had locked herself in the girls' bathroom, and how she was unaware of the troll's presence. Thus, the trio expanded as they slipped through the empty side corridor, catching sight of Snape walking toward the 4th floor. I remembered something. But now is not the time to discuss it, Eve said. Wait, do you smell something strange? Indeed, there was an odd odor. A blend of unkempt public restrooms and socks that hadn't been washed in ages. They also heard heavy, slow footsteps approaching, accompanied by meaningless, guttural growls emanating from deep within. In an instant, they knew what it was, and Eve Good fought the urge to vomit. The three of them watched as it entered a room. Hey, guess what? Harry exclaimed excitedly. The key to this room is in the lock. Don't lock it. Eve Good admonished sharply, causing Harry to halt his actions. Why? Ron still did not understand. Because that is the girls' bathroom. Eve Good gasped for breath. The boys' hearts nearly stopped, followed by Hermione's piercing scream. Eve Good was the first to act. She raised her wand. Stupefy. But unfortunately she missed. However, it still had some effect, as the troll diverted its attention from the cowering Hermione to her. After contemplating for a few seconds, it began to approach her. Go get Hermione out of here, Eve Good urged Ron, while Harry and I deal with it. The troll was lured out of the bathroom, leaving Harry dazed, clutching his wand, unable to recall a single spell. Stupefy. This time she successfully hit the troll, which collapsed with a resounding crash, raising a cloud of dust. Eve Good quickly retreated. She did not wish to become soiled. You killed it? Harry asked, staring in disbelief. No, Eve Good panted. But at least it's not moving now. Let us go check on Hermione. Hermione was unharmed, though clearly shaken, while Ron was there, mumbling helplessly. Apologize, Ron. Eve commanded sternly, and Ron immediately offered his apology, visibly moved by their return to rescue her. A rustling sound emerged from behind, prompting Eve Good to turn once more, only to find that the fallen giant had risen again, this time charging at them with ferocity. This creature possesses an astonishingly tough hide, Ron exclaimed, frantically searching for his wand, while Hermione shut her eyes in trepidation. Shattered to pieces. The incantation reverberated with immense force, propelling the giant away, sliding across the floor until it came to rest before a group of hurriedly approaching professors. A lengthy silence ensued, shattered only by Quirrell's feeble sobs. Harry dared to assert that he had never witnessed Professor McGonagall so enraged. Her face was ashen, her lips quivering incessantly, and his heart plummeted. Do you comprehend what might have occurred had it not been for Miss Eve Good's spell? McGonagall nearly shrieked. Snape approached, and Eve Good felt a surge of relief upon seeing he was unscathed. Chapter 31, The Giant 2. What on earth were you doing? Professor McGonagall admonished sternly, leaving the four of them speechless as they racked their brains for a plausible explanation. It was I, Professor. Hermione stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. I thought I could handle the giant on my own, so I went to confront it alone. Snape shot a disbelieving glare at Harry, clearly skeptical of Hermione's account, which she had grown accustomed to. If it weren't for Harry and his friends, I would have. Hermione lowered her head, while Ron could hardly believe she would fabricate a lie to Professor McGonagall. Please forgive me, Professor McGonagall. Punish me directly, Hermione implored. Harry felt as if the sun had risen in the west. When had she become so endearingly human? I regret to inform you that due to your recklessness, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. Hermione's head drooped even lower, while Ron fidgeted anxiously, as if that might ease his discomfort. Miss Evegood, you are capable of casting advanced spells. Professor McGonagall turned to her, and Evegood gazed nervously at the formidable professor. Slytherin earns 10 points. Harry and Ron each earn 5 points for Gryffindor. Evegood nearly burst into joyful laughter, but the sight of Snape's icy demeanor quickly quelled her mirth. Miss Evegood, step forward, Snape finally commanded. You three may leave. Before departing, Evegood cast a glance at Quirrell, who was nearly prostrated on the ground, and scoffed, following Snape into the corridor. Explain yourself. Snape carefully extracted the green-patterned snake from his robes, which Evegood hastily accepted, allowing it to coil around her left arm once more. I did this in case of emergencies, she replied nervously, though uncertainty gnawed at her. Why not prepare for your own safety? Snape stepped closer, his imposing presence suffocating her. That filthy creature could crush you beneath its foot. I would never allow that. Infuriated by his tone, Eve instinctively raised her voice. Even if I leaped from here, I would not let it touch a single hair on my head. Snape seated himself and spoke. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Don't mimic me, Evegood retorted, stifling a laugh as she pulled up a chair. The good news. The good news is that my leg is intact. Well then, why the fuss? And the bad news? That monstrous beast is down to just 2 heads. Evegood erupted into uncontrollable laughter, and Snape appeared considerably more amiable. Though a bit tough, it is quite palatable. Gabriel remarked, I haven't eaten in ages. Have the steaks I secretly brought you not been sufficient? Evegood playfully flicked Gabriel's forehead, while Snape seemed unfazed by her parseltongue. You may return. There is a grand feast awaiting you in the common room. Snape dismissed her, and she took off, disappearing in a flash. I heard about your encounter with the giant, Draco and Pansy inquired, having finished their dinner. How do you know about that? Evegood swallowed her mouthful of potatoes. Could I have a glass of water, please? Thank you, Goyle. How else would we know? Draco mused, believing this Slytherin to be somewhat dense. Our house gained points because of you, and we didn't see you when we left. Indeed, Evegood replied, smacking her lips. I suppose I should have, eliminated it. What do you mean by eliminated? Pansy asked, ever keen on new vocabulary. You know, Evegood mimicked a slicing motion across her throat, and the two immediately understood. Still using that technique? Malfoy pressed for details. Eve shook her head. Honestly, I have no idea what that black substance was. I used my wand this time. The two gazed at her with admiration, and she grinned. Hey, a voice called from above. It was Owain. I assume your clothing must have come into contact with the giant. How do you dare sit here? Evegood lifted her head, feeling as if he loomed over her despite standing above. I came to duel you, Owain declared confidently, causing Pansy to question her hearing. Do you accept? In the vast common room, no one noticed them as Eve regarded him thoughtfully. Are you certain about this, you 11-year-old brat? She nonchalantly drew her wand, its silver and ancient engravings gleaming. If you wish to find a way to get expelled, I would be more than willing to assist you. You haven't yet settled the score for calling me an orphan, and you're here seeking your own demise? Owain appeared both astonished and furious, pointing his wand at her. Draco and Pansy sprang to their feet. I am quite well-mannered, but that does not imply I possess a good temper in private. Evegood remained leisurely seated, her intuition signaling that something was amiss. I refuse your duel. Do as you please. Owain turned to leave, while Evegood appeared contemplative. I don't think he wishes to remain here. The platinum-haired boy defended her. I'll tell my father. No need. Do not be deceived by appearances. This was intriguing. Evegood tilted her head, a snake emerging from her sleeve. Pansy jumped back in fright. Do not be alarmed. This is Gabriel. He means you no harm. You can smell it too, Gabriel? A hissing sound escaped her lips, and Malfoy stared intently at her mouth. Indeed. Gabriel flicked his tongue, revealing a faint garlic scent. Quirrell had transformed into Owain using the polyjuice potion, but But it must be noted that his disguise was rather clumsy. Ever since Owain had returned from the hospital, he had been keeping his distance from her, let alone seeking her out for a duel. She sensed an intensifying sense of danger, and realized she must inform the trio about this matter. That evening in the library, they listened intently as Evegood recounted the various peculiarities surrounding Professor Quirrell, sending shivers down their spines. You would do well to stay close to Professor Snape. It was hard to believe those words came from Harry, who had always treated her kindly. He will surely ensure your safety. How did you deduce that? Evegood nearly believed she had inadvertently revealed too much. Any observant person could see it. Perhaps it is because you are his prize student, Hermione remarked, pushing aside her towering stack of books. It is nearly the weekend. Share with us more of what you know. This time, Evegood directly implied that Quirrell would endanger Harry. The three of them were clearly skeptical, but her steadfast demeanor began to sway them. I believe we should indeed investigate him, Ron said first. After all, we have yet to unravel the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone, and this matter remains entirely unresolved. The four of them reached a consensus. They planned to visit the bumbling Hagrid in a few days to gather some information. Evegood found it difficult to sleep that night, for she perpetually dreamt of Chilo tearing the scarf from the back of his head, followed by Voldemort's hoarse voice enticing her to join the Death Eaters. When she expressed her refusal, a green light shot forth. She jolted upright, feeling an unprecedented terror of death gnawing at her very core. Gabriel had just returned from foraging outside, his mouth smeared with blood. Guess who just went out? He queried. Where to? Evegood asked. That big garlic, Gabriel replied, her breath quickening as she realized he had just left the castle, presumably heading towards the forest. Evegood sprang from her bed, hastily donning her morning robe, and flinging open the door to her chamber. She needed to devise a plan to protect the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 32, The Forbidden Forest. Evegood lowered her hood, ensuring not a single strand of hair was exposed, for her white locks stood out starkly against the night. She traversed the desolate corridors, surprisingly reaching the main entrance with ease. With a swift motion, she exited the castle and made her way toward Hagrid's hut. As she passed by his dwelling, she hesitated, pondering whether calling out to Hagrid would be safer. But what excuse could she offer? Would he believe she was out in the dead of night merely for the sake of a unicorn? How could she explain her knowledge of the situation, and the snake she had illicitly brought along? You must have sensed something was amiss. Why not report him sooner? Gabriel chimed in, sliding to the ground, reverting to his original size, his eerie yellow eyes glinting in the darkness. Rather than taking shortcuts, I prefer my school life to have its ups and downs. Ultimately, Evegood decided against summoning Hagrid. She ventured forth alone, believing that the later it grew, the more she would uncover what she did not know. Despite the risks, she willingly embraced the adventure. Such reckless boldness. You truly embody a Gryffindor. Thank you for the compliment, but I was born a Slytherin. This sense of destiny had never wavered throughout the years. Long tendrils of vines hung from the impenetrable treetops, the forest resonating with the calls of strange birds, as several unknown creatures scuttled past Evegood's feet. The evening dampness of the woods soaked through her morning robe. Gabriel, would you mind if I climbed atop your head? A few minutes later, she sat securely upon him, both endeavoring to traverse the woods with minimal noise. When Eve suspected Gabriel might be seeing things, she noticed a flicker of white light not far off. Over there. Swiftly, the green serpent weaved through the trees, and soon they arrived at a clearing where a figure stood, wand raised, poised to strike the fallen unicorn. Disarm. Evegood whispered the incantation, and in an instant, the wand slipped from the man's grasp, rolling a short distance away. Chilo gasped in surprise. Who come out? Show yourself. He was no longer stuttering, scanning the area frantically, when another voice interjected. Let's go. I can hold on a few more days, but we must leave now. Reluctantly, Chilo shot a furious glare at the ailing unicorn on the ground, picked up his wand, and hastily departed. Gabriel, go bite him. Evegood commanded ominously. But don't use poison, make it severe. Where should I bite? He inquired, ever obedient to her wishes. On the leg, any leg will do. He darted off in pursuit of Chilo. Evegood immediately rushed toward the exquisite creature, its mane as brilliantly white as freshly fallen snow. Blood gushed from several horrifying wounds. Upon seeing her, it attempted to struggle, but to no avail, as it could not rise. Healing spells. What healing spells are there? Evegood murmured rapidly. All the protective ones are not. What's the one that restores? Her mind was a muddled mess until, after a lengthy pause, she recalled. It's Episki. A radiant light emanated from the tip of her wand, enveloping the unicorn's body. After a moment, it slowly stood, its wounds considerably diminished, yet it still appeared quite weak. Eve Good removed her hood, revealing hair as white as the creature's. The unicorn approached her, obediently stopping in front of her, seemingly intrigued by her similarly alabaster locks. Eve reached out to stroke its head, and it nudged her gently with its forehead. The sound of hooves echoed nearby, and Eve turned warily to see a centaur. Like her, possessed strikingly blue eyes. It appears someone has already come to its rescue. Forenza approached her, bowing slightly. On behalf of the creatures of the forest, I express my gratitude, Mississippi. No one wishes to see it harmed. Eve Good continued to caress the unicorn, which let out a soft whinny before turning and disappearing into the shadows. She noticed a tuft of its mane still clutched in her hand. I've plucked its hair, Eve exclaimed, her eyes wide. This time it was entirely unintentional. Could it be that the unicorn did not consume fish oil, leading to its shedding? Please accept this. It is a gift from it to you, Forenza stated, for the mane of a living unicorn is exceedingly precious, and it thanks you. Well, as long as it's not shedding, I shall place it alongside Fox's tail feather in a vase. It is a pleasure to meet you. Eve Good smoothed down the hem of her robe. This place has been rather unsafe lately. Indeed, the centaur seemed about to say more, but abruptly raised his forelegs in a defensive posture. Eve saw a giant serpent slithering toward them. Don't worry, it won't harm you. Hey, don't scare him, Gabriel. The voices behind her transformed into unsettling hisses, and Forenza slowly retreated, distancing himself from her. The serpent lingered behind her, raising its head and eyeing the centaur warily. You are the descendant of Slytherin, Forenza remarked. Though you have its protection, this place is not safe. It would be wise for you to leave swiftly. She discerned the sudden chill in his demeanor, and opted not to press further. As she skillfully mounted Gabriel's head, the centaur spoke again. Perhaps I might learn your name. The girl paused, pulling her black hood back over her hair, concealing it completely. Eve Good of Slytherin. I am Forenza, he replied, his platinum hair shimmering under the moonlight. You are quite unlike your cousin. Her cousin? Someone would bring destruction, but there would always be a savior. May Artemis bless you, kind girl, Forenza concluded. Eve Good silently held his gaze until she finally spoke. Is there any significant event on the horizon, Forenza? The centaur lifted his head, gazing deeply at the stars above. And Eve followed suit, seeing nothing but a vast expanse of twinkling lights. Mars is about to go into retrograde, he stated, and it is becoming increasingly bright. The retrograde won't last long, Eve Good asserted confidently. Forenza looked at her in astonishment, seemingly surprised she understood the astrological reference. She chose not to elaborate further, bidding him farewell before directly departing with the imposing serpent. The centaur stood rooted for a long while, watching her retreating figure. Did you bite him? Eve Good inquired, lowering her head to avoid the low branches snagging her robe. Yes, I startled him, Gabriel replied, flicking out his long tongue. But there is something about him that unsettles me. I returned after just a nibble. Well done, do not entangle yourself further with him. Eve Good's eyes dimmed. She had many other means to ensure he faced consequences, yet she had recklessly urged Gabriel to take action. If Chilo had pressed the matter, he truly might have killed it. The thought made her break into a cold sweat. She needed to calmly strategize to avert many avoidable troubles. As they approached Hagrid's pumpkin patch, Gabriel coiled back around her arm, causing her to halt abruptly. My cousin is also a Slytherin. Gabriel was accustomed to her musings and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. He speaks Parseltongue, unlike me, at least in the eyes of Forenza. An answer crystallized in her mind, clear and definitive. She finally comprehended why the moment she beheld Quirrell was accompanied by an uncanny sense of familiarity. It was Voldemort, a demon who had slain so many beloved wizards, a Slytherin driven by self-interest, and the imminent leader of the Death Eaters poised for a resurgence. Chapter 33. The Quidditch Match. It was not until the first snowfall that Eve Good realized it was already November. The castle lay blanketed in white, and even the sky had turned a grayish hue. Snow adorned the top of Hagrid's hut, resembling a sweet cone with an oatmeal flavor. A few Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors glided across the ice, while Eve had risen early to sit on a bench, watching them play. Dean Thomas eagerly invited her to join them, and she skated alongside them for a few minutes until Hagrid, clad in moleskin, shooed them away. The ice here is still too thin. You should hurry back inside to warm up and not freeze out here. Reluctantly, the group returned, and as it was still early, Eve decided to visit the library in search of resources. This body possessed a remarkable aptitude for magical control and acceptance, and she felt compelled not to waste such a promising opportunity for improvement. Furthermore, her wand had consistently proven effective, nearly guaranteeing the successful execution of every incantation she uttered. For the sake of future battles and aspirations, Eve resolved to elevate her skills as swiftly as possible. At last, she discovered a book regarding animagi, and after registering with Madame Pants, she returned it to her dormitory. This subject was indeed profound and enigmatic. She pondered that if she were to be transported back in time with a time-turner, she would inquire with James and the others. She twisted the necklace around her neck, realizing that it had curiously lost its potency over the past 2 months, which made her miss Lily and the others somewhat. November undeniably marked the Quidditch season. Recently, Harry had become quite busy due to Wood's increasingly stringent supervision of their training, prohibiting anyone outside the Quidditch team from spectating. Eve had only watched his practice twice but had to admit he showed considerable promise in that realm. On her way back from morning classes, she encountered the trio, and Hermione beckoned her to join them by the fire outside. But there's no fire to warm by? Eve queried. Hermione mysteriously produced a jar of jam, within which danced blue flames. How splendid! She exclaimed. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how this is accomplished. As Hermione explained the principles behind it, the 4 of them strolled toward the courtyard, positioning themselves with their backs to the professors to avoid any potential loss of house points. It proved to be a futile precaution, as Snape indeed appeared, immediately spotting the white-haired Eve Good. What are the 4 of you doing here? Hermione tightened her grip on the jar behind her back, while the other 3 wore looks of guilt, stumbling over their words in response. Just enjoying the scenery. Has no one taught you how to use proper respect, Potter? Snape advanced slightly, prompting the 4 to huddle closer together. Gryffindor has lost 2 points because of you. Eve lowered her head to conceal the almost mischievous smile threatening to escape her lips. It was evident how much Snape despised James' son. What are you trembling about? Eve Good? She froze, unable to confess that she was quaking from suppressing laughter. I have a slight cough, she added, Professor Snape. True to form. The man's eyebrows knitted together further. Whose idea was this, Potter? It was mine. Eve defended him as best she could, knowing poor Gryffindor could scarcely endure losing more points, but Snape appeared indifferent. Gryffindor. She seized his sleeve. Really, Severus, it was my idea. Please don't. To her surprise, a faint blush crept onto his face, and he fell silent, abruptly releasing his sleeve and striding away with such urgency that he even forgot to punish her with detention. Harry felt a touch of the surreal. Ron stood in disbelief, and Hermione was so startled that the jar slipped from her grasp, tumbling into the already piled snow. What did you just say? Ron stammered, unable to articulate further. Hermione struggled to find her voice. You're not dating, are you? Ron shrieked, prompting Eve to immediately cover his mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? She exclaimed, stepping on his foot, causing him to yelp in pain. Harry appeared most astonished. What is going on here? Eva's mind raced, and without hesitation she blurted out, he is my godfather. Yes, my, godfather. What nonsense, godfather? What was she even saying? Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 softened somewhat. Yes, just a dead Sundra. Eve Good thought there was no fabrication she couldn't conjure. I used to call him that as a child. It meant he wouldn't punish me. So, it still applies. Merlin, what a perfect excuse. I'm an absolute genius. What a dead Sundra? Hermione inquired. Someone who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. They appear tough but are actually good-hearted. Didn't he see that coming? Harry remarked. Yes, always finding ways to deduct my points. Ron agreed, Hermione nodded, and Eve concurred too. That evening, when they checked their house points, they were surprised to find no points deducted at all. I don't recall any professor adding 2 points to my score today, Ron said, a bit baffled. Never mind. It perfectly counterbalanced Harry's 2 points. It's a good thing, Hermione said cheerfully, and Harry felt considerably better, while Eve Good wore an expression of mixed emotions, as though she knew who had arranged for the points to be added. Soon Eve Good's first Quidditch match arrived, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin. Before the game, she specifically warned Harry, be wary of Marcus. He is our Quidditch team captain, but he has a penchant for underhanded tactics. Seems like Miss Slytherin is selling information about her house, Fred remarked, draping an arm over his twin brother George's shoulder. Eve shot him an annoyed glance. I'm merely cautioning Harry. Know that those who violate the rules are hardly liked. At least this little serpent has some sense, George observed. If we hadn't intervened, wouldn't he know how many times he has faced him? Eve took her seat alongside Pansy and the others. Draco Malfoy brandished the Slytherin flag with his 2 cronies. She had to admit, the flag was quite striking. The shimmering Slytherin serpent appeared almost animated. Madame Hooch blew her whistle forcefully, while Eve scanned the field for Quirrell's presence. He was conspicuously absent from the staff seating, which was troubling. However, her attention was soon captivated by the match itself. Or rather, by the intriguing commentary. What a charming girl, Lee Jordan exclaimed. Her skills are truly top-notch. I doubt anyone could refuse a date with her. Jordan. Eve chuckled. and Pansy began to find the match rather entertaining. Before long, Gryffindor scored a goal, prompting Eve to join in the collective groan, while Malfoy stomped his feet in frustration. She noticed Hagrid squeezing in beside Hermione and Ron, but she had yet to locate Quirrell. "Excuse me," she said, unceremoniously snatching the telescope Malfoy had been using to search for him. After approximately 8 minutes, she finally spotted a limping figure traversing the lower ground nearby. Far from the staff seating, an unease settled within her as he seemed intent on sitting there. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath, but then felt a surge of relief as he started to walk towards Gryffindor. What was he planning? Chapter 34, The Exposure. He finally reached the Gryffindor section, climbing the steps to a more expansive vantage point, and Eve Good's heart plummeted. Simultaneously, the golden snitch was spotted for the first time, and Harry, oblivious to Marcus' treachery, nearly collided with him. Despicable. Eve Good followed the group of Gryffindors shouting, perhaps due to the excessive silence around her. Her voice rang out with an unusual clarity. Pansy swiftly covered her mouth, while Goyle and Crabbe draped a flag over her, shielding her from the countless gazes directed their way. "Have you lost your mind?" Malfoy shook her, as if questioning her sanity. "I was merely speaking the truth." Eve retorted indignantly, "This underhanded tactic is utterly despicable." "Indeed, despicable." Lee Jordan concurred, though he was soon warned by Professor McGonagall. The match was still in progress, and Eve anxiously noticed that Harry's broom had begun to behave uncontrollably. She cast her gaze toward Hermione's position, but she remained engrossed in the game. No. She had to intervene with Quirrell. The situation had already escalated. If it continued, Harry's life would certainly be at stake. Before rising, she glanced back at Snape in the distance, who had perceptively picked up on the disturbance, and was muttering incantations. Without further hesitation, Eve hastened toward the Gryffindor section. "Hey." She tapped Hermione on the shoulder. "What are you doing here?" Hermione looked at her in surprise. "Never mind that, Harry's broom is out of control," shouted Seamus. They turned their attention to Harry, who was struggling, and Hermione immediately understood. "You came to warn us. Who did this? Who else could it be?" Ron glared angrily at Quirrell, who was fixated on Harry. "I've noticed him since he arrived here. At first, I wasn't sure if he was responsible, but his eyes have never left Harry. Damn it." Hermione drew her wand and cast a spell, setting Quirrell's robes ablaze, which he frantically extinguished. Wow, Eve marveled. "Your aim is better than mine." Hermione smiled sheepishly. Then, indeed, Harry's broom ceased its violent tremors, and they all realized who was behind it. Eve felt her robes tugged. It was Ron. I think the red-haired boy over there has spotted you, and he looks quite angry. I must leave," Eve exclaimed, darting away. Hagrid and the others waved her off with smiles. "She's really nice. Did she come just to warn us about Harry?" Neville mused, gazing dreamily at her retreating figure. "Yes. She's always been kind," Hermione agreed wholeheartedly. "I think it's best if we don't inform anyone about Quirrell," she whispered to Ron, who nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the Slytherin section, Eve found Snape waiting for her. "How did you discover this?" he asked darkly, while Malfoy and the others looked utterly perplexed. "I've been suspicious of him for quite some time," Eve replied, relishing the secretive exchange only they shared, though Snape's expression dampened her enthusiasm. "You've been particularly attentive to that Potter boy, and even ventured into Gryffindor territory. Do you have any idea how many people witnessed this? Should I penalize you for it? Is it just my imagination, or does the headmaster seem a bit odd?" Pansy whispered to Malfoy, who concurred with a nod. Eve was familiar with this scenario and promptly replied, "I was wrong, I won't dare again." Snape departed, and Draco sighed in relief. "The headmaster is quite impressive," Eve mused dreamily, chuckling softly. This was not the first time she had admired him, and in fact, Pansy had already noted her infatuation with their headmaster. Was that even permissible? Eve resumed watching the match, cheering with delight as Slytherin scored 2 more goals, completely oblivious to Pansy's scheming expression beside her. She patted Pansy's shoulder. Eve responded, her gaze still fixed on the flurry of action from Wood. "Do you like Professor Snape?" Before Eve could think, she answered, "Yes, it's quite obvious." "All right. Stop patting me and let us watch the match," she added, completely unaware that there was anything inappropriate about her admission. Pansy was momentarily frozen, like a statue. It wasn't until Marcus was struck in the face by a rogue bludger that Eve registered what Pansy had asked. She stiffly turned her head, and the two remained locked in a gaze until Harry caught the golden snitch, without breaking eye contact. "Hey, what are you two staring at?" Draco asked irritably. "We lost. It's unbelievable." The two awkwardly shifted their gaze, tacitly choosing not to respond. Pansy feared she might perish at the hands of that venomous serpent. Wondering what she had even asked, To her shock, Eve had indeed answered. The two remained silent until dinner. The Slytherin table was unusually quiet. Largely due to their recent defeat and Harry gifting the golden snitch to Eve. What a disgrace. Malfoy was swiftly dragged away by Pansy, and partly due to Eve's silence. Will I even survive until the end of this term? Pansy finally broke the silence, to which Eve looked puzzled. What? I know the secret, and I won't live much longer, Pansy lamented, prodding her lobster with a grimace. You must cast a forgetting charm on me. Oh, it's fine, knowing is knowing. Eve replied indifferently, it won't remain a secret for long anyway. What are you thinking? Why would I ever harm you? Now let us eat. As a result, Pansy spent the entire month of November in a state of anxiety, terrified she might fall into an eternal slumber or suddenly collapse at the dinner table. Clearly, Eve's encounter with Oswald Rington had left her with a profound shadow of fear, leading her to believe that retribution was inevitable. Please cast a spell, I beg you. Stop tormenting me. One day, Pansy, tear-streaked and sniffling, pulled Eve aside, finally revealing her thoughts. Eve, bemused, swore she would never harm her. And the farce came to an end. Meanwhile, the trio began to genuinely believe Eve's words, closely monitoring the seemingly timid man. Eve, good, guess what we've uncovered? Harry pulled her aside after dinner, as they exited the hall. What? Nicholas Flamel, he declared mysteriously, a person connected to the Philosopher's Stone. Is this yet another revelation from Hagrid? You truly know everything, Hermione sighed, to which Harry nodded, annoyed that he had inadvertently spilled the beans. But it's useless. We already know. Ron wished Hagrid had shared even more. Do you know who this is? Harry asked Eve, who surely couldn't be oblivious to this figure, having already been reciting the second-year material. Familiar, but I can't recall at the moment. Eve thought it more amusing to let them discover the answer themselves and refrained from divulging it. The group planned to begin their search for this mysterious individual soon, spending days in the library. As Christmas approached in late December, Eve suddenly began to anticipate Hogwarts' first Christmas, feeling that she could start her preparations early. Chapter 35, The Generous Benefactor. As December progressed, Hogwarts grew increasingly frigid. While the grounds were adorned with magical wonders, the absence of geothermal warmth left the chilly Eve Good reliant on Hermione's enchanted jam jar, which provided an unending flame, free from the worry of extinguishing unexpectedly. The only challenging aspect was Snape's potions class, held in a chilly underground classroom that became unbearable in winter, where Eve noticed frost forming on several specimen jars. The student's exhaled breath created a mist, resembling smoke. When Eve Good mistakenly wrote a word incorrectly for the 8th time due to her numbed fingers, she tossed her quill aside. I can't take this anymore, she whispered, prompting Hermione, who was taking notes, to look over. What's wrong? I need to use the jam jar right now, Eve declared, retrieving it from her robe's inner pocket. Let us see who dares to stop me. Miss Good, Snape's sharp voice cut through, having sensed her subtle movements. Stand up and answer this question. Her hand hovered in the air, caught in a peculiar limbo, neither withdrawing nor reaching out. She maintained this strange posture while responding to his inquiry. Just as she relished the satisfaction of finally sitting down, she was abruptly interrupted. What is that in your hand? Eve Good heard Hermione softly echo her defiant remark. Let us see who dares to stop me. Since the troll incident, this girl had become notably more endearing. Yet how could she mock her at such a moment? She revealed it to him. A jar of jam devoid of flames. Evidently, Hermione had been quite resourceful, having retracted the flames in that fleeting moment. I don't recall needing this for my class, Snape declared, raising his wand to confiscate it, and placing it upon the desk. I would rather you deduct my points, she silently screamed, then resigned herself to her seat. Hermione compassionately patted her hand, for this was her sole jar of jam. Then, the chuckling Walden was called upon, and Malfoy gleefully observed his failure to respond, nudging Pansy with his elbow as they both relished his embarrassment. It was rare for Snape to deduct points from Slytherin, and Walden sat down in a sullen silence. What are you writing? In the afternoon library, the four of them sat as usual together. The other three were engrossed in research to uncover the identity of Nicholas Flamel, while only Eve Good was focused on scribbling notes. She showed Hermione a portion of her writing, a shopping list. I need to jot this down. I'll visit the Ollery tonight to have Peas Good assist with the shopping. Hermione cast a cursory glance and noted woolen socks on the list. Would Eve Good truly need woolen socks? She did not strike one as someone who would wear them. Eve had written a lengthy note, only to awkwardly realize that Peas Good would hardly be able to carry so many items. It seemed she would have to excuse herself to go out. How fortuitous that you came. Dumbledore appeared to be on the verge of leaving as well. I happen to be going to London. I believe we could walk together. Fawkes emitted a disgruntled cry, To which Dumbledore apologetically replied, "Sorry, old friend, but I cannot take you this time." Just like that, she had excused herself? And she was still in school. Dumbledore guided her down the spiral staircase, remarking, "In truth, I am not at all concerned about your studies. Consider this a rare reprieve, shall we?" They made their way to a wooden shed outside the castle, filled with bottles. Evegood peered around with curiosity as Dumbledore seemed to be searching for something. "Ah, here it is. This key." Dumbledore finally paused before a whiskey bottle. "This is one I've reserved for myself. I trust you won't disclose this to anyone, will you?" "Of course not." Evegood could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of trying it. Yet soon she felt rather nauseous. It was as if an invisible hook had snagged her stomach, lifting her off the ground. She sought to see what was around her, yet nothing was visible. Moment gelate. Her feet touched the ground once more, and Evegood felt dizzy as though she had ridden a roller coaster 30 times. "I need to visit the Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore was candid about his destination. "We should agree on a time and place. Otherwise, I may have difficulty locating you, especially since you lack a trace." "You actually know about this?" Evegood was once again astounded by the formidable wizard. "Let us meet at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor? 7 o'clock this evening." They parted ways, and Evegood felt no urgency. She intended to first visit the bank to exchange some Muggle currency, and then procure some intriguing items to bring back. Certain that Mr. Weasley would appreciate Muggle artifacts. As she arrived at the vault, she retrieved her silk bag to fill with coins, and just as she managed to fill it to the brim, she was whisked back in time. This time, like before, she found herself in a dormitory at Hogwarts. The bedding and blankets were in the Slytherin green, suggesting it was a boys' dormitory. Upon entering the vault, one would be transported. What was the principle behind this? Evegood muttered in dissatisfaction. As the dormitory was eerily silent with no one present, she noticed a notebook on the bedside table to her right. Its cover pristine yet slightly frayed, indicating frequent use by its owner. Compelled by curiosity, she approached to peruse it, placing her bag of galleons beside the notebook. Just as she reached out, a flash of white light enveloped her, and she found herself back in the vault. This operation was bewildering, leaving her in an awkward position, her hand still outstretched, appearing quite comical. "What the hell?" A wail resonated from the vault, followed by an avalanche of profanity, as civil as could be. The goblin at the entrance stepped back, deciding it was best not to heed such language. "Am I some kind of charitable benefactor?" Evegood cried in despair. Her money, so painstakingly gathered in that bag of galleons, was gone. How could it have vanished just like that? Now I shall destroy you." She drew her wand, pointing it fiercely at the time-turner, contemplating which spell would shatter it most effectively. She had always spent lavishly, and while such wealth could sustain her for lifetimes, it did not alter the fact that it was her money. Her heart ached with anguish. The pain, oh the pain! Do not despair. At least your money has found its way to that child. Gabriel discerned the root of her distress and promptly intervened. "What child?" In the distant past, Snape opened the door and instantly spotted the white-haired girl. Just as he intended to call out, she vanished. Was it an illusion? He pondered if he had conjured a mirage. Yet the silk bag resting on the bedside table assured him otherwise. Snape approached, trembling as he opened it, revealing a trove of coins, similar to the previous bag, which too had been enchanted with a spell of silent expansion. This was the second time she had left herself money, and even more than the first. How did she know she was in dire need of funds? His wretched Muggle father, afflicted by old ailments exacerbated by alcohol, had been sent to St. Mungo's, and his family no longer shipped him essentials. He believed that even if he had money, it would all go to his mother for his father's treatment. It was always like this. How much better off would he be if this useless father were absent? Chapter 36, Starry Sky. Hearing Gabriel mention that the dormitory likely belonged to Snape eased her spirits somewhat, yet she still needed to inquire whether Snape had received her money. Exiting Gringotts with the weighty silk bag, Evegood felt a newfound confidence in her stride. She produced the daunting list and began her purchases one by one. "I'll take the most expensive Quidditch maintenance set." In the midst of the shopkeepers, she radiated golden exuberance, extravagantly purchasing the exquisite set displayed in the window, before striding away with it. Next, she visited a luxury store to acquire a finely crafted peacock brooch and an obsidian-studded necklace, and she stopped by a perfume shop to buy a bottle of subtly apricot-scented perfume, which she deemed perfect for Hermione. Thus she continued her shopping spree, having torn through 2/3 of her lengthy list, when she found herself beside a potion shop, and decided to step inside to see what wares it offered. Her eyes were immediately drawn to a crystalline jar that the shopkeeper intended to display. "Pardon me, what is this?" "A crystal jar," the proprietor replied, presenting it to her. It's something I attempted to create myself, blended with unicorn horn's unique luminescence, along with a powder whose name escapes me. It glows every night, preventing me from sleeping soundly," he sighed. "The materials I used were of the finest quality. I couldn't bear to discard it, so I put it up for sale. Perhaps someone might find it useful. It is destined to be mine," Evegood declared with unwavering certainty. "How much?" "I shall buy it." Ultimately, she purchased this wondrous item for 10 galleons, and the proprietor, bowing and scraping, sent her on her way. "Perfect, everything here has been procured." Evegood tore the list in half, initially intending to discard it in a trash bin, but suddenly remembered that she was now a witch, and so she incinerated it instead. Yet, before venturing into the Muggle world, she needed to store all these items. She gazed at Florin's beverage shop before her and, without hesitation, stepped inside. Upon emerging, she found herself in possession of a cup of hot tea, which Florin had insisted on giving her. Although it was winter, many still sought cold drinks here. However, Florin resolutely refused to offer her ice cream, instead bestowing upon her a cup of the wizard's special brew. Evegood strolled once more along the long-forgotten Muggle streets. Her striking white hair and peculiar school uniform attracted considerable attention, even prompting an elderly woman selling Starbars to inquire. "It's a personal preference, madam," Evegood replied with a smile as she accepted the woman's offering, explaining, "Though it may seem odd, I find them quite beautiful when worn." "Indeed," the short-haired elder remarked, "no one here in London wears such attire. At least you are the first I've encountered." There was another significant matter. She needed to return home. With 5 minutes to 7, she finally made her way back to Florin's beverage shop. Dumbledore was already there awaiting her. "I've kept you waiting, sir," she greeted him breathlessly, accepting her purchases from Florin. "I haven't waited long either, Evegood." They bid farewell to the amiable Florin and, using the door key, returned to Hogwarts. "What a fulfilling day," Evegood exclaimed, the extensive shopping having invigorated her, and she noted that Dumbledore appeared to be in good spirits as well. Indeed, if Fudge hadn't extended an invitation for dinner, Dumbledore remarked, "I must say, the Ministry's meticulousness is quite suffocating. Hogwarts is truly more suited to my tastes." As they entered through the castle's main door, numerous students greeted Dumbledore and her, and they parted ways in front of a portrait of a knight. Time swiftly passed, leading to the eve of the holiday, when Pansy and Draco reluctantly bid her farewell. "Aren't you coming to my house?" the platinum-haired girl implored pitifully. But Evegood gently declined. "I'm afraid I'd rather stay at school." She embraced her classmates and watched as they boarded the train. "I'll write to you, Eve," Pansy called out, and Evegood blew her a kiss. She watched the train depart, shrinking until it became a mere speck on the horizon. Then she returned to the castle with the other well-wishers. The Slytherin common room was sparsely populated, and Evegood was not acquainted with many. Ever since Malfoy had let slip that she was inept at wizardess chess, people had been coming out to teach her, resulting in her having picked up a bit. Yet her interest remained scant. Who could understand? "Are you still searching for him?" On a snowy afternoon, Ron, Harry, and Evegood reconvened in the library. Evegood was folding Starbars, her gaze fixed on the books that Harry was fervently flipping through. "Yes, we've been searching all along." Ron glanced at the items she was crafting during his leisure. "What's that?" "You've been folding them for days." "Starbars," Evegood replied. "They're quite popular in the Muggle world, and I intend to fold them as a Christmas gift for Snape." Ron wore an expression of knowing and resumed his reading of recent developments in wizardry. The three spent the afternoon in this manner, and Eve finally completed a full jar of stars. She felt it was time to remind Harry. "I think I've seen that name somewhere." Upon her utterance, the two boys leaned in closer. "In the chocolate frog cards, remember, Harry?" The clever boy instantly grasped it, exclaiming he was notably productive in alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Soon after, they were shooed out by a flustered Madame Pants, leaving them in quite a disheveled state. "What a cantankerous old woman," Ron grumbled, "yet it's not so bad. At least we know who he is now." "Indeed," Evegood said, greeting Professor Flitwick as he approached, "it's not too dreadful. Let us perk up. Tomorrow is Christmas." No one wished to sleep the night before Christmas, especially not Evegood. She skillfully navigated past the patrolling Filch, heading toward their astronomy classroom. She opened the door with her wand and made her way to the open balcony. However, someone was already there. "Ah, Professor Snape." The man standing before the telescope turned, the cold wind ruffling his dark hair. "I should have known you wouldn't be in the dormitory at this hour, Miss Evegood." Snape was not one to deduct her points. In fact, he would hardly deduct points from Slytherin unless under special circumstances. He was quite protective. With this thought, she felt emboldened and walked over to sit down. "I thought I was the only one who had this splendid idea." Evegood recalled her first Christmas spent stargazing with him. hence her decision to come to the astronomy classroom for its expansive views. In truth, Severus made a point of coming here each Christmas Eve to gaze at the stars. Yet there were always interruptions, such as the ever-elusive Dumbledore. Snape's reluctance to deduct points did not imply Dumbledore would refrain from doing so, and Evegood contemplated fleeing, only to be drawn back by Snape's wand. "Do you think it's still timely to leave, Mess? Ah, the joys of youth, how enticing they are," Dumbledore remarked before vanishing before them, seemingly deciding not to pursue Evegood. The two leaned against the cushions, gazing at the starry vault above, and the air once again grew serene. She longed to inquire of Snape how he had fared over the years, but she swallowed her curiosity. Perhaps he still harbored feelings for Lily. What if she inadvertently stirred up old sorrows by asking? They watched as several shooting stars streaked across the sky, the atmosphere still tinged with a soft violet hue, and Evegood felt compelled to ask a question. Back then, Snape's eyes glimmered subtly in the dim light. "The gold galleon, you did receive it, did you not? What a foolish thing." Chapter 37, Christmas at Hogwarts. Snape hadn't anticipated that her first inquiry would be this, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, Eve was genuinely anxious, leaning closer. "You didn't receive it?" "I sent so much money," he coughed, covering his face to appear more serious. "I received it, 7,395 galleons in total. Good heavens, that's an exorbitant sum. However, over the years I've accumulated enough, intending to return it to you." Evegood covered his mouth. "No need," she said with a satisfied expression. "I simply relished the feeling of supporting you." Supporting? So all these years she had been sustaining him? Observing the darkening expression on her professor's face, Eve promptly corrected herself. "I certainly didn't mean it in that way. You know it's out of fondness. I'm doing it for your promising future. There's no need to thank me excessively." She nearly let slip her feelings, imagining what might transpire if she were to confess to Snape. He would undoubtedly toss her off the balcony at once. Snape hesitated, ultimately converting all his thoughts into silence. He had searched for her for a decade, exhausting every effort and traversing all of Europe, seeking this being who might not even exist. Even Dumbledore, unable to bear witness to his plight, had brought him in as the potion's master, yet his quest remained unyielding. He perpetually flitted between Hogwarts and other locations, yet each Christmas, he returned to gaze at the starlit nights, continuing his search, while the old professors he worked alongside would simply shake their heads. When he finally spotted that long-lost white hair at the Hogwarts sorting ceremony, who could fathom the depth of his joy and exhilaration? He even stood, a gesture he would have deemed impossible in his lifetime. Even the venerable teachers revealed long-lost smiles. At last he could cease his years of wandering. Before him stood Evegood, and if he wished he could closely observe the flutter of her eyelashes. Even for a fleeting moment, all those years of searching would prove worthwhile. She was yet unaware of the trials that lay ahead, but that mattered little. Her journey would unfold in due course. When that time arrived, he would gaze upon her for an eternity, finally articulating the sentiments he had harbored for so long. Yet for now, the priority was to elevate her swiftly, for the dangers ahead were perilous. Should anything occur, he would undoubtedly bring his own life to an end. "Are you tired?" "No, I am not." Evegood had assumed he wished to engage her in conversation, and she quickly became more alert. "Very well, now recite the examination points to me. I will ask and you shall respond." Snape's demeanor was unequivocal. "Answers must be swift, understood? Isn't it rather unconventional for a professor to quiz students on Christmas Eve?" Time gradually slipped away with the passage of the stars overhead. The distant yet near chimes of a clock resonated, striking 12 times. Snowflakes were gently ushered in by the wind, and Evegood felt as though she had returned to the Christmas of her 9th year. "Merry Christmas, Evegood. Merry Christmas, Severus." The long-overdue Christmas greeting echoed once more. Merlin, if this were a dream, let him never awaken. As the 11th snowflake of Christmas landed upon her, Evegood closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Snape gently lifted her, and carried her to the Slytherin common room, finally laying her down upon her bed. The serpent coiled upon her arm slipped to the floor, transforming into a several-meter-long snake. Snape showed little surprise. Instead, he tucked her in and exited the room. The next day, Evegood awoke to the joyous sound of Christmas carols. She could hardly fathom the multitude of gifts piled in her room. With a cheerful exclamation, she leapt from her bed to join Gabriel in unwrapping her presents. The first gift she unwrapped was a beautiful green pouch adorned with a satin ribbon, marked with Draco's handwriting. She eagerly donned it in her hair. There was also a set of the latest cosmetics from Pansy, which she placed in the bathroom, and a small carved pumpkin from Hagrid, which she decided to keep by her bedside. Remaining were a large, exquisite gift box and several smaller packages. And Evegood resolved to save the large box for last. One by one, she unwrapped gifts from Harry, a large serpent-shaped pillow, Ron, an unusual botanical ornament, Hermione, a commemorative edition of Advanced Potions, and the Weasley couple, a thick hand-knit black sweater, along with a large box of homemade fudge. She inhaled the scent of the sweater, which bore a rich aroma of bread, as if she were back in their home. Next came a large bag of honeydew sweets from Dumbledore, and she immediately popped one into her mouth, musing on the fine taste of that old bee. To her surprise, there were also prank items from Fred and George, and she decided to test them on Quirrell that very day. Finally, she carefully unwrapped the large gift box, revealing an exquisitely designed and well-crafted dress. She wagered she had never seen anything so beautiful. The gown was a soft cream, embellished with golden patterns. The designer's exceptional talent had arranged them so skillfully that the patterns appeared neither crowded nor overwhelming, but rather exuded an air of high luxury. The accompanying card read, "I believe this will suit you perfectly. Merry Christmas." It was a gift from Severus. She gleefully held it up, exclaiming, "Gabriel, look, does it not suit me splendidly?" "Indeed. It is lovely," Gabriel hissed, yet seemed more intrigued by the large pillow, swimming over to swat at it with his tail. At last, Evegood could don something other than her school uniform. She chose to wear the black hand-knit sweater and layered a thick coat over it, wrapping herself snugly. As Gabriel had said, she had no idea who she was dressing for. "Mind your own business," she retorted as she dashed out of the common room, eager to celebrate Christmas with her friends. Indeed, many awaited her. "Merry Christmas!" She joyfully embraced everyone present, and of course Merry Christmas, Harry replied cheerfully, standing alongside Ron, George, Fred and even Percy, all clad in sweaters crafted by Mrs. Weasley. "I have one too." Evegood showcased her black sweater, the only difference being the twinkling white stars adorning it. "Your mother is biased," Fred pouted, "but I must admit, the style she knitted for you is truly exquisite." Ron lunged forward, clearly the most excited of the bunch. "You gifted me a wand exchange voucher." He looked as though he might faint. "My mother said I was not to accept any more birthday gifts from you, but I feel this is more than sufficient." It was clear how desperately Ron wished for his own wand. As they made their way to the Great Hall, Harry remarked, "She gifted me a set of Quidditch maintenance supplies. If I recall correctly, those were displayed in the shop window." Evegood remained non-committal. Yet those who knew her understood she would not settle for anything but the finest. George spat at the passing Madame Pomfrey with a prank decoration, which scurried away in disarray. Laughter erupted among them, and even a reprimand from Filch could not dampen their spirits. They planned to dine together that day. But just as they were enjoying their meal, an owl from the Weasley family swooped in, delivering a message in Mrs. Weasley's handwriting. "What's this, Evegood?" Ron read incredulously, "Miss Evegood has sent us a house elf, making my life considerably easier. Be sure to thank her, my heavens. How could you? What is a house elf?" Harry inquired, and Percy explained. "It is a creature unique to ancient and wealthy wizarding families, commonly referred to as a house elf. You must understand, possessing one is already exceedingly prestigious, and her sending us one signifies that her family must own more than one. There are many," George added vaguely. "We visited her home before, and it truly is a wondrous place." A figure passed across their long table and stopped behind Evegood. It was Snape, appearing particularly jovial, as he had not deducted points from a greasy-handed Harry. "Merry Christmas, Professor," Percy greeted respectfully, while Fred and George echoed the sentiment, albeit with a hint of reluctance from Harry. Ron was still trembling with excitement, wholly oblivious to Snape's presence. "Merry Christmas, Professor." Evegood greeted him cheerfully. "I hope you enjoy my Christmas gift." "Indeed I do," Snape replied, seemingly awaiting this affirmation before striding away with a light step. "What a surprise," George remarked. "I've never seen the old bat walk like that." "Indeed," Fred chimed in, "and he has remained at school this entire term without venturing out once." Evegood was still slicing the roast goose. "What? Why would he need to go out? It is said that this has been his custom throughout his teaching tenure." Percy continued to explain, "Other than class hours, he generally remains outside. Rumor has it he is searching for someone, but who knows? Yet he hasn't gone out this term. Perhaps he has found someone," George speculated, truly a remarkable persistence. None of them had any intention of studying that day. Evegood engaged in a spirited snowball fight with them, even testing out the brothers' prank items, nearly dislodging Quirrell's turban. However, she was swift, and when he turned, only Harry remained standing there. Unsurprisingly, Gryffindor lost points again, this time a full 20, much to Quirrell's evident frustration. It remained a mystery what was so precious about his turban. Harry vented his frustrations to them, expressing his utter indifference towards Evegood's antics, and noted that today was Christmas, so whatever came their way would go unnoticed. Even if they were docked 20 points. That cloak was exceedingly precious. Eve Good rolled her eyes inwardly, relieved that it hadn't been scattered this time. Otherwise the fun would have been spoiled. That night, Harry tossed and turned, unable to find rest. In truth, it was difficult for anyone to sleep after such a sumptuous Christmas feast. He contemplated the mysterious invisibility cloak gifted to him, wondering why he shouldn't take it for a nocturnal adventure. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he sprung into action, quietly slipping out of bed, donning the cloak, and leaving the Gryffindor common room. To his surprise, he encountered Eve Good wandering about on the 5th floor. He didn't perceive her as a mere rule-breaking student. "There's someone nearby," whispered Gabriel from her arm. Eve glanced around, spotting no one. Indeed, it was Harry. "Where?" she inquired softly. Gabriel lifted its head, sniffing the air. "To your right, at about 4 o'clock, roughly 5 steps away, 3 now." Eve Good swiftly turned, and sure enough, she collided with something cold and liquid-like, yanking it to reveal Harry's head. "Oh, good evening, Potter," she remarked, amused by their successful disguise. Harry was still reeling from the shock. "How did you?" But they were interrupted by the disconcerting sound of Filch's labored breathing. Quickly, he immediately enveloped Eve Good in the invisibility cloak, ensuring they were both completely covered. In the next instant, Filch's head appeared around the corner to their left. Eve Good stifled a gasp, realizing how truly frightening Filch looked. The two of them edged away slowly, only to stumble upon Snape at the next corner. What a protagonist's luck. Just wandering about and bumping into him. They stealthily passed by his side, but Snape suddenly paused, inhaling deeply. "What is that scent?" It was the faint aroma of her perfume, subtle yet discernible to anyone paying close attention. Eve Good tugged at Harry, but it was too late. His hand was already reaching out. In that moment, Harry acted swiftly, pressing Eve Good's head down as they crouched on the floor, avoiding detection. They awkwardly shuffled along in that position until they were certain Snape had not followed. "That was exhilarating," Eve Good whispered excitedly. "Indeed," Harry replied, relieved to have escaped. "Imagine if he caught us. He'd say Gryffindor loses 50 points. Oh, Miss Eve Good, Potter, why did you bring her out? Another 20 points off for Gryffindor." He mimicked in a high-pitched tone, and Eve Good found it hard to disbelieve Snape capable of such an act. As if things couldn't get worse. They then encountered the ever-roaming Mrs. Norris. What awful luck. Eve Good noticed the cat glancing in their direction, and Harry swiftly led her through a slightly ajar door. They exhaled in relief only after ensuring the prowling cat had departed. Oh. Eve Good was the first to spot the ornate mirror in the center of the room. "Thank you, Harry. We stumbled upon this place by accident." She removed the invisibility cloak and gestured for Harry to look. It was a magnificent full-length mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, its intricate, ancient patterns lending it an air of mystery and grandeur, adorned with some runes, though they were too high for Eve Good to decipher. Yet she was certain it was the mirror of Eriste. Harry stepped forward first, eager to see what the mirror revealed, while Eve sat down watching him. "I still don't understand how you knew I was nearby," Harry gasped, clearly entranced by the reflection before him. "Is this my parents?" Eve Good remained silent, engaging in a game with Gabriel, allowing Harry to explore the mirror's secrets on his own. After she flicked Gabriel's head for the 4th time, Harry spoke again. "They only exist within the mirror. This is incredible. Eve Good, do you want to see my mum and dad?" He motioned for her to take a look. Eve Good observed as the mirror, which had appeared empty, suddenly transformed significantly. She sought her own reflection but was astonished to find none. "Did you see them?" Harry asked anxiously. "My mother looks just like me. I think I saw your parents, but there are so many people," Eve Good replied, scrutinizing the figures, spotting Lily and James, along with Sirius and Lupin and the Weasleys, making the mirror seem almost cramped. She even glimpsed Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The mirror also seemed capable of revealing one's deepest desires. What a thrill! Snape stood directly before her, a blue rose pinned to his chest, reminiscent of the one Madame Rosmerta had given her, and he was smiling, a truly unimaginable expression for him. After a moment of effort, she diverted her gaze from his sharply tailored suit and stepped back, allowing Harry to see for himself. "How is this possible? I can only see my family here." Harry rushed forward, while Eve Good, choosing not to speak, busied herself drawing on the abandoned blackboard. He stood there for quite some time, while Eve Good filled the blackboard with her sketches. It was only when a strange noise echoed from outside the door that he snapped back to reality. "What time is it?" he inquired, half his body cast in shadow. Eve Good, without turning, replied, "About an hour has passed." "I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting," Harry said, looking downcast. "This mirror allowed me to see my family. They seem so aware." He trailed off, noticing what Eve Good was drawing. There were his mother and father. Eve Good had sketched their outlines. You saw them too, he exclaimed, rushing over. Yes, she really does have green eyes like mine. Eve Good remained silent, pondering why she was absent from the Mirror of Ariste. What could that signify? Chapter 39. The Mirror of Ariste 2. The following day Harry, accompanied by Ron and Eve Good, set off to locate the room again. Just as she had anticipated, the two boys quarreled over viewing the mirror. But she intervened just in time to prevent drawing the attention of Mrs. Norris. On the third day, Harry appeared even more distracted. Eve Good and Ron exchanged worried glances as he had hardly eaten all day, his thoughts consumed by the mirror. The mirror seemed to have driven him to madness. Ron complained to Eve Good, who was engrossed in a game of chess against him. She sighed. That's understandable. He truly misses his parents. Eve Good took another move. Checkmate. I win. Her pieces cheered as they knocked Ron's knight out, dancing a jig. Your skills improve daily, Ron praised. Harry, do you want to play? The boy seated by the fireplace shook his head, leaving them no choice but to continue. As night fell, Harry adeptly navigated his way back to the room, encountering no one along the way. In fact, he hardly noticed. He pushed open the door to find Eve Good already there, still drawing on the blackboard. He greeted her and settled on the floor, gazing into the mirror. Back again, you two? Eve Good remarked, continuing her artwork. Harry found it difficult to maintain her composure, for it was Dumbledore's voice he heard. Good evening, sir. Eve Good finally completed her last stroke and approached them. Dumbledore regarded them kindly, and Harry felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Miss Eve Good, I now sense that you can discern anything. Not at all, she replied nonchalantly, moving to sit beside Harry. It seems you've discovered the charm of this mirror. It reveals your family to you, he observed, his wise gaze reflecting through his crescent-shaped glasses, illuminating the depths of their desires. Eve Good did not eavesdrop on their conversation. Instead, she approached the enchanted mirror once more, where the same scene as the night before materialized before her. She scrutinized everyone depicted within. My curiosity about what Eve Good beheld remained piqued. Dumbledore shifted the focus of conversation toward her, yet Eve refrained from turning around. I see those who have perished still alive, she paused, revealing a smile that carried an inscrutable significance. I witnessed the reunion of those separated, and strangers raising their goblets in camaraderie. I also perceive that all of this is but a dream. The grand battle seemed as though it had never transpired. All stood there in tranquility. Even Fred was frolicking with his twin brother. Ron even envisioned himself as the head boy, Harry remarked. But what do you see in the mirror? Eve Good began to meticulously examine every corner of the image, yet she could not find even a single strand of her white hair. I am not present in this reflection. Dumbledore's brow flickered imperceptibly, and Harry found this peculiarity unsettling. Professor Dumbledore, what do you see in the mirror? Eve Good tossed the question back to him. After all, she had gifted him several boxes of woolen socks for Christmas. If he claimed he lacked sufficient socks, it would be a blatant falsehood. Dumbledore fell unusually silent, and Harry glanced worriedly at Eve Good, who was watching Dumbledore with a hint of schadenfreude. You need not speak. Good professor, she said with understanding, but I shall certainly uncover the truth about Gellert. Dumbledore looked at her in astonishment. Eve Good wagered that he had never worn such an exaggerated expression in his life. Harry, still baffled, inquired, What Gellert? What I mean is... Eve Good interjected swiftly, I intend to convey that I shall inevitably know. Harry eyed her skeptically. To immerse oneself in illusory dreams while neglecting the reality of life serves no purpose. Remember this, Harry. Tomorrow, this mirror shall no longer reside here, Dumbledore stated. I shall place it in a location you shall not tread. Do you comprehend my meaning, child? Harry understood that Dumbledore acted in his best interest, yet he still sensed something amiss. He nodded vaguely and then contemplated leaving with Eve Good, but Dumbledore spoke up. Miss Good still has matters to discuss with me. You may depart, Harry. Harry donned his cloak, glancing back at the girl repeatedly, aware that his impulsive remarks had led to this predicament. How do you know how much you truly know? Eve Good mused, realizing she ought to avoid provoking the aged professor. Otherwise, he would interrogate her as he was doing now. Because I am Merlin's little angel. Eve Good maintained her usual rhetoric, utterly unapologetic. Dumbledore, sensing that he could extract no further information, allowed her to leave. The drawing on the blackboard remained, and he curiously approached it. Discovering she had depicted a large gathering of people. Merlin preserve us, he muttered, noticing himself leaning against Grindelwald. He hastily erased it, for it could never be revealed to others. He paused before the clasped hands, refraining from erasing that portion. He believed wholeheartedly in the power of love, yet how tragically futile his own affections had proven. Eve Good anticipated that her first holiday would be particularly relaxing, yet she was mistaken. As her headmaster monitored her studies daily, he took her to the academy's dueling arena, practicing awkward spells repeatedly and astonishingly. Dumbledore supported this endeavor by lifting the restrictions on apparition every Saturday for them to engage in duels to assess their weekly progress. Naturally, Eve found herself bested each time. It seems your previous victory over Potter was merely luck. When Eve Good was flung to the ground for the 53rd time, Snape nonchalantly remarked, prompting her to protest. Once more, she kicked her legs in determination. Eve Good was astonished that Snape exerted only half his strength during their duels, indicating he genuinely sought to train her. Indeed, that wretched locket's randomness was overwhelming. Each time she was transported, she never knew when it would occur, compelling her to accelerate her growth. What if one day she found herself face to face with that noseless Voldemort? She would surely be doomed. This time, Eve Good evaded swiftly and, seizing an opportunity, struck Snape, only to have him effortlessly rebound her attack. She rolled on the ground and spun around, casting a shattering curse, but her aim faltered, and she struck the arena wall, creating a fissure. Snape cast a spell, restoring it to its former state, his rigid features softening considerably. These walls are enchanted for protection. You managed to create a breach. It seems your previous decisive blow against that troll was no coincidence. Eve Good had not relished her triumph for long before Snape remarked, "What was that rolling maneuver? Were you attempting to sweep the floor?" Her smile faltered as Snape continued to pinpoint her flaws. "Your evasive maneuvers are indeed impressive, but dueling demands initiative. Remaining passive will only place you at a disadvantage." "I understand," she conceded. She was simply too timid to truly strike him. Snape appeared poised to continue, but he seemed to hear something. "Come out." Eve Good followed Snape's gaze to a corner, where Harry and Ron stood, clearly astonished by their duel. "You arrived just in time, Potter." Snape beckoned him forward, and Harry felt it would have been better to deduct points from himself. Ron attempted to discreetly retreat, but Eve Good yanked him to witness their combat. "You, engage in a duel with Eve Good." Harry's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "What difference does that make?" "It's akin to signing my own death warrant." The old professor paused momentarily, then visibly relished the situation. "Gryffindor loses 50 points. I am willing. I am more than willing." Then came the moment when Harry was utterly defeated, and Eve Good felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Ron gaped in disbelief as he watched Eve Good unleash a flurry of spells, swallowing hard. Do they bear a grudge against each other? Snape, in high spirits, noted the effectiveness of their extra training. Eve Good had clearly ascended beyond the first and second years, showcasing her remarkable talent. If this continued, she would undoubtedly match him in combat. Moreover, James's son was in quite the predicament. Ha. Chapter 40, The Duel. Ron wore an expression of utter disbelief. Indeed, as a Slytherin, Eve Good was ruthless even in dueling. Anyone who crossed her would be playing with fire. That was abysmal, Potter. Harry lay exhausted on the ground. He regretted heeding Fred's suggestion to witness their training, as he had now unwittingly involved himself. "I'll find a fourth year to practice with you tomorrow." Snape, without sparing a glance at the prone Harry, instructed Ron to assist him in sitting up. "Tonight will mark the final duel, Eve Good." Eve Good's eyes sparkled with excitement, her hands trembling in anticipation. Harry found her more intimidating than Snape. Have they lost their minds, training so fervently? Ron's head spun as he followed the barrage of spells being cast. Harry could hardly discern their figures anymore. Hermione had never trained this diligently. Watch out for the rebounding spells, Eve Good. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. She leaped into the air, evading a stunning curse that would have knocked her out. Even Snape was taken aback. Then came an even more ferocious onslaught. Eve Good's wand was knocked from her grasp by a disarming curse. Ron gasped in horror. Is she truly insane? He shook Harry. She might actually get killed. There's no need for alarm. She is a Slytherin. While those words were spoken, Harry felt a twinge of concern. Nonetheless, he trusted that Snape would not allow her to come to harm. Eve Good noticed her wand had flown behind her left foot, but she had no time for further contemplation, as yet another fire spell approached. Apparate. In a moment of desperation, she astutely forgot that she had left her wand behind, and the next instant, she found herself behind Snape. The four individuals present were rendered utterly speechless. "Well, Professor, it seems I possess quite a bit of prowess." Evangeline thought herself a veritable genius, finding the spell trivial. Snape's face twitched violently as he struck her head sharply with his wand. "What are you doing?" In a real duel, who would use apparition to teleport behind an opponent? He paused, realizing that he had previously sent her wand flying. Thus he questioned the validity of her spell. Evangeline stood frozen. astonished that she had just cast a spell without a wand. Both of them were taken aback, while Harry and Ron remained in a state of confusion, uncertain of why they were so silent, yet too intimidated to speak. Do it again, but without apparition. Do you comprehend the severe risks of a failed spell? Snape, caught off guard by her abilities, was interrupted by Harry's voice. She mastered it at 9. She operated to my aunt's house, Harry added, sensing the tension. And she practiced it for several months. The atmosphere thickened, Snape's face transformed like a kaleidoscope of colors, and Evangeline, uncertain of his thoughts, cautiously retreated towards Harry. The three huddling together, trembling. Evangeline, how could you? Snape appeared on the verge of an explosion. You could have been splinched, perhaps even perished during the apparition. Oh, indeed, Evangeline acknowledged, recalling that her primary motivation was to avoid the night bus, hence her relentless practice. Eva practiced. Eva experienced splinching. Splinching? What is that? Ron inquired. Splinching occurs when part of the body arrives at the destination while another part remains behind, Mr. Weasley. It was the diminutive Professor Flitwick, who had appeared behind the group, nodding appreciatively at Evangeline. An impressive duel, especially for a first-year Evangeline. She smiled modestly, though it was clear that Snape did not share his colleague's sentiments. So dangerous. You must never attempt that again, at least not until 5th year. Perhaps realizing he had raised his voice too much, Snape quickly composed himself. Where did you splinch? My left leg and my right ring finger, Evangeline replied, recalling vividly the pain from the white essence she had applied, which had nearly terrified her house elf. Snape's expression was a tapestry of emotions, and in the next moment he embraced her. He said nothing, but she understood that his concern stemmed from her actions. Oh, their bond is truly remarkable, Ron commented, though he wondered how he was unaware of this relationship, given that Snape was supposed to be Evangeline's godfather. What godfather? Professor Flitwick was oblivious to this connection. The trio exchanged wide-eyed glances, speechless. Aren't you her godfather, Professor? Harry asked innocently, sensing a significant secret was on the verge of revelation. Perhaps, though I am not entirely certain, gentlemen, Professor Flitwick replied. Thus, the flame of that secret was swiftly extinguished. It's nearly curfew, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. You may leave, Professor Flitwick permitted them, and the two boys continued to discuss the matter as they exited. Do you think Evangeline is deceiving us about the godfather thing? Ron pondered as they ascended the spiral staircase. Harry was uncertain, for Evangeline had never mentioned Snape to him prior to arriving at Hogwarts. This matter faded from their minds after they settled into bed, as they had to devise a plan for how to surreptitiously enjoy the Weasley twins' latest pranks the next day. Evangeline remained for another hour, attempting wandless magic under the supervision of the two professors, yet she had not succeeded again since that first instance. All right, Evangeline, Professor Flitwick approached her with seriousness. I believe that wandless spell was merely a fluke. After all, it is not something a first year should be able to accomplish. Evangeline gazed down at her wand, feeling its latent power, yet she sensed that she could not yet unlock its full potential. Her intuition suggested that something essential was missing. What could that be? Professor Flitwick adjusted his glasses, expressing admiration for Evangeline. You possess remarkable potential. I believe you will become an extraordinary witch in the future. Thank you for your guidance this evening. Evangeline sincerely expressed her gratitude, prompting Professor Flitwick to chuckle heartily. If you must thank someone, it should be Professor Snape. He specifically requested my assistance in mentoring you. I must take my leave now. His diminutive form vanished at the doorway of the dueling chamber, leaving only the two of them behind. You specifically sought out Professor Flitwick. Evangeline's eyes sparkled, and Snape found it difficult to divert his gaze. Indeed, he replied awkwardly. And upon receiving confirmation, Evangeline's spirits lifted, her fatigue from the night dissipating. Shall we depart? Snape suggested. Today's practice was commendable. Indeed, practical experience can expedite your progress. Yet you always seem to hit me mercilessly. It's beneficial for you. Snape cast a sidelong glance at her, relieved to see no hint of reproach on her face. Aren't you equally harsh with Potter? The two shared a laugh, and Evangeline was delighted to witness him laugh aloud. Snape escorted her to the entrance of the common room, intending to leave. Have you mastered both potions? Evangeline understood he referred to the potions he had taught her during detention. She nodded and displayed the vial she carried with her. They exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective quarters. Chapter 41, The Black Lake. Evangeline's dreams were tumultuous throughout the night. She dreamt of the scruffy-looking Peter, who seemed to be shouting something unintelligible. The scenes shifted rapidly. She then saw James shoving her, followed by Lily calling her name. Suddenly, they all began to drift further away, vanishing in an instant. Next, She witnessed a scene reminiscent of the original narrative. Black tumbling backward, Moody being knocked from his broom, Remus and Tonk's hands unable to clasp each other any longer, and Snape, bitten by Nagini, trembling as he awaited death, burdened by a weight of sorrow known only to him. She jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. Outside the window, a giant squid with minimal tentacles glided past, yet it failed to capture her attention. Evangeline covered her face, taking deep breaths to calm herself. There was still hope. She was only a first year, and she could still utilize that unreliable time-turner to return to the past. However, she knew that sleep would elude her that night, prompting her to sit at her desk throughout the night, contemplating how to alter the impending disaster. As the start of the school year approached, Hogwarts once again buzzed with the chatter of students. Draco had also been summoned to attend a special potions class, but the disparity between their skills was stark. Each time, Draco was met with scathing remarks. "It seems you've completely forgotten the method for boiling nosebleed nougat, Malfoy." Snape waved his wand to clear the cauldron of its foul-smelling contents, while Draco obediently stood in the corner. The esteemed potions master's patience was invaluable, and provoking him during a failed concoction could lead to dire consequences. Yet misfortune befell some, such as Evangeline, whose cauldron exploded. She froze in place. Time seemingly suspended at that moment. Draco held his breath, terrified that even a single exhale would provoke Snape's wrath. They could see the veins on the old professor's forehead throbbing, while Evangeline found the cauldron's explosion rather amusing, though not in Snape's presence, for that would surely result in Evangeline Slytherin. Both she and Draco were unceremoniously ejected from his office, standing face to face, both silent. "Does this mean we can leave now?" Draco quietly inquired of Eve Good when, in the next instant, Snape's bellow resonated from the door behind them. "Draco, you must submit a 15-inch essay tonight." The pallor of the platinum-haired boy's face immediately fell, and Eve Good could only offer him a comforting glance as they trudged upstairs, deliberating on how Draco might stretch his words to fill the required length. "I think you could ask Ron. He previously wrote a 20-inch essay," Eve suggested, relishing the unfolding drama. "Ask that Weasley." He scoffed disdainfully. "I might as well have Goyle write it for me. No pureblood family would wish to associate with such a wretched Weasley." Well, she nearly forgot about the animosity between their families, a fact that was not subject to alteration by her mere words. With the school term set to commence the day after tomorrow, Eve Good mused that she might still seize a moment for slumber. She bid farewell to the irate platinum-haired boy and, a few minutes later, arrived at her dormitory. Suddenly, the time-turner grew somewhat heated. What could this signify? She had never encountered this phenomenon before. Then she felt her feet touch the grass, and it became evident that she was no longer in her dormitory. As she scanned her surroundings, Eve Good realized she was now on the grassy banks of the Black Lake, with several figures not far off. She glanced at the time-turner, noting it was spring of 1976. "What do you intend to do?" Snape retreated, a grim expression on his face, dodging the curses aimed at him. "Relax, Snavellis. It's merely a game," Sirius taunted, adjusting his curls as he approached. "You ought to have known there would be consequences before provoking us." Two petrification curses simultaneously struck Snape, and before he could react, he was plunged into the lake. At that moment, James and Lily appeared. Lily immediately spotted Snape being forced into the lake by Sirius. Furiously, she wrenched her hand from James's grasp, intent on rescuing him. However, someone was faster. A white figure leaped forth in an instant, and no one could discern who it was. "Don't go, Lily. I beg you," James implored, gripping her tightly. "You'll drown. Did your friends not consider that before pushing him in?" Lily's fondness for him evaporated in an instant. "Let go of me, Potter. You lot are utterly despicable." Lupin too was lamenting his failure to prevent Black's actions, but he recognized the identity of the white figure. "Eve Good," he exclaimed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Peter retracted his wand, deciding it was best to flee. The waters of the Black Lake were frigid and piercing, threatening to freeze her very insides. But Eve Good had no time to register her pain as she opened her eyes, desperately searching for the petrified Snape, now rendered a stone statue and incapable of ascending. She instructed Gabriel to assist her from the shore, and plunged into the depths alone. A dark silhouette in the distance caught her attention, and Eve Good swam towards it with all her might. What lung capacity could an 11-year-old possess? If she failed to locate him soon, it would be the end. The distance still felt insurmountable. What to do? What to do? In despair, Eve Good scanned her surroundings and spotted a massive squid gliding by. She propelled herself towards it, hoping to gain leverage, growing closer with every stroke. Extending her wand, she strained to utter the spell Stupefy from beneath the water. Snape, who resembled a sinking ship, responded immediately, reaching out to her. Without hesitation, Evegood grasped his hand, pulling him upwards. Yet this was the last of her strength. She could no longer surface. If one of them was to survive, it had to be Snape. Snape, in horror, witnessed the girl release her hold on him. "What are you doing, you fool?" he mouthed, then without a second thought, seized her. Evegood was drawn up to the surface by Snape, and they both anticipated a smooth ascent to the shore, only to collide with the squid, which appeared furious after being trodden upon by her. Well, one could hardly blame it. The imprint of her shoe was still evident upon its head. What a stroke of bad luck today. First the cauldron explosion, and now this. Once I reach the shore, I shall give Black a thorough beating. The squid's tentacles thrashed wildly and lunged towards them. Despair enveloped Evegood as she shut her eyes, convinced that being ensnared by this creature would be preferable to drowning. Yet fortune shifted as a massive serpent, over 10 meters long, bit through the thrashing appendages. Despite her thoughts of being constricted, she knew being bitten by the snake would be excruciating. Fortune had not completely turned. Snape's face paled, aware they had already lingered in the water for a considerable time, and the consequences of further delay were unfathomable. However, the next moment, they were ensnared by the serpent's tail and flung onto the shore. It was Gabriel. Having resumed its original size, saving both their lives, in her anxiety, she had failed to recognize it. Where did that snake come from? Sirius exclaimed, retreating in fright, while Evegood slowly rose from the grass, supported by the hastily arrived Lily. Coughing weakly, the two pale figures struggled for breath. However, Snape, being in his 4th year, recovered more swiftly than Evegood, who coughed as if on the verge of death. Chapter 42. Attending class together. "Are you all right, dear?" Lily asked, patting her back with concern before casting a drying charm on her clothes. Snape, too, cast a charm for himself, his complexion decidedly grim. "Ie me fine. Cough, cough, cough." Evegood leaned against her, reveling in the bliss of being embraced by such beauty. What an honor it was. "What have you done?" Black. Lily's fury was palpable at Evegood's near brush with death, eclipsing her anger at Snape's mistreatment. "Where's that wretched little creep?" "He ran away?" She referred to Peter as the wretched little creep, eliciting raucous laughter from those around. Gabriel stood guard over Black, baring its sharp teeth and swatting his wand from his grasp. Now Black's face was even paler than Snape's had been moments ago. "Oh, spare him the dialogue." Snape swiftly drew his wand and struck Black, sending him flying. James attempted to rush in for revenge on behalf of his friend, but a mere glance from Lily caused him to retreat. "Sorry, mate. Who told you to court disaster?" At this moment, Evegood finally regained her composure, though her complexion remained alarming. Consequently, Lily scooped her up, noting the considerable height difference. Evegood still resembled a little sprite. Feeling that they had sufficiently intimidated him, she clapped her hands for Gabriel to return. The enormous serpent swam leisurely back to her, coiling around her arm, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. "Is this your snake?" Lily stammered. Evegood nodded. "I had it on the shore to assist me. Otherwise, neither Snape nor I would have made it back." Just as she intended to ask what had transpired, Lily, in a voice 3 times her usual volume, admonished, "What were you thinking, Sirius Black?" "Lupin. I trust you can explain this to us." The invisible Lupin was pulled into the light by James, and he timidly recounted the events. It turned out that Snape had quarreled with Black the day before, and today the 3 of them had come to the Forbidden Lake to observe the squid, though their true intention was to douse Snape's potion homework with squid ink. They encountered Snape, who was reading alone, and Black had drawn his wand first, leading to a standoff where Snape initiated the conflict. Much to the chagrin of the arrogant Gryffindor, the situation escalated, with James intervening and knocking Black back down as he attempted to rise. "Didn't I say not to seek trouble with him? Why did you still?" Now they were back to square one. He had nearly won Lily's affections, only to have this debacle arise. Heaven knew how difficult it was for him to navigate this world. Black, the Brotherhood betrayer. Evegood discerned his despair and gleefully stuck out her tongue. At this moment, Lily's anger subsided considerably as she seemed to finally notice Severus Snape nearby. "Severus, how are you faring?" "Well enough," he replied with a stoic expression, casting a glance towards Evangeline. "Thank you." He had never anticipated anyone would come to his rescue, and the events of the day left him shaken, especially considering Evangeline had voluntarily released her grip. Was she a fool? "No need for thanks. How do you intend to repay me?" Evangeline was known for her unpredictability, and Snape genuinely contemplated this. Lily gently stroked her smooth, long hair, soothing her as one would a child. However, Evangeline was not oblivious to the fact that the other petrifying curse had been cast by Peter, and a grin spread across her face as she began to calculate her next move. A throng of students marched towards the castle, and Black was acutely aware of his own culpability, yet in his youthful arrogance he would never concede to that sniveling worm. He had willingly endured a curse from Evangeline, though he had nearly been knocked into the lake. A trifecta, Evangeline declared. Just then, Peter rushed over, breathless, claiming he had left early to use the restroom, eliciting skeptical expressions from Lily, Evangeline, and Snape. A complete blank. Evangeline swiftly cast a spell on him, and his gaze gradually became vacant. James and the others were utterly baffled by this turn of events. I don't want him to know about what happened today, she explained nonchalantly, believing it would be best if Peter remained unaware of her existence, though that seemed impossible. Leaving an impression might prove useful in the future. How long will our little Evangeline be gone this time? Lily gently patted her head, and Evangeline nuzzled against her affectionately. A little while longer, all right, Lily? The sands of the time turner allotted to her were running low. She would likely have to leave after attending their next class. Snape trudged along gloomily behind them, feeling irked that she had once known only him, yet now found herself surrounded by so many people, an overwhelming sensation. He felt frustrated but would never voice it. James, what is our next class? Noticing Lily still willing to converse with him, James immediately attached himself to her like a leech. Black rolled his eyes in disdain. It's history of magic, with Professor Binns teaching alongside Slytherin. Evangeline cheered. We can attend class together. Lily, with a fond smile, pinched her cheek. I believe so. Who do you wish to sit with, Evangeline? I want to sit with Severus. As they conversed, they reached the classroom door, drawing curious glances from many, as no one in the entire school had ever dyed their hair or possessed white hair, and there were no students of such short stature in the entire fourth year. Fortunately, their heights shielded them from many gazes, and without any textbooks, Evangeline shared a book with Snape. They settled together, and she thought there was nothing more magical than this moment. The two rivals they had previously established sat just 2 places apart, while the rowdy group that would ordinarily provoke Snape was now unervingly compliant. At least with Evangeline present, no one dared to approach him. It was worth noting that she had not only defeated James, but also possessed a serpent that could grow in size, and more importantly, she was privy to almost all their secrets. Professor Binns was indeed old beyond belief. He couldn't even distinguish one student from another, and thus remained oblivious to the extra presence in the room. His lecturing tone was monotonous and dreary, and before long, the sound of Black snoring echoed from behind Evangeline. He had actually fallen asleep. What is this? Evangeline stifled a yawn and leaned against Snape. If you drool on my robes while sleeping, I will certainly throw you out. Snape intended to say something else, but it came out as a threat, leaving him feeling somewhat regretful. Don't fidget. That robe was a gift from me. The weight of his words silenced him immediately. However, their overly intimate gestures attracted numerous glances, and Snape, belatedly aware of this, cleared his throat. Many eyes are upon us. What does it matter? Evangeline murmured sleepily, having succumbed to drowsiness. It was indeed her nap time. With your abilities, you could dispose of them without consequence. What? Snape was bewildered. After all, you are the second in command to both sides, the brilliant half-blood prince. She shifted into a more comfortable position. How could a man as splendid as you not be mine? Chapter 43, The Fire Dragon. Until the conclusion of this utterly pointless class, Snape remained in a daze. He roused Evangeline, and their small group of 7 departed the classroom with considerable noise. As they progressed halfway down the corridor, Evangeline's form began to grow transparent. She cheerfully bade farewell to Lily and the others before vanishing from sight. She always takes such long absences, Lily mused as they walked. I truly miss her. Achoo. Back in the dormitory, Evangeline sneezed. The waters of the Black Lake had been exceedingly cold, and she had caught a chill, leaving her no choice but to visit the hospital wing. In fact, she ended up burning with fever for 3 days, rendering her utterly exhausted. Evangeline smiled weakly at the trio who came to visit her. Hermione approached her bedside, beginning to slice an apple. It's not your fault. The weather has been so erratic lately. Catching a fever is entirely normal. I brought you class notes. I thought you might find them useful. But I'm a patient now. Harry's words went unspoken as Evangeline joyfully interrupted. Indeed, I truly need them. She took a bite of the chocolate frog Harry had given her, feeling revitalized. This way lying here won't be so boring. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, having completely forgotten that Evangeline was just as fervent a student as Hermione, if not more so. They chatted merrily for a while. But this delightful atmosphere was short-lived as another group arrived. It was Malfoy, Pansy, and Snape, the latter of whom wore an especially grim expression, prompting Harry to contemplate a hasty exit. I think we should leave, Hermione suggested, and the three hurried out, with Draco sneering disdainfully as they passed. Your health is truly delicate, isn't it? His elongated tone was swiftly cut off by Snape, who silenced him with a glare. Pansy stifled a laugh, and Draco begrudgingly added, Well, we came to see you. We encountered Professor Snape on our way here, so we decided to accompany him. Pansy brought a large jar of pumpkin juice, preserving the sweet and tangy flavor from her memories, and Malfoy remained as generous as ever, filling the bedside table with a plethora of snacks. And my mother made these little cookies. I really don't understand why she insisted on making them for you, he grumbled, reluctantly handing her a bag tied with ribbon. Evangeline took a piece, savoring the delightful craftsmanship of Narcissa. Heiress, your medicine. Snape placed a vial of dark, murky potion before her. Its appearance hardly promised anything pleasant. And Evangeline swallowed hard. Can this really be consumed? Pansy clicked her tongue sympathetically, while Draco wrinkled his nose at the potion's odd scent. If you suspect I've poisoned it, you needn't drink it. He pretended to take it away, but Evangeline downed it in one gulp. Surprisingly, it was rather tolerable, though she still wondered how Western herbs could concoct something with a distinctly herbal taste. Snape did not linger long and soon departed in haste. My father mentioned he recently received a substantial order, Draco casually remarked, and Pansy, noticing Evangeline's interest, leaned in closer. I heard the commission fee is quite generous. The fallen Half-Blood Prince's current state brought her a sense of relief, though she was somewhat astonished that this old man was covertly earning money on the side. Is there anything else noteworthy happening lately? Evangeline inquired, taking a bite of the apple Hermione had sliced. She listened to the two of them discuss the latest happenings, such as the Weasley twins releasing new products, and Peeves playing tricks on the Gryffindor team. And Gryffindor is set to face Hufflepuff, in Quidditch. Draco indulged himself unabashedly in the provisions he had brought, while Pansy, displaying a look of disdain, edged closer to Eve. I sincerely hope you refrain from shouting as you did last time, she remarked. If it weren't for the rules, I certainly wouldn't have raised my voice so, Eve retorted, biting fiercely into an apple. Although it was indeed our house team, their behavior was unquestionably atrocious. With merely a day remaining before Eve Good's release from the hospital wing, the Quidditch match that day was nothing short of exhilarating, as Seeker Harry caught the golden snitch at a record-breaking speed. Incredible, Eve Good cheered, her enthusiasm unabated despite the many Slytherins glaring at her, met with equally fierce glares from Pansy and Draco. One elderly professor's expression soured, for Dumbledore, fully aware of his aversion to such foolishness, had nonetheless appointed him as the referee. No less, the referee for James' son. His deep, dark eyes shifted to the trembling Quirrell. It was time for a discussion. That evening, just as Eve Good finished her meal, Hermione whisked her away, leaving Draco to click his tongue and return with Pansy. What is happening? She gasped, casually snatching a grape from a passing table. They were led to a secluded spot where the trio divulged what Harry had overheard regarding Snape and Quirrell. Now we can be sure, Harry said incredulously. I can't believe Quirrell would dare to set his sights on it. And Snape, that peculiar fellow, hasn't had any ulterior motives. Ron chimed in, so what now? I mean, even if we know this, what can we actually do? Snape's redemption plan 110086. All eyes turned to Eve Good, clearly the most reliable among them at that moment. Let us wait and see, she suggested. The feeling of knowing the truth yet being unable to voice it was excruciating. At the very least, they needed to figure out how to navigate past that large dog. You mean Fluffy, Hermione quickly grasped, realizing they would need to pay Hagrid a visit soon. It wasn't long before they encountered the elusive Hagrid in the library that afternoon. Eve Good exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione, and the clever girl promptly beckoned over the somewhat sheepish Hagrid. It was evident that Hagrid was genuinely taken aback upon hearing them mention the Philosopher's Stone. Keep your voice down. He gestured anxiously, don't speak so loudly. Come find me later. It wouldn't be good if other students overheard. Oh. Eve remarked with a mischievous smile, we're quite the troublemakers, aren't we? Ron hurried away, leaving no one aware of his intentions until he returned with a hefty stack of books. Look at this, he whispered, urging them closer. Hagrid is actually reading this book on dragons, complete with a care guide. He mentioned wanting a dragon the first time we met, Harry noted, as Ron fidgeted restlessly. We need to find him, Ron insisted. I mean, this is illegal. If he truly raises one of those creatures, he could face severe consequences. They raced towards Hagrid's hut, with Ron enlightening them about the magical world's dragons, and it was rare for Hermione to offer him praise. Upon entering Hagrid's abode, they were met with an overwhelming heat. Eve Good found a chair situated farthest from the fireplace, while Harry fanned himself desperately. You're raising a dragon, Hagrid? Eve interjected as their conversation progressed, eyeing a large, dark egg nestled by the hearth. I won it in a card game, Hagrid divulged, oblivious to the implications of his words, recounting how the previous owner was eager to rid himself of it. Was he not principled? Eve inquired. Ah yes. He was still a man of principle, Hagrid replied. He asked if I had the capability to care for it. At the mention of principled, Eve rolled her eyes. I told him I could handle a 3-headed dog. How could I not manage a dragon? He seemed very interested in it. He was particularly interested in Fluffy. Hermione sensed something amiss, while Harry and Ron remained oblivious to Eve's underlying queries. Yes, Hagrid continued, still unaware. I told him it was simple. Just play it some music, and it will fall asleep. Hermione's face drained of color. You told him how to get past that creature, she shrieked, startling Fong, who had been resting on Ron's lap. The expressions of the other four shifted accordingly, but Evegood merely leaned by the window, scanning for passers-by, convinced she was hallucinating as she caught a whiff of garlic. Oh dear, she mused, this is getting quite thrilling. Well done, Hagrid. Hagrid slumped into his chair, the wooden seat creaking ominously under his weight, as if it might collapse at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, Evegood remarked, imagine Dumbledore's disappointment if he found out not only have you been derelict in your duties, but are also harboring a dragon in your home. The weight of her words struck deeply, as Hagrid buried his face in his hands, weeping, the roof almost lifting from the force of his sobs. Em sore, Dumbledore. I don't deserve to be the keeper of keys and grounds. Truly, he should regret allowing me to stay here. Harry and the others exchanged worried glances at Evegood, knowing no one would dare blame her, for what she spoke was the truth. Should someone with ill intentions learn of this, they would undoubtedly exploit it to oust Hagrid. Calm down, Hagrid, Hermione soothed gently, perhaps this can still be resolved. Maybe he merely mentioned it in passing. Oh, don't let him delude himself, Ron interjected, his bluntness unrestrained. Harry nudged him, yet he remained unresponsive. Who would carry a dragon egg around and get Hagrid drunk? It was painfully evident that it was intentional. Evegood found Ron's intellect lacking in this instance. As Hagrid's beard trembled more vigorously, his entire being quaking. It seems we cannot rely on Dumbledore for assistance, Harry concluded. We must handle this ourselves. Finally, they reached a pivotal moment. Were they delving into the heart of the matter? Evegood rubbed her hands together in excitement, her eyes gleaming, though she pondered whether the timing was too premature. No worries. If it comes to it, we can just eliminate Quirrell directly to avoid any prolonged complications, she thought. Her mind set on adventure. It would be rather unkind not to inform us what traps lie within, the clever girl stated directly. And Evegood nodded in appreciation as Hagrid, eager to divulge everything, implored them to ensure they sought Dumbledore to protect the Philosopher's Stone. However, locating Dumbledore was out of the question. They would need to investigate on their own. Do you not find it utterly absurd to assign this task to a handful of first-year students? As they emerged from Hagrid's hut, nearing curfew, Ron grumbled a few complaints, and Fong nudged Evegood with his tail, instantly heightening her alertness. She gestured to them, and the group, confused, fell silent, stealthily making their way into the castle. They narrowly evaded Filch's lantern light, inching toward another direction. What's wrong? Harry inquired, but Evegood did not respond until they could no longer hear Filch's wheezing breaths. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask my snake. The others then noticed the serpent coiled around her left arm, inhaling deeply. What's the matter? A hissing sound escaped her lips, incomprehensible to Ron and Hermione, but Harry understood her query. The scaled creature, shimmering with a green glow in the darkness, raised its head, and an unknowing observer might assume it was preparing to strike. A scent of garlic, just ahead not far from you, it communicated. Evegood lifted her gaze to them, and they instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. But I observed no one around Hagrid's hut, she exclaimed, a cold sweat trickling down her brow, leaving her no time to wipe it away. Do not be foolish. Even Dumbledore can become invisible without the aid of an invisibility cloak. Hermione recalled vividly the incident with the mirror of Eriste, which had startled Harry. He might already be aware that Harry's voice now bore an uncanny resemblance to the wheezing of Filch. He dared not utter the thoughts lingering in his mind, yet Ron took the lead. He already knows we are seeking the Philosopher's Stone, that we are his adversaries, and that we might even expel him. The four of them exchanged glances and swiftly reached a consensus. Regardless of the potential loss of points, they must venture to the room on the 4th floor. The door at the end of the corridor indeed stood wide open, as if confident that no one would approach. Moonlight cascaded down, revealing a dog with only 2 heads. Wasn't there supposed to be 3? Harry inquired while Ifagood averted her gaze, feeling guilty. They halted in unison before the entrance. If anyone wishes to turn back now, they are free to do so, Ifagood stated calmly. We cannot predict what lies ahead. It could indeed be perilous. The narrative had completely veered off course. She was uncertain of what they might encounter, but she felt the need to protect them from harm. "We shall undoubtedly enter together," Hermione asserted decisively. "Indeed," echoed the two boys. The four of them stepped boldly inside. "Gabriel, are we dining?" It hissed eagerly. "I wish to consume it. It smells delectable." Harry endeavored to feign ignorance of the serpent's speech, yet Ifagood surprisingly concurred with it. "What nonsense, it's patently diminutive." Suddenly a python, as thick as a tree trunk, lunged forth, and before anyone could react, it devoured the remaining two heads of Fluffy, blood splattering the walls in a foul, steaming spray. Hermione collapsed to the ground, while Ron retreated until his back met the wall, leaving only Harry motionless, as if nailed to the spot. "I don't recall Hagrid mentioning a snake," Ron managed to murmur, and they stared in disbelief as the serpent consumed Fluffy entirely, the room enveloped in an eerie silence. "I truly regret that you have consumed it." Ifagood continued to converse in Parseltongue. "I nearly forgot this was Hagrid's dog. I wonder how he would perceive me if he were to know. So this was your snake." Hermione finally regained her composure, stammering this revelation, and Ifagood nodded. "Now there are no more hazards, is there? Truthfully, I believe your snake is more of a liability," Ron muttered, as he approached and opened the trapdoor. "Now we can descend, but we must exercise caution." "Splendid," Ifagood exclaimed, leaping down before anyone could stop her. She somersaulted mid-fall, landing directly beyond the devil's snare. "Look, there is the devil's snare. I can hardly believe I am seeing it outside of a textbook." Her voice echoed from below, and it appeared to pose no danger, prompting the others to follow suit, though they were all ensnared without exception. Ifagood conjured flames with her wand, and they extricated themselves, then followed her along the stone corridor. Harry began to feel a growing unease as he speculated what the next challenge might entail. Oddly, it seemed he heard something clashing. Chapter 45, The Professor's Trials. As per the original narrative, they entered a chamber filled with keys flitting about like birds. Harry moved toward the door on the opposite side, only to find it locked. "I can hardly believe they expect us to retrieve the keys," Ifagood scoffed, unwilling to deal with such trivialities. "You all go look for them. I'll see if I can unlock this door." If she could not open it, they certainly could not, prompting the three of them to seize brooms from a corner to commence their search. Ifagood was well aware that the door could not be opened by spells. However, it had walls. Surely they could not be impenetrable? "Reducto, reducto," she chanted, directing her spell toward the wall. "What on earth is she doing?" Ron shouted. "I don't know. But I found the key. Look, it's right there." Harry pointed it out, and they began to strategize. "After all this time, we have only managed to find this little thing," Ifagood remarked, gazing at the key-sized crack. Gabriel was immune to her remarkable exploits. "Why don't you use your tail to widen it?" she suggested. Gabriel obediently grew to the size of a giant python, and struck the wall with his tail. Harry barely managed to grasp the key, nearly dropping it in shock from the reverberation. "Don't be foolish and linger there," Ifagood called out. "I have created a hole in the wall. We can go straight through." The three of them quietly dismounted their brooms and followed her through the shattered wall, Ron finding it utterly unbelievable. "I never imagined we could bypass it like this," Hermione remarked, utterly astounded. "It truly defies belief, but that is quintessentially Ifagood." They arrived at the chessboard, where Ron took command, nearing the conclusion of the game. However, they found themselves at a stalemate, necessitating Ron's sacrifice. "No." Three voices cried out simultaneously, and Ron felt his eyes welling with tears. "Do not be absurd. I have a method that will ensure all four of us survive." Ifagood spoke softly, and they turned their gazes toward her. "Hey Ron, what kind of look is that?" she chastised, turning away in annoyance. "After all, I have been trained by those Slytherins." Though the method was somewhat cumbersome and time-consuming, it ultimately led to their victory. As they traversed a path cleared by the chess pieces, Ron marveled at her plan, and they cautiously navigated through a chamber occupied by a giant, one that was undeniably deceased. "I wonder what Professor Snape has set up for us." Hermione attempted to relax. "Perhaps he will make us drink poison," Harry speculated. "It really is poison," Ron confirmed. "Stop overthinking it." Ifagood struggled to maintain her composure. "Let us move quickly." The four of them crossed the threshold, only for flames to suddenly erupt behind them. In this chamber, both doors were engulfed in fire. However, the one ahead was black, while here it blazed purple. "Let us see what great headmaster has devised as our challenge." Ifagood pranced forward, leaving Harry to wonder if she sensed any danger. There lay a scroll of parchment, which she unfurled, pondering it for a moment before analyzing its contents. The message indicates that danger lies ahead, but one may also retreat. Among these numerous vials, "Tu can aid us." 2 contain the elixir of life, while 3 are poison. Below were words familiar to Ifagud. She pointed directly to 2 vials. This one will allow us to pass through the black flames, and that one is the potion for returning. Remarkable. How did you discern which 2 it was after just a glance? Hermione exclaimed, snatching the parchment from her hands. After scrutinizing it, she found Ifagud's deductions to be entirely accurate. Because I am a genius, she unabashedly boasted. Oh, and by the way, I have 2 potions that I carry with me, and they should have the same effects as these 2. How do you possess those? Hermione gasped, examining the vials in her hand, one round and the other small, identical to the 2 she had just pointed out. Snape taught me while I was in detention. He said it might come in handy. Ifagud shrugged, feigning innocence. Harry found it exceedingly odd. How could Snape? Of course he would, Ron explained confidently. You must understand he is capable of the most astonishing things. But how did he know you would find it useful? He also wishes to seize the Philosopher's Stone, Harry replied honestly, having long wanted to voice this. Do not be ridiculous. Then why would he instruct me to brew this? Ifagud swiftly redirected the topic. I think we must hurry, otherwise we shall be too late. Who wishes to accompany me to confront that giant? This just significantly eased their tension, and Harry volunteered to step forward while Ifagud appreciatively patted the young boy's shoulder. You have potential, Harry. However, I must state in advance that I shall not partake of the potions placed before us. I only consume what is contained within my own bottle. Those concoctions have undoubtedly been tasted by Quirrell, and I would be remiss to drink after her, given her afflictions. Therefore, I apologize, Harry, but considering the exorbitant price I paid for your Quidditch ointment, you shall have to endure this for the time being. No. Hermione declared with firm resolve. We cannot ascertain whether those 2 vials contain genuine potions. They could very well be poison. In that case, I shall be the one to sample them first. Ifagud winked. If I survive and pass through that black flame, it would indicate that both vials are safe. And then you 2 may return to fetch help. How does that sound? Ifagud, Hermione exclaimed, embracing her, finding it curious that she recalled this scenario should not be occurring to her. I'm sorry, Harry. It seems this time the little beauty must embrace herself. You are an extraordinary wizard, Harry, and so are you. Ron gazed at Ifagud with a mixture of complexity. I dare say you bear no resemblance to a Slytherin. You are always assisting us in resolving our troubles, Ifagud. Doesn't this feel somewhat akin to delivering a last will? Is there nothing you wish to say? Hermione released her, shyly inquiring. Me? Ifagud certainly felt invulnerable, yet her nonchalant demeanor struck them as one resigned to despair. I am a proud descendant of Salazar. No one can harm me. But how can a descendant of Salazar be afflicted with a fever for 3 days without cause? You need not speak, Ron. The 4 of them burst into laughter, and then, as previously discussed, Ifagud and Harry were the first to drain the contents of their vials. Phew, it's freezing. Let us go, Harry. Hermione and Ron watched as they emerged unscathed from the flames, and then they quickly consumed the potions, rushing through the purple fire to seek help. I still cannot fathom why Snape instructed her in concocting that potion, Hermione remarked as they exerted every ounce of strength to burst through one room after another. Who knows what that bat is thinking? Ron gasped for breath, urging them to hasten, for he could not ensure their safety otherwise. Chapter 46 Quirrell. Indeed, it was Quirrell, standing there with a menacing glare directed at the 2 of them. You are far too clever for your own good, Slytherin. Sometimes that is not a blessing. His speech was now devoid of stammering, infused instead with a sense of oppression. I had initially intended to commence this plan later, but it seems you have forced my hand, he shrieked, furiously brandishing his wand to summon ropes to ensnare them, but was met with a swift blow from Ifagud. Harry marveled at her composure, as she appeared anything but a first-year student. Oh, indeed, she had also torn off the fade. Let me guess. Is there another reason you failed to drink the unicorn's blood? That day was you. Quirrell's voice grew increasingly shrill, compelling Harry to cover his ears. You prevented me from drinking the blood. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? I do not know, Ifagud feigned ignorance, as she needed to use his words to reveal the truth to Harry. Without unicorn blood, the master cannot survive, you wretched fool. Quirrell seemed to have already categorized her as an ally. I sought you out numerous times, yet you always eluded me for reasons unknown. Donatiest. I have never stood on the same side as you. Ifagud felt a bead of sweat form in her palm as she wiped it on her clothing. What? Most perplexing was Harry standing there, bewildered by the unfolding events. Quirrell's face contorted further. Not on the same side? You are a descendant of Salazar. You ought to be purging the magical world of half-bloods and mudbloods alongside the master, not consorting with them like a Weasley. Silence. Ifagud raised her wand and struck him. Quirrell staggered back, visibly infuriated. Let me speak with her. Quirrell's expression shifted to one of subservience as he obediently removed his scarf and turned away. What a terrifying sight it was, as Quirrell's head bore a serpentine visage, one that Evegood recognized all too well as belonging to Voldemort. Despite her numerous precautions, the reality of it sent shivers down her spine. Ah, white-haired one, you truly are what? Evegood was confused by his words. Look at what I have become. The face spoke, and Harry instinctively wanted to retreat. Yet he saw Evegood steadfast in her place, and courage surged within him. I am now but steam and shadow. I only possess a corporeal form when I share a body with another. Quirrell straightened his posture, while Evegood felt a wave of nausea wash over her. You thwarted Quirrell from aiding me in drinking blood. I had thought you to be an invisible professor, yet I never expected it to be you. I should have allowed Quirrell to dispatch you sooner, but someone has always been covertly protecting you, that Snape. Harry glanced at Evegood, who furrowed her brow. This was the most significant change in her demeanor since her arrival. Now I understand you cannot submit to me, so Potter, why do you not look at me? Harry glared at him, and then Voldemort surprisingly began to laugh. Excellent, excellent expression. Your father bore the same look before he perished. Ah. Evegood raised her wand, and the countenance of the face before her paled slightly, yet it continued to speak. And your mother was truly brave to protect both of you. Protect whom? The two of us? Evegood endeavored to remain composed, resolutely refusing to reveal her ignorance of the matter, or allow him to think she was deceived. Yet she was still killed by me. Think of what she said then, as Quirrell advanced step by step toward them. Evegood tightened her grip on her wand. She pleaded, how pitiful she was, merely a frail, useless soul. Never, do not insult Lily in my presence. Evegood unleashed a curse and Quirrell, taken aback, fell to the ground. She ferociously attacked him, sustaining wounds from his spells, yet she fought back with reckless abandon, as if the pain were inconsequential. And for a moment, Quirrell found himself at a disadvantage. Harry was not so fortunate. Quirrell hurled a spell at him, sending him crashing to the ground. He attempted to rise, but a foot pinned him down, and he felt a faint crack in his ribs. Oh, you still cannot protect your own, Voldemort remarked leisurely. Do not harm him too severely, Quirrell. He still has his uses. First, deal with that girl. You are as bothersome as your headmaster. Quirrell released his foot, binding Harry tightly with ropes. He was the one who first prevented me from entering the 4th floor on Halloween. He has yet to be bitten to death by that dog. Truth be told, the dog's head was bitten off by the snake on him. What a surprise that was. He may save his legs, but you cannot. Evegood retorted mockingly. Quirrell's complexion turned a sickly hue as he grasped the implications of the snake's involvement. Enraged, he uttered the killing curse. A flash of green light surged forth, and Harry felt his scar throb painfully. You, Evegood cursed. Not wishing to perish in her first year, she still harbored hopes of a romance with a professor, and dying would truly be too great a loss. She learned her lesson. Next time, she must never provoke a madman, for heaven's sake. The green light rushed towards her, but a swifter transformation spell intervened. It was Snape. The barrier that thwarted the killing curse shattered, and in disbelief, she realized she was still alive. Why are you standing there like a fool, contemplating your epitaph? Snape bellowed, nearly losing her life. He should not have taught her that potion, but rather allowed Potter to confront that deranged garlic head alone. Oh, Professor, you've arrived. Evegood instantly shifted from her previous intimidating demeanor, and Harry thought he must be hallucinating. He looked so fearsome, and he wanted to kill me. Seeking death. Snape scooped her up, effortlessly delivering a vicious blow to Quirrell, who writhed in agony on the ground, the serpentine visage on the back of his head incessantly screeching. Harry, I am truly glad you are unharmed. Following closely behind Severus Snape, Albus Dumbledore approached and lifted the enchantment, noticing a slight indentation in Snape's ribcage. He cast a restorative charm to alleviate Harry's discomfort. May I not give him a swift kick? Just once, she pondered. No, came the stern reply. Why so fierce? I'm perfectly fine, she retorted. Fine? Your blood is nearly drained. Snape cast several restorative spells and forced her to swallow a potion retrieved from his robes. Do you realize that had that curse not been blocked for even a second, you would have perished? But I did not die, did I? You came to my rescue, she replied. What if I hadn't? He pressed. You would have, she asserted. Snape, exasperated by her retort, released her and stepped aside. Evegood approached the old bat with a wry smile. Chiron, lying on the ground, soon fell silent, and the visage of Voldemort on the back of his head gradually faded away, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. It is a pity Chiron did not utilize you to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore remarked, leading Harry to the nearby mirror of Ariste. I have made a few minor alterations, You may take a look. Wait. I want to see. Eve Good exclaimed, never one to miss such an opportunity. Ignoring the deepening scowl on the old professor's face, she dashed to the mirror, eager to glimpse her reflection. What she beheld astonished her. Herself placing the philosopher's stone into a vial alongside Foxfeather, the wings of a flobberworm bat, and a unicorn's mane. Marveling at the richness of her collection, covering her face, she mused that it would have been more fitting to see herself drinking the elixir of life. That image was simply absurd. Chapter 47. The Godfather. It seems Eve Good was unable to retrieve it either. Dumbledore chuckled. Harry inquired curiously, what did you see? Eve Good wearily recounted the scene, prompting smiles from both Harry and Dumbledore, though Snape's focus was elsewhere. How did you come by unicorn hair? He pressed. Advancing on her, Eve Good recoiled in fright. Such a rare item was priceless. You ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Haven to you? And what of it? She shot back emboldened. At this juncture, Harry interjected, and you prevented Chiron from drinking its blood. How impressive. Impressive indeed. Did you not see that Snape now looks as though he wishes to end my life? She retorted. I should have made you lick that vial clean. Enough of this. Snape stated. I believe Miss Slytherin owes me an explanation. Without hesitation, he pulled her aside. I am genuinely curious how you dared to confront such filth alone. Obediently, Eve Good followed, delivering a swift kick to Chiron as she passed. Don't you dare touch me with shoes that have kicked him, she exclaimed. Hey. Harry and Dumbledore watched them depart, the elderly wizard wearing a bemused expression, leaving Harry to ponder a sudden thought. Professor, what curse did Chiron use against Eve Good? That was a most vile curse, the killing curse, Dumbledore explained. I regret to inform you that your parents fell victim to that very spell. No wonder my scar aches so, Harry reflected. Chiron also claimed that my mother saved both me and Eve Good. How can that be? Dumbledore remained non-committal, shaking his head and sighing as he stroked the frame of the mirror of Erist. Love is always so profound. Harry stood before the mirror, where he saw his reflection winking at him, withdrawing a red stone from his pocket and replacing it. At that moment, he felt a weight in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered that the very red stone from the mirror was indeed within his grasp, thus securing the object of Voldemort's desire. See how remarkable this is. Dumbledore guided him slowly out of the chamber. Only those who seek it without the intention of using it may truly possess it. Is that not extraordinary? I have one more question. Ask away, my child, Dumbledore replied kindly. Though it is late, I believe we still have ample time for discourse. How would you feel about a day off tomorrow? That would be splendid, Professor. Harry was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight. I wanted to ask how Eve Good knew my mother's name. Dumbledore. Can you refrain from inquiring about matters I cannot address? Ah, that? You shall learn in due time, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard and withholding further comment. Aside from that, I believe I can answer your other queries. What is the relationship between Professor Snape and Eve Good? Dumbledore. Retracting my previous statements, James' insatiable curiosity is indeed formidable. Them? Ha ha ha, of course it is a student-teacher relationship. But Eve Good told me he is her godfather. Indeed, that is correct, Dumbledore conceded, contemplating how to relay this information to Severus, whose countenance would undoubtedly darken. What did she mean when she spoke before the mirror of Erist? I believe her meaning was quite simple. I have more to ask. You ought to refrain from further inquiries, my child. Eve Good was returned to the dungeons, anxiously rocking back and forth in her chair, as she faced the professor's interrogation. Who informed you that Chiron had exited? His dark eyes bore into hers, ensuring she would not fabricate an answer. Surprised he had not employed legilimency, she replied, Gabriel. The serpent on his arm flicked in agitation, emitting a displeased hiss. Snape appeared to recall something at the mention of it. I am genuinely curious how you compelled it to yield 3 full vials of venom, which then became my Christmas gift. Eve Good hesitated, recalling Gabriel's hasty retreat, and evaded the inquiry. It seems your energy this evening is quite abundant, Miss Eve Good. Snape rose and approached the cabinet. Tonight's detention will consist of memorizing this material. I am still an injured party. Your injuries have long since healed. That potion I brewed took over a year to perfect, and one cannot procure it on the market. In truth, I am quite fatigued, Professor. Eve Good decided to change tactics, though it appeared futile. You did not seem so tired when you were engaged in battle with Chiron. Snape produced a stack of materials, a compendium detailing various potion ingredients and their applications, insisting she memorize this. Severus, I genuinely wish to sleep. The man's expression softened slightly, yet he remained unyielding. You may not wish to, thus memorize it. Darn it, today I must sleep regardless of what she says. Memorizing all this is insufferable. Come here, Professor, she beckoned slyly. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity as he leaned in. In a flash, Evegood pressed a kiss to his cheek and sprinted toward the fireplace, instantly vanishing into her dormitory. Snape remained frozen in place until the door to his dungeon was knocked upon. Enter. It was Dumbledore. Severus, what is this posture? Have you twisted your neck? Dumbledore glanced around, not noticing Evegood's presence. I assumed you would keep her here. How peculiar. The man remained silent, touching his cheek as a reluctant smile crept upon his lips. Severus, can you hear me? I can, Headmaster. Evegood claims you are her godfather, Severus. Sure enough. Snape's expression began to darken, and Dumbledore, having achieved his objective, hummed a tune as he departed, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. So this kiss was merely a friendly gesture from a goddaughter to her godfather? Life's Victor, Evegood, who kissed the professor and escaped detention. How delightful. The following day, rather unexpectedly, a holiday was declared. Hermione complained about missing yet another transfiguration class, while the other three shrugged resignedly. This was all too typical for her. I still wish to know who will be teaching our next few defense against the dark arts classes, Evegood remarked as they walked. Harry lethargically replied, anyone will do. As long as it isn't Professor Snape. The expressionless man stood before them, and Harry managed to muster a smile as he greeted him. Professor, what will happen to the remaining defense against the dark arts classes this semester? Evegood inquired curiously. At the mention of this, his face lit up a fraction. The subject had seemingly become an obsession for him, even if it meant Severus would still be responsible for potions. Congratulations! Evegood exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Finally, she would no longer have to endure that garlic-headed figure, and she would get to see Snape more often. Harry, however, wore a countenance reminiscent of someone who had just consumed a handful of slugs. I hear, Miss Evegood. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I am now your godfather? Chapter 48. Conversation. Evegood's pupils widened. How could he possibly know about this? What was she to do? Publicly reveal her secret? Seeing her flustered demeanor brought a slight uplift to Snape's mood, and without uttering another word, he turned and left. That morning, during breakfast, both Evegood and Harry received an envelope containing a note penned by Dumbledore. After breakfast, come to my office. The password is exploding bonbons. Dumbledore. What scheme was that be concocting? Evegood discreetly tucked it into her pocket. Indeed, his passwords were mostly about sweets. The two met at the door, and upon uttering the password, they stepped into the spiral staircase. Harry curiously glanced around, while Evegood, having been there once before, appeared far more composed. Upon seeing Dumbledore seated at his desk, they both greeted him respectfully. Come sit, my dears, do not be shy. They took their seats across from him, and Evegood immediately scooped up Fawkes from the shelf, cradling him in her lap. Harry, incredulous, opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent upon witnessing Evegood's nonchalant demeanor. She had a knack for engaging in the most irrational behaviors, a trait that was not newfound. I summoned you to discuss the aftermath of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry surmised, you must have placed it in a more secure location. So your friend Nicholas Flamel. You know him, which pleases me greatly. Dumbledore smiled and nodded at Harry. You have a firm grasp of this matter, do you not? However, I must correct you, it was not hidden away. Rather, it was destroyed. Evegood leisurely interjected, as Fawkes flipped over in her lap. As she gazed at Dumbledore's beaming countenance, Harry could no longer contain himself. Professor, he exclaimed, but then your friend will die. Indeed he will die, Dumbledore replied. Of course, this may seem rather unfathomable to you young folks. However, for those with a clear mind, death is merely another grand adventure. Evegood lowered her gaze, and in this context, the weight of his words struck her differently. She felt she was beginning to understand. It could grant humanity long life and immense wealth. Who would not desire these? Yet who can fully rid themselves of the craving for either? Yet people often choose things detrimental to their well-being. Harry felt bewildered, and Evegood shared in his confusion. Yet she glimpsed the wisdom in the elder's words. Dumbledore turned his attention to her. So, Miss Evegood, do you have something to say? Her hand hesitated. She recalled the dream that had startled her awake months prior, with Snape's face, filled with despair and unresolved emotions, lingering in her thoughts. I fear death, she articulated slowly. I lack the courage to face it. What should I do? This was not a concern she should bear, Harry mused. He felt that this silver-haired Slytherin was concealing many truths even Dumbledore might not grasp. And how could she be contemplating death? The fact that you are capable of considering this aspect truly astounds me. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Death is indeed a complex term. Voldemort, in his fear of death, goes to great lengths, yet some confront it directly. If I may say, you are indeed a far-sighted Slytherin. But you must discern what exactly you fear. Is it death itself? Or perhaps, the unfulfilled endeavors that will remain after your passing? You claim to have no courage to face death, my child. I believe you are gravely mistaken. When you and Harry willingly stepped into the black flames, you had undoubtedly made the worst decision in your hearts. Yet you proceeded regardless, did you not? Consider why that was. Was it purely an impulsive recklessness? Or did you believe something held greater significance than death? Evegood hesitantly replied, You know that facing Quirrell would be a futile endeavor, even risking your life, which is far from a simple duel with Professor Snape. Yet you still fought him. Why was that? That wretch insulted Lily, Evegood remarked candidly. With Harry at her side, he deserved it. It appears you have forged a profound bond, a strength that allows you to confront the unknown risks. You must understand. Evegood, Dumbledore rose, pacing in front of his desk. Having someone to protect instills courage within us. Courage? Just as you ventured into the Forbidden Forest to rescue that poor unicorn, it gained the ability to continue running because of you, despite the risks of being discovered by Quirrell. Reflect on that. Sneaking out of Hogwarts in the dead of night to reach such a place. Was that not an act of bravery? So when I smashed the wall to open that door, does that count as bravery as well? Indeed. You had the courage to bear the consequences of house points being deducted. Sir, I was wrong. Harry struggled to suppress his laughter. However, the other 3 Gryffindors did not stop you in time. I suppose they should bear some responsibility as well. Harry's laughter subsided, while Evegood found amusement in the exchange. The law of conservation of smiles dictates that when one loses their smile, another gains it. As this delightful conversation drew to a close, Harry and Evegood descended the stairs together. He wished to inquire how she knew about his mother, but ultimately refrained. After all, who did not harbor their own secrets? Perhaps in time, she would voluntarily share with him. What did Dumbledore want with you? Pansy and Draco were waiting not far off, accompanied by an irate Ron and Hermione. It seemed these 4 were embroiled in yet another quarrel. Let us discuss it as we walk. You shouldn't always argue upon meeting, Evegood kindly interjected, gradually dissipating the tense atmosphere. They recounted how they had sensed something amiss, how they had ventured through the door at the end of the 4th floor, and described Quirrell's visage, which mirrored the pallor of Voldemort's face. Disgusting, Draco exclaimed first. No wonder you never liked him. Your 6th sense is eerily accurate. Thank goodness Ron and I ran fast, Hermione added, still shaken. That man is truly a lunatic. He was completely different from his usual self. Thank goodness for Professor Snape, Pansy concluded, and upon hearing this, Evegood's face lit up with happiness. I'm curious how you address Professor Dumbledore, Harry remarked. After all, there is a password. Indeed. But we only remembered the password after we had escaped. Realizing we had no idea where his office was, Ron recounted the previous day's events. So, Hermione and I just started shouting. Did you summon him? No, but we did attract the attention of Filch on his patrol. Evegood burst into laughter. Before long, he brought Snape, and we explained your situation to him. He said the password and told us to find Dumbledore ourselves. Then rushed straight to the 4th floor. He seemed quite frantic. Woohoo. Pansy nudged Evegood, who began to giggle foolishly again. What a disgrace. Not a trace of Slytherin in you. Chapter 49 Photographs. Following this thrilling adventure, they officially plunged into the waves of revision. It is worth noting that since Evegood had sustained serious injuries during that incident, Snape had become even more relentless in their duels. How could you do this? Evegood cried out. Yet, no one noticed the turmoil hidden within his eyes. Draco, having witnessed their numerous duels, was so terrified that he refused to practice with her any longer. Pansy stared at Evegood in astonishment, struggling to fathom the scene of sparks igniting from the friction of wands against air. It was the umpteenth time Evegood had developed blisters on her right hand, wailing in agony while attempting her assignments. Perhaps you should reconsider going, Pansy said sympathetically, pouring her a glass of cherry juice, a sentiment Draco found agreeable. But Snape will personally instruct me, she protested. Yet your handwriting is quite atrocious at present, Pansy retorted. Nevertheless, Snape's dueling style is simply magnificent. Your class notes are primarily composed of what I've taken for you, Pansy countered. But Snape, Draco interrupted with a kick, exclaiming, You're just making excuses, Evegood. This phrase, learned from her, was perfectly apt in this context. I'm quite willing, There's no saving you. Draco and Pansy exchanged knowing glances and playfully tapped her on the head. Oh fine, just apply some white fresh ointment, it's essential to have some of that. Evegood murmured in dissatisfaction, and as a reward, you shall accompany me to Madame Pomfrey. They made their way to the infirmary, receiving a scolding before emerging with several bottles of white fresh ointment, and Evegood's right hand was now completely healed. Why are you so relentless in your practice? Evegood offered no reply, gazing at the naive yet proud young master, wishing to spare him from future anguish. She still grappled with how to discuss Horcruxes with Dumbledore, a convoluted matter she could consider at leisure. As the final exams approached, Evegood found them astonishingly simplistic. She effortlessly transfigured a mouse into a snuff box, the patterns resembling those of the dress Snape had gifted her, and embarrassingly, it bore a conspicuous inscription. Professor McGonagall, could you refrain from laughing out loud? I'm at a loss for how to respond. Snape's potions exam was merely concocting a forgetfulness potion, which she completed with ease. After what seemed like an eternity of proctoring, Snape finally nodded in satisfaction. You aren't beyond redemption like the others. Is that all? Couldn't you offer a bit more praise? Evegood teased the professor before darting away. She had no desire to hear Snape impose another detention on her. After the exams, she had planned to join Hermione and the others for a night of fun with an invisibility cloak in Gryffindor. The last subject was history of magic. And she jubilantly exited the classroom with Pansy. Vacation at last, she exclaimed. We have an entire week to play. Play? Pansy echoed. You still need to review the third-year textbooks and duel with the fourth years. Indeed, this daunting Slytherin had completed the second-year material a month prior, and Snape had already selected fourth-year opponents of moderate skill for her. We're off to sunbathe outside. You can read your books, Draco remarked. Having grown dizzy from his month-long study sessions, he could scarcely believe anyone could endure 5 hours at a desk. What a monster Evegood was. Cruel. The silver-haired girl muttered as she turned, accidentally bumping into Professor McGonagall, who was exiting. Oh, my apologies, Professor McGonagall. No harm done, dear, the kind which smiled at her. Your transfiguration exam was quite commendable. Evegood felt her cheeks flush once more. There are no secrets that remain hidden. Perhaps Draco had inadvertently boasted about their adventures in the common room, or Ron had shared the tale with his twin brothers, leading to a school-wide buzz. During their brief respite, Evegood and her friends endured the curious gazes of others. They took advantage of this short break to bid farewell to Norbert, the dragon hatchling Hagrid had named. As they descended from the tower, Evegood felt a sense of resolution settling over everything. On the morning of the end-of-year feast, Hagrid summoned them to his hut. He expressed his gratitude, engulfing Harry and Evegood in a bear hug that left them breathless. It's my fault. I nearly got you killed. I shouldn't have pursued that dragon egg, damn it. I shouldn't have drunk. A creature like me should be expelled. Oh. Don't say that, Hagrid. We won't hold it against you, Evegood said, unable to bear seeing him in tears, gently patting his back alongside Hermione. We're all fine, Harry added, taking a bite of rock cake, which lightened Hagrid's mood. Except your dog. Ron's mouth was promptly covered by Evegood's hand as she threateningly displayed the snake tattoo on her left arm, silencing the red-haired Weasley immediately. This is my gift for you. I hope you like it, Hagrid said, presenting an album and a photograph, handing them to Harry and Evegood. And mine? She leaned in, discovering it was an old moving photo. It featured a version of herself that looked strikingly similar to now, alongside Sirius, Lupin, Lily, James, and Snape. Her hand trembled as she held it, unsure of the emotions stirring within her. Hermione leaned in to see, only to find it was blank to her eyes. Hagrid noticed her confusion and explained, Oh, Dumbledore cast a little charm on it. Only Evegood can see this photo, and I can't see it either. What is it? Harry asked, managing to lift his gaze from the pile of his parents' photos. It's a glimpse of my future, Evegood said contentedly, tucking it into her robe's inner pocket. She resolved to seek out Dumbledore later to have this enchantment lifted. She wished for everyone to witness it. The end-of-year feast was extraordinarily joyous, especially for Evegood as she admired the great hall adorned with Slytherin's green and silver decorations. It was simply splendid, until Dumbledore entered the hall. I should have known he would award them points. Evegood inwardly grumbled. Indeed, well done, Slytherins, the white-bearded elder proclaimed. Though I believe recent events must be taken into account. The hall fell into a profound silence, and Draco's face grew long. Evegood felt a cold sweat break out. She glanced at Snape beside her, who offered her a reassuring look. Chapter 50, The End-of-Year Feast. First Mr. Ron Weasley and Miss Evegood of Slytherin. Countless gazes turned toward them, and Evegood was surprised to find herself among them. They had achieved a remarkable victory in what was arguably the most thrilling chess match Hogwarts had witnessed in years. And Miss Evegood's ability to turn the tide was not to be underestimated. For this, I award both Gryffindor and Slytherin 30 points each. Draco looked as if he had just witnessed his daughter winning a million galleons. Cece, I told you learning this was beneficial. We played our part too. Don't forget she previously couldn't even win against a troll. Enough, she has her pride. Next. Miss Evegood's rapid logical reasoning has left us in awe, awarding Slytherin an additional 50 points. The cheers from the Slytherin table nearly threatened to bring down the ceiling. And Evegood noticed Fred and George applauding for her as well. Sorry, Hermione, but the feeling of showing off is simply too delightful. Lastly, Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Evegood of Slytherin. The hall fell silent once more as they listened intently, demonstrating remarkable courage and audacity in the face of the unknown. For this, I shall award Gryffindor and Slytherin 60 points each. The Slytherin scores soared, decisively eclipsing the other three houses, their jubilant antics reminiscent of Gryffindor, with Evegood leading the charge. Of course, there are some deductions to address. Evegood's expression fell, as did the faces of Hermione, Ron and Harry. Miss Evegood Slither employed advanced spells to shatter the walls of a room, which I must admit, was no small feat consequently. I am compelled to deduct 20 points from Slytherin. That exuberant white-haired girl has vanished, having taken refuge beneath the long table. Furthermore, Miss Hermione Granger, Mr. Ron Weasley, and Mr. Harry Potter, who failed to timely intervene against Miss Evegood Slither's misdeeds, shall each lose 10 points. Ah, the jeers emanating from the Gryffindor table. You really ought to witness the duel between Snape and Evegood Slither, Ron grumbled indignantly. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not have attempted to stop her from demolishing walls. Who knows, she might just as easily crush your skull next. Harry found no fault in Ron's reasoning, nor did Draco, yet Ron remained blissfully unaware of the volume of his words. Mr. Ron Weasley was startled by Snape's characteristic elongated tone. Disrespecting professors and classmates, I dare say Gryffindor will lose another 5 points. Ha ha ha. The first laughter erupted from the emerging Evegood Slither and Draco, who was rhythmically drumming his fingers on the table. Mr. Malfoy, do mind your conduct, it is quite unbecoming. Draco silently withdrew his hand, perplexed as to why he was singled out. Ron, now thoroughly amused, reveled in the rare occasion of the biased Slytherin head criticizing Malfoy, an event less likely than Voldemort kissing Quirrell on the back of the head. This signified yet another triumph for Slytherin in the House Cup. Dumbledore had to raise his voice. Slytherin has held the title for 7 consecutive years. That is no small achievement. Congratulations to them. The cheers erupted in waves, and Evegood Slither observed with delight as students from the other 3 houses applauded. The 5th-year student seated beside her on the right was visibly moved, his eyes glistening with emotion. Incredible. Throughout my 7 years of schooling, my house has won the House Cup every year. Indeed, Eve muttered, thank goodness for me, or the streak would have ended long ago. That evening, they feasted heartily, and some even volunteered to sing in celebration. It was only when the last boiled egg was devoured that the crowd began to disperse from the hall. Evegood Slither, accompanied by Draco and Pansy, joined the trio as they exited, bursting into laughter as Peeves played tennis against the wall and missed, causing chaos as he chased several students down corridors, colliding with numerous others. Yet no one seemed to mind, for it was indeed a splendid day. As the examination results were gradually announced, it came as no surprise that Evegood Slither topped the list, achieving perfect scores across all subjects, shattering several long-standing records. Hermione followed closely in second place, appearing quite content. You really ought to teach me transfiguration, darling. Hermione linked her arm with Eve's as they departed from the list. Professor McGonagall seldom grants full marks, you know. Why is your face so flushed? Harry and Ron also garnered commendable scores, while Neville, despite lacking talent in potions which subjected him to constant ridicule from Snape, excelled in herbology. Pansy's grades floated around average. In her words, she need not fret over her results, as her affluent background could secure her a respectable job. Malfoy, on the other hand, performed well, though he, like Harry, seldom applied himself to his studies. Summer break is upon us. Evegood Slither lamented as she packed her final piece of clothing. Gabriel flicked his tail, yearning to venture outside. He was quite tired of this place. She intended to sit with Harry and the others. Thus she embraced Draco and Pansy in farewell before boarding the train. I shall write to you, dear Eve, Pansy said somewhat reluctantly. If our family hosts a banquet, I shall be sure to invite you, Draco added. After all, you are of noble pureblood lineage. My father would welcome your presence. Eve's mind suddenly conjured the memory of her frightening Lucius in the Chamber of Secrets, and she swallowed hard, hoping he would not cast her out then. They conversed in the carriage about how to spend the summer, how to cleverly evade the ministry while practicing magic in the Muggle world. Though it seemed improbable, discussing it was always a source of joy. Eve contemplated how to annoy Snape in Spinner's End. That old professor was always elusive, and the time turner necessitated that she keep her wand on her person at all times. A group bid farewell at the wall leading to the platform. Eve watched as Hermione's parents picked her up, and the Weasley family, with Mrs. Weasley embracing her tightly, expressed her joy at receiving that Christmas gift. It's nothing, Madam, Eve replied. Indeed, for a pure-blood Slytherin like her, these matters were but trifles. While house elves were precious, they paled in comparison to her own family of 6. She noticed Uncle Vernon, whose face resembled a pancake, attempting to flee upon seeing her. Yet he was forced to wait until Harry finished speaking before he could leave. Watching as his face gradually turned purple was simply too amusing. This is not the way home. Where do you wish to go? Gabriel inquired, familiar with the surroundings, lifting its head to ask her. I don't know. But that empty castle is clearly not my home. Her shadow lengthened with the setting sun as Eve pulled up her hood. Her solitary holiday was about to begin once more. Chapter 53. The Mad Time Turner. Are you a muggle? Have you never used this? Snape instructed her on how to operate the cauldron-shaped time turner. Eve silently nodded. Indeed, she was a muggle. In the following days, she anticipated boredom. Yet the relentless time turner inexplicably transported her to the past, often twice a day, and on the most chaotic day, a staggering 5 times. Is it broken, Gabriel? Eve exclaimed, losing her composure. What's the difference between this and school? I've attended dozens of 4th-year classes already. This is utterly absurd. Fortunately, Lily had purchased a wig in advance to cover her white hair, or she would have become an infamous figure. A mysteriously appearing white-haired girl, somewhat foolish, often unaware of various knowledge. What could she do? She was merely a first-year student at Hogwarts, doing her best, when she once again inexplicably appeared on Snape's lap. Neither could maintain their composure. You've been visiting quite frequently, the boy remarked, setting her aside and offering her a slice of apple from the long table. Eve squinted her eyes in delight, savoring the moment. This younger Severus was indeed easy to get along with, allowing her to flirt with him unabashedly, and most importantly, she wouldn't be punished. She immediately pulled up her hood to diminish her presence when someone glanced their way, then playfully begged him for food. Snape, in his unguarded moments, was simply too endearing. At least he would feed her. Yes, it's not something I can control, Eve mused, leaning against him like a boneless figure. Snape hesitated but ultimately did not push her away. In truth, he had no desire to do so. Now, both accepted their amicable relationship. Eve relished in her attachment to him, and they were nearly inseparable. The perceptive Lily quickly noticed the budding connection. The Marauders and Eve Goodslither strolled through the corridors of Hogwarts, discussing recent events. It was evident that Black had observed her diminishing enthusiasm during her recent visits. Of course, she retorted, tugging at her black wig. You do realize it's summer break, right? Summer break. I've been transported so many times and attended countless classes. Angels can also be students at Hogwarts, James remarked, maintaining a skeptical stance regarding her claims about her identity. I'm only in my 1st year, she protested. I haven't even touched your 4th-year textbooks. Black shot a condescending look at James Potter, incredulous that he had ever bullied a 1st-year student. You're just lucky, James muttered. In this lesson, Gryffindor and Slytherin were not together. Eve Good followed Snape to potions class, which she found manageable at her current level. The two worked harmoniously, meticulously organizing ingredients and clearly dividing their tasks as they added each potion component to the cauldron, which emitted a satisfying gurgle as the color gradually approached the bright blue that Slughorn had specified. The professors of the academy had grown accustomed to Eve Good's presence. Dumbledore had mentioned that as long as she attended class, there was no need to inquire further, and they allowed her to proceed without question. Despite her youthful appearance, this girl exhibited an exceptional aptitude for learning, particularly in potions. Excellent work, Mr. Snape, and you as well. Miss Professor Slughorn appeared to be straining to recall her name. After all, her attendance had been rather infrequent. Ah yes, Miss Eve Good. The girl smiled and playfully high-fived Snape, affirming their status as the strongest of partners in this regard. During her leisure, she recounted her 1st-year experiences to Snape, omitting the near-fatal incident involving Quirrell. She playfully threatened Snape not to divulge this to anyone else. Otherwise, she would ignore him, a tactic that proved quite effective. Eve Good had not forgotten her primary objective. Upon traversing to this time, she had specifically sought out the Marauders to inquire about animagi. Lupin was taken aback. How do you know? This is a secret that has never been revealed. Never mind that. What is it that I do not know? Eve Good settled into the sofa before them. I wish to try it out. I hope you can provide me with some guidance. This is quite complicated, Sirius remarked, his playful demeanor momentarily serious. The consequences of failure could be severe. While you possess great talent, this endeavor is fraught with danger. They all exchanged glances and Lupin, concerned, directed his gaze toward Eve Good. They recognized that this girl was genuinely eager to grow stronger. Yet what was she so apprehensive about? Thank you, Eve Good said wearily, rubbing her temples. I merely wish to learn some techniques. Rest assured, I am not at a level where I would engage in perilous activities. You've yawned 8 times already, James chimed in, treating her as a close comrade. Eve Good's fiery and exuberant demeanor stood in stark contrast to the reserved nature of Slytherin, yet it was precisely this quality that he admired. Leaning back against the sofa, she gently thumped her head. Of course, Potter, it is currently 3 in the morning for me. Then why aren't you asleep? Lupin asked. How could she explain that she had been engrossed in perusing old books at the future Snape's residence until now? That is not convenient to disclose. In a flash of white light, she found herself back in Snape's study, utterly exhausted. She succumbed to sleep due to that cursed locket, having forced herself to stay awake for an additional 2 hours. One evening, when Dobby had taken the potion, Eve Good was once again transported while ascending the stairs, now seriously suspecting that this object was the cause of her unrest. Unfortunately, her luck was rather poor this time, as she found herself surrounded by strangers, and the sight of the white-haired figure drew murmurs from the crowd. She tugged at her clothing, attempting to evade the unfriendly gazes. Wonderful, she had been approached again. And it was unexpectedly kitsch and brutish. As she fumbled for her wand, contemplating how to curse the Slytherin before her, a loud voice called from behind, "Step back. Unless you wish to face a duel." Lily, with a swift motion, scooped up the petite Eve Good and brandished her wand at the Slytherin who attempted to press Eve Good against the wall. Naturally, he recognized the beautiful and clever Gryffindor and, gritting his teeth, retreated. Eve Good nestled her head into Lily's embrace, grateful for her kindness and integrity. Such a wonderful Gryffindor should not suffer the fate that awaited her in the future. What are you staring at? Don't you have anything better to do? Lily knew that Eve Good disliked being surrounded by strangers, and tossed a parting remark as she walked away. Darling, I'm grateful that you always transport near us. Otherwise, I shudder to think of what might occur. We will meet again in the future, right? Eve Good queried, unsure of her emotions, her tone bordering on pleading. Of course. Eve, you seem quite worried that we won't meet again. Lily winked at her, causing Eve Good's nose to tingle, yet she refrained from offering an explanation. All right. Let us discuss Severus, shall we? What? We have no relationship whatsoever. Eve Good exclaimed, her face mirroring Snape's when she had posed that very question to him. Listen to my reasoning. If you truly liked him, why didn't you clarify things on the first day of school? Perhaps your heart already belonged to someone else. Chapter 54. The Missing Letters. Fortunately, that cursed time-turner ceased to function after 3 weeks, just as Eve Good had described. An uncontrollable transport. Gabriel was rarely home, wandering about. And given that Spinner's End was hardly pristine, he returned each time in a filthy state. Eve Good persisted in using a Muggle-style brush on Gabriel, resulting in a pile of shet scales. To prevent Gabriel from becoming the next boiled egg, Snape had no choice but to intervene personally, repeatedly casting cleaning spells. However, this arrangement led to an increase in their time spent together. Eve Good occasionally leaned against Snape's shoulder, observing him brew potions, marveling at his skillful hands as he measured various herbs, and was instructed to memorize each step meticulously. What is this? Eve Good poked at the viscous red liquid with a stirring rod. Snape had been engrossed in researching this particular potion, and did not respond to her inquiry, muttering to himself instead, I should have thought to go to the hills southeast of Belgium. It would have made matters much simpler. Eve Good dropped the stirring rod, realizing she should have expected that this professor, who treated potions as a personal domain, would be deaf to any disturbances during his research. Pecking at the window was Pigwidgeon, and Eve Good rushed over to retrieve several parcels from his claws, rewarding him with some breadcrumbs. She was delighted that Pansy and the others had written to her, even including an invitation to a Malfoy family gathering. She tore it open immediately, revealing elaborate golden script inviting her, a Slytherin miss, to attend on Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock. The signature at the end was Lucius S., and it was evident he was reluctant, as the ink had bled slightly. Draco had filled 3 pages with his writing, much of it boasting about his estate, which she found intolerable. Eve Good chuckled and shook her head, beginning to compose a reply to Pansy, confirming their invitations. This is a social dinner, and there will even be a ball held in the foyer of my family's estate. Pigwidgeon was startled, pecking at her hand in discontent. How am I supposed to know how to dance at a Western ball? I'm only 11. Of course, if you don't wish to dance, I can persuade my father to let you rest on the side. Eve Good continued reading with satisfaction. After all, your father cannot compel me to dance. She smiled as she unwrapped the small trinkets from the 2 of them, which appeared to be quite valuable, a testament to the lavishness of pureblood families. Look at this sparkle. Do you know what this means, Pigwidgeon? The white owl with a pink gradient tilted its head, signaling confusion, and Eve Good found it utterly adorable. giving it a few gentle pats. It means I can once again order a bespoke dress from a luxury shop. Yay. Moreover, she realized she hadn't visited Harry, who had been enduring Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's torment for quite some time. It was high time to check in on him. Without hesitation, Eve Good changed into a refreshing outfit and dashed toward the fireplace, nearly tripping over a stack of books along the way. I'm heading to Diagon Alley, Severus. I'll check in on Harry, so you needn't worry about dinner. I'll bring you something. With that, the girl vanished into the fireplace. Just 5 ounces of what? Severus Snape finally came to his senses, his hand unsteady as he inadvertently poured all the wolfsbane into the cauldron. Another failure. And it had been over a decade since he last experienced such a setback. What had Eve Good just mentioned? She had left alone. And now she intended to visit that Potter. Potter, always Potter. The aging professor meticulously cleaned up the failed concoction, already calculating excuses to deduct more points next semester. Harry's summer had been utterly dreadful, constantly summoned and ordered about. And to make matters worse, they wouldn't even let him release Hedwig. Even worse still, he hadn't received a single letter since the beginning of the holiday. He was vigorously scrubbing the rusted swing, wishing someone could witness the great Harry Potter in such a menial task. Despondently twisting the towel, Harry felt sweat trickle into his eyes and had to lift his arm to wipe it away. Just then Eve Good, who had just measured her dimensions at the haute couture shop, operated in and immediately spotted the disheveled savior engaged in labor. You truly are having a miserable time. Was he hallucinating? He could have sworn he heard someone speaking. Eve Good deftly perched herself atop the swing, swinging her legs as she observed Harry searching around, and she extracted her wand from her pocket. Instantly, the swing was impeccably cleaned, and the grime on Harry's clothes vanished as he realized the voice was coming from above. Eve Good, you've arrived. Wait, I remember that magic is not permitted off school grounds. The girl leapt down, flicking her hair back as she spoke leisurely. Don't worry. The ministry is unaware of my magic. I left no trace. Trace? What is that? That is a means of tracking underage wizards to determine if they are using magic. Eve Good walked alongside him toward another part of the courtyard. You mustn't use it. If discovered, the consequences could be severe. Then why haven to you? Eve Good fell silent, and Harry understood she didn't wish to elaborate, so he refrained from pressing further. They settled onto a bench by the fence, and Harry wanted to say something to her, but his thoughts were too jumbled to articulate. It was Eve Good who spoke first. You didn't receive my letters? What? What letters? Harry responded, bewildered, but suddenly he grasped the gravity of the situation. I wrote you no less than 3 letters, you must. Eve Good suddenly remembered Dobby, nearly forgetting the little house elf who had intercepted all of Harry's letters that summer in the original plot. She rubbed her temples. What a day it had been. You mean you actually wrote to me? Harry explained hurriedly. I didn't ignore you on purpose. I just didn't receive them. I'll help you sort this out, just don't panic. Eve Good was still uncertain about how to address the situation, contemplating her strategy for the Malfoy family dinner. She informed Harry that she would be staying at Snape's house for the summer, and if he wished to find her, he could come directly. Harry replied, Do you think I dare to come? Just then, the front yard door swung open, and Aunt Petunia called for Harry, her footsteps approaching. I must go. Enjoy the rest of your summer. Eve Good vanished in a puff of smoke, and Harry stood up, beginning to think that perhaps visiting Snape's home might actually be a better option. Chapter 60, Borgin and Burke's. What do we need to purchase, Severus? Eve Good was being led through a dim alley, while Snape held a list filled with items, some materials that are somewhat lacking for school, along with ingredients for my private potions. As they traversed the streets, they passed numerous shops, including a peculiar souvenir store adorned with bull skulls, and another housing small dragon skeletons. Snape had to exert effort to pull her away from a beautifully decorated dark magic shop. I truly wish to try some dark magic, Eve Good exclaimed. And Snape pinched her palm. I even saw related books. If you genuinely wish to learn, I can find books at home to teach you. It was difficult to imagine such words coming from a Hogwarts professor. Yet Eve Good was eager to learn, being a pure descendant of Salazar. And it would be a disservice to her lineage not to acquire some knowledge. They procured a substantial quantity of snake fangs, and Eve Good felt Gabriel retreating into himself, along with a plethora of vividly colored, unidentifiable leafy substances. They passed through an archway and ultimately bought a few skulls of unknown origin, causing Eve Good to feel a slight headache. Here, there are usually wandering wizards selling the herbs I need. Snape and Eve had circled the area 3 times without encountering any wandering wizards. She noted a few clothing shops, realizing that luck was not on their side today. But you must not come here alone, understand? Eve Good nodded obediently, but Snape sensed the faade. This Slytherin was quite adventurous, and he feared that one day he might find her exploring without supervision. On a clear, cloudless day, Evegood received her school notification letter, and she eagerly opened it, only to be confronted by a barrage of Gilderoy Lockhart's books. How was she to endure this semester? This pompous wizard was notorious for his inexplicable antics, and now she was to endure his presence for an entire term. It seemed she would need Snape's tutoring in defense against the dark arts. Snape frowned as he took the book list, immediately spotting the multitude of Lockhart's tomes, which he disdainfully tossed aside. Tell me, Severus. He can't possibly be our defense against the dark arts professor this semester, can he? Evegood lamented, resting her head on the table, only to see Snape nod expressionlessly, indicating he too was displeased, as Dumbledore had once again declined his request to teach the subject. How could these wretched books cost so much? I can't fathom their reasoning. Evegood pressed her face against the table, lamenting, if only we had a printing press. We could just photocopy those foolish books. I'd rather spend more money than contribute to Lockhart's sales. A printing press? What sort of absurd Muggle contraption is that? Evegood had already shared much about the Muggle world with him over the summer, and Snape recalled her mentioning this. Looks like we must venture to Diagon Alley. She proposed. You happen to be going to Nocturne Alley this Wednesday, right? We could go together to buy what we need. Very well. The old bat waved his hand, refilling her glass of milk as he perused the morning paper. Wednesday soon arrived and the two set out early into Nocturne Alley. Evegood had frequented this place several times over the summer, and after passing through 5 archways, they encountered an abstract-looking wandering wizard. Evegood grasped Snape's robe in fear. He reeked of decay. Snape lifted her up, gazing down at the seemingly ill-intentioned wizard. The man possessed something Snape required, and after a brief conversation, Evegood noted that his accent bore a resemblance to that of the French. As they passed Borgin and Burke's, they spotted 2 platinum-haired heads inside. Draco! Evegood exclaimed cheerfully as she greeted him, while Lucius forced a strained smile. Snape discerned her desire to enter, and simply followed suit. How old are you, Evegood? Still needing Professor Snape to carry you? Draco remarked, holding his head high as they chatted, while Lucius breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his conversation with the hunchbacked Mr. Borgin. Hiding in a cupboard, Harry heard Evegood's voice. He had mistakenly used flue powder for the first time, and by sheer misfortune, ended up here, where he also spotted Malfoy and his father. He had no desire for them to see him in such a disheveled state, so he instinctively concealed himself within the cupboard. Though he had never clashed with Draco, he found his occasional mockery of Ron to be quite discomforting. It seemed he harbored a strong aversion to the Weasley family, who were proud Muggle supporters, a sentiment that was particularly evident during their prior solitary encounters. Evidently, his father shares this disposition as well, for he is presently engaged in a blatant smear campaign against Mr. Weasley, inciting a fiery indignation within Harry. A clear, melodic voice interrupted him. Mr. Lucius. Lucius fell silent, deftly shifting the conversation back to discussing the items on the list with Borgin, a rather unprecedented occurrence for the Malfoys. I wish to see this Malfoy, he said, pointing at a gaunt figure that Evegood was scrutinizing, dragging out his words. That is the Hand of Glory. Insert a candle within it. Only the bearer can perceive its light. It is particularly suitable for thieves and rogues. Your son possesses a keen eye, Mr. Lucius. A soft laugh escaped Evegood, and Snape too allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. Lucius's face flushed slightly. I would hope he aspires to greater heights than mere thievery, Borgin. Borgin instantly recognized his misstep. That was not my intention, sir. Yet, Lucius retorted without reservation, if he can only achieve so little, then I fear he may indeed resort to such underhanded dealings. Why can't you learn from Evegood? She consistently outshines you by more than 30 points. Draco recalled her frenzied wand-waving in the dueling arena, and the thoroughly annotated second-year textbooks, choosing silence. He mused that it would be better for him to drop out than to endure such humiliation, quite frankly. Evegood caught sight of a pair of green eyes peering from within a black cabinet. She winked at him, and Harry realized he had once again been spotted. She was always so perceptive, akin to the serpent coiling upon her arm. Is there something that piques your interest? Snape inquired, showing no concern for her presence in the dark art shop. Eve noted the twitch of Mr. Borgin's ear, inwardly mocking the astuteness of a businessman. That ring made of bat bones, she stated honestly. Snape retrieved it for her. Evegood tried it on as Draco leaned closer, reading the inscription. A product of alchemy, capable of enhancing the bearer's dark magic abilities. Evegood, are you certain you wish to purchase this? It is a rather difficult ring to master, Mississippi. Borgin cautioned from a distance, do not don it. Should you be unworthy, you may find yourself cursed. Snape's expression darkened as he swiftly removed the ring. Evegood flexed her fingers. I feel nothing at all. Chapter 51. Re-entering Spinner's End. Evegood took a circuitous route before arriving at the bustling Diagon Alley, casually reserving a room at the Leaky Cauldron. After unceremoniously tossing her luggage inside, she intended to venture out for leisure. She had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to train for combat over the summer, to the extent that she collided with someone at the entrance. Pardon me, sir, she said, and to her astonishment, it was Severus Snape. He had traded his usual black attire for casual clothing, yet still draped a black cloak over his shoulders. I had expected you to return home directly. He did not divulge how he had found her. Home? Evegood belatedly realized he referred to the castle. Aren't you the same, Professor Snape? Outside, there's no need to call me Professor. Very well, Professor Snape. He followed Evegood outside, while she pondered why Snape had sought her out. What brings you to find me, Severus? Have you finally awakened to your own charm and fallen for me? A certain individual mused dreamily. At the mention of this, his countenance darkened. Because, I am now your godfather. Snape nearly ground his teeth as he articulated each word, recalling that fateful night when he had been kissed. Curse be it, she had previously stated. Now she wished to draw a line with the title of godfather. He would not accept that. And Evegood sensed trouble brewing, tugging at Snape's sleeve in a conciliatory manner. Thus, according to the customs of godfathers, Snape averted his gaze awkwardly. You may reside in Spinner's End this summer. What? Although she was not well versed in Western customs, was there truly such a stipulation? Nevertheless, she was elated. Finally, she could boldly visit his home. She had been fretting over how to persistently intrude, but fate had smiled upon Evegood, who had informed Snape that she referred to him as her godfather. She would have to give them a piece of her mind. Observing the rapid shifts in the girl's expressions, Snape found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, his abode would likely seem small and shabby to her. It was entirely reasonable for her to decline. This is splendid. I mean truly splendid, Evegood exclaimed, circling him in glee. I can genuinely spend the summer with you. Severus. Snape had not anticipated such enthusiasm from her. He wished to say something but ultimately remained silent, patting her head instead. Evegood hastily checked out of her room and gathered her belongings, intending to return to the castle first. Come along with me, Severus. She adeptly grasped Snape's hand, leading him toward the public fireplace. After stating their destination, they dove into the emerald flames. Number 0 Little Gaddington. He had traversed many places, but had never heard of any property here. And weren't house numbers supposed to be assigned from the outset? Welcome home, Miss Evegood. Upon entering, her 5 house elves greeted her in unison. Eve informed them that she might not spend the summer there, and the elves merely expressed their disappointment without pressuring her to stay. This is my godfather, Severus Snape. She introduced the man who stood to the side, appearing somewhat taken aback. He is a wonderful person. Little one is delighted that the mistress has found a godfather. Little one cheerfully proclaimed. And then they all returned to their respective tasks of dusting, cleaning corners, and polishing the frames of family portraits. Come in and take a look, Severus. The man, previously frozen in place, finally began to move, stepping into the ancient castle styled after Western medieval architecture. He observed as the serpent on the girl's arm grew larger, coiling around a Roman pillar in the foyer. The space was indeed vast. He estimated it to be at least twice the size of Malfoy Manor. As he passed by a frame, a man within incessantly inquired whether he was pureblood. Upon learning from Evegood that he was half-blood, he erupted in curses, only to be swiftly silenced by her fist. Filthy wretch, clean this up, Eve commanded coldly, her demeanor reminiscent of the memory he held. She cast him into the fireplace to be burned. Do not let it offend my sight. Others within the frame either hid or attempted to defend the man, but they were all invariably dealt with by her hand. I apologize, Professor, the girl stuck her tongue out. I truly did not anticipate they would speak of you in such a manner. Do not take it to heart. Snape remained silent, yet Evegood could discern his spirits were lifted. He stood to the side, beginning to recognize the individuals in the frames, clicking his tongue in amazement. Miss Evegood, I indeed must reacquaint myself with your ancestors. They were formidable dark wizards. Is that so? How wonderful. I mean, that is utterly disappointing, she exclaimed, please. It is quite impressive that so many generations of dark wizards are in my lineage, although I admit it is a bit much, but it is still quite extraordinary. She hurried upstairs, directing the house elves to organize her clothes, pulling out items she would not need and stuffing in a multitude of things she would require for the summer. Then swiftly descending to reunite with Snape. Let us go, let us go. I can hardly contain my excitement. She clasped Snape's hand, obediently making her way to the fireplace. As Gabriel returned to her left arm, After stating the destination, they arrived at number 19 Spinner's End. Eve Good was somewhat bewildered. This was entirely different from the house she had returned to a few years prior using a time-turner. Its brick facade gleamed brightly. The weeds at the entrance had been cleared away, and even the walls had been painted. She looked up at Snape, who was also gazing down at her. "Is this truly your home?" She surveyed the dark, murky river in the distance and the surrounding grimy houses. "Well, it indeed is your home." Snape opened the door with one hand, leading her inside. The antiquated radio in the corner was reciting the latest discoveries from the realm of potions in a rather stilted and formal tone. The walls surrounding them were lined with books, crammed together until they reached the ceiling. In the center, slightly to the left, stood a meticulously organized table, accompanied by an old-fashioned sofa that creaked ominously when one sat upon it. This place was unlike what she remembered. Perhaps Severus had renovated it over the years. There was no direct staircase leading up or down, but Eve Good recalled that his home surely had 2 levels. As if to assuage her confusion, Severus abruptly pulled aside a bookshelf, revealing a concealed door. Upon entering, they discovered a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. "Hand me your luggage," he commanded in a hoarse voice, and Eve Good complied, handing him the suitcase. It must be noted that the pink leather case appeared rather incongruous in Severus's grasp. They ascended the stairs together, and Eve Good noted that there were only 4 doors in this abode. "This is the study, next to it is the bathroom. Directly across to the left is my room, and the one on the right is yours," Severus stated as he swung open the door. Eve Good anticipated a less than pleasant sight, as everyone knew Severus was not affluent. However, who could explain the presence of such an opulent princess-like room? She stood frozen, while Severus observed her bewilderment with a hint of amusement. A bright light hung from the ceiling, illuminating a desk, a bed, and a wardrobe, all adorned in soft pastel pinks. Furthermore, the furniture appeared immaculate, devoid of dust, and notably modern in design. He must have taken great care in its arrangement. Eve Good mused that, to an ordinary observer, such meticulous decor might suggest that the occupant harbored a fondness for oneself. Yet, given that this was Severus, such conclusions were far from certain. She pondered, how could he possibly know that girls favored such aesthetics? It was best to inquire directly. Misunderstandings could lead to melodrama. The professor released her hand and, with a conflicted expression, ventured, "Do you happen to have a wife?" "What?" Eve Good had never witnessed such a range of expressions on Severus's face. "Oh, so you do? How could you think that?" His flustered demeanor was a stark contrast to his usual stoicism, as he crouched to her level, seemingly eager to clarify. "Then how did you come by such an elegant room?" Eve Good, feeling an unsettling sensation under his gaze, remarked, "I thought you might have children, Professor." "What nonsense!" Severus appeared genuinely perturbed. "My heart has long been unclaimed. I assure you, I have neither a wife nor children." Eve Good scrutinized the man before her, sensing no deceit in his words. "Well, it would be quite extraordinary for a man so brooding to have a spouse. But how do you possess such wealth?" She began only to falter mid-sentence. Could a genius potion maker truly be short of funds? Besides, Draco had mentioned something about him having substantial orders. At that moment, Severus had reverted to his usual scowl, rising to dust off his robes as he spoke in his characteristic tone. "First and foremost, Miss Eve Good, I must remind you that this is not Hogwarts, and there is no need for you to explore every nook and cranny. I must also declare that you are forbidden from entering my bedroom." "What? I'm not a pervert. Why would I want to invade your private space?" "Wait. She could also be considered a pervert," she chuckled inwardly. Perhaps there was some secret to uncover. And a sly smile crept across her face as she schemed on how to sneak in undetected. "And take care of your snake. Do not let it roam freely. It might suffocate. Then why not release it into the wild for a few days? It's pitiful to see it coiling around your arm rather than a proper pillar." "Well, that is indeed a commendable suggestion," she mused, contemplating discussing it with Gabriel. A serpent nurtured through generations would not forget its lineage simply by being released into the wild. "Take a look at your room. I have some matters to attend to," Severus concluded before descending the stairs. In the room, the girl was shaking the several-meter-long venomous snake, inquiring about her performance. Gabriel mused that this was the most challenging owner it had ever encountered. How could she speak so much? "Very well, remarkably so. He is nearly enamored with you." Gabriel repeated this sentiment 397 times until the girl finally released it, heading downstairs for dinner. "Come down too, Gabriel," she cheerily instructed her snake, wondering if Severus had prepared its dinner as well. The living room was filled with hushed conversations, and upon pushing open the concealed door, Eve Good immediately spotted Lucius seated across from Severus, and he appeared ready for confrontation. Instinctively, she drew her wand, and the enormous python that followed her lunged forward. Its fangs poised dangerously close to the golden-haired man's neck, leaving both parties momentarily stunned. What do you intend, Malfoy? Eve Good's icy demeanor was a stark departure from her usual self. She noticed the house elf at the man's feet. It was Dobby. Severus remained still. Admiring the girl's swift reflexes, she had indeed improved significantly. What are you waiting for, Severus? The man's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Indeed. She was a remarkably swift learner, and he had not even realized it himself. How infuriating. The dark-haired man rose leisurely, moving to Eve Good's side, ruffling her hair. Calm down. Eve Good, he is here to discuss business with me. He is a guest this evening. The atmosphere turned awkward, and she silently retracted her wand, the snake obeying her command and retreating as well, while the house elf looked on in astonishment. My apologies, Mr. Malfoy. Eve Good's expression shifted as if the near miss of a snake attack had never occurred. Without hesitation, she pulled out a chair at the table, smacking her lips as she began to eat, occasionally conversing with Gabriel in a serpentine tongue, which only deepened the strangeness of the atmosphere. Lucius found himself in an uncomfortable position, neither able to sit nor stand, and continued his previous conversation. I wish to purchase that potion in bulk. I can provide as many galleons as you require. Simply name your price. Silence enveloped the room as Severus appeared to deliberate. Gabriel lapped at the bowl of milk before Eve Good leaned in, asking, How does it taste? Not as good as at home, but I haven't had hot milk in ages. She affectionately stroked the large snake's head while Lucius, growing increasingly impatient, scanned the room's decor. Upon turning his head, the sight before him only exacerbated his frustration. 7 galleons per bottle, freshly made, 10 galleons. The golden-haired man nearly ground his teeth in response. I am your loyal customer. Severus Snape? Indeed, the old bat across from him leaned back against the sofa, slightly tilting his head to observe Eve Good as she dined, showing no intention of negotiating. I am Lucius Malfoy, Severus Snape? Did he think to intimidate him with his name? Severus smirked, ready to interject, but Eve Good preempted him. Then let us offer him a 50% discount, Severus. Surely the Malfoys are not short of funds. Lucius appeared ready to puncture the floor with his snake-headed cane. Eve Good sensed that if he were not so preoccupied with Malfoy family etiquette, he might have clashed with her directly. Eve Good. I'm here, Mr. Malfoy. He wished to retract his previous statement, realizing that these two were equally challenging to manage. Ultimately, the potion was settled at 11 galleons per bottle, and Lucius announced that every Wednesday evening he would send Dobby, the house elf, to collect it. They then vanished into the fireplace, having sprinkled themselves with flue powder. What sort of potion is this, Severus? The man tossed her a sizable bottle, its hue a delicate beige, with a faint scent of roses. It resembled a skincare product from the Muggle world. Surely this cannot be worth 11 galleons? Eve Good inquired curiously, opening it and applying a dab to Gabriel's head. Gabriel, Severus. The quantity I provided is 3 times what he will receive. Severus waved his wand, clearing her dishes. Lucius is primarily interested in another effect. What is it? Eve Good asked, intrigued. Hairline maintenance. She truly felt an urge to laugh now. Indeed, the esteemed Malfoy lineage was worth every 11 galleons each week. However, Gabriel, it appears you are lacking in hair, and my efforts were in vain. Severus Snape confirmed that no intruder had breached his quarters. He opened the door and, with a flick of his wandless magic, illuminated the surrounding candles. At the most conspicuous spot in the center of that room hung a photograph of a girl with waist-length white hair and eyes as blue as the sea, holding a deep green serpent in her hands. She smiled at the camera, occasionally blinking, though she had scoured nearly all of Europe with no results. She had finally encountered you once more. The dark-haired man unfastened his cloak and draped it over a hook on the wall. The tenderness reflected in his eyes was a rare sight, illuminated by the moonlight that streamed into the typically desolate room, outlining the contours of the man. Professor, I can't figure out how to use the faucet in the bathroom. He turned and exited, donning once more his customary indifferent expression. Yet those familiar with him understood that this demeanor was far from the coldness that kept others at bay. Chapter 55, The Goodnight Kiss. Eve Good returned to Diagon Alley, just as the witch who had taken her measurements arrived. They had agreed to finalize her outfit this Sunday, with any necessary alterations to be made on the spot. Eve Good promptly paid the deposit, only to discover a sharp pain in her left leg upon exiting the shop. Clearly, it was bleeding. It had been too long since she had performed apparition, and now she had split herself. Cursed be the day. She hurried to the public fireplace, returning directly to Spinner's End, where her left leg was now gushing blood. In a panic, Eve frantically called for Snape. Professor! Professor! Footsteps echoed from a nearby hidden door. urgent yet unhurried. What's all this noise? Have you finished so soon? Snape swiftly placed her on the sofa, while his other hand summoned a collection of potions, meticulously searching for the appropriate remedy. Evegood lifted her skirt, revealing a significant portion of flesh missing just above her knee. The sight of the gruesome wound brought tears to her eyes. A piece of tissue floated over, and she grasped it to dab at her eyes. All right. It will be fine soon. Snape soothed her like a child, his tone gentle as he attempted to calm the weeping girl. Her tears flowed freely, and as he poured a vial of potion onto the wound, her cries grew louder from the pain. What happened? Did you use apparition again? The girl nodded slowly, retreating a bit. Snape sighed, enveloping her in his embrace. I won't blame you, just stop crying. He knew she would never be at peace. For apparition was undeniably convenient. He would simply need to train her more and prepare additional potions. Snape's potions were always of the finest quality, and the wound healed rapidly. However, another issue arose. They had neglected to prepare dinner. Snape, having listened to her plight, had not cooked, and Evegood had been so frightened by the apparition that she had rushed home. I am hungry, Severus. Snape felt a slight headache. It was too late to start cooking now. I'll go buy something, the man declared, shedding his robe dampened by herbs and donning a coat instead. Evegood silently swallowed, contemplating how this old bat possessed such a slender waist. What would you like to eat? French-style braised oxtail, anything else is fine. Evegood assumed he would take her along, but Snape simply stepped into the fireplace, vanishing from sight. She sensed he was sulking. Before long, Snape reappeared before her. His apparition was flawless, and the steaming dishes were laid out one by one on the table. Evegood happily speared a piece of beef, deeming it the most delectable meal she had enjoyed in days. Severus? How about accompanying me to Diagon Alley this Sunday? The fork in her hand paused. Snape lifted his gaze. Of course. I was invited to the Malfoy estate. Evegood summoned the invitation with her wand and placed it beside Snape's left hand. It was for the following Tuesday. He invited me too, Snape replied coolly. Oh, because I am now your godfather, he said through gritted teeth, as your guardian. It is only proper for me to accompany you. What if the professor, wishing to court, inadvertently becomes a father figure? Awaiting your response, quite urgent. You are not my goddaughter. Evegood mumbled, biting into a quail egg. That was your own assertion. But I never disclosed it. Except I did mention it. But I did not inform Lucius. Snape found himself at a loss to explain why Evegood resided at his home, attributing it to her godfather. Since you claim to be my godfather, Evegood leaned in with a mischievous grin. Snape raised his eyes to meet hers. In that fleeting moment of their gaze, Snape seemed to glimpse a memory, one steeped in oppression, with someone calling his name, perhaps Potter's voice? I didn't mean to. Snape averted his gaze, abruptly severing the vision. Evegood felt her words falter in her throat, and she reseated herself, contemplating what to say next. What were you about to say? Snape inquired, picking up a newspaper nearby. Dear Godfather, how about giving me a good night kiss each night before bed? The sound of the newspaper hitting the floor echoed in the silence that followed. Are you joking? Snape finally managed to utter, though his tone lacked anger, sounding instead shy. I'm not joking. Evegood observed that Snape had not changed much from his childhood self. He remained as bashful and awkward, yet so easily teased. What do you say? Consider it, Godfather? Snape remained silent, merely picking up the newspaper from the floor to continue reading. Amusingly, he held it upside down. Could you please refrain from adopting such a serious expression while reading the newspaper? What are you so nervous about? Evegood jumped from her chair, shaking his leg. Professor, can you even read the newspaper upside down? Snape's face was surely darker than the ink on the page. He abruptly closed the newspaper, turning to the girl with a mischievous smile. Very well, the next moment she was tossed out. However, it did not deter Evegood from performing apparition. Moments later, she was back in the living room, engaging in a stubborn stare-down with Snape, only to be thrown out once more. Where is there a girl who wails outside? If you think it's unacceptable, I can give you a good-night kiss too. Just as difficult as before, Snape struggled to suppress a smirk, ultimately opening the door to let her back in. Evegood's volume was so loud that one might assume he was abusing a child. Evegood gleefully finished her dinner, and then scampered upstairs to read. Wait, wouldn't he truly raise me as his daughter? Would he? That simply wouldn't he do. Yet the idea of a good-night kiss was indeed tempting. Who understood? The two voices in her mind clashed, and after a night of internal conflict, she ultimately fell asleep. What good-night kiss? She mused that it was unwise to overly concern a man. She would sleep first and think later. As she drifted in and out of slumber, something seemingly fell upon her forehead, and Evegood turned over, dismissing it. Snape pondered what had brought him to her room. Sunday soon arrived, and the two walked along the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, Evegood expertly guiding him into a high-end boutique. Snape settled into a waiting chair, still clutching the green serpent. Nice style, though the hem is a bit long. Evegood emerged from the fitting room, and a witch outside waved her wand to shorten the hem. She spun around in satisfaction, glancing at the man who looked up at her. Well, Severus? His taste is not too shabby. TSK, I've long known this man wouldn't he utter a kind word. Evegood settled her bill, pulling Snape along as they exited. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to visit the Weasley's modest abode. Evegood had not forgotten that they owned a flying car. Oh, look who has arrived. The Weasley family was enjoying their lunch when suddenly, the fireplace erupted with green flames, signaling the arrival of someone via the Flu network. A head with white hair emerged. Evegood, Fred exclaimed, followed closely by a man clad entirely in black, Professor Snape. His stern visage resembled that of an official from the Ministry of Magic come to conduct an inspection of their home. Molly greeted them warmly, urging them to partake in the meal, but Evegood shook her head, indicating she was there to speak with the Weasley twins regarding a matter of importance. What was it? They were ushered outside, where Evegood informed them of Harry's situation, causing both twins to bristle with indignation. Rest assured, George declared, we will undoubtedly go to fetch him. The question is, how do we go about it? Evegood's gaze fell upon a car parked at a distance. Its appearance utterly unremarkable, akin to a muggle's vehicle. Cool, Fred remarked. How did you discern its uniqueness? George inquired. Evegood raised an eyebrow, signaling that the twins had grasped her meaning. You know what to do, she stated, striding toward the car and touching its rearview mirror. I must say, your father is quite the genius, she mused. Will you be coming that night? Fred asked. Of course, such an opportunity is rare. Who wouldn't want to ride in a flying car? The girl leaned against the vehicle, adding, however, I shall go to his aunt's house beforehand to meet you all. And remember, try not to make too much noise. Oh, and bring Ron along. The klutz, George remarked. He is always so clumsy, Fred concurred. All right, gentlemen. Take your little brother with you, Evegood laughed. Harry would be thrilled to see him. Thus, they devised this splendid plan, and returned to the dining room. Snape had been invited to sit in a chair, and listen to Mr. Weasley speak, while Ron was devouring his meal with fervor. The presence of the old bat watching him eat was quite torturous. A small figure appeared before Evegood, greeting her in a high-pitched voice, and after she acknowledged it, she departed with Snape. What a rarity, Snape actually accompanied Evegood, Mr. Weasley remarked, wiping his mouth, but he is indeed an odd fellow. A peculiar one who loves to deduct points from Gryffindor, Ron quipped. Quite right, which is why our house is humorously referred to as Gryffindor, Fred added, eliciting giggles from Ginny. You children should show respect for a professor, Molly chided, tapping Fred and Ron on the head. All right, Mum, it won't happen again. Ron, come here. We need to talk to you. Ron followed his two brothers upstairs, curious about the secrecy. You should thank Evegood, Fred said. Indeed, George opened the door. Otherwise we wouldn't be sharing this marvelous plan with you. Tuesday arrived amidst Evegood's anticipation. And that evening, Snape donned a formal suit that rendered her momentarily speechless. After all, Snape was only in his 30s. The allure of a mature man. You have a nosebleed, Gabriel, who was wrapped around her hand, reminded her. They opted not to use Flu powder, fearing the soot might choke them and cause them to arrive at an unintended destination. This time, Snape lifted her once more. We are to apparate, are we? Indeed, he replied, smoothing Eve's hair and adjusting her dress to appear more presentable. Why are you so handsome? Evegood swooned, leaning against his shoulder. My dear godfather. You talk too much, but he shivered slightly at the kiss upon his cheek. Snape's apparition was particularly smooth. Evegood felt a rush of wind at her ears, and before long, they arrived at the opulent Malfoy manor. Yes, opulent indeed. Before them stood an exquisite wrought iron gate, through which Snape carried Eve, making her feel as though she were passing through a mist. Their surroundings gradually expanded, revealing a myriad of guests, all impeccably dressed and poised. She recognized several individuals. Those were fellow Slytherins with whom she had crossed paths before. Their arrival drew considerable attention, likely due to the striking contrast of their hair colors. We should first greet the host of the soiree, Snape suggested. Evegood nodded, showing no intention of descending, relishing the sensation of not having to exert herself. They reached the reception area, where a man with golden hair was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Clearly, Lucius had invited a considerable number of guests, likely for the occasion of his son's celebration. Evegood glanced at the bag in Snape's hand, within which lay the flowers they had chosen together for the host. Lucius noticed their presence and swiftly approached. Welcome, Mr. Snape and Miss Slytherin, he greeted, his polite smile flawless, though his face twitched slightly. What was amiss? These flowers are a token of our selection for you, she said first, offering a standard smile. I hope you like them, Mr. Malfoy. Of course, Lucius replied, with Narcissa graciously accepting them beside him, her smile gaining a touch of sincerity. You look absolutely stunning today, madam. Evegood promptly began her flattery, showering Narcissa with compliments from head to toe, leaving Snape and Lucius momentarily taken aback. Draco has mentioned you to me, Narcissa said, gently lifting Evegood from Snape's arms and stroking her silky hair. He said you are the best mother in the world, both gentle and beautiful. I concur. And those little biscuits you brought me the other day were delightful. The two engaged in a delightful conversation, Evegood effortlessly finding topics to discuss with the lady. Narcissa led her away toward a nearby dining table, distancing them from Lucius. I never imagined your goddaughter to be so socially adept, Severus. Snape adjusted his suit jacket, slightly crumpled by Eve's earlier antics, choosing not to comment. Lucius had to manage the mingling of business acquaintances, thus could not linger too long. Why don't you take a look around and observe how your goddaughter navigates this soiree? The staff will notify you when dinner is served. He truly despised such soirees, yet it was impossible for him to avoid attending with Evegood present. Snape would rather return to his research on Wolfbane potion, having just conceived a new ingredient he wished to experiment with later. Mother! A platinum-haired girl with dark hair raced down the staircase, spotting Evegood in Narcissa's embrace. Eve! It's so wonderful to see you again. Pansy greeted her, while Draco felt a twinge of envy at his mother's affection for Eve. Well, I must say I would love to see the peacocks at your home. Evegood, Draco offered in his usual elongated tone, awkwardly inviting her to join them. Narcissa gently set Eve down, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. Now that is how a Malfoy should treat a guest, she instructed, as Draco straightened his posture. Evegood thought he must be more entertaining than the peacocks. Go on, Eve, have fun with them. Goodbye, madam. She politely bid farewell before slipping away with Pansy and Draco. I'll take you through a shortcut. The three of them stepped onto the lavish carpet, as Draco began to boast about his family's decor while Pansy eagerly chimed in. Eve admired the portraits lining the walls, and soon they arrived at the garden. Chapter 57, The Soiree 2. The garden was meticulously maintained, featuring fountains and statues, with several trees growing in perfect symmetry, as if enchanted. Those are beech trees, Draco explained as Evegood admired one nearby. The reddish-yellow leaves are quite rare. Forget about these mundane trees, Evegood, Pansy interjected. Where are the peacocks? They encountered the magnificent white peacock wandering freely, undeniably a breathtaking creature. Evegood crouched down to stroke its head, and it immediately fanned its splendid plumage for her. Wow! Simply exquisite, she exclaimed. Of course, you can also feed it. Draco's nose seemed to rise in delight as he clapped his hands, calling for Dobby. Yet no one responded, and the palpable awkwardness in the air was unmistakable. Dobby, he called again, his voice tinged with irritation. The platinum-haired elf's expression turned sour, clearly vexed by the persistent summons. Just then, a faint pop echoed through the air, and a large-eyed elf appeared before him, trembling in anticipation of his fate. Evegood recalled her purpose for seeking him out, and seeing that it was just the four of them, she boldly stated, "Bring me the letters." What? Dobby looked at her in alarm, fully aware of the implication behind her words. Don't play coy. I want all the letters you have. She had no desire to engage in banter. Although Dobby's intentions in secretly aiding Harry were not malevolent, it did not justify his actions. Draco and Pansy, oblivious to Eve's request, instinctively chimed in. Dobby, give her the letters. Draco commanded, and Dobby, in a fit of self-punishment, tugged at his own ears before vanishing from sight. What letters? Pansy inquired, to which Evegood responded with a mysterious smile, offering no explanation. In the next moment, Dobby reappeared, clutching a sizable stack of letters. If you dare intercept again, I will let it slide this time, but mark my words, if I catch you again, you'll be in trouble, she warned. Suddenly, she remembered that she was not Dobby's master, and turned her gaze to the bewildered Draco. You give him a command, Master Draco. He seemed quite pleased with the title and declared, from now on, her word is my word, and you must obey unconditionally, Dobby. Dobby gasped in shock, trembling even more. Evegood took the letters, forbidding him from punishing himself, which immediately caused Dobby to cease his self-inflicted torment. And you are not to interfere with Harry's normal life. Should such behavior persist, I will make you sever your own hand. Harry? What does this have to do with Harry? Pansy queried, clearly confused about the situation. Now, go fetch us some peacock food. I shall tell you. The trio settled on the grass, their blanket laid out, and Evegood casually continued, knowing that children were easily swayed. I visited Harry a few days ago. Why didn't you come to see me? They both exclaimed in unison, prompting Evegood to wipe non-existent sweat from her brow. That's not the point. The crux of the matter is that I discovered Harry hasn't received a single letter all summer, she said, gesturing for them to lean closer. I employed a little trick, and someone is deliberately intercepting them. Is it Dobby? Draco shouted. Eve swiftly covered his mouth. It's not him, she admitted, realizing that revealing the truth would surely spell trouble for the little elf, though she was uncertain of the specifics. Your father sends Dobby every Wednesday to fetch potions from Professor Snape, so I had him assist in locating those letters. She waved the stack in the air. It's bulk evident. But don't let anyone else in on this. It's our secret. What do you mean by interfering with Harry? Pansy probed, evidently piecing together the gaps in the narrative. You misheard. I never said that. Evegood lied with remarkable finesse. How do you know he goes to Professor Snape's every Wednesday? Pansy pressed further. He is my godfather, Evegood replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. She sensed that soon the world would believe Snape truly was her godfather, given that she spent the summer with him. Pansy appeared utterly flabbergasted. So, Evegood has developed feelings for her own godfather? And he is also her professor, her head of house. You never mentioned this to me, Evegood. Platinum-haired Pansy exclaimed, clearly aggrieved. Evegood quickly smoothed down his ruffled feathers. I simply forgot to mention it. Don't look at me like that, I'm speaking the truth. They began to feed the peacock with the food Dobby had brought, while Evegood discreetly concealed the letters in her coat pocket to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. The conversation shifted to amusing anecdotes from the summer, gradually revisiting the topic of the ball. I'm a bit hungry, Evegood admitted honestly, at which point another house elf appeared out of thin air, respectfully informing them that they could proceed to the living room for dinner. The trio hastily made their way to the dining room, smoothing out the wrinkles in their clothing before entering, adopting the demeanor of small adults. My father always insists I do this, Draco commented. My mother has always advised me not to be too wild, Pansy added as she brushed away a stray seed from her clothes. To be honest, you two have mostly become wild because of me, Evegood confessed candidly. After ensuring that none of them bore traces of their playful antics, they stepped into the grand hall. Almost every gaze turned towards them, indicating that many were awaiting their arrival. As expected, Lucius began to introduce them, and when he announced Evegood's full name, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Word had spread about the striking pure-blood Slytherin child who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, and indeed, she was a rare beauty. Her hair is truly white, such a pure hue. Her demeanor is so graceful and poised, truly a descendant of Salazar. Snape, listening to the surrounding conversations, turned his gaze towards her, and she looked just as she had a decade ago, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Draco was drawn to his father for socializing, while Pansy departed with her mother to another side. Evegood settled down beside Snape for dinner. After about an hour, the cold buffet and wine reception commenced. Snape appeared disinterested in the drinks, and the two of them sipped coffee with sugar while sampling fruits. I'm a bit tired, Evegood yawned softly. To be honest, many had approached her for conversation, and she had little desire to continue such mentally taxing dialogues. We can leave shortly. We can bypass the ball and head home directly, Snape said calmly, moving the coffee cup away from her and pouring her a glass of water. Wouldn't that be rude? Not at all. We are not here to conduct business, nor are we inclined to socialize. Snape was uncertain of Lucius's thoughts on the matter, but if Evegood wished to leave, he would comply. Lucius likely only wanted them there to bolster attendance, and he had no intention of making things difficult for them. I think I can stay a bit longer. Evegood felt it was still too early to depart. She patted her slightly bulging pocket, contemplating how she might deliver the letters to Harry. Chapter 58. The Rescue Mission 1. The ball was to commence after 10 o'clock, and for this reason, Narcissa sought out Evegood to encourage her to return home for some rest. Children your age ought to get ample rest, she said kindly, patting Eve's head as the latter, feeling trapped, exchanged farewells with Lucius before departing. As a parting gift, Narcissa handed her a substantial bag of sweets. Snape once again used apparition to transport her home. Evegood recalled that she had yet to deliver the letters to Harry, but considering Snape's disdainful attitude towards Harry, she decided it was best to handle it on her own. After receiving a goodnight kiss, one that she had been oblivious to on previous occasions when she had been asleep, she stumbled into her room. Gabriel looked on, somewhat bemused, as she frantically slapped her own face. I must be dreaming, Evegood declared, or perhaps he drank something spurious. You are not dreaming, Gabriel hissed. He really did kiss you. What do you think about that? After spending so many days together, he had transformed from a taciturn family serpent into a more animated companion. He could see that the last little girl of the family harbored feelings for this man, and the time turner indicated that they were indeed intertwined in ways unknown. It was just a kiss on the forehead, not some scandalous affair. Here we go again, Gabriel muttered, turning away from her. Evegood felt utterly awake. Not the slightest hint of fatigue clouding her mind. Without even changing her attire, she resolved to apparate near Harry's home once more, this time exercising utmost caution, as she concentrated on the incantation. In the blink of an eye, she found herself on the familiar privet drive, intact and unscathed, devoid of any split. Goodness, indeed, Evegood was a prodigious genius. Harry was no longer residing in the cupboard, so after stealthily entering his aunt's house, Eve ascended the stairs with great care, meticulously searching each room until she finally located Harry's chamber. With a flick of her wand, she opened the door to find him engaged in conversation with Hedwig. Hush, she gestured, and both the owl in its cage and the boy before her fell silent. Eve reached into her inner pocket, producing a stack of letters which she presented to Harry, then magically unlatched Hedwig's cage. The clever owl, obedient as ever, refrained from hooting as she cradled it near the window, allowing it a brief moment to stretch its wings. You did it, Harry exclaimed. I truly don't know how to thank you, Evegood. You always come to my aid. It's nothing really of little consequence, Eve replied, taking a seat on his bed as she watched him peruse each letter, before retrieving a stack of parchment to pen his responses. They exchanged casual banter while Eve observed Hedwig soaring gracefully, happily singing its song. I wager they left Hedwig quite famished, she mused, noting the owl capture its ninth mouse to nibble upon. In truth, they left me rather starved as well, Harry remarked, finishing his letter to Hermione before beginning one for Ron. It's hard to fathom that I've spent so many years here. I can't carry Hermione's letter, but I can help with Ron's, Eve offered, though I suspect your owl may struggle to reach such vast distances in a short span. At that moment Hedwig returned, seemingly understanding Eve's words, and hooted twice to confirm its limitations. Not to worry. I can explain later that Harry didn't wish to trouble you further. By the way, is that a formal gown? I've never seen you wear one before. I attended a soiree and just returned, Evegood replied, refraining from elaboration. Once she had handed Harry his reply, she intended to depart, but suddenly recalled the sweet treats Narcissa had given her. Apologies, Mrs. Narcissa, as long as you remain oblivious, this matter shall not exist. She handed the bag of confections to Harry, extracting a small biscuit to place beside the caged Hedwig, which promptly pecked at it until devoured. Evegood, Harry exclaimed suddenly. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. No need for thanks. Consider it my way of caring for Lily and James. Evegood replied, and in the next instant, she vanished, leaving only a crisp crack in the air. Upon her return to her room, she found Severus Snape standing before her, his expression dark, causing Eve to retreat in fright. You used apparition again, and all for Potter. He snarled, his teeth clenched. Eve, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, refusing to deny it, and slowly edged away from Snape. What is so worthy of your assistance, Snape was not swayed, lifting her by the arm until he reluctantly released her, due to the delicate nature of her gown. Why are you in my room? Eve attempted to shift the topic, but Snape was not to be diverted. Sneaking out without informing me. Who knows if you might split again and seek out that wretched Potter? Gabriel interjected. Is that a hint of jealousy I detect? I shall take you along next time, she blurted out, immediately regretting it as images of their inevitable bickering flooded her mind. Wishing to slap herself. Do not be vexed, Severus. This tactic seems effective, she noted as she observed his expression soften slightly. I merely had an errand to run. A professional matter, nothing more. The old professor's demeanor returned to normal, leaving her with a terse, come to my study tomorrow morning to review your herbology. He then turned and departed. Evegood felt as if she had narrowly escaped disaster and, after freshening up, collapsed onto her bed. The days passed uneventfully until the last day of July, during which she visited the Weasley household to deliver a letter to Ron. This day, Eve ascended to her room as usual, coincidentally alone in the house since Snape was attending a potion conference that would last until noon the following day. It is time to depart. She donned an outfit designed to attract minimal attention, tying her hair into a high ponytail and donning a cap. Then apparat near Harry's home. Number 4 Privet Drive was ablaze with light, the living room radiating brightness, suggesting an important guest was present. Eve recalled that Petunia's family was engaged in significant business discussions today. How did it turn out? Dobby's appearance had ruined that deal, and Harry had borne the brunt of it. I've already mentioned this. Surely he wouldn't exploit the situation again, she thought as she slipped inside unnoticed, her movements as familiar as entering her own abode. Gabriel had informed her that the family was in the kitchen, so Eve decided to ascend the stairs. Oh, my darling Dudley, Petunia's choked voice echoed from below, sending shivers down Eve's spine. What a little gentleman he is. Amidst the clamor, She heard Harry's laughter. Unable to contain himself. If only a gentleman were not built like a pig, Eve quipped to herself as she opened Harry's door. The sleeping Hedwig raised its head in displeasure, but upon seeing Eve, it immediately became animated. When will you cease being such a peculiar bird? Uncle Vernon roared from below. If you cannot keep it in check tonight, you're in for it. Then, hurried footsteps approached, presumably Harry rushing upstairs. And the door swung open to reveal the tousled-haired boy, startled to find Eve cradling Hedwig. Good evening, Harry, she greeted lazily. Happy birthday. I doubt anyone has said that to you today. Thank you, Eve. Good, Harry stammered, overwhelmed by gratitude, but Eve raised a finger to silence him. I brought you a birthday gift, but it won't arrive for a while. Harry settled at the empty desk. And it was then that Eve noticed his belongings were missing. Where are your things? Locked in the cupboard, Harry replied, frustration evident in his voice. I chased Dudley away with a fabricated spell, and everything was confiscated. Not to worry. Once they're asleep, you can retrieve them, Eve reassured him, gracefully pulling a potions textbook from her pocket, and beginning to read nonchalantly, thoughtfully offering Harry a sheet of parchment. Take a look, you'll learn something useful. Harry felt overwhelmed, recognizing the dense annotations as unmistakably belonging to Snape, who had scrawled large letters on many of his assignments. He preferred to remain lost in thought alone. Sounds of incoming guests reached them, revealing that the Masons had arrived for business discussions. Petunia commenced her insincere praise for Mrs. Mason's dress, her tone dripping with artifice. She is truly insufferable, isn't she? Eve noted, pressing her fingers to her forehead before casting a silencing charm, instantly muffling the cacophony below. How delightful. Harry remarked with envy, wishing he could use his wand outside of school, though it was prohibited. As time passed, Eve observed the situation and eventually lifted the charm. Hearing Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia graciously escorting the Masons out, the sounds of their coats suggesting a successful negotiation. It appears they have secured a villa on Majorca. Harry commented, though he wondered what that had to do with him, knowing they would not grow to like him any more regardless of location. Once the house fell silent, save for Uncle Vernon's snoring, Eve descended the stairs, using the Alohomora spell to unlock the pantry door, then levitating Harry's belongings upstairs. She opened the window in Harry's room, the evening breeze lifting her hair as Harry observed her, likening her to a restless feline. In the distance, the roar of an engine reached Harry's ears, leaving him incredulous. What is that sound? Your birthday gift, Eve replied. Eve Good languidly waved at the increasingly approaching dark, which to her astonishment, turned out to be a flying car, now hovering steadily before her window. On board were the Weasley twins and Ron, all of whom were grinning at her. Who are you? Harry stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Without hesitation, Eve flicked her wand, sending his luggage flying into the vehicle, while Hedwig soared into the night sky like a ghostly white specter. You're late, Eve remarked as she climbed into the car, taking a seat beside Ron, who then extended his hand to help Harry aboard. You ought to leave a note for your dear aunt. Otherwise, she might do something drastic, Eve advised him. Harry returned to scribble a note, placing it on his desk. George, sitting in the front passenger seat with a lollipop dangling from his mouth, quipped, Sorry, little Eve, Mum stayed up too late. We barely managed to sneak out. I'm more curious about what would happen if you cast magic outside of school, Fred said, eyeing the wand in her hand. I'm not sure. But I've never been caught casting spells outside of school, Eve replied, reclining lazily against the seat. Dumbledore mentioned that I lack a trace, possibly due to my family's magic. You mentioned that when we first met, George recalled vividly. Fred pressed the accelerator, and the car began to sing as it took off into the sky. What is that, Eve? Ron inquired. You've never told us about it. It's somewhat of a secret, but sharing it with you is harmless. A gust of wind stirred the Gabriel on Eve's left wrist, waking it as it glanced around, realizing it was aboard a flying vehicle. Our family has been under an ancient spell cast by our ancestral head from the very beginning. A spell that causes those outside the family to forget our existence. I'm not sure why, but perhaps that's why I've never had a trace. No wonder no one ever knew about your family, Harry exclaimed. Is that also why you concealed your surname? Matters like this are best kept from as many people as possible, Eve said, accepting a lollipop from George, unwrapping it, and popping it into her mouth. If my parents hadn't passed away, I wouldn't have chosen to enroll directly. Don't look at me like that. The group averted their gazes, realizing that Eve was indifferent to her lack of parents. Eve had begun to suspect that her presence might have disrupted the ancient spell. Otherwise, how could she be so brazenly exposed in public without consequence? It seemed she would need to consult Dumbledore soon. As they chatted about various topics, Eve felt surprisingly alert without coffee, bursting into laughter when discussing Mr. Weasley's amusing anecdotes. As dawn began to break, fearing they wouldn't reach home before sunrise, Eve cast a small spell, causing their car to pick up speed, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the Weasley residence. Now don't speak. Just park quickly, Eve commanded with poise. Harry and Ron crouched as they made their way to his room, while the Weasley twins, with their usual dexterity, had the car parked in no time, everything mirroring the previous night. If your family isn't able to accommodate Harry, just send me a letter, she said. Not a chance. You should know we all adore him, George interrupted, and Eve nodded in reassurance before vanishing with a disapparition. Wow, Fred exclaimed. That's impressive, George added. When did you learn that? I recall Dad demonstrating it before us. Disapparition? 6th year, Fred, came the reply. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Upon returning home, Eve Good collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly until midday, though she could have slept longer had she not been shaken awake. Don't move, let me sleep a little longer, she mumbled. Snape's voice pierced her drowsiness. Do you know what time it is, Miss Good? All right, just let me sleep a bit more. Eve rolled over, burying her head under the covers. I need to visit Diagon Alley for some shopping, came the unhurried voice. It seems you're not very eager to go. In the next instant, Eve sprang from her bed, rushing to the wardrobe to rummage for something to wear. Of course, I want to go. I haven't had much of a chance to explore Diagon Alley, and now there's a free bodyguard to guide me. Who would want to miss this opportunity? Chapter 61. The Failed Book Signing. Is this how you store such dangerous items? Snape cast a cold glance at him. Mr. Borgin almost instantaneously materialized before Eve Good, carefully using his wand to levitate the object from Snape's grasp. It trembled slightly, seemingly discontent with being restrained. Can you feel it? A surge of power emanating from it. Draco nodded vigorously, retreating toward his father, though neither Eve nor Snape sensed anything amiss. This was sold to me by an old wizard long ago, Borgin reminisced. It's crafted from a white ghost bat. Hard to believe bats can look like this. It indeed possesses formidable power, but no one has been able to touch it directly for years. True to form, the businessman began to boast, and Eve listened in bemusement as he quoted his price, while Snape remained expressionless. I'm a child, not a fool, Eve interjected, grasping the levitating ring and returning it to its original place. Could your price be any more absurd? Lucius was intrigued to see how this Slytherin lady would negotiate, but her bargaining was even more ruthless than his own. 5 sickles, she stated without batting an eye. Lucius's face contorted more than Borgin's. Harry listened in astonishment, unable to believe someone could be so brazenly audacious in their haggling. There's a flaw here, quite significant, Snape observed, noting that the imperfection was nearly imperceptible. He turned his head away, unwilling to witness her in this light. It was baffling how she had shown no hesitation over a high-end gown priced in thousands of galleons. Yet now she was fiercely negotiating over a precious bat-bone ring. Father, why don't we just buy it for Eve Good? Draco suggested, glancing at his father, whose face was contorted with displeasure. Be quiet. Even her godfather hasn't said anything. If it were to be purchased, it would have to be by Snape, the unfortunate soul who would end up footing the bill. I'll pay for it. Truly stepping into the role of the benefactor. Lucius was left speechless as he continued to peruse the list. Draco watched as Snape placed the ring on Eve Good's finger, feeling a peculiar sense of discomfort he couldn't quite articulate. After a while, the 4 of them exited the shop, and since Draco needed to buy supplies for the new term, they decided to go together. Harry slipped away as soon as Mr. Borgin entered the back room. It's hard to believe that our entire syllabus was authored by that useless buffoon, Eve thought, leaving her thoughts unspoken. Sissy doesn't like him either. She says he's a show-off, Lucius remarked, rarely speaking up. Eve admired Narcissa's sharp insight into people. I want ice cream, Severus, Eve exclaimed, clinging to Snape's neck and demanding to taste the new offerings from Florian Fortescue's. Lucius shot a disdainful glance at her childlike demeanor, only to receive a glare from Eve in return. He, Malfoy, wouldn't he stoop to quarreling with a child? Draco desired some too but swallowed his wish. Mindful of the Malfoy family's decorum, they were compelled to wait at the entrance while Snape and Eve procured ice cream, and Draco observed them each with a cone, while Snape maintained an air of indifference. Severus, I never expected you to indulge in such things, Lucius remarked, his words laced with veiled criticism directed at Eve. At that moment, Eve stood at eye level with Lucius, for only an old man would shy away from such delights, as they were too old to engage with the youth. These individuals shared a common trait, their hairlines receding remarkably. Snape turned his head to conceal the tremor of laughter that threatened to escape, a sight Draco had never witnessed before. Yet, why was his father's face so flushed? Malfoy's impeccable upbringing rendered him incapable of uttering any profanities, and in the next moment, Lucius pulled Draco into the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Ha ha ha. How absurd. He dares to label us childish while he himself is not here merely to purchase ice cream. Eve Good, indulging in her ice cream, mocked Lucius from behind, leaving the blonde gentleman in a quandary, unable to decide whether to buy or not. Ultimately, the four of them each acquired an ice cream, and passers-by who recognized Lucius greeted him with curious glances. What on earth was he, a Malfoy, contending with this juvenile Slytherin? The family's reputation was on the verge of being tarnished. Is the ice cream not to your liking, Mr. Lucius? Eve Good continued to innocently provoke him. Though the new flavor was indeed delightful, something Malfoy would never concede. No. My godfather once told me that liars often suffer from receding hairlines. At this, Lucius truly ignored her, and the victorious Eve Good dismissed it without concern as they proceeded towards Flourish and Blots, where Lucius also purchased Draco some fine ink and parchment. It was hoped that Flourish and Blots would be less crowded, but Eve Good's statement was left unfinished as they beheld a throng of people gathered there, with a banner proclaiming, Gilderoy Lockhart, autographing his autobiography, Me the Magical, this afternoon from 12:30 to 1 o'clock. Eve Good was always at odds with reality, Draco remarked. Look. It's the Weasley family with the red hair. Lucius, filled with pent-up frustration, strode purposefully inside, with Eve unable to stop him. It was inevitable. A confrontation awaited them. Suddenly, a burst of applause erupted from the crowd, prompting Eve Good to urge Snape to set her down as she excitedly rushed over to discover the commotion. Indeed, it was the unfortunate Harry, besieged and photographed, the camera shutters clicking incessantly. However, Eve Good's striking white hair was far too conspicuous, and before she could share a laugh with Ron, Lockhart's attention was drawn to her. My goodness, what a fortuitous encounter, he exclaimed dramatically, as the crowd's gaze shifted towards Eve Good, who suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Yes, the fact that she was a descendant of Salazar had become common knowledge, and many pureblood families sought to befriend her. If Lockhart could leverage this connection, he would have no worries about his book sales. The wizard with wavy golden hair approached her, his self-satisfied grin apparent, and the varying expressions of those around her indicated that the name Slytherin brought both prestige and disdain. She retreated step by step, while Hermione remained blissfully unaware of the scrutinizing gazes as she celebrated Eve Good's fortune. Then, Lockhart seized her in a tight embrace, and upon feeling the pressure on her shoulder, Eve Good's skin prickled with discomfort. What was he saying? She felt a wave of nausea. Aside from Snape, no one had ever been so familiar with her. She absolutely could not allow this incompetent buffoon, known only for his proficiency in the Oblivion charm, to take a picture with her. She would surely die of embarrassment. She was no savior, nor did she possess Harry's patience. Casting malicious spells here was out of the question. What to do? She had an idea. Eve Good was indeed clever beyond measure. In the next moment, tears streamed down her face, and Lockhart, oblivious, continued to drag her along. Feeling the increasing pressure of his hand on her shoulder, she let out a sob. The crowd had long since noticed her distress, and as Lockhart continued his self-absorbed chatter, silence gradually enveloped them. Despite the misconceptions surrounding the Slytherin name, Eve Good was merely an 11-year-old girl, and when she cried, no one could reproach her. What is he doing? Ron exclaimed, noticing Eve Good's tears. Hermione, indignant at the disregard shown towards her idol, felt compelled to defend her. He must have frightened her. The portrayal in his book is hardly gentlemanly. Meanwhile, Arthur and Lucius, embroiled in a heated argument, also took note of the situation. What an ugly sight, Lucius remarked. Yet his legs carried him toward the scene, with Draco hastily trailing after his father. Did he not realize his own folly? Arthur followed suit, as the crowd fell into a hushed stillness. Lockhart, belatedly cognizant of his actions, was suddenly eclipsed by a dark figure, who swiftly extricated Eve Good from his grasp. The man with black hair and piercing dark eyes scrutinized her intently, sending a shiver down her spine. The crowd fell utterly silent, save for Eve Good's heart-wrenching sobs. Hermione quietly retrieved several tissues from her bag and handed them to Snape, who accepted them and offered them to Eve Good. Ron noticed that his father and Lucius had approached together, leaving him in disbelief. Am I losing my mind? Or are they? He murmured. Neither of you is delusional, Fred chimed in, but that Lockhart is undoubtedly insane, George added. Indeed. Harry finally managed to escape the bothersome wizard and joined them, handing Ginny a complete set of Lockhart's works. Adhering to her principle of fully committing to a performance, Eve Good leaned against Snape's shoulder, her sobs gradually subsiding into sniffles. George and Fred contemplated teasing her further, but upon seeing Snape's profoundly dark expression, they abandoned the idea. Lockhart, drenched in cold sweat, prattled on in an attempt to ease the tension, but it was futile, as the crowd began to disperse. A diminutive man who sought to capture the moment on film was suddenly sent flying by an unseen curse, leaving no one aware of the perpetrator. Gilderoy Lockhart. Snape spoke in his usual deadly tone. I better not see you harassing Eve Good again this term. If even a single word about her appears in the Daily Prophet, I will ensure you are left in ruins. This is your final warning. Stop crying. Draco tugged at her sleeve. I'll have Mother bake you some cookies. This had a slight effect, and Eve Good finally revealed her reddened eyes. I shall send an owl with my book to you, Lucius interjected, not wishing to meddle further, as he had no desire to remain amidst the chaos. Let us depart, Draco. The platinum-haired boy glanced back at Eve Good multiple times before exiting the tumultuous bookstore. Mrs. Weasley could hardly believe her idol behaved in such a manner, her face flushed as red as Mr. Weasley's hair. I want to go home, Eve Good said weakly. And in the next moment, a loud crack echoed through the air as Snape and she vanished from sight. A collective gaze exchanged among the onlookers, and Harry decided it was time to leave as well. They settled their book payments and departed. It takes considerable courage to offend Eve Good, Ron remarked. I still remember what happened to Oswald Worthington. He was thoroughly humiliated. He brought it upon himself, Hermione retorted. Had Eve Good not resorted to that tactic, Harry would have charged in to confront him. Arthur's attention was particularly drawn to their relationship. Godfather and goddaughter, Harry replied, and Arthur did not question it. After all, they had indeed spent much of the summer together. Did you notice his face? Molly remarked. He appeared extremely angry. If I had such a lovely goddaughter, I would be just as furious, Arthur added. Even Lucius is no longer arguing with me. How peculiar. I envy her for acquiring new textbooks without cost, Ron lamented. Gazing at the old tomes in the cauldron, Hermione nudged him. Be grateful. You now possess a new wand, all thanks to Eve. Eve Good nestled comfortably in Snape's embrace, acknowledging the advantages of her youth, such as being able to remain here indefinitely. She hoped Lockhart would stage more such scenes. Eve Good thought naively that she could openly curry favor with the professor. I have no desire to attend his defense against the dark arts class. You need not listen. I can spare some time to tutor you. Severus's tone softened, and Eve found this truly enchanting. Although the journey was somewhat arduous, the outcome was favorable. A Malfoy owl tapped at the window, and with a flick of his wandless magic, Severus opened it. It brought with it all the books for Eve Good's new semester, a bag of sweets from Narcissa, and a letter of consolation from Draco. Curiously, she opened it to find Draco had written, I will pressure father to make him leave. How could this be? Eve Good thought his Valentine's Day initiative rather interesting, and the fact that he was a glutton should not be exposed to overshadow others' achievements. It was only right that he did not assume the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts without facing some consequences. With this thought in mind, she immediately began to compose a reply. She truly was a magnanimous student. Lockhart was fortunate indeed. Chapter 62, The Closed Station Entrance. It was hard to believe that summer had passed so swiftly. She had perused numerous tomes on dark magic at Severus's home, including those concerning the unforgivable curses. Use only when absolutely necessary. Severus would merely repeat this phrase, and Eve Good would nod in a haze of comprehension. On the day of the term's commencement, Severus, unusually, did not apparate to the vicinity of the school, but instead accompanied her to the train station. For the umpteenth time, Eve Good forgot something, necessitating their return. And Severus's expression matched the darkness of his hair. I believe you need not attend school this year, my dear, he remarked. It was still 3 minutes shy of 10, and they hurried to the station, only to witness Harry rebounding off the wall. Severus's demeanor brightened considerably. Hedwig was screeching loudly, and her cage rolled to Eve Good's side. She picked it up and gently reached inside to stroke its head, calming Hedwig as the gazes of those around them shifted away. What on earth is going on with you? Eve Good approached, as Harry and Ron fumbled to explain the situation, eliciting a sardonic smile from Severus. In truth, Eve felt he was secretly delighted. She reached out, only to find her hand met with the cold surface of a wall. The station entrance remained closed. This house elf certainly knew how to exploit her words. She admired its cleverness. What shall we do? Ron asked, his face a mask of despair. Suddenly glancing at Severus standing behind Eve Good. I shall take Eve Good directly with me, Severus declared, unhesitatingly lifting the girl from the ground. You two. I shall summon another professor to retrieve. With that he vanished with Eve Good in plain view, leaving Harry and Ron to approach a nearby bench with expressions of complex emotions. I suspect Severus will keep us waiting for quite some time, Harry said despondently. I have no doubt, Ron replied, fiddling with his sleeping rat, Scabbers. Evegood arrived at Hogwarts ahead of everyone else, watching her belongings float towards the dormitory. She followed Severus to Dumbledore's office to report the peculiarities of the wall, then sought out Professor McGonagall to explain the situation and ask her to retrieve Harry and Ron. Evegood participated in the decorating of the new semester feast, scattering dancing white stars around, and by the time guests arrived, the place was exquisitely adorned. Pansy and Draco approached her inquiring why she had not taken the train, prompting Eve to recount the events. "I can't believe such a thing occurred," Pansy remarked. "I remember nothing like this happening before. Perhaps a mere oversight. Enough of that. Tell me what you all did over the summer." The sorting ceremony commenced, and Evegood observed the youngest Weasley girl, Ginny, being sorted into Gryffindor, while Colin Creevey also joined that house, bringing fresh blood to their ranks. This time, Evegood returned to the common room with a large group, where it felt somewhat chilly and damp. She raised her hand and ignited the nearby fireplace, warming the entire room. "Let us head back. I'm feeling a bit tired," Evegood yawned, bidding farewell to Draco and the others as she walked with Pansy towards the girls' dormitory. Along the way, she encountered many who greeted her, to whom she politely responded. "Still so renowned, Slytherin," Pansy teased her. The following day, the sky over the Hogwarts Hall was overcast. Evegood savored the roasted meat before her while conversing with the floating Bloody Baron, causing Pansy to inch away. In the afternoon, they had herbology class, and as Draco and the others exited the hall, he remarked, "I'm so glad we don't have defense against the dark arts today." "Well said," Evegood concurred. It seemed Lockhart was quite subdued today, at least not having an unplanned encounter with Evegood. However, Harry was not so fortunate. He clung to her shoulder as they strolled down the corridor, regaling her with his experiences. "I haven't read a single one of his books," Evegood said disdainfully, pulling Pansy aside. "How peculiar," Draco commented as he took the textbook from Crabbe. He hadn't anticipated a book he would not read. "A book filled with lies makes me ill at ease, I must say." "Oh, forgive me, I didn't see you." Evegood collided with Ginny, who blushed and said it was fine before dashing off with an armful of books. My goodness, what did she just have? Evegood thought, spotting the spine of Tom Riddle's diary. Just like the original storyline, this little girl had acquired the diary that Lucius had secretly placed in her cauldron. She felt as though she were a caretaker cleaning up after others' foolishness, and Evegood shook her head. How was she to obtain that book? After all, she was a Slytherin now. It would not do to boldly enter the Gryffindor dormitory. The afternoon's herbology lesson indeed involved repotting mandrakes, and Evegood received a pink earmuff, which Draco mocked. "You won't be laughing for long." Evegood made a face at him. Indeed, when Draco beheld the hideously ugly infant mandrake, his expression shattered entirely. "Filthy creature," she noted, seeing the shape of his mouth and bursting into laughter. They watched Professor Sprout's demonstration, and Evegood meticulously memorized each step before it was time to get hands-on. Evegood believed she had never dealt with such a troublesome specimen in her life. They cried and struggled, writhing about, and even Pansy had to forcibly shove them into another pot. Frustrated, Evegood slapped one on the backside. The infant froze, and seizing the opportunity, she swiftly thrust it into the pot to the left before it could howl even louder. She felt someone tugging at her. It was a Ravenclaw girl, part of their group. Eve turned, puzzled, only to see her pointing at the unconscious snake on the ground. "Gabriel!" Evegood exclaimed, realizing how empty her left arm felt. She had forgotten this poor creature lacked earmuffs, and it had fainted upon hearing the cries of the mandrakes. Evegood gestured in gratitude, then promptly scooped it up and tossed it back into her pocket. "Is this your snake?" the girl asked as they finally completed the daunting task. Yes, Evegood nodded. The girl understood, for after all, she was a descendant of Slytherin, and possessing a snake was hardly unusual. "Excellent work, Miss Evegood and your group," Professor Sprout praised generously, noting they had finished the fastest, awarding each of them 10 points. They exited the greenhouse, exhausted, when a girl with straight black hair and an Asian visage called out to the girl in their group, "Marietta, come walk with us." Evegood instantly recognized the girl as Cho Chang, and to her surprise, the girl she had just worked with was Marietta Edgecombe, the one who had betrayed them. It would not bode well for her to know about Eva's snake. She lowered her gaze, contemplating how to mitigate this risk, when suddenly Gabriel's words echoed in her mind. "Slytherins never shrink back. That is not our style, Mississippi." She discreetly extracted her wand from her right pocket, casually trailing behind Marietta Edgecombe, before casting a memory charm. This scene was witnessed by Pansy and Draco, yet neither uttered a word. Instead, they edged closer to obscure her subtle maneuver. Marietta's eyes instantly became vacant, and as for the ensuing events, Evegood had no desire to involve herself. The trio simply bypassed her and departed. Chapter 63. The Cornish Pixies. Why did you do that? As they stepped into the doorway, Draco was the first to voice his inquiry. That girl knows I possess a serpent, and I prefer not to have untrustworthy individuals privy to such information. Pansy replied with understanding. They needed to return to their dormitory for a shower, as they were quite disheveled. Within 20 minutes, the three reconvened in the common room. A boy rose to offer them his seat. The Slytherin common room, surprisingly, exhibited a clear hierarchy. Wizards without noble lineage or substantial influence were prohibited from occupying seats near the fireplace. Draco languidly basked in the warmth, while Evegood cast a minor charm, igniting flickering flames in every corner of the room. What is with your attentiveness towards half-bloods and muggles? Draco continued to cling to his prejudiced views on blood status, prompting Evegood to lightly rap his head. Some wizards seated in the corner noticed her small gesture, yet none dared to intervene. Let us go bask in the sunlight, Pansy suggested. This place feels as damp as the dungeons. Indeed, if only we had a dehumidifier, Evegood blurted out. What is that? Draco had already risen, with Goyle and Crabbe hastily following suit. Muggle appliance, she explained, and the two exchanged knowing glances. They decided to head to the Black Lake to soak up some sun, only to encounter Harry, who was being detained by Colin for photographs. They heard Colin asking if he could still get his autograph. Draco approached, draping an arm around Harry's shoulder. Are you sending signed photos, Potter? He seemed to completely overlook Harry's crimson face, waving for Pansy and Evegood to join him. Come witness the great savior being photographed. Enough, Evegood chuckled as she walked over to take the camera from Colin. Let me help you with that. I've heard of you, the gray-haired boy exclaimed excitedly. You are the Slytherin miss. I've heard your grades are exceptional, and you have long white hair. You are indeed beautiful, thank you. They quickly took the photograph, and by this time, quite a crowd had gathered. A wizard clad in teal robes approached gracefully. Oh dear, Pansy murmured, already aware of Evegood's predicament. I think we should leave. However, it was evidently too late. Lockhart had already positioned himself before them, and a collective effort shielded Eve from view. Hermione closed her book, Traveling with Vampires, gazing at Lockhart with a complicated expression. We meet again, Harry. He stepped forward, prompting the crowd to retreat in unison, though Lockhart remained unfazed. I presume you have savored the sweetness of fame, Harry? He lowered his voice. Yet everyone could hear, I know. Young ones are always restless, attempting to draw attention, aren't they? Harry, oh Harry. Draco thought he ought to steal a pair of earmuffs from Professor Sprout. Why not allow me to sign my name on the photograph as well? If you write on the photo I take, I shall break each of your fingers one by one. Evegood. Hermione gasped. Ah, the Slytherin miss. Lockhart finally noticed the girl concealed behind them, as her stature made her easily overlooked. Lockhart then rambled on in his usual nonsensical manner, while Harry let the words enter one ear and exit the other. He eventually patted everyone on the shoulder, adopting a genial demeanor, humming a tune as he departed. He is quite brave, Ron remarked, for he dared to touch Evegood. He patted my shoulder. Hermione giggled foolishly. I shall not wash this robe for the entire term. Are you serious? Ron exclaimed in surprise. Draco had intended to mock Hermione further, but upon observing the murderous glare from Evegood, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Pansy watched her strip off her robe and set it ablaze with a flick of her wand. Harry pretended not to notice and invited them to join him under a tree by the Black Lake for some shade. As they passed a group of fifth-year Slytherins, someone greeted Eve. Do you know the fifth years? Harry inquired. Evegood nodded. Professor Snape selected a few individuals to spar with me previously. How did it go? You must have bested them all, Draco exclaimed, joining them on the grass. Be realistic. Evegood produced snacks hidden in her clothing pocket. I was the one who was beaten. Along with the snacks came Gabriel, who had awakened and once again wrapped around her arm. That's all right. The fact that you can now spar with fifth years is quite commendable, Hermione reassured her, taking a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from her hand. You truly possess talent, dear. Forced, Eve murmured softly, her gaze drifting to the time turner around her neck, which had remained dormant for several months. Do you have classes this afternoon? The class bell rang in response to Hermione's exclamation. We do. It's history of magic. We must depart. How tragic, Evegood lamented. Don't be foolish, Hermione. Ron and Harry continued to munch on their chocolate frogs. Did you see Lockhart completely flustered? This afternoon, aside from charms, we have no other classes. We're the unfortunate ones. Evegood. Draco leaned lazily against the tree. We have a defense against the dark arts class at 3. Evegood's first defense against the dark arts lesson in her second year was utterly absurd. They were required to complete a ridiculous questionnaire filled with trivial inquiries. For instance, Lockhart's favorite color, his secret aspirations, and his preferred shampoo scent. Actually, he is quite amusing, Evegood began to write. Pansy anxiously nudged Draco. Is she going mad? Who knows? Draco grumbled in reply. Those unaware might think we are Lockhart enthusiasts. Who would write such foolishness? In truth, few in Slytherin took it seriously. Hence Lockhart's attempts at boasting fell flat. As Evegood had anticipated, he produced a cage full of Cornish pixies. Amidst a chorus of laughter, Evegood raised her hand. Are we expected to deal with them, including exterminating them? Laughter gradually faded as all eyes turned to her. And Evegood fixed her gaze on Lockhart. Of course not. I mean, merely recapturing them is quite simple. Lockhart hastily opened the cage, and in the next moment, they were soaring chaotically around the classroom. If you have the capability. One pixie darting before him was instantly obliterated by a spell, startling him into a seated position on the floor. Several Slytherins cheered, incredible, Evegood. A few shrieking pixies seized a blonde girl in front of Evegood, who unceremoniously blasted them away, saving her. Thank you, Evegood, the girl, still recovering, expressed her gratitude for the assistance. Then came Eve's impressive display. Within moments, the frenzied pixies were all confined within the cage. Draco tossed them in as if they were refuse, disregarding their battered appearances. Well done, Draco. It seems you've made progress over the summer. Evegood secured the cage with a charm, then maliciously obliterated the pixie that had just bitten her, which proved remarkably effective, as the flock of Cornish pixies immediately quieted down. Chapter 64. The Turmoil on the Pitch. Fortunately, we still have Evegood, someone remarked, otherwise my parchment would have been entirely shredded. Pansy was searching for the textbook with several torn pages amidst the chaos of the classroom, when someone entered, clapping rhythmically. A mocking smile plastered across his face. Marvelous, Gilderoy Lockhart. Your inaugural defense against the dark arts class has truly opened my eyes. Severus Snape stomped forward, closely followed by none other than Albus Dumbledore. Lockhart's smug grin swiftly morphed into one of panic. Ha! Draco gleefully remarked. My father must have spoken to the board members. Otherwise, Dumbledore wouldn't have appeared. That shattering spell you just cast should have pierced his nose. Snape approached, his response surprisingly swift. Lockhart, looking dejected, trailed behind Dumbledore. And the tumultuous class concluded with their relief at its premature end. I hope Lockhart wasn't expelled days before the term commenced, thought of Gede. Or else things might become rather tedious. As it turned out, he had not been expelled. Dumbledore seemed to have merely offered a few kind words of guidance. However, it was evident that in the subsequent lessons, Lockhart adhered strictly to the curriculum, refraining from any bizarre antics. On this day, Draco was to attend his first Quidditch practice. He had already informed them that his father had purchased a Nimbus 2001 for each member of the Quidditch team, and he was now the seeker for Slytherin. In a moment, I shall show you my new broom, Draco declared enthusiastically as they encountered Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, and thus walked together. I just received a note from Professor Snape. He lifted his chin defiantly. Gryffindor is scheduled to use the pitch today, and I do not want them competing with us. Did they reserve it first? Gede inquired. Indeed, but we have a note from the professor, Flint replied matter-of-factly. At that moment, Draco had been slightly swayed by Gede's perspective. He glanced at her, and she returned a hesitant smile. The unpopularity of Slytherin was indeed self-inflicted. Wood was already soaring through the air on his broom, rallying Harry and the others, while the Slytherin team gathered beneath him, except for Draco, who was pulled aside by Gede and Pansy to avoid the impending skirmish. I think you shouldn't bring outsiders this semester, Harry, Wood stated earnestly, in case our strategies are discovered. Gede is not that kind of person, Harry retorted angrily. Well, then who is that taking pictures over there? Wood pointed at Colin, who had been following Harry. He certainly resembles a Slytherin spy. Slytherin needs no spies, Oliver, George declared, spinning his broom in place. Wood snorted. What? Because they came on their own, Fred added. The two teams then erupted in a heated argument. While Gede and her companions sat on the grass, munching on sunflower seeds that Hermione had brought. Draco thought this was not a very elegant snack, but as Gede said, as long as it's delicious, who cares about elegance? Wood unleashed his lion's roar skill, reducing Flint's health to 3. Flint countered with a biting retort, lowering Wood's sanity to 5. George employed a sharp rebuttal, causing Slytherin's health to drop to 7. Flint brandished Snape's note, escalating the conflict as Gryffindor's health fell to 12. You've arrived. Gede called out to Ron and Hermione as they entered the pitch. What is going on? Hermione exclaimed, noticing Draco's team uniform. You are now part of the Slytherin team? Indeed, Malfoy replied, unusually forthcoming. Congratulations, Hermione said, taking a sunflower seed from Pansy and beginning to snack. Ron appeared rather displeased. Our house team had Snape issue a note to compete with your team for the pitch, Evgid stated unapologetically, as long as the ire did not fall upon her. She was content to enjoy the spectacle. The argument escalated, and it became quite intense. To her amusement, Evgid began narrating the unfolding events, which Ron found rather entertaining. Quite impressive. Your twin brothers managed to draw Wood away, Evgid remarked, though she felt a pang of disappointment when the fight did not continue. It was about time, Hermione commented. Subsequently, the two sides exchanged words, and suddenly all eyes turned to the small group of children. Draco was still pondering how to consume sunflower seeds more efficiently, with Hermione demonstrating, while Evgid and Ron began playing Gamoku with the shells, with Pansy observing. The two captains were inexplicably silent. Harry walked over to watch Ron and Evgid play. Have you settled your dispute? Evgid asked, feeling the quiet, and upon noticing everyone staring at them, she inquired directly. Draco. Come here, Flint barked menacingly. Don't associate with them, especially that mudblood next to you. This remark had explosive repercussions. Ron sprang up and cast a spell at him, while Fred and George freed Wood to engage in a brawl with the other Slytherin players. How dare you? Pansy exclaimed as Evgid stood up, swiftly casting a spell that sent Flint flying to the opposite side of the pitch. A hush fell over the field. Several Slytherin players glared at Evgid, but she effortlessly dispatched them as well. I do indeed have a temper. Do not think being in the same house will spare you from a beating, Evgid said, rubbing the ring on her right index finger, while the Weasley twins admired her demeanor. You will be expelled for attacking Flint, Montague blurted out, noting that he was a chaser for the Slytherin team. Will I? Am I? Evgid teased, stepping closer with her wand pointed at his chest. However, I really shouldn't trouble Severus any further. Suddenly his eyes grew vacant, as Evgid cast a memory charm on him. Then, before the gathered crowd, she altered the memories of the entire Slytherin team. Hermione wanted to remind her that this was absolutely forbidden, but it seemed no one present dared to voice an objection. Having tidied up her mess, Evgid turned to face them. I really shouldn't have been so reckless, she said, her usual smile returning, though now it bore an unsettling edge. If possible, I would also like to cast a spell on your team. Go ahead and cast your spell, Angelina encouraged, genuinely impressed by the Slytherin, as such loyalty to friends was rare, especially since her two outbursts were provoked by insults against her companions. Ultimately, aside from the Weasley twins, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Pansy, and Draco, everyone else fell victim to the memory charm. Even Colin, who attempted to sneak away, could not escape its grasp. Impressive, Ron managed to utter after a long pause. Look, the twins seem pleased. Hogwarts has a new rulemaker. Stop talking, Evgid waved her hand. If Dumbledore finds out, I shall be doomed. Chapter 65 Cleansing. In the distance, Flint slowly rose, his entire body aching, yet he could not recall why. He remembered entering the pitch. But what had prompted his entrance? What was the current state of affairs? Colin's vacant expression gradually cleared, and he resumed pestering Harry for photographs, while Evgid chose to ignore the brash Slytherin captain entirely. The game was now off, so they settled down to chat. No one would dare say such things. Ron continued to shout, prompting Hermione to nudge him to lower his voice. I knew he would end up like this, Pansy remarked, recalling how Evgid nearly confronted her when she mentioned mudbloods earlier. Memory charm, the Weasley twins sang a tuneless ditty, circling around them and eliciting laughter from Harry. But I still don't know what that means, Hermione said, observing their visibly furious expressions. Of course, Ron roared, while Eve Good regarded him and Hermione with the gaze typically reserved for young lovers, imbued with a sense of disdain for their perceived inferior bloodline. She was unsure how to translate such vulgarity into Muggle terms. In any case, it was a base insult aimed squarely at wizards of Muggle heritage. Draco, with a hint of regret, caressed his broomstick, yearning to take flight. Eve, discerning his thoughts, encouraged him to soar for a while, adding that he could join Harry. It's all about leveraging each other's strengths. It would benefit you both, she suggested. That morning unfolded with delightful ease. At least Ron was spared the embarrassment of having his own spell rebound and unleash a torrent of snot worms upon him. And no one faced detention as a consequence. Those under the influence of the memory charm wandered about in a daze, oblivious to their circumstances. Your amnesia can't be too potent. It hasn't rendered them completely foolish, has it? Pansy inquired anxiously as she spotted Miles Bletchley ambling past for the 8th time. How could it? I am no Gilderoy Lockhart, she replied ambiguously, leaving her audience puzzled about whom she referred to. More sunflower seeds, Hermione, Ron exclaimed, as he and his brothers competed to see who could spit the shells the farthest. Eve, while chiding their childishness, felt an urge to join in, only to be restrained by Pansy. Dear lady, Perhaps you should refrain, she lamented. The audacity of Slytherin was indeed excessive, and she was resolute in her determination to set things right. As the group made their way back, they unexpectedly encountered Lockhart, who was adorned in robes embellished with stars, flashing them a broad smile. Children. And Harry too, how splendid. I trust you won't decline to assist me in responding to my admirers' letters. Of course. I never dwell on such trivial matters. Without waiting for consent, he whisked Harry away, boasting incessantly about his past exploits, while Eve struggled to suppress her laughter. Her cheeks flushed. It was nearly lunchtime when she overheard Ron's musings. Ginny has been acting strangely lately. She seems to have skipped lunch today. I'll go look for her later. Well, she had forgotten all about the diary, but it appeared the situation was not yet dire, especially since the basilisk obeyed her commands and would not heed anyone else's summons. The shadowy riddle was not a cause for concern at present. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to visit the Chamber of Secrets just in case, and the state of the pipes was utterly abominable, reminiscent of having gone 800 years without a clean. In fact, that was indeed a possibility. She needed to devise a plan to summon the house elves for a thorough cleaning. What am I enduring all this for? She sighed dramatically, indulging in a violet pudding while venting her frustrations. That evening, after concluding her remedial defense against the dark arts class with Snape, she yawned widely, crossing the fireplace back to her room. Unusually, Gabriel was absent. He only appeared after she had leisurely completed her evening routine. Where have you been tonight, arriving so late? Eve asked, clutching the cushion Harry had gifted her, lying flat on her bed, lost in thought. Just wandering about, Gabriel hissed. I even encountered a girl who seemed to be out at night. Who? Eve queried, astonished that there was another girl sneaking about after curfew like herself. How would I know? The python curled up lazily, but it truly astonished me that she could converse in Parseltongue. What? At this revelation, her drowsiness evaporated. Is she a long-haired girl with red hair? I forgot you could hardly distinguish colors. Gabriel, like an ordinary snake, lacked the ability to discern hues, which was rather disappointing. Yes, do you know her? Let us put that aside for now. Did you notice where she came from? From upstairs, I believe, 4th floor. Swift movements indeed, Riddle. Eve stretched, realizing she must find an opportunity to retrieve the diary soon. She was eager to witness the spectacle of Riddle's irritation when he discovered he could not summon the basilisk. Lights out, Gabriel. Recently, Eve had been corresponding with the house elves in the castle, requesting the 1st and 2nd years to come and clean the Hogwarts pipes. The illusions of the house elves would not be hindered by wizarding spells. They could traverse freely. A significant undertaking lies ahead. She borrowed Harry's cloak without divulging its purpose, knowing that this kind-hearted young wizard would not pry. Stealthily, she navigated the staircases, treading lightly to avoid attracting any attention, even from the portraits. She expertly summoned the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and began instructing her house elves to get to work, while she cast numerous charms around the room to ensure no one would disrupt her plans. Your cleaning skills are truly commendable, she remarked as she slid down the pipe, feeling the space become fresh and dry. The 1st and 2nd years squealed with delight at her praise, and Eve had to gesture for them to quiet down. Next, I may need you to tackle a rather large creature. She trotted directly to the stone statue. Come forth, Slytherin. The sounds of the basilisk slithering within the statue grew increasingly distinct, prompting Eve to add, close your eyes. Do not look at anyone. A fearsome serpent slowly approached, causing the 1st and 2nd years to tremble at her feet. It opened its mouth to speak. Someone has summoned me recently. Goodness. This serpent has quite the audacity. She was nearly taken aback. I am aware of this matter. You were wise not to respond to the summons, Eve Good remarked. Now stretch your body. I have summoned someone to give you a bath. Basilisk. Then came the lengthy bathing process. Fortunately, this chamber led to a washroom, or finding sufficient water would have been a hassle. As Eve used magic to clean the water that spilled onto the floor, her melodic voice recited from History of Magic, mingling with the sound of water dripping on the basilisk, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. By the time the house elves finally managed to clean the basilisk, 3 hours had elapsed. Eve had also completed her herbology homework ahead of schedule. Observing the exhausted expressions of the 2 house elves, she cast a charm to refresh them. Summon the 3rd, 4th, and 6th as well. She wearily halted their high-pitched thanks. In the coming days, we shall clean all the Hogwarts pipes. I certainly do not wish for the basilisk to find itself in such a state again. Chapter 66, Mercury Retrograde. The basilisk straightened up. It could not recall anyone having come to clean it in many years. Even when it was initially brought here, it had found itself in a damp, cold basement, subsisting on Hogwarts creatures for sustenance, seemingly forgotten by all. Being a Slytherin basilisk, the existence of the chamber and its very nature barred it from basking in the sunlight. It was destined to serve the heirs of Slytherin until death. But would it die? You won't tell anyone about my affairs, will you? Eve scrutinized its scales, which were clean and devoid of any grime. She instructed it to open its mouth, and the foul odor had diminished considerably. Of course not, the basilisk replied. I will have the house elves clean the Hogwarts pipes, and you may occasionally venture out for fresh air, but strictly within the pipes, understand? I have always prioritized your wishes. The basilisk swayed its massive head, and Eve felt immense satisfaction. I'll observe how you manage your tasks, she yawned, addressing the other 3 arriving house elves. It is quite late, though it is still manageable for me. How long will this cleaning take? About 5 days, Miss Good, the first elf respectfully answered. No need to rush. There is nothing pressing at home. Do as you see fit. Eve waved goodbye and made her way back, reminding them not to be discovered, and to avoid appearing before her unless necessary. Things could not have been worse. Mercury retrograde began in October, and for reasons unknown, Eve had been enduring a rather tumultuous month. She initially succumbed to a severe cold. It is hard to believe that this could lead to Gryffindor losing points. But let us not dwell on who was responsible. The reason being, she had been out in the rain with Harry and his friends, searching for worms that typically only emerge from the soil on rainy days. Creatures resembling hornless longhorn beetles, adorned with translucent blue wings, possessing considerable aesthetic appeal. Consequently, she proudly caught a cold, and was compelled to swallow the potion mandated by Snape. While it did not make her ears smoke, the dreadful taste was utterly unbearable. Following this, after witnessing Harry's exhilarating Quidditch practice, she encountered the elusive cat of Mrs. Norris while returning with him. The moment it spotted the mud on their clothes, it summoned Filch. Not so much as a summon, but he appeared from nowhere in the blink of an eye. As Fred had noted, it was as if they shared a single brain. The 2 were called to his office. Thankfully, Peeves had created enough of a ruckus to draw Filch away. Under the encouragement of Evegood, Harry discovered a secret about being a squib from an envelope on the desk. By the time they hurriedly attempted to return it to its rightful place, it was too late. Filch was indeed flustered and spared them from punishment. They exited his office with laughter, resolved to share the tale with their little group. However, the subsequent events were far from amusing. Although she and Harry managed to evade Filch's accusations, Draco inadvertently drenched Evegood while demonstrating a newly learned spell, one that could transform water into lemonade. As if that were not enough, when he conjured what appeared to be a delightful liquid, Evegood took a sip, only to discover it was a potent liquor that left her coughing for days. Moreover, Ginny's behavior had become increasingly peculiar. She had been observing closely, and it was infuriating that Evegood had yet to devise a flawless plan to steal the diary. Just a few days before Halloween, she received an invitation from Harry to attend a Death Day party, which she lethargically declined. The rationale was simple. She was experiencing an exceptionally unfortunate streak, and feared that attending a party filled with ghosts would only exacerbate her misfortunes. Relax, Evegood, Pansy urged, offering her a piece of honey-glazed meat. It was the last day of October, and her streak of bad luck was about to pass. Thank you, Pansy, Evegood replied weakly, consuming the meat in small bites. You really don't look well, Draco remarked. Let us take a walk. We've eaten enough. Crabbe and Goyle were still engrossed in their meals, so the 3 of them strolled leisurely down the corridor. Pansy suggested they explore the 2nd floor, and so they ascended the moving staircase. Hey, look who's coming, Evegood exclaimed, spotting Harry and his companions running back from the Death Day party. I heard a voice. Harry panted. That thing said it smelled blood. What? Evegood appeared more alarmed than anyone else. She listened intently, confirming it was indeed the voice of the basilisk. There was no mistaking it. Stop. Go back. She began to speak in Parseltongue, a language only Harry could understand. What? Do you know what it is? Harry asked, increasingly confused. What else could it be that only the 2 of us can comprehend? Evegood tugged at her hair, having entirely forgotten the consequences of allowing the basilisk to roam freely through the pipes, especially since she hadn't even acquired the diary. Goodness. We should not proceed any further. Filch's screams echoed nearby. Thank goodness we didn't go further, Hermione remarked. It seems something has indeed happened. After a moment's hesitation, they decided to rush over, and indeed, Mrs. Norris had been petrified, her tail hanging motionless from the torch bracket, while Filch lamented. Upon seeing them, he frantically accused the children. Was it you? You killed my cat. Don't be ridiculous. We just arrived. Evegood interjected protectively, shielding the others behind her like a hen with her chicks. Old fool, Ron scoffed. At that moment, Dumbledore and others arrived, and the corridor was soon filled with students who had come to see what had transpired. Minerva, could you please disperse these students? Dumbledore approached Filch to offer comfort. While Professor McGonagall began ushering people away, Snape arrived as well, visibly pleased to see Harry being apprehended, and his expression quickly shifted upon noticing Evegood. As if she were not meant to be there. It must be you two, right? Filch trembled as he read the words on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. What? Harry exclaimed. We have no idea what that means. Evegood was with us the entire time. We just finished the Halloween feast, and the entire Gryffindor table can attest to that, Draco stated bluntly, with Pansy chiming in for support. Of course, children. You may leave for now, Dumbledore kindly said, but just as Evegood was about to exit, she was called back. Miss Evegood, please remain. Thus she Harry. And the others were escorted to Lockhart's office along with a distraught Filch, while Snape cast a meaningful glance at the words on the wall. Trailing at the end of the group. Chapter 67, Hermione's Deduction. Evegood could not comprehend how her well-intentioned actions had resulted in calamity. She had merely intended to allow the basilisk some freedom within the pipes, yet this had directly precipitated the first attack. It seemed the diary had begun to take action, and she needed to obtain it swiftly. Throughout the journey, Filch was in a state of despair, and Evegood feared he might faint at any moment. His plight was indeed pitiable, yet she felt even more unfortunate. She cast a pleading glance at Snape, who met her gaze with his dark eyes. Evegood felt as though she were being scrutinized, yet she was unfazed. It was not you, Snape stated emphatically. Isn't it because you used legilimency? Evegood muttered. And Professor McGonagall next to her seemed to stifle a laugh. Even if I hadn't, I would still trust you, Snape replied, but Potter Harry's heart raced. He certainly should not have been in this place at this time. I presume you didn't attend the feast, did you? Harry was at a loss for words. How could he explain where he had been that night? Dumbledore was now scrutinizing Mrs. Norris intently, while Lockhart rambled on about his own exploits. Evegood and Ron exchanged knowing eye rolls. Is it you? You know I'm a squib, Potter. Filch cried out neurotically. Evegood silently stepped behind Snape, who seemed pleased to see Harry being shouted at. It wasn't me. He protested loudly. I don't even know what that means. Suddenly recalling Evegood's previous explanation, he fell silent. A squib is someone born into a wizarding family but lacking magical ability. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. All right, Argus, I believe your cat has been petrified, Dumbledore stated, as Lockhart ceased his futile suggestions and began to backtrack. Isn't that right, Harry? It must be one of you three. With Evegood's name cleared, the accusations naturally fell upon Harry, Hermione and Ron. Impossible, Dumbledore asserted. This is advanced dark magic. Second years could not possibly accomplish such a feat. Evegood discreetly tucked her right hand behind her back, pretending she was invisible. I think you ought to explain what you were all doing tonight, don't you, Potter? Harry shivered, realizing he had to tell the truth, but would it not seem absurd to admit that he had broken school rules, snuck out of the feast, and attended a Death Day party? This could even result in Gryffindor losing points. Snape's smile grew ever more pronounced, prompting Evegood to tug at his robes. Snape cast a cold glance at Harry and fell silent. We can still remedy it, Argus. Once the mandrake matures, we shall concoct a potion to cure it. Dumbledore comforted the heartbroken Filch. I believe we would be most willing to assist. Allow me, interjected Lockhart, exuding confidence. I've brewed this potion countless times. I dare say I could do so with my eyes closed. One might think you were the second potions professor at Hogwarts. Evegood interjected before Snape could speak, and Harry noted the peculiar expression on Snape's face. He seemed to be stifling a laugh. An awkward silence ensued, prompting Eve to stick her tongue out before retreating behind Snape. All right, children, you may return. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the group promptly dispersed. In the following days, the students buzzed with chatter about the incident, and the indelible inscription on the wall remained stubbornly in place. Evegood took the opportunity to toss the basilisk back into its statue, mindful of the potential dangers. It was unfortunate for that cat. I suppose we won't have to see that cat for a few days, which is quite nice, Harry mused as he penned an essay with his quill. It certainly is quite beneficial for our nocturnal escapades, Ron remarked knowingly, eliciting a laugh from Hermione. At that moment, Ginny approached and sat beside them, her demeanor appearing rather anxious. George and Fred assumed the recent attack had frightened her. Evegood's gaze fell upon her open backpack, and she gently patted Gabriel's tail. It promptly slithered down her arm and stealthily slipped into the bag unnoticed. Hermione offered her a piece of candy, which Ginny, looking pale, accepted with a murmur of thanks. Relax, dear. I believe this is merely a fleeting incident, Evegood reassured her. Ginny's expression softened. Yes, she replied. Evegood added, attempting to downplay any noise that might draw attention. After all, with Dumbledore here, what could possibly go awry? Quite right, Harry concurred. Ginny's color improved noticeably, and she seemed to feel more at ease. Evegood took her hand and offered a comforting pat, then shifted the topic. Never trust anything capable of independent thought, unless you can ascertain where its brain resides. Ginny's expression soured again, and Harry looked at Evegood in confusion. It's all right. Good girl. I believe this matter will resolve itself. Evegood winked at her. You trust me, don't you? Yes, Ginny replied, lowering her gaze shyly. She always felt that this enigmatic Slytherin knew everything, yet she never voiced her thoughts. They chatted for a while longer until Ginny departed, at which point Ron cautiously inquired, What brings you to us, Hermione? The Chamber of Secrets. It's the talk of the school lately. Hermione had just finished her 20th book from the library, and it seemed she was still empty-handed. Suddenly, she recalled something, her eyes widening as she glanced between Evegood and Harry. Before the attack, did you both hear a voice? She whispered urgently. What was it Evegood said at the time? What else could we have heard? Was it that phrase? Evegood readily admitted, while nonchalantly picking up an item from the floor to tuck into her backpack. Harry, however, felt a knot of anxiety in his throat. You are the heir of Slytherin, Hermione stammered. You can speak Parseltongue. Indeed. I must say, it is rather pleasant to converse with an intelligent individual. Everything is now laid bare. Then what you heard is very likely, Ron quickly interjected, but Harry clamped a hand over his mouth before he could shout. You heard the snake speaking. Hermione pulled her chair closer, and Evegood regarded her with admiration, causing her cheeks to flush. How treacherous. Why didn't you inform us after realizing it? Ron poked Harry with his quill, which he deftly avoided. Because Evegood had mentioned, he fumbled, that it was a long time ago when she told me that being able to converse with snakes is not a good omen. One would be ostracized. You mentioned it. Evegood? Hermione turned to her, and the silver-haired girl nodded. I mentioned it during my first visit to his home. Well, she was indeed correct. Ron decided to forego his essay, as Parseltongue could only be possessed by the heir of Slytherin. Chapter 68. The main quest of the new term is completed early. But I am not, Harry replied, bewildered. I would wager that I do not have a drop of Salazar's blood in me. That is quite cool. Evegood said while helping Hermione organize the books to be returned. Harry dismissed any further inquiries that arose in his mind. That is hard to say, Ron mused, staring at Harry's mouth as if expecting him to utter a phrase in Parseltongue. Perhaps you are his distant descendant. You should know that it is quite difficult to prove otherwise. However, for now, it appears all is well, which isn't too bad. Look. Evegood is also a Parselmouth. I suspect that apart from us few, no one else will know of this. The two girls approached the bookshelf, and Hermione inquired curiously. What did you say in Parseltongue at that time? I told it to stop immediately and then to leave. Evegood replied readily, placing the books back in their original places. If you wish to learn more about the Chamber of Secrets, I believe I can enlighten you. You can. Hermione exclaimed excitedly, drawing the attention of Madame Pants, prompting her to lower her voice. Really? Of course, but I have one condition. They resumed their seats, and Ron and Harry leaned in with curiosity. Help me steal a pumpkin from Hagrid, she said mysteriously. I tasted it on Halloween. It was quite delicious and rather large, and I would like to take another to the kitchen for the house elves to experiment with. The kitchen? Hermione asked, puzzled. But we don't know where that is. I know. That's all that matters, Evegood smirked. I simply wish to savor the pumpkin once more. It was truly delightful. I believe Harry's invisibility cloak will come in handy. Fortunately, with Lockhart's persistent interruptions, their plan progressed more swiftly. It seemed this wizard had been pestering Hagrid for several days, incessantly recounting tales of how he had once repelled a swarm of carnivorous slugs. Harry had no time to feel sympathy for Hagrid, as he needed to devise a way to cover the pumpkin with the invisibility cloak. I simply cannot fathom how she can be so childish as to steal Hagrid's pumpkin for a secret that the entire school is curious about. Only Evegood could conceive of such a plan. Ouch, you stepped on my foot. My apologies. Hermione retracted her foot from Ron's, and the three of them strained to lift the pumpkin as they made their way to the castle. Fortunately, Evegood had taught Hermione a spell to enlarge the pumpkin, or else the invisibility cloak would not have been able to conceal all three of them along with such an enormous pumpkin. Following Evegood's directions, they arrived at the Hufflepuff basement, where it was brightly lit, and fortunately, it was late enough that few people were wandering about. They carefully avoided a girl with a high ponytail until they finally reached a painting depicting fruit. Scratch the pear, Hermione. We can't use our hands. Harry panted. Hermione, eager to contribute, reached out to touch the pear, which let out a giggle before transforming into a green handle. "My Merlin," Ron exclaimed. "How does Eve Good know everything?" The silver-haired girl had been waiting for them. They pushed and pulled to stuff the pumpkin inside, where a throng of eager house elves awaited to take it and prepare treats as per Eve's instructions. "Now, can you tell us?" The group settled on the spotless floor, and Harry casually snagged a chicken leg to munch on. "This tale begins long ago," she said, handing Hermione a plate of pudding and playfully snatching the cherry from the top and popping it into her mouth. "I believe you all know the 4 founders of Hogwarts: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin." The diligent student Hermione always managed to answer questions with remarkable speed. "Excellent, Gryffindor earns 5 points. Ivy Good adjusted her non-existent glasses, eliciting laughter from her peers. They were aware that Slytherin was traditionally inclined towards educating those from pureblood families, leading to significant rifts with the other 3 founders, ultimately resulting in his departure from the school. At that moment, freshly baked pumpkin pastries emerged from the oven, and Ivy Good indulged heartily, while Harry and his friends were not in a hurry either, grabbing a few pieces to taste. The Chamber of Secrets, a legendary concealed room constructed by Slytherin, remained unknown to the other founders. According to the lore, only his heir possessed the ability to unlock the chamber, unleashing its terrifying contents to purify the school by eliminating those deemed unworthy of studying magic. Hermione gasped in shock, and Ron nearly dropped his pumpkin pastry. "The chamber has been opened? You opened it?" Harry exclaimed, only to feel foolish for assuming Ivy Good could be such a person. "But, yes, I did open it. I even had the house elf clean up after that creature." "What?" The trio's astonished cries seemed capable of blowing the kitchen apart. Hermione shook her vigorously, insisting, "You can't. Stop, stop, stop." "Of course, I can't, as I had nothing to do with this incident," Ivy Good replied, shrugging her shoulders. "At that time, I was merely having my meal, and I truly wished it had happened back in first year." "I see," Ron said, understanding that Ivy Good was sharing so much because she trusted them. Harry, unaware of the details, could not control such a thing, leading him to speculate that someone else could have opened the chamber. Her expression grew increasingly frosty, indicating that this matter had only begun in their second year. "Either that person discovered the chamber while we were in second year, or something has infiltrated the school." Though no cold wind swept through, all 3 felt a chill run down their spines. Hermione, frightened, moved closer to Ivy Good, abandoning her pumpkin pastry. "Shouldn't we inform Dumbledore?" she asked. "What about Ivy Good?" Harry chimed in. "She would be expelled." "You're becoming more like Hermione, Harry," Ron remarked. "I certainly won't be expelled." Ivy Good thought it best not to utter that phrase. "Do not worry. The basilisk will not emerge without my summoning. It is a lapse on my part." Ivy Good took a spoon and began to devour the steamed pumpkin, feeding some to Hermione, assuring her, "Rest easy, this matter is resolved." "How cool," Ron exclaimed as he joined in, eager to scoop up the enormous pumpkin they had deliberately chosen. "The basilisk? That terrifying creature is a basilisk?" Harry asked, now partaking in the pumpkin feast. Ivy Good nodded and gulped down a generous amount of pumpkin juice before continuing. "You must not meet its gaze directly, lest you perish instantly." But Mrs. Norris was petrified. Hermione, ever astute, quickly responded. Ivy Good patted her back enthusiastically. "Well done, Miss Granger. It's because indirectly seeing its eyes leads to petrification." The floor was drenched in water that day. Harry exclaimed loudly, receiving a few congratulatory pats on the back from Ivy Good. "Brilliant. I'm grateful I shared this with you. Otherwise, it would have tormented me to digest on my own." The trio, having unraveled the mystery, appeared quite jubilant. Though Hermione remained apprehensive about a third individual who could speak Parseltongue, Ivy Good reassured her that she would be extra vigilant. Though it was evident she was still worried herself. Who on earth managed to unlock the main storyline of the second semester ahead of time? Ivy Good muttered. Yet she truly did not wish to see Ginny suffer due to that diary. Upon returning to her dormitory, she tossed the diary into a dark corner of her drawer, contemplating its destruction in a few days. Chapter 69, The Duel Club 1. Naturally, the diary, carelessly discarded in the corner, was soon forgotten by Ivy Good. As the semester progressed, she became increasingly busy, rarely seen outside of class. She had to practice combat, attend supplementary defense against the dark arts classes every few days, and was even thrust into a few third-year examinations to gauge her academic progress. Surprisingly, her grades turned out quite well, placing her in the upper middle tier, nearly at the top. Consequently, her fellow third years were particularly impressed, as their grades would often be compared to Ivy Good's whenever they slipped. Make sure to rest adequately. After one combat session, Snape handed her several vials of potions, meant for revitalization and health. Ivy Good had recently noticed the emergence of dark circles under her eyes and used the stunning spell less frequently. Snape added, "Your aim is somewhat lacking. It demands a high degree of precision. But it's so powerful," Ivy Good remarked, extending her hand to admire the ring. "Moreover, with its enhancement, I can feel my mastery over dark magic improving. Nevertheless, you should minimize its use." Snape had never stopped her from studying such things, but he seemed to hesitate, as if he wished to say more, yet ultimately refrained. "There will be a duel club soon," he revealed, leading her down the stairs. "Wow, you're not the instructor, are you, Professor?" At this, Snape's face contorted slightly, and she felt she had discerned the identity of the instructor. "As long as it's not Lockhart, I can accept anything." Snape scoffed, "Indeed it is him. But do not worry, I won't allow him to lay a hand on you." His normally cold black eyes held an unusual warmth as he reached out to pat her head. "However, I will arrange for fifth-year students to duel with you. Just ensure you don't embarrass yourself." "So it's about fighting him with all my might, then?" "That is one way to interpret it." "What if I lose an arm or a leg?" "You won't," he assured. "What if?" Ivy Good pressed insistently. "Then I suppose we would have to dismember that fifth-year fool," Snape said, guiding her to the common room entrance. "Go on in. Hopefully Lockhart won't be there to rescue you." Ivy Good rolled her eyes. "He'd be lucky to avoid hiding among the students. I certainly don't expect him to help." She then leaned in closer. "What are you doing?" Snape coughed awkwardly before bending down to kiss her forehead. "Good night. Don't laugh." Pansy gave Ivy Good a light smack to wake her from her reverie. "It's just a duel with Snape. Yet you return looking like you've had your soul sucked out." "Speaking of which," Ivy Good said, munching on the snacks that Narcissa had prepared for Malfoy, "it's quite late. Shouldn't you be heading to bed?" "Duel Club." Draco pointed to a new parchment pinned to the notice board. "We're discussing whether to give it a try, and wanted to know your thoughts." "Need you even ask?" "I'm definitely going," Ivy Good replied, her words somewhat garbled as she ate hastily, nearly choking, prompting Pansy to offer her a glass of water. "One more thing." Draco hesitated, a departure from his usual demeanor. "What is it?" "Help me arrange a duel with Potter. I want to compete against him. This semester." Gryffindor decisively won against Slytherin in Quidditch. Perhaps Ivy Good's threats had borne fruit, as Malfoy indeed refrained from tampering with the bludgers, allowing Harry to catch the golden snitch shortly thereafter, which greatly displeased Draco. "Of course, I will," she replied briefly, and they each returned to their dormitories. That evening at 8, the group gathered in the Great Hall, where Hermione, Harry, and Ron were already present. The friends huddled together, excitedly discussing the duel class scheduled for that night. "It must be Professor Flitwick, right?" Hermione speculated. "He was a champion duelist in his youth, wasn't he, Ivy?" "Yes. He truly is skilled," Ivy Good nodded, though she refrained from mentioning that he would not be the one teaching, fearing it might send Harry into a frenzy. "I bet it won't be Harry," he lamented, but soon they would learn how things truly stood. Lockhart and Snape were making their way through the crowd towards the stage, the curly-haired wizard appearing more vibrant and excited than anyone else. "I think I should take my leave," Draco said. "We cannot be the only ones to suffer. You must remain as well," declared Eve Good. "It was with great honor that I was permitted by Professor Dumbledore to establish this modest club." However, Eve Good was in no mood to listen to his lengthy discourse, as she and Pansy began to compare the lengths of their wands, while Draco, equally bored, joined in the competition. "My assistant, Professor Snape." This proclamation was made with a boastful loudness, causing Eve Good to think he was insufferable. Harry felt that Snape's gaze was colder than the dungeons of the potions classroom in winter, and he wondered how Ron could still manage to smile at him. Sure enough, during the demonstration, Snape unhesitatingly sent him flying. "Oh my!" Hermione exclaimed, watching him crash against the wall, her expression filled with concern. Eve Good struggled to suppress her laughter, turning her head away to conceal her amusement, a gesture echoed by Draco. "Of course, this is merely a minor concession, ladies and gentlemen," Gilderoy Lockhart said, beaming as he adjusted his robes and accepted a wand from someone in the audience. "You see, Professor Snape's intentions are exceedingly apparent. I could effortlessly resolve this situation. Yet I do it for the sake of effect. Goodness, does he even realize what he is saying?" Eve Good couldn't help but curse, wondering if his audacity had reached unprecedented levels. For the first time, Harry thought Snape's expression truly conveyed a desire to kill. Next came Professor Snape's extended demonstration. Lockhart, still wearing a broad smile, turned his head, but upon meeting Snape's withering glare, he chose to remain silent. Salad and Eve Good stepped forward, he commanded, retreating from the stage alongside Lockhart. He added, "Whoever knocks their opponent off the stage first wins. If there is no victor after 10 minutes, It will be declared a draw. An authentic duel. Lockhart exclaimed, unable to restrain himself, as cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. A boy dressed in a shirt emerged from the throngs, presumably the salad Snape had mentioned. Harry and the others exchanged worried glances toward Eve. They understood that Snape would never put her in jeopardy, yet Salad's name did not seem familiar to them. Perhaps he is from the third year, Pansy suggested. She's been capable of dueling third years for quite some time. No, Hermione groaned, he appears to be a fifth year. Defeat her, Salad, shouted the fifth-year students in support of their gangly Slytherin peer. Why must I face such an unappealing opponent? Eve Good ascended the stage amidst the scrutinizing eyes of the audience, and they both bowed before raising their wands. Goodness. I wager Eve Good will be toppled within a minute. Harry overheard someone mutter, only to be silenced by Draco's fist at Crabbe's side. It's begun. Eve Good murmured to herself as she launched her first strike. She adeptly evaded several attacks, only to discover that the boy named Salad was employing dark magic. Dark magic? Is that truly dark magic? Hermione quickly realized, and the arena fell silent, the only sounds being the explosive effects of their spells. What might happen? Ron anxiously inquired, as Snape showed no inclination to intervene, leaving them to witness Eve Good being forced into a defensive position. This is utterly vile. She could sustain serious injuries. It seemed Eve was contemplating a counterattack, Pansy noted. They watched as Eve Good soared into the air, unleashing a series of curses to ensnare him. Salad barely managed to dodge, but a spell grazed her neck, causing blood to spray forth in a crimson arc. The crowd gasped collectively, and Harry saw Snape raise his hand as if to strike the fifth-year student. However, Eve Good swiftly countered with a healing spell, a trace of her own blood staining her face. No need, she said, though no one knew to whom she was speaking. Snape lowered his hand, yet the twitch at the corner of his brow betrayed his agitation. The duel intensified, with both participants locked in fierce competition, casting spells that nearly struck the audience, all of which Snape deftly countered. Lockhart, terrified, cowered away, while students scattered but remained unwilling to miss such an exhilarating duel, craning their necks for a better view. Is she truly all right? Neville, having approached at some point, asked, his round face etched with panic. Snape would never allow her to be harmed, Harry assured him. This is marvelous. Hermione was utterly captivated, realizing that Eve Good had likely cast no fewer than 20 spells, many of which Salad appeared unfamiliar with. A spell shot out, narrowly missing Snape's arm, prompting Pansy to exclaim, "It seems Salad is doomed." Indeed, Eve Good noticed this moment, fixing her gaze on the boy, her pupils elongating into slits. A transformation he noticed, causing him to hesitate for a brief second. Yet that moment of uncertainty earned him a flurry of spells. Eve Good sometimes didn't even utter the incantations, yet vibrant flashes of red and green erupted, forcing the boy to retreat repeatedly. She possesses silent spells, someone exclaimed, igniting murmurs throughout the crowd. What is a silent spell? Harry asked, bewildered, seeking Hermione's expertise. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It allows one to cast spells without uttering a word. My heavens! Salad was ejected from the stage, crashing to the ground as spectators hurried to avoid him. Victory! Hermione cheered, and the crowd erupted into a cacophony of applause. The Weasley twins, having arrived unnoticed, joined in the raucous celebration, whistling and cheering. Remarkable! A second year has bested a fifth year. This is unprecedented at Hogwarts. I would not dare provoke her. It would be tantamount to seeking death, Draco remarked, wiping his brow. His earlier anxiety upon seeing Eve Good's injury now dissipated. At this moment, Lockhart dared to emerge from the crowd, attempting to regain control of the proceedings. Yet few paid him any heed, his earlier panic evident to all. Clear the way. Snape's voice resonated, and the crowd instinctively parted, allowing him to stride swiftly to the stage. Eve Good was still catching her breath, struggling to recover. How are you? Snape inquired, his concern barely concealed. An impressive opponent. You chose well, though your aim is even worse than mine. With a flick of her wand, Eve Good levitated the disoriented boy, offering him a handshake. I was inquiring about your neck, Snape retorted, his voice laced with irritation. Very well. You will write a 30-inch reflection, he commanded, his piercing black eyes fixed on Salad, who flinched at the reprimand. Half an inch over will earn you 10 days of detention. How tragic! Ron exclaimed, though his expression belied any sympathy. I knew that if Eve Good were injured he would be finished. Following this, they eagerly anticipated their practice session, as Lockhart instructed them to practice disarming spells. Eve Good descended, greeted by a modest round of applause. Impressive, truly admirable, Fred remarked. That was so cool, George added, shaking her hand as if she were a celebrity. She smiled shyly, feeling a bit bashful. Weasley twins, Why are you not practicing? Snape's voice cut through the air behind them, prompting Fred and George to flee with remarkable speed. Eve Good, with a trace of blood still on her face, casually wiped it away, causing Pansy to gaze at her with starry eyes. So stunning. Is it possible to turn her? Come with me to my office, Snape asserted, taking hold of her arm with no room for argument. I refuse to take the potion, Eve Good declared, her feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Harry thought that had it been him, he would have been in pieces by now. No potion, she insisted. You have my word. He did not utter a vow. Instead, Snape directly cast a spell with his wand, lifting her into the air, and then swiftly departed, with Eve Good trailing behind as if swept away by the wind. Hey! They watched in disbelief as Eve Good was taken away, her futile struggles starkly contrasting with her earlier combative fervor. Only Snape had the ability to subdue her. Pansy remarked with objective clarity. She was brought to a relatively colder cellar, where Snape waved his hand to conjure a fire, the crackling sounds dispelling much of the chill. Show me your neck, he commanded, and upon seeing that there was nothing amiss, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, too close, too close. Eve Good felt that she could lean over and plant a kiss on him, but for the sake of her own safety, she decided against it. What kind of Eve Good would I be if I didn't seize such an opportunity for mischief? Professor, she suddenly said slyly. Are you so close to me because you desire a kiss? The impact of her words was explosive. His hand, which had been examining her neck, froze abruptly, and Eve Good feared that it might strangle her in the next instant. In the blink of an eye, Snape retreated to the other side of the cellar, leaving her to wonder if he had the ability to teleport. What the hell? It's not as if kissing her would be fatal. Why the disdain? After all, Eve Good possessed beauty in abundance. Her looks, her figure, her height, all were exquisite. Surely a kiss wouldn't be a loss? Nevertheless, witnessing Snape's reaction, Eve Good found the dark bat to be rather endearing. With a mischievous grin, she stepped closer, causing Snape to swallow hard. What should he do now? Was it too soon to be candid? Dumbledore had advised him to refrain from mentioning future events to avoid disturbing her judgment and causing irreversible consequences, especially since she had not been with him at that time. Yet he found himself inexplicably uttering words, but before he could articulate the next one, the door to the cellar was forcefully flung open. Professor! It was Draco, appearing as though he had sprinted over. The duel tonight was a complete disaster. Lockhart sent me to summon you. Snape's slightly flushed face darkened instantaneously. Despite the fire in the cellar, the temperature plummeted. Eve Good silently prayed for Draco, and moved to the fireplace to warm herself. Chapter 71. The Diary 1. Who summoned you? Snape's voice was distorted with rage, and Draco dared not meet his gaze, instead focusing on his own shoes. It was Professor Lockhart. Very well. With his cloak billowing, Snape strode out. He accepted being made the fool's assistant by Dumbledore, but he never anticipated that this imbecile would ruin his affairs. This term would be unbearable for him. Should I follow him? Draco asked weakly. Eve Good shook her head. The flames of the city gates do not spare the fish. If you go, you'll certainly face days of detention. The dueling club concluded in chaos as Seamus, showcasing his unparalleled explosive talent, blackened Neville's face, filling the hall with screams, sobs, and wails. Seizing the moment before Snape's fury erupted, Harry, Hermione, and Ron vanished without a trace. It proved to be a wise choice, as even when they ascended to the second floor, they could still hear his roar. Lockhart seems utterly inept, Ron fumed. Don't be like that, Hermione countered, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. You should see how brave and decisive he was in gaddying with ghouls. That's just what he claimed to have done, Harry replied. Time passed swiftly, and soon Christmas approached. It was then that Eve Good remembered the diary she had tossed into the hidden compartment of her drawer. She pulled it out. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary, somewhat old notebook. She opened it and with a quill dipped in ink, made a small dot on the page, which promptly vanished. Lightly, she inscribed, and before long, a bold text materialized. She paid no heed to the diary's inquiries and continued writing. The diary, seemingly possessed, began to turn its pages rapidly, startling her. Eve Good swiftly stepped aside and tossed it away. Gradually, it ceased its movement, returning to its original state. After a considerable wait, she cautiously approached to retrieve it, not wishing to be transported into the diary. The pages were now filled with dense, eerie writing. Goodness! This is too ominous. She promptly discarded it into the hidden compartment. Such a thing was better left for the basilisk to deal with. She preferred to refrain from touching it herself. 2 days before Christmas, Eve Good summoned the trio to an empty classroom, where they appeared quite perplexed. I have found the third parcel tongue. What? Hermione's eyes widened. Who is it? The matter was lengthy, and Eve Good intended to visit the Chamber of Secrets soon to resolve it. Her demeanor suggested such ease, as if discussing lunch plans. Yet her words bore a different weight for them. You intend to kill someone? Harry whispered nervously, glancing around to ensure Peeves was not nearby. The statement nearly sent Eve Good tumbling off the table in shock. Don't be ridiculous. How could I? Then what do you mean by resolve? Ron asked, trembling. You know. Sometimes you can be quite frightening. He is not truly a person but rather a memory, Eve Good replied nonchalantly. Perhaps the day after Christmas, I will visit the chamber. If you wish to join me, you are welcome to. You won't be silenced, will you? Oh no. Ron's head was smacked by Hermione. Stop saying foolish things. How could Eve Good harm us? So, what do you think? She inquired eagerly. It's quite cool down in the chamber during the summer. Although it isn't very clean, I had the house elves clean it, ensuring we won't get a speck of dirt on us. Wonderful. I absolutely refuse to endure the Dursleys this Christmas, Harry declared immediately. This year, my parents are visiting my brother. Ron also made up his mind. Then I shall remain as well. It would be a shame to miss such an opportunity, Hermione decided resolutely. They then departed the abandoned classroom, and upon reaching the staircase, they parted ways. Harry, Ron, and Hermione discussed the matter as they ascended the stairs. She seems to know everything. I doubt she has time to investigate this, Ron remarked. After all, she is Eve Good, Hermione replied proudly. If she could foresee the future, I wouldn't be surprised. On Christmas Day, a heavy snowfall blanketed the grounds. Eve Good lazily opened her eyes, instructing Gabriel to unwrap the gifts while she buried herself under the covers for a bit more sleep. A sweater, made of the same material as last year, but in white. Gabriel, the house elf, began reporting the gifts one by one. A mountain of sweets, several trinkets, a few hardcover books, and even a pen made of some unknown furry material, along with a slice of cake. Can I eat this? Go ahead. But try not to get crumbs everywhere. Gabriel was becoming increasingly distracted, attempting to sample items that were neither living nor meaty. However, after she had fed him Hagrid's treacle fudge a few weeks prior, which had stuck to his teeth, he vowed never to eat such things again. Raisins, not bad. He tossed a parcel onto the bed. This one had not been unwrapped. Eve Good was jolted awake by the impact, squinting to identify its sender. Is it from Snape? You can read? A strong scent of herbs wafted through, similar to his perfume, making her feel nauseous. She stuck out her tongue, suddenly wide awake, and proceeded to unwrap it, discovering a collection of potions of various sizes. Some of the magical brews Lucius had ordered for him during the summer, some blood-stopping potions, and a small vial of Felix Felicis. Wow. She twisted the tiny bottle, opened it to sniff, detecting a minty aroma with a hint of bitterness, difficult to assess. She placed the potions in the corner of her desk, and then went to the bathroom to change into the sweater Mrs. Weasley had knitted for her. You look beautiful today, my dear. Upon spotting Eve Good, Hermione enveloped her in a grand embrace, exclaiming, Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! I am truly delighted that you could spend Christmas with us. Eve Good, while pulling out a chair beside Hermione, noted the sparse attendance of students remaining at Hogwarts. Consequently, as in previous years, the 4 long dining tables were replaced by a single elongated table. Care for a taste of turkey? It appears quite delectable. Harry and the others hurried over, showcasing the sweaters knitted by Mrs. Weasley. After exchanging Christmas greetings, they commenced their meal. Ron, as ever, indulged to the point of greasiness, causing Hermione to avert her gaze in disdain. Ahem. Who is so thoughtless as to disrupt my breakfast with this lovely lady by deliberately coughing from the back? Eve Good turned her head to find it was Professor Snape, whose expression appeared rather displeased. Merry Christmas, Professor? Eve Good's voice dwindled, her tone rising at the end as she inquired about the cause of his discontent. I assumed you would venture out during curfew, miss, Snape remarked, his demeanor softening slightly. Yet he still seemed far from cheerful. Merry Christmas. Ah, so he was hinting at her absence from astronomy class the previous night. How childish of the professor. He hadn't even extended an invitation to her. You did not invite me. Harry, with his head raised from the depths of his bowl, interjected. What did Eve Good say? Professor Snape didn't invite her for a nighttime excursion during curfew? The old professor, seemingly aware of his misstep, said nothing further and departed. But not before Eve Good noted that he was wearing the black designer shirt she had gifted him. That shirt looks splendid, she added with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. It particularly accentuates your physique, Professor. Harry buried his head once more, feigning ignorance, while the others followed suit, sinking deeper into their seats. Only Eve Good dared to jest with Snape. Anyone else would have been thrown out of the hall for uttering a word. Ron's nose was nearly squashed from his position beside her, and heaven only knew how he felt being seated right next to Eve Good. Snape clicked his tongue, yet shockingly refrained from retorting. However, he strode away with greater purpose, tossing over his shoulder, "Potter, your attire is disheveled. 5 points from Gryffindor." Evegood struggled to suppress her laughter, while Harry looked on in disbelief, and the Weasley twins erupted into hearty guffaws. "Harry, I've long heard you're not in Professor Snape's good graces. It seems the rumors are indeed true," George remarked with utmost amusement. "What a splendid turn of events." Fred chimed in. "Gryffindor is the first house to lose points in the new year." "Less points for Gryffindor," Ginny interjected, and the group shared a collective laugh. This year, Evegood was unable to prank the defense against the dark arts teacher. Quirrell had already departed, and Lockhart was, of course, not spending Christmas at Hogwarts. Thus, when the Weasley twins proposed playing in the snow outside, she eagerly acquiesced. "Let us build a snowman, Ginny." Hermione enthusiastically urged the red-haired girl to join in the fun, while Evegood tactfully nudged her towards Harry, causing her cheeks to flush even more. "Come play with this." As they neared completion of their snowman, Evegood brandished a prank dung bomb gifted by George. "I haven't tried this one yet. Clear the way, Ron." Ron immediately bolted away, and Evegood lobbed the dung bomb, drawing their heads to follow its trajectory, before it landed in a mound of snow that Harry and Ginny had shoveled. "Boom. Fantastic." George cheered. "This is our most successful one yet. Thanks to Aberforth Grunnings." Fred shouted. Evegood, pulling Hermione along, took off running. She was quite adept at this escapade, and the others scarcely had time to react before Hagrid's booming voice startled them. "My pumpkins." The dung bomb's explosive power seemed rather potent, burying Hagrid's remaining pumpkins, which he had struggled to protect throughout winter. After all, he had lost his largest pumpkin last time. What calamity awaited him now? Run. Following last year's incident where Evegood had cast blame upon him, Harry was particularly sensitive to such matters and sprinted, kindly taking Ginny along. The Weasley twins, being clever, also fled, leaving only poor Ron behind when Hagrid arrived. "Ron, don't be upset." Noticing Ron's sour expression upon his return, Evegood took the initiative to speak first. "Oh, I'm not angry," Ron replied, his face contorting in a rather comical manner. All right, tonight we can explore the Chamber of Secrets." Evegood gathered the three together to unveil her grand plan, which considerably eased Ron's twisted expression. The four of them spent the day eagerly counting down to nightfall, and when darkness descended, they convened in the abandoned bathroom. Moaning Myrtle eyed them curiously. "Your boys," she shrieked, her voice piercing. "It's been ages since any boys have come here." She flitted about, splashing water all over Harry and Ron. "Quite the experience," Evegood remarked, crouching to search for the tap. After all, not everyone could boast of being drenched in toilet water. Hermione laughed uncontrollably. Myrtle, mistaking her laughter for ridicule, retaliated with a splash before vanishing. "Found it," Evegood exclaimed, touching the tap engraved with a serpent. As she turned it, a passage gradually revealed itself, leaving the three boys dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. "If you wish to remain in that position all night, I shan't mind," Evegood said, clutching her notebook tightly as she slipped inside, clearly maintained in pristine condition. Her voice dwindled until it was scarcely audible. At that moment, Hermione reacted swiftly and jumped in after her, leaving Ron and Harry exchanging glances. "Get in, stop hesitating." Evegood landed first, waving her wand to illuminate the chandelier in the hall, which she had instructed the house elf to prepare. Once again, an inner tumult surged within her soul. Something was influencing her mind. She shook her head, suppressing the feeling, then, conjuring a sofa for the others to join her. It wasn't long before the three stood before her, astonished, Ron's eyes wide in disbelief. Following his gaze, Evegood spotted serpent skins piled by the house elf. "Goodness!" He clutched Harry, though it was evident he trembled. "Oh, I nearly forgot about this." Evegood approached the pile, realizing that Snape's potion ingredients had yielded quite a bounty. Just how large was it? Hermione shuddered, doing her utmost to avoid looking at it. As they advanced, Evegood estimated 6 meters? 10. Hard to say. She led them to the enormous stone door, when suddenly, a bird call echoed from behind them. They turned to see a resplendent phoenix, its claws clutching a tattered sorting hat. "Fox." Evegood embraced the creature, tossing the hat to Harry. The green-eyed boy blinked in confusion, unsure of what to do. "Put it on," Evegood instructed before stepping inside. With a flick of her right hand, she ignited the candles within. The emerald flames danced, illuminating the ceiling and the towering stone columns. With the bewildering mist dissipated, the grand statue now stood revealed before them. Hermione and Ron gasped in astonishment. Evegood carelessly tossed her notebook aside, placing her left foot firmly upon its cover. Fox soared about the room, and she spread her arms wide, gazing up at Salazar's statue, the flickering flames reflecting in its eyes, giving the impression that it blinked. "Come speak with me, Slytherin." Eve Good's eyes gradually shifted to a verdant hue. Hermione's unease intensified, especially upon hearing a rustling sound emanating from within the statue. She clutched Ron's sleeve tightly, cautiously peering in that direction. "Close your eyes. Do not look at anyone." As the exceedingly robust basilisk emerged, Hermione could not suppress a scream, prompting Ron to hurriedly pull her aside, accompanied by Harry, who had retrieved the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat. "What is this? Is this the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets?" Chapter 73 The Diary 3. "Indeed quite formidable, isn't it?" Eve Good proudly showcased the basilisk's gleaming scales, forcing it to open its mouth to reveal its menacing fangs. "Look, isn't it adorable?" Ron remained skeptical, finding it rather typical for Eve Good to utter such a phrase. Perhaps. Hermione observed that the basilisk exhibited no intent to attack, and given that Eve Good seemed to control its behavior, she approached out of curiosity. Harry, still dazed from the blow he received, held the sword with a bewildered expression. Eve Good picked up the diary with 2 fingers, her disdain evident, and remarked, "Bite it, darling." They then witnessed the diary quivering incessantly in her grasp, a shadowy apparition materializing in the air. The 3 of them stood in stunned silence, uncertain of what was occurring, while Eve Good remained unflappable, her expression unchanged. She poked at the apparition with her finger, discovering that it passed through effortlessly. "Excellent. This riddle is rather pathetic. What do you intend to do?" His voice cracked, his gaze fixated on the white-haired girl, as if trying to bore a hole through her. "What else?" Eve Good replied with a gleeful smile. "Of course. I plan to have you killed by Slytherin's basilisk." Ron gulped, retreating a step with Hermione. Riddle's face twisted in rage as he commanded the basilisk, gritting his teeth to utter the words, "Kill this girl." The basilisk remained motionless, and Riddle's face contorted in a way that suggested he might explode at any moment. Though only Harry and Eve Good could comprehend the scene, Harry glanced at the basilisk, relieved to see it posed no threat. "Useless, Riddle," Eve Good declared with a laugh. "You must understand, I too am a descendant of Slytherin." His apparition was so faint that Riddle's sudden appearance before Eve Good took her a moment to register. "Then you should refrain from obstructing me. You know what I intend, do you not? When you employ bloodline arguments against others, you should also be aware that you may be countered by the very same." Eve Good drew her wand, warning him to keep his distance. "Do you wish to know why you can no longer command the basilisk, Riddle?" The boy retreated slowly. In truth, his apparition possessed no legs, resembling a ghost gliding in place. Riddle's eyes brimmed with hatred and resentment, yet his demeanor remained deceptively calm, as if this blunder held little consequence for him. "Because you are a half-blood, Voldemort." Eve Good suddenly leaned closer, raising her voice several decibels, her words echoing throughout the chamber for a prolonged duration. "You are not pureblood. Thus you cannot command Slytherin's basilisk in my presence. How does that sit with you, when you have taken the lives of so many innocent wizards for this absurd belief? Did you ever ponder that one day your own life might be claimed by your own half-blood status?" Riddle's eyes turned crimson, a sight most terrifying. He attempted to speak, but Eve Good interrupted, concerned he might utter some brainwashing rhetoric that would complicate matters further. "I once admired your past. I admired your aptitude for learning, your cunning calculations, your intellect and ambition. However, you are no longer Tom." Eve Good caressed the basilisk's head, tracing the patterns upon it, speaking in a calm tone. "You are Voldemort. Though you have grown stronger than in your youth, you have lost the most precious element of your soul. Tear it apart," she commanded the basilisk, which lunged forward and bit the diary in 2. Surprisingly, the apparition did not scream in fury but instead gazed at Eve Good with a cold, calculating hatred. "If I had encountered your younger self, we might have become close friends," Eve Good replied with a smile, "but we did not. We are forever adversaries." The diary oozed a copious amount of black ink, spreading towards Harry's feet, causing him to step back. Eve Good waved her wand, clearing the ground of the ink. "Bring me that sword, Harry." Harry hesitated for a moment before extending the sword of Gryffindor. He watched as Eve Good submerged it in the basilisk's venom, inspecting it closely. "Not bad, should be sufficient." She then turned to the 3 individuals who were nearly scorched, waving her hand to conjure several tables and 4 chairs. "You may now pose your inquiries." Fawkes, witnessing her poison the sword, seized it and the sorting hat before soaring away. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, waiting by the restroom, saw his beloved Phoenix return and gestured for it to return to his office. The fiery bird let out a cry before vanishing. "How long must we wait, Dumbledore?" Snape called impatiently from the doorway, and let it be known that he would absolutely, categorically not enter a girl's restroom. It was utterly absurd that he found himself trailing Dumbledore to a girl's restroom. Had it not been for patience, Severus, Dumbledore replied as he emerged, appearing satisfied. It is complete. I believe we can depart now. What of Potter? Snape remained motionless, showing no inclination to leave. Is he not your most cherished savior? Why not descend to check on him? I have complete faith in Miss Slytherin's capabilities, Severus. There is nothing to worry about. Dumbledore's keen gaze pierced through his half-moon spectacles. Perhaps I should temporarily lift the school's prohibition on apparition, allowing you to go below. Seeing through him, Snape ceased his pretense, casting a disgruntled glance at Dumbledore, who wore a sly grin. Without a word, he strode into the restroom. Youth is splendid, his voice drifted into the ears of a certain professor, darkening the man's countenance. Below, the trio listened attentively as Evegood recounted the tale of how Tom framed the death of that female student on Hagrid, detailing how Hagrid was expelled, alongside her exposition on Horcruxes. I still do not grasp how you discern their connection, Ron, having processed much of the information, began to inquire. How did you know Riddle was the mysterious one? Evegood waved her wand, inscribing letters in the air that rearranged themselves into a coherent phrase. Hermione appeared utterly astonished, her admiration for Evegood's abilities growing. Harry's expression was one of extreme disbelief, unable to fathom how someone Evegood esteemed could transform into such a loathed figure. That deceased student was Harry asked eagerly, his heart yearning for confirmation, drawing closer to her. Is it Tom Riddle? If you do not wish Gryffindor to suffer the unfortunate fate of having all its points deducted by your actions, Potter, a low male voice interrupted from behind them, sending chills down their spines, I suggest you move your dim-witted head aside. Chapter 74, The Diary 4. Harry stiffly turned around, only to find Snape, clad in black, standing ominously behind him, having approached with an eerie silence. He quickly recoiled, seeking refuge beside Ron as if to render himself invisible. The bat-like figure let out a scoff, turning his attention to Evegood. Miss Slytherin, what brings you and your companions here during curfew? Blast it, here we go again. Evegood swiftly rose, pulling him away while casting a glance backward. Hermione understood instantly, standing to follow suit, while Harry and Ron remained momentarily frozen. Suddenly, the table and chairs before them vanished, causing both to tumble unceremoniously to the floor, wincing in pain. Ha! Came Snape's derisive taunt. A few individuals observed as Evegood escorted the basilisk back to its statue, securing the entrance to the chamber before retracing their steps. They stood beneath the pipe, exchanging glances, seemingly at a loss as to how to ascend. A certain professor continued to issue casual jibes. Evegood promptly cast a levitation charm upon them, allowing the three to float leisurely upwards. She then turned, intending to perform the same for Snape, but the old professor wore a stern expression. I do not require such foolish methods to ascend, Mississippi. Please retract your wand. Evegood pouted, displeased, and took a few steps back, gesturing for him to proceed. Snape, dissatisfied, stepped forward and extended his sleeve, signaling her to assist him. Reluctantly, Evegood obliged, watching intently for his next move. They ascended directly, quickly nearing Harry and the others. As they approached, Evegood shut her eyes, fearing a painful collision. However, a sudden whirlwind ensued, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself above them. Curiously, she glanced downward, only to receive a tap on the head from Snape's wand. They soon arrived at the lavatory, where Snape adjusted his cloak and disdainfully exited, leaving a remark about resolving matters before heading to Dumbledore's office. Why the haste? I'd like to know what spell you used. After a while, Harry and the others made their way up, and Evegood offered them a hand. Ron was still reeling from the dramatic revelation, prompting Hermione to inquire, how do you know so much? It is the basic education of a dark wizarding family. Evegood replied with a chilling smile, nearly causing Ron to topple back into the pipe. Of course it's a secret. Using Parseltongue, Evegood sealed the pipe and gestured for them to proceed. I trust you won't mind my withholding a few details? Not at all, Hermione replied, feeling the need to digest the plethora of complex information. They donned the invisibility cloak, only to find that Evegood had no intention of joining them. I must visit Professor Dumbledore's office shortly. You may go ahead. Evegood thoughtfully shielded their feet, noticing Harry's anxious expression. Do not worry, it's merely a minor affair. Return swiftly and be cautious not to encounter Filch. The group, cloaked in invisibility, made their way down the left corridor, carefully avoiding the patrolling Filch as they progressed. Can you believe she knows so much? Ron whispered, still shaken. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised by anything she knows, Harry replied, nearly stumbling but catching himself thanks to Hermione's support. She probably knows how many points Snape will deduct from Gryffindor in the future. In Dumbledore's office, the Gryffindor sword, sullied by basilisk venom, lay upon the desk, its appearance grimy. Eve Good approached, admiring the craftsmanship of the sword. I wonder if this could be stored in my family vault. Dumbledore's gentle gaze, peering over his glasses, indicated he was aware of her thoughts. This venom can be enchanted. Can it not? It can destroy. Should she mention Horcruxes? It seemed wise to tread carefully. However, Dumbledore appeared to comprehend her unspoken concerns, and motioned for her to sit and enjoy some sweets before addressing the matter at hand. I am curious about your method of dealing with the basilisk in the basement, Miss Slytherin. Eve Good's pupils constricted. She had nearly forgotten about the threat that could not remain in Hogwarts. She fell silent, contemplating what terms she might propose to persuade Dumbledore not to slay the creature. If you can ensure it will not instigate another incident like that of Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore noted her dilemma and naturally offered a concession. I believe we can keep it. Of course not, Eve Good replied earnestly. Last time, it was my fault for inadvertently releasing it. I assure you, there will not be a next time. Indeed. In matters such as this, I have great faith in you, Eve Good, Dumbledore said with a smile, diffusing the tense atmosphere. He waved his wand, pouring her a cup of pumpkin juice, which she accepted with a quiet thank you. If the need arises in the future, I trust Mr. Scamander would not refuse to oversee it? Eve Good stated bluntly. If it becomes too dangerous, it would be no issue to blind it. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow astonished. I cannot believe you know Newt. He leaned forward, scrutinizing Eve Good's eyes, catching fleeting glimpses of visions. The girl merely raised an eyebrow, allowing him to delve into her thoughts. I shall inquire with Mr. Scamander in a few days. I believe that is the most favorable outcome, Dumbledore replied cheerfully, offering an apologetic gesture for his earlier lapse in decorum. It's quite all right, Eve Good dismissed nonchalantly, aware that these matters would eventually reach the ears of the great wizard, allowing him to proceed as he wished. After all, Dumbledore had his own sense of discretion. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, Eve Good, Dumbledore concluded, noting that those who sought assistance at Hogwarts would invariably find it. Eve Good returned a smile, departing with a light step, sensing that brighter days lay ahead. The winter holidays had slipped away surprisingly fast, and Eve Good had yet to count how many snowmen she could consecutively build. As per usual, she and Malfoy had been summoned for special instruction. If I recall correctly, the swelling solution was taught before the winter break, Snape remarked coldly, observing the exceedingly thin potion in Malfoy's cauldron. If Mr. Draco could add a bit more leech juice. He abruptly turned to the chuckling Eve Good. It would surpass Miss Slytherin's concoction, which is as thick as cement. Eve Good awkwardly averted her gaze, clearing her throat as she added a splash of water. She truly admired the prowess of his sharp tongue. Chapter 75, Valentine's Day. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the eagerly anticipated Valentine's Day. Eve Good excitedly sprang from her bed, knowing that she had kept Lockhart around for this very day. She nearly beamed with joy upon seeing Lockhart enter the great hall, causing Pansy and Malfoy to question their own vision. The air was filled with pink clouds, and the vibrant rose-adorned walls were complemented by floating harps that played melodies on their own. Eve Good discreetly drew her wand and cast a spell, blowing the colorful confetti off their food to the side. Quite amusing, wouldn't you agree? She served herself a spoonful of thick vegetable stew, causing Pansy's face to twitch. Had she truly been driven to madness by anger? Malfoy rolled his eyes at Lockhart, who appeared as a walking bouquet, clearly unimpressed by the theatrics. Students. Lockhart began with exuberance. Happy Valentine's Day. I trust you will enjoy the surprises I have prepared for you, yes. Harry and Ron silently gazed at Hermione with shining eyes, prompting Ron to emit a loud snort. So far, I have received 46 cards from admirers, to whom I extend my gratitude. Hermione's face flushed crimson, while Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not one of them, are you, Hermione? He exclaimed, shaking her shoulder in shock, prompting her to swat his hand away in annoyance. Before commencing, Lockhart clapped his hands. Forgive my presumptuousness. Instantly, a flurry of owls swooped in through the windows, clutching pink letters, some sparse, others abundant. Notably, one snowy owl with pink accents struggled under the weight of the numerous letters it carried. Sending love letters via owls? Draco remarked, clutching his stack of missives with a self-satisfied grin. I wish there were a way for love letters to be delivered by hand rather than by owl. Eve Good deftly caught the pink-highlighted owl amidst the gaze of onlookers, a commendable feat. Pei-Chi. Gritting her teeth, she expressed her reluctance to be the center of such attention, suggesting that next time, they could simply toss them into her dormitory. Harry observed Snape's expression darkening further. His brass cup contorted in his grip. He shot a murderous glare at Lockhart, unable to fathom how the wizard could still manage to smile. More surprises awaited. Lockhart, oblivious to the chilling glares behind him, remained immersed in the chorus of cheers from his classmates, promising to present something for them later. Why not inquire about Professor Snape's potion of infatuation? It was only then that he noticed Snape's terrifying gaze and the now unusable brass cup. Swallowing his words in the process, Pansy felt that Snape's expression could no longer simply be described as grim, especially upon witnessing Eve Goode receiving a deluge of love letters. She even noticed Snape drawing his wand, only to relent after Dumbledore cleared his throat. You could also ask Professor Flitwick about enchanting magic. Lockhart evidently found an even better target, and Flitwick's internal alarm bells rang. Leaning back slightly, he was more adept than anyone I had ever seen, that cunning old dog. The law of smile transference came into play yet again. As Flitwick's vanishing smirk appeared on Eve Goode's face, she stifled her laughter while politely organizing the letters, observing the hapless Flitwick in a fluster. In truth, the day would not remain tranquil, not only due to the frequent interruptions from winged dwarves delivering love letters. Eve Goode also felt the pendant around her neck growing increasingly hot, almost to the point of scalding. It reminded her of the last time it happened. When Snape was thrown into the Black Lake. Was she about to be transported again? This period was Professor Babbage's Muggle Studies class, and Eve Goode watched her expression sour as 5 dwarves had already barged in to deliver love letters, 3 of which were addressed to her. "I'm sorry, Professor. It's not your fault, Miss Slytherin." Professor Babbage covered her forehead in exasperation, realizing that they would not be able to complete the lesson. Class dismissed, children. A throng of students surged out of the classroom. "We owe our thanks to Lockhart," Malfoy remarked as they walked, "otherwise we wouldn't be getting out this early." "Is that so?" Eve Goode asked with a forced smile, still holding the 3 love letters. "I rather wish there were fewer of these incidents." "What can we say? Our little Eve is just so popular," Pansy mused, curiously attempting to open one, only to be tugged back by a dwarf. "Oh," she exclaimed. The dwarf finally finished a rather unimpressive song, while Draco laughed so hard he had to lean against Goyle. Passers-by cast curious glances, and Pansy's face turned as red as a lantern. "There's another one for you. Draco Malfoy." Malfoy's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly not expecting to be one of the victims. "Stay right there," the dwarf muttered, as a group of second-year Gryffindors happened to pass by, with Harry followed closely by another dwarf, who was particularly rough with him, given his apparent desire to flee. "Don't struggle," Eve Goode cautioned him. "If you move again, the bag will rip apart." The two listened in resignation to the dwarf's song, a cacophony of 2 different love ballads awkwardly intertwined. "His hair is as sleek and black as a chalkboard." Harry clenched his fists at the second line, wishing instead for a 3-headed dog to devour him. To make matters worse, Ginny happened to walk by at that moment. "His eyes are small and exquisite, like a squid." Draco's face flushed as deeply as Pansy's, while Eve Goode doubled over with laughter, reveling in the spectacle alongside Hermione and Ron. "What on earth?" Ron chuckled. "How are these 2 poems so similar? They're equally dreadful." "I absolutely will," the platinum-haired boy cried. "I'll tell my father." "Don't start with that," Eve Goode replied. "Don't you find it amusing?" Just then, her pant leg was tugged by a third dwarf, and the words she longed to shout were stifled as she finished listening to the toe-curling love song. Without a word she bolted away. "Not so amusing now, are you, Slytherin?" Malfoy began to taunt, his voice piercing through the corridor, reaching Eve Goode as she sprinted to the other end. "Squid-eyed Malfoy, you're not in a much better position," she shot back. "Your eyes are just as small and exquisite." This made Malfoy anxious. He rushed over, and laughter echoed down the corridor. Percy, spotting their scuffle, considered intervening, and Eve Goode could already predict his next words, which would undoubtedly be, "As your prefect." The group quickly exited his line of sight, making their way toward the Great Hall, while Eve Goode felt the time-turner around her neck growing hotter, a sense of unease stirring within her. Chapter 76. The Werewolf. This time, the time-turner did not transport her immediately. However, it became exceedingly hot just minutes before her afternoon potions class. Rushing to her dormitory, Eve Goode had to bend down to prevent it from touching her skin. "This thing is going mad." She yelled at Gabriel. "Do something about it." "What should I do?" "I have no idea," the green snake replied, writhing anxiously. "Is there a potion that can cool it down?" "Good question." Eve Goode tossed her wand back into her robe pocket, and began rummaging through her belongings for a potion. Just then, a blinding light enveloped her, and she was transported. This time, she did not land directly on the ground but rather tumbled into a patch of grass. Hastily rising to her feet, the time-turner had returned to its original icy state. Before she could ascertain her surroundings, a sudden scream startled her. "Is anyone there?" she asked Gabriel, noting that they appeared to be not far from the Forbidden Forest, as she spotted the swaying branches of the Whomping Willow. 6 o'clock, Gabriel promptly replied. They hurried toward the source of the scream, and Eve Good's growing anxiety intensified. As they drew closer, she could discern 1, 2, 3, 5 figures. God bless them. They were all unharmed. Upon nearing, she recognized the 5 individuals: Sirius, James, Lupin, Lily, and Snape. I should have known Peter would run away, she muttered, only to spot a large, fearsome figure not far from them. You are Fenrir. Lupin's voice trembled, revealing his fear. It seems your dear father has mentioned me. The werewolf grinned, its teeth glinting in the moonlight. At that moment, Eve Good dashed to their rear, realizing the significance of the full moon tonight. While it was still early, the current Wolf's Bane potion would not be sufficient to suppress Lupin's beastly nature. Get Lupin out of here. Eve Good stepped on James' foot. Are you all asleep? Once night falls you're here. Lily exclaimed, embracing her tightly. I knew you would come. We can't leave unless we hand Lupin over to him. Snape's distinctive voice rang clear in the night as he turned to Eve Good. You always arrive at the most opportune moments, Mississippi. We sent Peter to alert the others. Sirius whispered to her. After all, his animagus form is a rat, making him hard to spot. The question is, how long do we have to wait? So what's the situation? Eve Good sensed the predicament escalating. What year are you all in now? 6th year, why do you ask? James positioned Lupin behind him, but the werewolf Fenrir advanced, prompting Black to raise his wand and strike a few times, to little effect. Just some child's play. Fenrir casually wiped the blood from his arm, declaring, You must understand, after years of struggle, I am not so easily dealt with. Either you all perish by my bite, or you surrender Lupin. Choose wisely. My patience is exceedingly finite. 6th year? What of the incident at the Shrieking Shack? Well, it seems Snape had long ceased his opposition against them. Thus the old narrative shall not unfold again. But how could a werewolf possibly come here? The Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, to which Lupin's father belonged, had intensified its oversight of werewolves. Seeing the confusion on her face, Lily quickly explained. He somehow managed to enter Hogwarts from one end of the Forbidden Forest, and sought Lupin to kill him directly. Fortunately, we are here. I must say, he brought this upon himself. Snape interjected coldly. Had he not sought to test his courage by venturing into the Forbidden Forest during the full moon to find Fluxweed? Wouldn't he have been alone and nearly captured? Test his courage? Eve Good suddenly recalled having previously told him that he lacked the bravery to step forward. A cold sweat drenching her back. Hey Snotty! James exclaimed disgruntledly, only to receive a sharp rap on the head from Eve Good. Rubbing his aching forehead, he continued. If it weren't for your need for this stuff, we wouldn't be meddling with whatever Fluxweed. It's Fluxweed, Snape retorted rather brusquely. If you possessed half the brains of a boarhound, wouldn't he have knocked over my potion ingredients? The two were always like this. Lily shrugged helplessly, while Sirius appeared unfazed. The werewolf across from them was losing his patience, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Eve Good was horrified to see coarse, bristly hair sprouting from Lupin's body. There was no time to waste. They had to act swiftly. Fenrir advanced gradually, and they retreated step by step until they found themselves pressed against the door of the Shrieking Shack, with nowhere left to escape. The werewolf, with eyes like molten rubies, inquired, Will you surrender him, or not? What a joke. Black was the first to react, launching an attack against the werewolf. Snape swiftly kicked Lupin into the shack, ignoring James's wails, and pulled Eve Good behind him. Well, this could barely be considered a Valentine's Day, I suppose. What? The boy in front was caught off guard, and Eve Good merely offered a glance without further explanation. Snape's strike landed with precision upon the werewolf, appearing far more effective than Black's spells. As multiple wounds appeared on Fenrir, blood beginning to seep forth, his fury palpable. Didn't you say you would never strike before this, Snape? Black noted the success of the tactic, disregarding its dark nature, while Lily seized the opportunity to sneak in a few spells. Truly you are my Lily. Don't think about your girlfriend at this moment. Fenrir howled, charging toward them. He swatted James aside with a claw, and Eve Good immediately cast a levitation charm to ensure he landed safely. You saved me, James exclaimed, rising hurriedly, his voice filled with gratitude, which made Snape distinctly uncomfortable. It's your own incompetence. You're in 6th year now. Can you not react any quicker? Truly, James had a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate comments. Shaking off the grass clippings, he drew his wand and charged forward. The werewolf, in a frenzy, attempted to break through the door of the Shrieking Shack. Snape stumbled, nearly sustaining a gash, but Black nimbly cast a spell that sent him flying, enabling him to evade that claw. Ah, I certainly owe you my thanks. Snape rose from the ground with a stoic expression, while Black averted his gaze, guilt evident. This strike bears no personal vendetta, Absolutely none. Lily hurried to check on James, exclaiming as she cast a healing spell. Evegood glanced back, and in that instant, Fenrir hoisted Snape aloft. Look what you've done, you foolish mutt. Black's spell struck a whomping willow, which seemed to sense the pain, and began thrashing even more violently, flinging the still unsteady Snape down to the ground by the werewolf's feet. This wasn't intentional, I swear. Has turning into a dog diminished your vision, Black? The two resumed their bickering, and Evegood felt a sense of relief seeing Snape still able to argue with Black, evidently unharmed. Enough of your squabbling. Chapter 77. The two fell silent in unison as the werewolf's form swelled with the night, his appearance grotesquely transforming with the rising full moon, thick fur sprouting over exposed skin, accompanied by the sounds of fabric straining. In comparison, sixth-year Snape seemed like a mere chick quaking beneath the beast's claws. Evegood pondered which spell might be most effective against him, her confidence in her aim waning. What if she accidentally struck Snape instead? The distant echoes of wolf howls emerged from the shrieking shack, and James and Lily rushed over. James transformed into a stag, charging in to subdue Lupin and prevent his escape, a move that evidently infuriated Fenrir. Now retrieve Lupin, he hissed, his voice low and chilling in the darkness as Fenrir Greyback brandished his glinting claws, inching closer to Snape. Evegood felt her heart skip a beat. It was either him or her. Don't touch him. Evegood raised her wand, everyone witnessing her eyes gradually shift to a vibrant green. Lily swallowed hard. It appeared Peter's words were indeed true. Her eyes really did turn green. Black seemed to be focused on this fact, yet he too raised his wand. A little beauty. I have no recollection of you. Fenrir edged closer, claws poised, while Snape, unable to move, could only glare at him with a chilling intensity. Your little face is rather charming. Don't oppose me, for I would hate to mar it. Do not speak to her with your revolting mouth. Snape struggled to draw his wand, but the next moment, Fenrir's claw constricted painfully around his torso, his complexion paling. Evegood gripped her wand tightly, her mind racing with panic. What spell should she use? What spell? The werewolf's claws crept nearer, her mind blank, until a voice echoed deep within her. Kill him. Kill him. She hesitated, frozen in place. Seeing no one act, Fenrir menacingly retracted his claws, solidifying Evegood's wavering resolve. I warned you not to touch him. You lack the authority to command me, little beauty, Fenrir sneered. Say goodbye to your friend. As the tip of her wand glowed green, Evegood felt the last barrier within her shatter violently. Something surged through her mind as she collapsed to her knees, her wand rolling away, while the werewolf was sent flying, lifelessly landing on the grass. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone remained in their poses from a minute ago. If one could ignore the intermittent howls, and the sounds of hooves striking the wooden planks from within the shack. Snape disdainfully brushed off the dirt from his robes, casting a healing charm on himself, and turned to see the trio motionless, suddenly recalling what spell had just been cast. You and I. Black stammered, unable to utter a word. Lily rushed to Evegood, who was kneeling on the ground, enveloping her in an embrace, while Snape silently retrieved his wand from a short distance away. It's all right, Lily cooed, tenderly stroking her head. Evegood remained dazed, staring at her hands, feeling the surreal nature of the moment. Indeed, it was the unforgivable curse. She distinctly sensed her soul fracturing. What a feeling of emptiness and helplessness, even tinged with bloodlust. Lily's neck was right beside her, if just one more. What was she thinking? Evegood shook her head vigorously, trying to suppress that terrifying thought, but the sensation became increasingly uncontrollable. She broke free from Lily's embrace, snatching the wand from Snape's hand. Stay away from me. She retreated step by step, Snape attempting to approach but halted by the wand she raised. Do not come closer, she commanded fiercely. Oh, do not be like this. Evangeline is nearly driven to madness. We are unconcerned about this. You presently appear quite unwell. The Avada curse does not typically entail such severe aftereffects. Truly, it is most unfortunate. Evangeline urged Gabriel to shield the others from approaching, supporting her forehead, which was drenched in cold sweat, as she gasped for breath. What are you lingering for? Go find Professor McGonagall, and then check on Lupin. Blake suddenly snapped back to reality, swiftly transforming into a large black dog, and racing towards the shrieking shack. At that moment, faint voices could be discerned in the distance. It appeared that Peter was arriving with the professor. Lily exclaimed, You must not remain here any longer. Flee, Evangeline. The corpse of the werewolf would soon be discovered, and it would undoubtedly reveal the marks of death caused by Avada. The wands of everyone present would be scrutinized, and in that event, Evangeline would certainly find herself in a predicament, with discovery yielding naught but peril. Come back, Gabriel, she whispered, commanding the serpent, which promptly shrank and returned to her left arm. Evangeline began to sprint towards the forbidden forest. It was imperative that no one beyond their circle learn of her presence here. You are wise to do so, Lily trembled. I can scarcely believe it. Snape gripped his wand tightly, the object creaking in his grasp as if it were lamenting. She is in a dire state. Remaining undetected is her best option. Lily reminded him, feigning a look of shock as she approached Professor McGonagall. Snape cast one last glance at the forbidden forest, hesitating for a protracted moment before finally turning to join them. Evangeline had never felt time stretch so interminably. Glancing at the time-turner, she noted only a few grains of sand remaining and continued to navigate the woods with patience. Every creature that crossed her path was reduced to ash, while Gabriel remained silent, fearful that he might be the next victim. At last, the final grain of sand dissipated into nothingness, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself back in her dormitory. Evangeline stumbled into the bathroom, gazing into the mirror. Her eyes remained hauntingly green, and the insatiable bloodlust was gradually consuming her mind. How are you, dear? The mirror inquired, startled by her appearance. Suddenly, she lashed out, shattering the glass, which emitted a cry of anguish. Concurrently, Evangeline found that the pain had rendered her more aware. I apologize, dear lady, she muttered, picking up a shard nearby. I shall mend your frame. As she spoke, she drew the glass across her left hand, while Gabriel anxiously paced. What time is it? 3:08. And you still concern yourself with this? Gabriel thrashed its tail in agitation, a manifestation of its unease. Let me see if there are any potions. If you recognized potions, I would devour all the lobberworms from the depths of the North Sea right now. Evangeline felt as though her mind was no longer her own. With a fierce motion, she dragged the glass across her back, blood gushing forth, the pain sharpening her senses considerably. A sound of shattering echoed from the bedroom, and Evangeline felt her head spin more violently. Damn it, she had forgotten that she had already lost too much blood while focusing solely on inflicting wounds. She staggered towards the living room. Do not touch the potions, you wretched Gabriel. Evangeline shouted weakly. If you continue searching, you will deplete all my potions. Ouch! In a moment of distraction, she fell to the floor, gritting her teeth in pain as her head swirled into a fog. Evangeline forcefully carved several alarming wounds into her skin. Merlin, she wished to avoid losing control and rushing to the common room to utter avada. That would undoubtedly result in a most gruesome demise, and she had no desire to spend her remaining days in Azkaban. Anyone. A wizard dying from blood loss would surely be the greatest joke of the millennia, Evangeline mused, envisioning the disgraceful entry she would make in textbooks. Chapter 78, The Curse. Abruptly, urgent footsteps echoed from the doorway, and Evangeline turned alertly towards the sound. It was class time after all. Who would come here unbidden? Evangeline. The girl's pupils dilated. She recognized that voice even if it were to turn to dust. Are you inside? Cough cough. Evangeline was at a loss for words, choking on the metallic sweetness in her mouth. The person outside had evidently heard the faint sound. Snape quickly employed the unlocking charm to open the door, and before he even entered, he was met with a heavy scent of blood. How are you? Look at me. The black-robed professor displayed a rare sense of panic as he beheld the shard of glass in her hand, and immediately flung it into the corner of the room. The wounds on Evangeline were far too deep and grave. He was compelled to search through the spilled potions for essence of murtlap. Evangeline felt a dark presence rising from within her, her consciousness slipping away. Fortunately, this did not last long, as the essence of murtlap caused her to scream in agony. There will be no scarring. I will take you to Dumbledore immediately. Snape gently lifted her, hastening out of the room. While a few fifth-year students lingered in the common room, he simply draped his voluminous black cloak over Evangeline's body, shielding her from prying eyes. Throughout the journey, she was jostled, and Evangeline felt as if she were mere carrion awaiting slaughter, her wounds being relentlessly torn and mended, a drop of cold sweat trickling down her face. Glancing up, she caught a glimpse of Snape's trembling profile, his urgency palpable as he wiped the sweat from her brow. What a Valentine's Day this is, she murmured inwardly. It was unclear how long had passed, but Evangeline finally sensed Snape navigating the spiral staircase, hearing him call out Dumbledore's name, followed by a flurry of footsteps. The portraits of past headmasters in the office whispered amongst themselves, though Evangeline did not catch a single word. She felt several spells cast upon her, and then her body became weightless as she was levitated into the air. It is fortunate you brought her to me in time. Her condition is quite serious. Fawkes gracefully descended, singing a melody that had an immediate effect. Evangeline gradually felt her head clear, as whatever darkness had enveloped her was sealed away once more. Snape withdrew her wand from her pocket, utilizing his elder wand to cast a reversal charm. unleashing a green light that struck a statue in the office, shattering it into pieces. The man stood silently in place, returning her wand to Evangeline's pocket. Dumbledore sighed. I did not expend little effort in managing this matter in the past. Fortunately, she was already absent at that time, or it would have been far more complicated. What is the situation? Snape inquired, pulling out the essence of murtlap and meticulously applying it to Evangeline's left arm. He had regained his composure, though his slightly trembling arm betrayed him. An ancient curse. Does her family harbor formidable dark wizards? Dumbledore summoned a tome titled The History of Wizarding Curses, revealing a curse typical of renowned dark wizard families. Look here, Severus. Generally, the triggering condition is the killing curse. I am not in the mood for this. How is she? With Fawkes here, there should be no issue. Dumbledore grasped Evangeline's wrist, channeling magic into her, sensing the fluctuations of her magical energy. She was improving significantly, yet she would need to visit my office every month during this time. There may be lingering aftereffects requiring potion treatment. Strange, this book does not record such severe reactions. And examples of this curse are rare. The silver-haired elder mused, pacing the room, flipping through tomes with his wand. The conditions for this curse are exceedingly stringent, and most have been concealed. This book was a gift from an old acquaintance. Could it be that my ancestors were all dark wizards? Evangeline, now feeling much better, reclined in a soft armchair and spoke weakly. Having ancestors who were dark wizards is indeed quite rare. Typically, such a curse resolves itself after a period, though there remains a risk of recurrence. The conditions for healing remain elusive, and Severus Snape furrowed his brow even tighter. Dumbledore then added, nevertheless, there exists a remedy. The troubling part is that you must seek it out yourself. You appear much improved, my child. Would you care for some sour candy? Evegood took a lick, wincing at the overwhelming tartness, as if she had consumed an entire goblet of raw bone essence. She awkwardly held the sweet, unsure whether to consume it or discard it. Snape, with a flick of his wand, made it vanish. If it is unpalatable, then do not eat it. If it is merely a bit sour. Is it sour? Dumbledore promptly popped one into his mouth. I find this acidity quite agreeable. It was evident that the title of Old Bee was well earned. Are you not due to instruct the second-year students, Severus? Dumbledore leisurely returned to his seat, pouring himself a cup of tea enhanced with raspberry jam. Evegood could hardly fathom its flavor, for the Slytherins and Gryffindors had already commenced their quarrel, and if he did not attend to his cellar, it would soon be overturned. Snape inspected Evegood's wound once more. I shall see what other potions are available, he said before striding out of the office. That day, Gryffindor was penalized excessively. Harry could not comprehend why his improper stirring technique warranted a deduction, especially since even Goyle, in his folly, stirred with his fingers without incurring Snape's ire. Ultimately, Snape left them with an extensive scroll of parchment for their examination, demanding it be completed in the allotted time, stating that class would not dismiss until all was finished, before hastily departing. Has he lost his mind? Ron tossed Harry a note, having learned to be clever. Knowing well Snape's acute hearing, Hermione had already begun to write feverishly, while Ron surreptitiously glanced at her answers as he copied them down. He stopped pretending. Harry shrugged. Evegood would not have acted this way previously, at least not in class with the Slytherins. Only during their lessons did Snape seem to lose his temper and deduct points with abandon. Dean Thomas gritted his teeth, scribbling carelessly on his parchment, clearly eager for class to conclude. Do not act like that, Thomas. It will end poorly for you. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it. Thomas kept his gaze fixed downward. I call this facing challenges head-on. Where did you learn that? Ron thought the phrase sounded oddly familiar, not from having heard it, but from its style. Evegood and Neville's conversation had fortuitously reached his ears, and Dean did not hold back. Doesn't that statement ring particularly true? He knew. Chapter 79, Love Letters. Speaking of Evegood, Harry glanced around, yet he could not spot her. I recall she was the most enthusiastic in potions class. Why is she absent today? Hermione's puzzled gaze met Pansy's, who shook her head. It seemed they were equally in the dark. Let us not dwell on that. Quickly finish your exam unless you wish for Gryffindor to incur further penalties. I wager that regardless of how I write, it will only amount to. Harry began to write lethargically, and soon the classroom's whispers transformed into the soft scratching of quills against parchment. Evegood was recovering swiftly, as Snape applied potions to her with unrestrained generosity, and Dumbledore's healing spell was of the utmost quality. Coupled with Fawkes, she now felt little different from her former self. Should you feel unwell, seek me out, Snape instructed, taking the potion book Dumbledore offered. Do not approach Madame Pomfrey. The fewer who are aware of this, the better. Understood. Evegood nodded. Then I shall leave the subsequent potion preparation in your capable hands, Severus. Dumbledore smiled as he ushered them out, and they descended in silence. While they awaited the moving staircase, Snape seemed poised to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by a girl. She was a Slytherin upperclassman, and Eve Good had a vague recollection of her, possibly a fourth year, as she had encountered her in the dueling arena. When the girl produced a delicate pink envelope, Eve Good understood immediately. She cast Snape a teasing glance before turning away and stepping onto the moving staircase. Snape opened his mouth, ready to utter a scathing remark. But upon seeing Eve Good's departing figure, he momentarily faltered. He knew that if he did not accept it, he would be pestered as he had been before. So he maintained his stern demeanor and took the envelope, hastily making his way downward. 10 points from Slytherin. You shall pay for your foolish actions. At the corner, Eve spotted Draco and his companions rushing towards her. Why did you not come to class, Eve Good? Draco inquired, tossing his platinum hair breathless. We nearly arrived late and waited for you the entire time. And Snape didn't see you in class and deducted a point from Slytherin, Pansy added weakly. She suspected that the headmaster, who usually reveled in filling the Slytherin point tally, had penalized them due to the stack of love letters occupying Eve Good's empty seat. However, Merlin forbid she voice such a thought. Apologies, I was feeling a bit unwell, Eve Good replied cheerfully, accepting the notes Hermione had taken for her. Thank you, Hermione. Why are today's notes so sparse compared to before? It is because Snape left us with so little time that no one knew where he had gone, Ron huffed. And he made us write an absurdly lengthy examination. You cannot imagine. He trailed off as Snape was approaching them, holding a pink letter? Pansy. Upon seeing Eve Good's flawless smile crack, hurriedly ushered her away. See you in the Great Hall. Points deducted from her, and he accepted letters from other girls. Eve Good nearly shot him the finger, vowing not to acknowledge that insufferable man for days. Snape halted, slowly turning his gaze from James's son to his left hand, where a crumpled love letter lay. In his eagerness to pursue, he had forgotten he had collected this item. This moment not only left him frozen but also rendered the others motionless, fearing they might be silenced at any second. Silence enveloped them. Draco deemed it prudent to make his exit first, while Hermione averted her gaze. Ron stared fixedly at his shoes, hoping his shoelaces would miraculously untie. Harry decided it best to offer a greeting. After all, receiving a love letter was nothing. Snape. 10 points from Gryffindor. The bat-like figure brushed past them, and the letter in his left hand was consumed by an unexpected burst of flames, leaving it utterly incinerated. Indeed, he has consumed gunpowder. Ron shifted his focus, glaring intently at Snape's trailing cloak, as if he could burn a hole through it with his stare. Weasley, Draco remarked discontentedly. Are they quarreling? Hermione sensed an unusual tension. With his temperament, who could avoid an argument? Ron rolled his eyes, realizing Hermione's earned points had just gone up in smoke. Do not say another word. Harry groaned in despair. We are in for a rough time. As anticipated, in the following days, Gryffindor's points were mercilessly slashed, with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw not escaping unscathed either. Professor McGonagall had not worn a pleasant expression in days, and Harry watched helplessly as their points dwindled away. Explosive news. One day at breakfast, Fred leaned in. What news? Harry asked, chewing on a piece of steak that tasted akin to wax. Snape deducted points from Slytherin today. George appeared from behind them, inadvertently pressing down on his brother's head, causing Ron's face to become slathered in butter. Oh, that is indeed explosive news. Hermione folded the Daily Prophet, casting a spell to clean Ron's face. George shoved Ron aside. Guess why? Because that girl sent another love letter to Snape. At least 5 since Valentine's Day during our class, Fred chimed in. I say she deserves an award. Most daring, most fearless Slytherin. Should be Lion Slytherin. Actually, there is an even better candidate. Harry nodded toward Eve Good, who was unwrapping a package. I believe she is more fitting. They had hardly exchanged words lately. Hermione cast a worried glance at Evangeline, for it seemed that Snape had resolutely decided to single her out for detention in recent classes. However, I must commend her. Ron, after several futile attempts, chose to concede defeat, for she had managed to elude the old bat's scrutiny for so long, proving herself more cunning than Merlin himself. I also owe my gratitude to Evangeline, as Snape had ceased to call on me lately. Harry found the steak in his mouth suddenly more flavorful. Hermione stood up, declaring, Eat at your leisure. I must seek her out, as we are to head to the library today. And you too, Harry and Ron. It is high time you began your transfiguration essays. We're off then, the Weasley twins said, shoulder to shoulder as they walked away. We need to check out that marvelous item. What marvelous item? Evangeline's voice cut in unexpectedly, catching Hermione off guard. With a mischievous grin, she leaned in. beckoning with her finger. "Come on, lads, surely you'll let me have a peek?" The group erupted into a playful commotion, with Evangeline being flanked by the twins as they exited the Great Hall. They were drawn into a secluded classroom, where Hermione thoughtfully cast a locking charm on the door. The twins then revealed the Marauder's map. Fred's expression was one of sheer reverence, as if he would kneel before it in adoration. "You have no idea how long it took us to uncover its secrets." "Impressive," Harry remarked. "Though it would be even better if it weren't a crumpled piece of parchment." "How could you say such a thing?" George replied, meticulously scanning the classroom to ensure they were alone, feigning a sorrowful expression. His twin propped a chair against the wall, resting his feet on the table. "Come on, George. Show them. You know what that is, don't you?" Hermione whispered as she leaned closer. Evangeline raised an eyebrow, non-committal. They watched as George tapped his wand against the map, declaring, "Ahem, I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Instantly, the parchment transformed, intricate ink patterns spreading like a spider's web, gradually forming a detailed representation of Hogwarts. Tiny footsteps appeared in various locations, mesmerizing Harry, while Evangeline observed Dumbledore pacing in his office and Draco lurking in the boys' lavatory on the first floor. Chapter 80, The Marauder's Map. At its top, in elegant green script, were the words, "Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, assistance for those who engage in magical mischief." Introducing the Marauder's map. Evangeline gazed silently at the letters, and Fred assumed she was noting Dumbledore's presence, which was quite normal as he often paced in his office. "Indeed," Evangeline replied, retracting her gaze to scrutinize the map's intricate designs, prodding it with her wand. "Well, nothing happened. Our grand secret," George exclaimed, stepping beside Fred, relishing Ron's astonished expression. "Aren't we loyal, Evangeline? There are still some passages we haven't figured out, but I believe we'll memorize them soon enough. We're always willing to lend it to you, especially you, Miss Slytherin." Fred winked at her, "provided it's for mischief. Perhaps you'd be willing to help us procure some fluxweed?" George wrapped an arm around Evangeline's shoulders, eliciting an eye roll from her. "Oh, don't be like that, my dear. Its venom would be quite useful for us. And for the beautiful, extraordinary Miss Slytherin, it's merely a trifle, isn't it?" "Well, I must admit, that flattery does appeal to me. But where am I supposed to acquire such a thing?" The twins exchanged glances, their faces alight with mischief. "Snape's dungeon. Not a chance." The two immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, and Evangeline disdainfully glanced at the map, where Snape's footsteps were circling in the dungeon. "I have no desire to venture there anytime soon, so that's off the table. Aren't you his goddaughter?" George continued to plead, insisting that he wouldn't mind if his beloved daughter were to procure such minor potion ingredients. "Hardly. Don't be like that. We intend to use it for research on new products." Perhaps at a later time, Evangeline ultimately relented, looking at them and declaring, "Mischief managed." As the magical patterns gradually faded, returning the parchment to its ordinary state. "Cool." Ron reached out to inspect it, only to have his brother flick him on the forehead. "This is not for children to handle. Don't touch it, little Ronnie. It's far more valuable than you." Ron gazed enviously at Hermione as she perused the map. "I bet it's imbued with numerous spells, perhaps even the human presence revealing spell. Care to take a look, Evangeline?" Evangeline resumed poking the parchment, which responded with a series of lines appearing. "Hey, stop poking us, you rude little brat. Who are you? Remove your tedious wand. Please stop. It makes me uncomfortable." Indeed. She recognized their voices immediately. The four had not changed a bit. "It even has such a reaction," Harry remarked, looking around in astonishment. "Of course," Fred boasted. "Figuring out the two passwords took us quite a while, but the map itself also assisted us. I am Evangeline, gentlemen." The girl suddenly wanted to see their reactions to her declaration, tapping the parchment with her wand. "I must say, creating such a thing is quite a stroke of genius." The writing quickly faded, and everyone leaned in, curious to see what would change. Harry recalled the diary that had ensnared Ginny and whispered to Evangeline, who waved him off, indicating that there was no danger. Evangeline felt honored. "I suggest you keep an eye on Snape. He causes us to be caught by Filch daily. Right you are, Moony. If one day this map is not in our possession, it will undoubtedly be that Snevella's doing. I'm thrilled you've obtained this map. I believe it will be of great use to you." "Wow, Evangeline," Hermione said, "you know the creators of this." Everyone turned to her, causing Evangeline to feel somewhat uneasy. She cleared her throat. "I'll tell you about that later, but not now. Come on, it's time to head to the library." Hermione, noticing Evangeline's discomfort, pulled her along. "I still don't know the difference between a puffskein and an Irish phoenix. They are quite similar." Evangeline's voice faded as Harry and Ron exchanged glances and bid farewell. The group settled into a corner of the library. As Hermione suggested, it would help Ron and Harry concentrate on their assignments rather than copying her work midway. Wow. Hermione withdrew a love letter from Evangeline's breaking up with the Banshee, the letter being as pristine as the book itself. In fact, this was one of the few books Evangeline had purchased but never read. It's written by Michael Corner, Hermione said, flipping the letter with a mischievous grin. I've heard he has quite the catch in Ravenclaw, and excels in potions as well. Indeed, indeed. Evangeline wasn't paying much attention, her hands gesturing as she contemplated something. Isn't that name a bit too familiar? I could help you inquire if you're interested, Hermione said, indulging in rare gossip, as if she were matchmaking for a daughter. I remember his hair being quite long, black perhaps, right Harry? Harry gave a complex glance at Evangeline, absent-mindedly agreeing. Evangeline's hands paused mid-air. She suddenly recalled who he was. Wasn't he the future boyfriend of Ginny and Autumn? What an absurd turn of events. You've kept his love letter here. You must have a crush. Oh. Evangeline exclaimed loudly, attracting a few glances from nearby, quickly covering her mouth. Casting a mournful look at Hermione. Don't joke. I already have someone I like. Ron felt it was high time to tease her properly. I really didn't see it coming. Between studying and dueling every day, if you were to tell me you had a crush, it would be more realistic for you to marry Snape. Very perceptive little Ronnie. This nickname sent shivers down Ron's spine. Indeed. Eve Good straightened her back and replied with an air of superiority. I do like Snape. So what? Harry, unable to steady his quill, accidentally smeared half of his transfiguration essay with ink, looking up in disbelief as if he had just heard Eve Good express a desire to kiss the acromantula. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Someone was clearly in the mood for theatrics, feigning a heartbroken expression. You're just jealous of me. Don't joke, Harry frowned. I shouldn't have said anything, Ron admitted. At least you have some self-awareness. Hermione shot Ron a pointed look, using a charm to tidy up Harry's messy essay. Now Eve, do tell us if you have any troubling thoughts lately? Something feels off. This is very wrong. Ron cleared his throat, mimicking his brother's tone. Right, Fred? Shut up. Ron. Ron fell silent, humming to himself. Hermione grasped Eve Good's hand, her expression akin to that of someone earnestly trying to guide a wayward soul back to the right path. Eve. Please tell me you haven't fallen under his soul-sucking curse or some love potion. Of course not, Eve Good declared emphatically. He is practically a walking love potion. Ron feigned gagging, only to be met with a solid smack from Eve. Chapter 81, Long-Awaited Detention. My dear, after persuading Eve Good countless times with no success, Hermione finally gave up. If you truly like him, I suppose it wouldn't be impossible. It wouldn't be impossible, Ron nearly shouted. Then I'd rather she liked Lockhart. He received a smack from Hermione for his trouble. Come on, don't you get it? Eve Good excitedly tapped the table. And the next moment, she felt someone's breath on her neck. She didn't even need to turn around to know it was Madame Pants, the librarian. Eve held her breath, as if a century passed before Madame Pants finally left. Tall and cold, always wearing a scowl, yet a genius in potions. He was incredibly powerful and quite decent to me. In any case, I am determined to pursue him. He is meant to be mine. So don't you dare set your sights on him. Any normal Hogwarts student wouldn't like him, alright? Ron muttered, as if he believed Eve Good was being wronged. He couldn't believe she actually received that love letter. Humph. Eve Good cracked her knuckles, as if she were poised to tear Snape apart in the dungeon. Just don't let me see him for a while. I really want to. A shadow silently loomed behind them. And as Harry and Hermione attempted to warn Eve Good, her notorious tendency to speak too freely caused her to spill all. What do you intend to do with your head of house, Miss Slytherin? Discussing professors in private has earned you a day of detention. Ron silently turned his head, praying that Snape hadn't overheard his earlier words. However, he had underestimated Snape's hearing. And you too, Weasley, Snape said slowly, enunciating each word. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Ron made a face at Harry, and they watched as Snape left with what could almost be described as haste, his ample black cloak disappearing swiftly through the library door. Hermione adjusted her books, casting a slightly gleeful glance at Ron. How come I didn't know Snape had a habit of coming here? I just hope he didn't hear what I said earlier, Eve Good said, frantically raking her fingers through her silky white hair, turning it into a tangled mess. Otherwise, I'm doomed. He definitely didn't, Harry replied. If he had, he would have deducted more than just 5 points from Gryffindor. Exactly, Ron concurred, otherwise it wouldn't be so simple. That evening, a certain individual arrived as scheduled in the dungeon, lingering at the door for what felt like an eternity, before finally knocking. A voice, smooth as black velvet, called from within, "Come in." Well, the voice was rather pleasant, I'll forgive you 1/3 of your offenses. The old professor was busy working in front of his cauldron and slowly looked up, begrudgingly giving her a glance. Come here, lend me a hand. What are you dawdling for? Are you planning to process the slime of a slug by just standing there? He shot her another glance. Given your recent disrespectful comments towards your professor, I might consider extending your detention by another day. Get all the sleeping drafts out. This is no jest. I'm coming. I'm coming. Eve Good hurried over, realizing that handling that substance's slime was something she never wanted to repeat. Malfoy would generously let Goyle assist her. But that didn't mean Snape would be equally benevolent. Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. Eve Good dutifully helped Snape with the valerian root, and he casually grabbed a bit, grinding it gently to weigh out 27 grams. Invisible pretentiousness was indeed the deadliest kind. It was precisely what she was drawn to. Are we making the Hellfire Potion? Snape glanced at her, nonchalantly replying with a Eve Good noticed the smirk at the corner of his mouth, her face twitching as she nearly got nicked by the silver knife. Clearly, Miss Slytherin needed more detention to keep her wits about her. Snape swiftly took the knife from her, completing the next crushing task. Eve Good stood awkwardly to the side, suddenly recalling the Weasley twins' request, and began scanning the myriad jars in Snape's dungeon with her eyes. I shouldn't have agreed to this. There are probably over 1,000 jars here. How am I supposed to find them? Snape actually wanted to explain the love letter, but where to begin? And with her newfound popularity, perhaps it was not worth it? Frustrated, he pressed down hard on the sleeping draft, causing the poor beans to shatter into pieces. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed them aside. Eve Good watched, heart racing, and subtly shifted away, fearing that collateral damage might ensue. After a moment, she realized Snape seemed merely to have made a mistake, and resumed her bold scrutiny of his collection of jars. What do you want? His voice suddenly came from behind her, and Eve Good, feeling guilty, shook her head. Gabriel rolled its eyes. Clearly this person turned timid in front of Snape. Just days before, she had listed 100 ways to deal with the potions professor, but now couldn't he utter a word in his presence. Coward. This term was one she had taught it. Unsurprisingly, it quickly noticed the girl staring at it in shock, and the next second, it was flicked on the head. Hissing in annoyance. I want a foxglove. What do you want that for? I need its juice for research. Snape pointed, and several bottles floated from the right-hand shelf, landing on the table in front of Eve Good. Here you go. How generous, Professor Snape, she mocked silently, recalling the second item on her list for dealing with the potions professor. The old professor remained silent. You'd better not let me see my potion ingredients with any other boys. Snape turned away without looking at Eve Good's face, emphasizing the word boys after all. Everyone knew that Miss Slytherin was particularly popular. I haven't even mentioned the love letter, and you're already scolding me? Eve Good gritted her teeth, smiling as she tightened her grip on the bottle. How could you be the popular one, Professor Snape? The man in front paused, and she continued with delight. After all, you've even received a love letter from one of your students. Is your romance going smoothly? Snape turned back, his lips quivering slightly, and Eve Good suspected he was about to scold her. She was already prepared to dash toward the fireplace at a moment's notice. I didn't receive it. I'm not blind. His expression now appeared as though he genuinely contemplated self-harm. Eve Good surmised that her penchant for loose talk had led to this moment. She had overstayed her welcome today, and it was time to make her exit. However, Snape had long since discerned her sluggish attempt to withdraw, and with a flick of his wand, he summoned her to his side. Let me see. He intently gazed into her deep black eyes, pondering what sort of brain filled with fiery crabs could utter such words. Chapter 82, Graduation Ceremony. Eve Good recoiled slightly, recognizing it was prudent to remain silent. Course selection was imminent. Snape, still silent, seemed engrossed in observing the potion's color changes, casually adding a dash of draft to induce drowsiness. Snape's royal translation. I was mistaken regarding the matter of love letters, yet I shall not voice it. Since you have already mentioned it, I shall refrain from further discussion. Let this matter rest. She attempted to shift the conversation to course selection, hoping he would not unwisely continue dwelling on that topic. The all-seeing Eve Good mused. What have I done to deserve this? Indeed. Select all? Have you grown so disdainful of me that you wish for my academic demise? At this, Snape's grip on his wand faltered, and Eve Good noted the sudden gravity in his expression. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Blast it, would a single retort kill you? Ah. I cannot fathom how those others manage it. She suddenly recalled young Barty Crouch, the exceedingly clever Death Eater, feeling as though her extensive studies might indeed lead to her undoing. Snape furrowed his brow. Selecting all was too taxing, and he urged her not to force herself. I might need to observe how Pansy and the others choose. Evegood contemplated aloud. I could also inquire with the headmaster, Dumbledore. I believe he would be more than willing to offer me some guidance. Snape interjected, and what of me? Well, the old professor's face remained stern. Yet he appeared to stir the potion with renewed vigor. What do you recommend I select? Select all. The conversation had reached a dead end. Evegood now wished to flee with the toxic venom of a fox. Yet fate's grip on her neck held her fast. Produce an identical potion. Or deal with the slug. I loathe you, Snape. Following this confinement, Evegood feigned compliance, at least on the surface. However, upon witnessing the Weasley twins' original experimental skipping candy, her pretense of propriety vanished. Let's conduct an experiment with Filch, Fred. She scrutinized the already peeled candy, fully aware this was no jest. Please, Fred. It would be unwise to decline such an excellent idea. We have yet to devise an antidote, and the side effects are considerable. He traced a finger along his throat. If Professor Dumbledore discovers Filch's nosebleed remains unstaunched, he will undoubtedly come looking for us. Very well, then hand over the map. Let me play with it. George feigned sorrow. How callous of you, little Eve. I never anticipated you to be such a pragmatic Slytherin. Cease your prattle, Evegood retorted, snatching the old parchment from his waist and delighting in her examination. I shall take this with me. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from their sight. Evidently, she had been transported once more. This time, Hogwarts appeared markedly different. She beheld ribbons fluttering in the sky and balloons shifting in hue, accompanied by several hippogriffs soaring above. Curiously, she ventured outside, even catching sight of a band performing a joyful melody she had never heard, as the castle buzzed with a throng of colorful hair, leaving her momentarily dazzled. Young lady, are you also among this year's graduates? A boy clad in a red tie passed by, generously offering her a chocolate frog. Congratulations on your graduation. Did you consume shrinking solution? I must say, you are quite adorable. Indeed, thank you for the chocolate frog. In truth, if she were to graduate from Hogwarts at this height, she would feel like an indomitable dwarf. Evegood swiftly slipped into a classroom just behind her, unfolded the Marauder's map, and after casting a spell, searched for Snape's figure, which indicated he was in the dungeons, alone, while Lily and the others were making their exit. Still lurking in the dungeon during graduation. How peculiar. Eve made her descent, weaving through the eclectic crowd directly toward the dungeons. At that moment, the dungeon was not yet anyone's office. At best, it served as a storeroom for potion ingredients. Evegood pushed the door open and immediately spotted the cauldron suspended in the center, with Snape waving his wand. I will not be posing for photographs. Especially not with Potter. Snape, sensing her presence, did not turn around but remarked, I shall refrain from commenting on this ludicrous graduation formality. You may leave. Have they ruined your potion again? Evegood ignored him, continuing forward, prompting Snape to pivot and face her. I thought you would not come. I thought so too. Now, cease your potion brewing. She insisted, tugging at his robes. Let us take a photo. We have never had one together. Snape reluctantly allowed himself to be led. The flame beneath the cauldron still burning, yet a hint of a smile graced his lips, indicating his spirits were unusually high. Are you ready? Ready for what? Evegood suddenly recalled the side effects from her last encounter with the killing curse. It must have been quite a sight. I am fine, she lied. There are no issues now. Snape regarded her with skepticism. We can find Lily and the others for a group photo, Evegood babbled. But I do not wish to be in the same photo as Peter. You must understand he is truly. You must also take a photo with me. Our years of friendship warrant it. Snape appeared poised to protest, yet Evegood recalled the incident at the Black Lake. You cannot refuse. You still owe me for that incident at the lake. I do not refuse, Snape stated, and Evegood scrutinized his face, ensuring he was not jesting. What reward do you desire? After a moment of thought, Evegood could not conjure a fitting request, but glancing at the ribbons drifting past the window, she suddenly recalled her initial experience at Hogwarts. I wish for my future dormitory to have a golden toilet. Future Snape, I knew you would make such a request. What? Snape's expression bore a look of utter bewilderment, as he scrutinized her closely to confirm she was not jesting, before exhaling a sigh. Foolish. The girl blinked her large eyes and leaned closer, though she was too short to reach his chest, prompting Snape to bend down to hear her. You will prepare it for me, and you will eagerly anticipate my arrival. Foolish. Hey. Moments later, they arrived at an open area outside the castle, teeming with people. Yet few shared their attire of uniforms. Some were devouring what appeared to be an abstract steak, while a few others were jumping around like Dumbledores. Evegood inquired. Who are they? That is Lily and Potter, Snape murmured, seemingly pained to utter Potter's name. Hey, look what Snape has brought. James approached with the intent of provoking Snape, hardly paying attention to Eve Good, as if he had chosen a substitute or a dwarf. A dwarf indeed. Do you dare believe I won't flatten you right now? James Potter? Chapter 83, Graduation Photos. Eve Good felt utterly affronted. In the past, she might have mustered the strength to leap up and strike his head. But now James was simply too tall. Soon, the polished leather of James's shoes bore the imprint of a footstep, the force of which had even dented the material. Ah! Snape's sarcasm always arrived so punctually. At that moment, a statuesque beauty beside him gave James a solid thump on the back of his head, disregarding his pained grimace as she swept Eve Good into her arms. Oh Eve, how delightful it is to see you. I feel the same, came Eve Good's reply. Snape rolled his eyes discreetly. It appears you have recovered quite well, Lily remarked, circling around her until she confirmed that Eve was indeed fine. You look much better. Of course. Come, let us take a photo together. Lily tenderly smoothed Eve Good's uniform before pointing at a photographer in the distance, who bore a rather sour expression. He was hired by Black and was one of the photographers for the Prophet. Lupin and Black greeted her warmly, while Peter had, as usual, vanished from sight. The contraption resembling a camera emitted puffs of smoke with each click, occasionally releasing ribbons and feathers, leading Eve Good to suspect it might explode at any moment. She soon discovered it was merely a festive effect. Good heavens, a festive effect, she thought, utterly exasperated. In the end, she received a photo still steaming in her hands. As she shook it, the people within it wobbled, even causing James's glasses to fall off, after which Eve noticed the corners of Snape's mouth curling upwards. Quite lifelike. She mused, though it seemed a bit taxing. I wish to take a picture with you alone, darling, Lily said, pulling her closer but realizing she couldn't reach due to height differences, so she resorted to lifting her up. It was astonishing how quickly wizards matured. They now appeared almost like mother and daughter. I also wished to have a picture with Severus. Both Lily and Eve Good's gazes fell upon Black, who coughed awkwardly, conceding. Go ahead and take your pictures. After all, I've paid a small fortune. A small fortune? How much is that? A few hundred galleons. I suppose. I didn't check closely. What sort of benevolent soul spends several hundred galleons merely to snap a few photos? The two girls exchanged knowing glances and promptly began requesting the photographer to take pictures all around. They first captured several shots with Snape, only stopping when his impatience reached a point where he nearly smashed the photographer's camera. Afterward, Lily and Eve Good took countless individual portraits. Even running off to photograph empty landscapes, the camera clicked incessantly, and Eve speculated that if they continued this way, the device might very well be rendered inoperative. Eventually, they seemed to realize the photographer's expression was one of utter exasperation, and they halted, the photos having accumulated into a small mountain beside them. Well done, Lily declared, sifting through the pictures and distributing them to others. Black, we've truly maximized the value of those hundreds of galleons. Don't mess with my photos, Potter. Eve Good snatched the picture from James's hands. Be cautious, or I might just step on your shoes. You can only step on my shoes, Shorty. Eve Good glanced helplessly at Lupin, who pondered for a moment about lifting her, only to be met with a deadly glare. He swallowed hard and discreetly stepped back. I think Snape will assist you. Just as Eve turned her head, that menacing gaze vanished. It seemed Snape had only just noticed the commotion, as he approached and promptly cast a spell on James, transforming him into a teapot. Good heavens! Eve Good gaped at the teapot, which was now opening and closing its lid. Your transfiguration skills are impressive. The teapot emitted a whimpering sound, as if boiling water was inside. Although Eve Good couldn't comprehend it, she nonetheless felt the insults uttered were quite harsh. Dua flippy, Jamies. Black, relishing the spectacle, exclaimed, I didn't know you had this in you. I thought aside from potions, your other subjects were as concerning as Quidditch. No one asked for your commentary, you foolish dog. Snape shot back, continuing his onslaught. Do you think everyone is like you, capable of blowing up cauldrons over a dozen times in a single term? Ha 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 ha. The potency of this jab was appreciated by Eve Good. In other words, as long as it didn't target her, she found it amusing. Black's grin faded, shifting to Lupin, Lily, and Eve Good, as they all laughed uncontrollably, with Lupin recounting tales of Black's numerous detentions with Slughorn. Remus. We're still listening to the story about you being chased by Filch's cat, came Lily's admonition. Lupin. You're too loud, serious. Eventually, Lily returned James to his original form, and he continued to shout about wanting to have a duel with Snape, which resulted in the other side of his shoes being stepped on as well. Symmetrical. Even better, Eve Good remarked. Outside the castle, several long tables were set up on the grass, laden with an array of desserts and beverages. Eve tucked a few photos into her robes and dashed off to sample the delights, guzzling down a cup of some unknown juice, attracting the attention of those nearby. Wondering which Slytherin indulged so heartily, Snape attempted to feign ignorance, but as soon as Eve Good's eyes fell upon him, she couldn't help but exclaim, "How about some souffle, Severus? This is quite delectable. I doubt Hogwarts left you starving during your year, did it, miss?" Snape remarked, begrudgingly chewing on the sweet souffle. Never having tasted anything so sugary in his life. Could you perhaps exhibit a touch of restraint and embody a bit more of that Slytherin demeanor? It's a rare occasion to attend the graduation ceremony. Eve Good continued, digging into a piece of fondant cake. Perhaps my year hasn't even had one yet. What? Snape, still chewing on his cake, seemed momentarily taken aback, and Eve swiftly changed the subject. What are your plans for the future? Snape pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps I shall return, but I must first consult Professor Slughorn's thoughts on the matter. No need to ask, Eve Good thought, in a few years when Voldemort comes. He'll have long vanished. Go sell some potions, she said, leaning closer and conspiratorially whispering, Lucius is a hidden big client. He is particularly concerned about his hairline. Upon sensing Snape's somewhat peculiar gaze, Eve Good quickly realized he was overthinking it. Hey, what are you imagining? I have no relation to him. It has nothing to do with me, he replied, though his icy demeanor had softened. Eve Good rolled her eyes. This man was such a tease. Understood the illustrious Snape. The graduation ceremony then reached its zenith, as Dumbledore loudly read out the names of each graduate from this year. The wizard hats behind him bobbed and soared, drifting in various directions before landing atop the heads of those called. Eve Good watched curiously as the flying hats, etched with the colors of each house, bore the names of their wearers. She observed one hat swirling above Snape's head before it was roughly yanked down. What are you doing? Eve Good snatched the poor hat away, smoothing out its creases. Honestly, it's just a hat. Chapter 84, International Comedy Duo. Snape turned his head, half disdainfully donning the wizard hat. Naturally, Eve Good had no hat of her own, but Lily approached and conjured one for her out of thin air, prompting James to grunt loudly in disapproval. Don't huff, James, I'm going deaf. James shot a dissatisfied glare at Eve Good, which made her feel as though he still possessed a child's spirit, and she found that rather endearing. As the graduation ceremony neared its conclusion, Eve Good's form began to fade, and she stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth just before disappearing from sight. Did you get it? Lily quietly inquired of Snape, who responded with a subtle curvature at the corners of his mouth. Though his expression remained unchanged, Lily discerned that he was in good spirits. He withdrew a photograph from his pocket, depicting a girl with waist-length white hair, her eyes a deep ocean blue, and a dark green serpent coiled around her hand. She smiled at the camera, occasionally winking. If you wish to enlarge it for a grand frame, I can assist you in finding someone, Lily teased. As James leaned in to catch a glimpse of the image, in an instant, Snape tucked the photograph away into his inner pocket. TSK, James remarked, wrapping an arm around Lily. You just continue your unrequited affection, shall you? I must be off to date my girlfriend, you snotty brat. Potter. Lily retorted, all right. I shan't speak of that nickname again. Wait for me, Lily. The two departed, joining three others. Snape watched their retreating figures and picked up a piece of souffle from the floating platter. It was inedible. Eve Good returned to the twins, still chewing on the cake. They engaged in a playful exchange about her cold demeanor, and she felt a wave of amusement at their antics, generously returning the Marauder's map to George. I used it well. She winked, leaving the twins bewildered. It led me to the person I wished to see, and that is sufficient. Moreover, it deserves a more capable user, though that individual is not me. With that, she elegantly turned away, leaving the twins in a state of confusion. Does she perhaps suffer from a touch of delusion? George pondered, flipping through the empty map. In some ways, she does resemble Luna, though this map has never been utilized. Outrageous, he concluded, but I still cannot fathom why a wizard's hat appeared atop her head out of nowhere. Eve Good mused that it was high time to remedy Lockhart, for it had been long since Dumbledore's chastisement. Yet the man's shamelessness seemed to grow proportionally with time. For instance, in this very lesson, Harry had been forcefully dragged to play the role of a Transylvanian villager, cursed by Lockhart, who claimed it was to enhance authenticity, leaving Harry spouting bubbles. What a pitiful sight, Eve Good remarked, genuinely more concerned that this fool might accidentally erase a segment of Harry's bones. A few bubbles floated by, and Eve Good prodded them with her wand, discovering they did not burst. This is it, she thought, the end is nigh. Now, children, Lockhart proclaimed, clad in an ostentatious blue starry outfit, behaving less like a professor and more like a performer. He winked at Hermione, causing the young girl to blush deeply. I shall teach you how to halt this malevolent, Dreadful spell. Seriously, does he need to be this dramatic? Draco glanced at Goyle, who was already playing with the bubbles. Disdain evident on his face. Don't move, Goyle. I can hardly believe you're playing with bubbles from Potter's mouth. No exageración, Draco. Evgood pointed at the bubbles accumulating on the ceiling. If he doesn't cure Potter within 10 minutes, those bubbles will block the entire back row. I highly doubt he can resolve Harry's predicament in that time frame. Pansy craned her neck to follow the bubbles' direction, noticing the commotion in the back row. Lockhart finally concluded his exaggerated 3-minute monologue, casting doubt even in Dean Thomas's mind about whether the spell could be lethal. Evgood rolled her eyes, simply casting a stopping charm to resolve the matter without unnecessary flair. Lockhart rolled up his loose sleeves, while Harry swallowed hard, as did Ron. He waved his wand vigorously, as if performing some sort of exorcism dance. Evgood couldn't help but chuckle, quickly stifling it with a cough. Forgive me, but this scene resembles a primitive ritual before a feast. Gowl Scandra. Evgood was taken aback. What? I've never heard of this spell. True to form, the incantation summoned a cloud of smoke. Coughing, Evgood opened her eyes to see Draco had managed to part the mist, revealing that Harry had ceased to bubble. Ha! Pansy was equally astonished. Did he really succeed? This will go down in history, Ron declared. Moments later, Harry's face turned crimson, and with a loud gasp, he expelled a torrent of bubbles, splattering the first row's balustrade. Evgood mused that this was the most meaningful spell Lockhart had ever conjured. However, Harry's condition was far from ideal. Ron sensed he was about to retch and urgently gestured to Evgood. Do something. He implored in a hushed tone. Anything. Of course, Evgood raised her wand, standing to ensure accuracy, and cast stopping charm. Indeed, Harry ceased to produce bubbles, leaning weakly against the wall, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Before Lockhart could issue a command for him to return, Harry dashed back to his seat, vowing never to be coerced into assuming any role by Lockhart again. Truth be told, he felt that even transforming into a Colorado giant lizard would be preferable to this experience. Ahem, everyone look. Harry is now lively and well. It proves to be an excellent spell. Evgood found it increasingly difficult to feign blindness, as anyone could discern that it was her charm that had taken effect, save for Hermione, who was utterly captivated by Lockhart, and was applauding fervently. Ron nudged her. Stop being daft. It was Evgood's stopping charm that worked. Hermione, selective deafness. Everyone else, scram. Evgood wished to cast a silencing charm upon herself, lest she be subjected to Lockhart's insufferable self-aggrandizing monologues in every lesson. I, Lockhart, an internationally renowned figure and author, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly, though I never boast about these accolades, for I am quite humble, if I may say, my dear. He winked at a front-row Gryffindor. That is a truly rare quality. PFFT. Evgood found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure, having to bend over to suppress her laughter, for heaven knows how challenging it was to stifle her mirth in each of his classes. She felt as if her lungs might burst. I must tell my father. Please do not inform your dear father. Evgood supported herself against the table. I find a week filled with solo performances quite delightful. At least it is far more entertaining than Snape's lectures, setting aside the teaching efficacy and outcomes. This fellow's rambling in a single class nearly rivals Snape's entire year's worth of drivel. Chapter 85. The Delayed Photograph. As time gradually progressed into May, Evgood listened impassively to Lockhart read from the book word for word, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Goodness, while families are preparing for final exams, you are still droning on. However, one must concede that his skill in promoting books was unparalleled, as he had successfully pitched to Filch, and indeed, had convinced the mute caretaker to make a purchase. Don't ask, just know that George and Fred witnessed this for the 10:86th time when they were confined to Filch's office. Evgood struggled not to pay attention as he once again recounted his supposed heroic deeds. She felt it was time for a more sensational revelation, ideally something that would lead to his utter social embarrassment. Those who had been obliviated were quite unfortunate. Truth be told, if Lockhart were less preoccupied with self-promotion and presented the protagonist authentically, his books could still thrive within the wizarding community. It's all an act, if you ask me. He brings trouble upon himself. Evgood irritably doodled circles on her paper, reminiscing about a journalist who was particularly fond of sensationalizing news. Evgood's eyes lit up. She was perfect. If she took the stage, she would undoubtedly dismantle Lockhart. Yet, recalling her exasperating portrayal in the original text, it seemed time to strategize on how to ensnare her in a jam jar once everything was concluded. Thus, Professor, my most beloved, kind, and handsome professor. Severus Snape struggled to suppress the impulse to throw her out. He abandoned the cauldron of potions before him and turned around, querying, "What on earth do you want, miss?" "Oh, nothing." Eve Good suddenly found herself at a loss for words, feigning interest in a bottle within Snape's office to alleviate the awkwardness, while desperately racking her brain for how to begin. "Nothing?" Snape gazed at the pot before him, a concoction that could hardly be described as a potion, the veins on his forehead pulsating. If this were anyone else, he would have already hurled them off the parapet. "I would like to inquire if there exists a potion that could forcibly transform someone who is already capable of becoming an animagus into their animagus form," Eve finally blurted after much contemplation. In the restricted section, Snape replied without lifting his gaze, indicating the 9th book from the bottom of the 3rd shelf. "Professor." Snape reluctantly cleared away the cauldron of potions. "What now?" "The restricted section requires your signature." "Speak properly." "I need your signature, Professor Snape." Resigned, Snape approached his desk, pulled out a chair, and scribbled a note in elegant script. Eve quickly seized it, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With just a morsel of gossip, she could orchestrate matters between two individuals. "I hope you are not up to anything foolish, Miss Eve Good," Snape said, lifting his gaze, his tone flat. "If you had focused your thoughts on combat, you wouldn't have missed that person who was knocked out cold by you last month. Who is this cantankerous old man talking about?" "Who?" Stop, stop. Eve timely interrupted, dashing out the door as if pursued by a dementor. Snape gazed at the empty dungeon, a wave of irritation washing over him. Yet after a moment he seemed to recall something, and his brow relaxed as he tapped a feathered quill on the desk. Indeed, when he reached 114 taps, Eve Good burst back in, brandishing a copy of Forgotten Potions. Level 5, slamming the book down before Snape, who raised an eyebrow in her direction. "Professor," Eve gasped, pointing at a line in the book, "this potion takes 3 months to brew." "Indeed," Snape replied unhurried, as though it were of no consequence. 3 months is a long time. Every extra day with those two is unbearable. "Do you have a finished product here?" Eve inquired pitifully, peering around, only to be tapped on the head with Snape's wand. "Speak." He flipped the book, compelling Eve Good to meet his gaze. "What do you intend to do?" She bit her finger, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. No words means no answers. Thus, Eve reluctantly laid out the situation in broad strokes, deciding to throw caution to the wind, as she had already revealed enough knowledge prior. Snape indeed exhibited a disdainful expression, albeit one tinged with amusement, as he pondered something while closing the book. "I will handle this matter," he concluded. "You should focus on honing your combat skills." A reliable adult male. Such a man deserves her gratitude. If all goes well, the Daily Prophet should soon feature a sensational column. The mere thought of it brought Eve joy. It was far more gratifying than directly pressuring Lucius. Snape cast her a sidelong glance, nonchalantly stating, "Even if you entrust this matter to Lucius, he would not refuse." "What? After that scare in the Chamber of Secrets, he is still so strong-willed? That makes no sense." "He owes you a favor that remains largely unpaid," Snape implied, though he refrained from elaborating. Eve pondered his words. Could it be that during graduation, Snape had concocted a potion to salvage Lucius's receding hairline? That seemed improbable, considering Lucius had a fair amount of hair himself. "Miss, if you have no further business, I believe you may take your leave," Snape declared, rising and making his way to the door. Eve hurriedly snatched up the book to follow. "I have a Hufflepuff class next. Your professor has no spare time for games. But the potions classroom is not down this corridor." Snape, who wished to accompany someone to the common room without revealing it, replied, "Today, I am inclined to take this route. Oh, by the way," Eve suddenly remembered, "I took our photo from years ago. Do you still want it?" "Whatever." "Yes." "Whatever implies disinterest." "Yes." TSK. Observing the professor's face contort, she knew he was beginning to sulk again. So she decisively pulled out 2 photographs from her robe's inner pocket and tucked them into Snape's lesson plans. This man had not spoken a word for quite some time. What else could be done but to let him be? Snape, having been forcefully presented with the photographs, merely glanced at them, and Eve vowed she would learn the art of legilimency. Otherwise, she would be left staring at him, unable to discern even a hint of emotion on his face. "Do not return them to me." Snape's pace noticeably quickened, and Eve felt an urge to laugh. She seemed to have figured out how to deal with this professor. "Professor, are you walking so fast to dispose of them in a secluded place?" Snape, having covered some distance, halted, responding in a tone of exasperation. "I will not discard them." Oh, this time she believed him. Chapter 86, The Hogwarts Journal. As it turned out, the situation with Lockhart had yet to be resolved. But Snape had encountered a mishap. The incident stemmed from a Hufflepuff boy named Ernie, who, while seeking clarification on a question, inadvertently discovered a photograph of the two of them in Snape's book. The usually stern-faced professor appeared to exhibit a hint of a smile in the photograph, and the background seemed to be Hogwarts. He thought he caught a glimpse of a girl beside him, but when he attempted to take a closer look, Snape swiftly closed the lesson plan. He was feeling guilty. Ernie Macmillan excitedly recounted the entire episode in the common room, as Hannah lamented not having seen who the girl was. "Can you describe what she looked like?" Cedric, who typically shunned gossip, also leaned in, as who could resist a little professor-related gossip after lunch? "Not really," Ernie replied after much contemplation. "You all know the dungeon is rather dim, and I was mostly focused on figuring out who the boy was, but I can confirm it was a girl with long hair, and judging by the uniform, she appeared to be from Slytherin." "Oh. Wow." The common room erupted into a chorus of exaggerated exclamations. Snape's mysterious wife, Justin, barely swallowing his food, was dragged into the gossip, which was bound to become the next explosive column in the Hogwarts Weekly. "Looking forward to the follow-up," Cedric said. "But be careful not to get caught by Snape, Ernie." Of course. Ernie continued to regale the new students entering the common room, clearly relishing the attention. It turned out that visiting the Hufflepuff common room near the kitchens for extra snacks allowed him to learn about this sooner than anyone from Slytherin. Eve Good was wide-eyed, listening to her late-night snack companion, Susan Bones, recount today's sensational gossip. "What's wrong, dear? Are you choking?" Susan offered her a glass of water, and Eve took a moment to gather herself. "Thank you, Susan." Eve forced a smile, thinking, well, while I didn't get Lockhart's sensational column, at least I got Snape's explosive one first. "You find it unbelievable too, right?" Susan munched on some freshly baked bread, greeting a newly arrived Ravenclaw. "Would you like a piece, Luna?" Eve Good followed her gaze. It was a girl with flowing golden hair, her eyebrows quite light. But what caught the eye was a necklace made of butterbeer corks, giving her an intriguingly unique aura. "Oh, hello, Susan. I think I'll pass," Luna responded with a light-hearted tone, her misty silver eyes gazing at Eve Good. "Who is this?" "This is Eve Good, a Slytherin," Susan introduced her without any formality, then turned to converse with Eve. "This is Luna Lovegood, a Ravenclaw 1 year below us." "Ah, hello," Eve Good replied politely, and Luna offered a faint smile in return. "I remember you don't usually come here," Susan continued munching on her bread. "What brings you today?" "I am searching for a boggart," Luna said cryptically. Eve Good looked at Susan, and it was evident that Susan was just as perplexed. "Actually, she occasionally speaks nonsense," Susan said, watching her leave. Her classmates often teased her for it, yet Susan found her to be an intriguing girl. "Of course," Eve Good nodded, slicing into her steak, while Gabriel peeked over, seizing the opportunity to devour it entirely. Thankfully, Susan was present. Otherwise, Eve Good would have been able to strike it down easily. The latest issue of the Hogwarts Gazette was indeed published with unprecedented punctuality. It was initiated by some unspecified alumni of Ravenclaw, widely circulated among students, and even included snippets of rumors, truly a gossip newspaper of the student realm. Thanks to Susan, Eve Good was among the first to receive the paper, as the demand was so high that additional copies had to be printed. The large headline read, "Snape, former lover." If Eve Good were to express it, she would finally comprehend the exaggerated marketing tactics. The accompanying image depicted Snape teaching in potions class, and she found it hard to believe the audacity of the person who dared to take a photo during his lesson. "Oh, this must be Colin's shot." Ron leaned in to take a look. "Harry, it seems your little admirer indeed has some talent. No wonder he is a Gryffindor, good grief." Ernie Macmillan also graced the paper, and for a brief moment, this previously unknown girl became the talk of Hogwarts. "You know who she is, right?" Hermione asked, having finished reading the column, casting a complex glance at her. "Eve, please don't be upset." "Upset? What nonsense. I've been so happy lately I can't even sleep." Eve Good chuckled. "I'm not upset at all," she said, her expression unnaturally calm. In fact, she had been stifling laughter for quite some time. And Harry and Ron exchanged glances. "You seem a bit off," Harry hesitated before speaking. "You're mistaken." Ron glanced around, seemingly trying to find evidence of her deceit, but found none. "If there's anything we can do to assist, feel free to ask." Hermione returned the newspaper to her, and Eve Good's eyes lit up. "Actually, there is something you can help with." "What?" The three leaned in. "Help me obtain the original photo Colin took of Snape. Tell him I'll pay any price." "Let us disperse, everyone," Ron said, pretending to gather his books to leave. "5 galleons," Eve Good declared. "If I get the original, each of you will owe me 5. In truth, the money was of little concern. She simply enjoyed being helpful. Hermione and Harry rolled their eyes in unison. Indeed, Having money makes things considerably easier. That evening, Eve Good acquired the original photo, and in accordance with their agreement, she handed each of them 5 galleons. Ron's eyes sparkled. The original was free, he said. Since Harry asked for it, Colin just gave it to him. Fantastic! Pansy exclaimed beside Eve, who smiled as she sent them off, then examined the Muggle photograph that had been treated with developing potion, where Snape was still in motion. How long has this symptom persisted? Draco asked her as she nearly bumped into the 8th person while staring at the photo. Pansy pulled her aside, noticing that Eve Good's eyes were still glued to the picture. It's been there all along, Draco. Chapter 87. Lockhart's Waterloo. Draco still could not fathom why. Despite months remaining until the end of term, some individuals had already begun revising. He glared at Hermione and Eve Good, who were fervently writing in the library, alongside Harry, Ron and Pansy, who were doing the same. Basic operation, Eve replied without looking up, noting that this was the approach in their homeland, so they simply adopted it here. Pansy rolled her eyes and continued playing chess with Draco. If you had another original photo of Snape, she would definitely. Snape? What Snape? Pansy shrugged, making a face that conveyed, see what I mean? Draco fell silent. So, she actually does have a fondness for her godfather? Draco remarked. For Professor Snape was indeed an exceptional head. You didn't know she liked him? Harry interjected, causing Draco to fumble his chess piece as Pansy took advantage and captured 3 of his pieces. What a joke. Not a joke, Ron replied. We reacted the same way when we found out. Harry glanced at Eve Good, who was now passionately debating about a boggart with Hermione, oblivious to the commotion. But isn't Snape her godfather? As if hearing those 3 words, Eve Good immediately looked up, shaking her head. He is not my godfather. You lied to us. Thankfully, the group was seated in a corner. Otherwise, they would have been expelled by Professor Flitwick long ago. I hadn't figured out how to tell you at the time. Eve Good stammered, trying to appease the group in front of her. I just said he was my godfather. Please don't be mad. I'm telling you the truth now. Humph. Pansy turned her head away, while Eve Good looked at her with pleading eyes. Then how come even Dumbledore said you two were in a godfather-goddaughter relationship? Harry's previous concern was resolved, yet this new question emerged. Eve Good was bewildered. I never discussed this with him. Draco was the most incensed, having been deceived for an entire summer, and being the last to learn of this. As penance, I'll treat you all when we go to Hogsmeade in 3rd year. How does that sound? Eve Good pulled out her trump card. You can buy out the whole shop if you want. All right. The 5 of them didn't even hesitate, unanimously agreeing. Tsk, you're quite generous. Wishing Snape luck marrying into a good family, Ron said. A wealthy family, Hermione added. My dad wouldn't let me spend this much money, Draco remarked. Oh. Eve Good pondered, thankfully, I don't have a father. Draco. A week passed swiftly in a flurry of activity. That afternoon, the first lesson was History of Magic. And everyone had skipped their afternoon nap. The weather was growing increasingly warm, rendering the classroom lethargic, coupled with Professor Bin's uniquely droning tone, which sounded akin to Snape's old radio. Eve Good found the words before her blurring into an indistinct haze. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if she had consumed Hagrid's treacle fudge, and she could only vaguely hear something about the years 1289 and a wizarding conference. Hey. Suddenly, Draco nudged her, signaling her to look out the window. Eve Good shook her head and upon glancing outside, initially mistook it for evening. Huh. Have I been asleep for that long? Pansy was also roused by Draco's nudge, and her reaction mirrored Eve Good's. More students in the classroom began to lift their drowsy heads, staring out at a vast flock of owls outside. What's going on? Eve Good realized, as various breeds of owls swooped past the window, even catching the attention of the hard-of-hearing ghost professor. A murmur rippled through the classroom, and Professor Binns, displeased, raised his voice quiet. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that class is not yet over. It was evident that everyone was on edge, particularly Eve Good, who was eager to discover the cause of the commotion. In fact, she was the first to dash outside. She scanned the vicinity for the owls, pressing her face against the window to see if any more were passing by. Is it the end of the world? Pansy followed closely, her keen eyes spotting 4 swaying white long-eared owls, with several individuals trailing behind them towards another corridor. Suddenly, the sound of considerable footsteps echoed from above, prompting Draco to hastily pull the 2 of them aside. Moments later, a large group descended. Although Eve Good was not intimately acquainted with those present, she recognized Cornelius Fudge, which altered the nature of the situation significantly. A sudden recollection struck her. Harry's 2nd year, when Dumbledore nearly faced expulsion due to the Chamber of Secrets incident. Could it be happening again? Listen. Pansy exclaimed, gesturing for Goyle to cease indulging in the chocolate cake in his hands. Is someone crying? Evegood craned her neck, puzzled. The sound seemed oddly familiar. Was it not? What are you doing here? Several individuals jumped at the sound, and Evegood turned to find Percy, which brought her a sense of relief. Let us see what has transpired, Evegood replied candidly. Oh, indeed, something significant has occurred, Percy said, seemingly weighing whether to continue. Yet, when his gaze met Evegood's eager expression, he relented. Today, the Ministry of Magic is conducting a routine inspection at Hogwarts. And it appears your defense against the dark arts professor let something slip. What? The group leaned in closer, while Goyle and Crabbe remained blissfully oblivious. Percy cleared his throat. As for what was let slip, it was essentially an admission that everything he wrote in his books is a fabrication. He knows very little about defense against the dark arts. That's about it. Woo. Evegood clapped enthusiastically, but upon encountering Percy's perplexed expression, she instantly felt deflated. I mean, it's truly dreadful. Indeed, Draco remarked, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, it is exceedingly dreadful. This is information only the prefects are privy to. Percy straightened his posture. Evegood nodded in agreement, seemingly pleased with his self-importance. I must attend to inspections on other floors. I shall take my leave. Truly. It is the end of the world, Pansy remarked as they made their way back, though it is merely the end of the world for Lockhart alone. How do you manage to have every person you detest end up like this? Malfoy queried, puzzled. Who knows, perhaps it is the sixth sense of a genius. Keep dreaming. At dinner, the atmosphere was palpably tense, as everyone was uncertain of the events that had unfolded, leading to an air of anxiousness. It was not until Dumbledore arrived that he announced the heartbreaking news. Lockhart must undergo an investigation by the Ministry of Magic, leaving the position of defense against the dark arts professor vacant once more. Heartbreaking, indeed, Evegood thought to herself. Having never witnessed so many professors laughing so heartily at the professor's table before. What a pity. Draco stirred the cream atop his dessert. I think I shall miss him. You've gone mad, Pansy retorted. Evegood lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Snape, who raised an eyebrow. She found herself thinking that she had never perceived him as so handsome before.